You are a disciple without spiritual roots. Yet you can embrace the Empress on your left and the Holy Maiden on your right. It turns out that time in this world has stopped, and only you can move freely. So, you spend 5,000 years doing everything you should and shouldn't do, but you don't realize that during this time, anyone you touch regains consciousness. At this moment, you are bathing in the Empress's chambers of the Great Qian dynasty. With the Empress placed by the poolside, you spit out a fruit pit, aiming it directly at the Empress's chest. You mutter disdainfully, "This little girl is perfect in every way, except she's not plump enough here. She massaged me all night last night, so today, this handsome guy will reluctantly help her out again." As you say this, you reach out your hand. The Empress is on the verge of tears. From the moment you touched her yesterday, her consciousness returned, but her body remained immobile, forced into intimate contact with you all night. Li Wanqiu's heart is as cold as ashes, yet no matter how she struggles, she can't even blink. To your surprise, you mutter in disappointment, "How boring, she can't move at all, what's the difference from a doll?" But just as you finish speaking, Li Wanqiu's eyes twitch. Seizing the opportunity, the Empress slaps you hard across the face and shouts, "Guards, cut this thief into pieces." Simultaneously, she channels her spiritual power, summoning a long sword to thrust at you. Hearing the Empress speak, you can hardly believe your ears. After 10,000 years, you finally hear a human voice again. The time-stopping rule has ended, you no longer have to endure loneliness. Overjoyed, you rush toward the Empress's swordlight, pull her into a tight embrace, and plant a fierce kiss on her lips before vanishing in a streak of light. After your escape, the Empress doesn't pursue you. Her body still aches faintly from last night's ordeal. However, this matter must never be revealed. If word got out that someone had broken into the palace at night and stolen the Great Qian Empress's virtue, the imperial family would become the laughingstock of the eastern wastelands. Soon, palace guards storm in. The Empress regains her usual authority and orders. "Find me a man named Lin Tian. If he has no significant background, issue a nationwide warrant for his arrest. I want him torn to pieces." It's no surprise she knows your name after every intimate encounter. You tattoo your name on the women. On the other side, the Immortal-Demon continent had just recovered from time stasis, and the entire continent was in an uproar. Every beautiful woman from all factions who had any charm was loudly roaring your name, and major powers issued kill orders against you on the same day. After escaping the Great Qian Imperial Palace, you returned to your original sect, the Qingyun sect. Seeing the Qingyun sect restored to its former glory, you couldn't hold back your tears. 10,000 years had passed, and you were no longer the bullied menial disciple but had now become the strongest in this world. Sect Master Mu Qingyun sensed something and stepped out of the sect. Bowing in your direction, "I did not realize a mighty figure has graced the Qingyun sect. Mu Qingyun failed to welcome you properly, please forgive this offense." But the sky had returned to peace and serenity, with no reply, for you had already turned into a streak of light and left. Soon, the major factions uncovered your identity. Once they obtained your portrait, from the top-tier families and sacred sects of the continent down to insignificant royal sects, every woman you had interacted with collectively lost their composure upon learning you were just a lowly menial disciple of the Qingyun sect. Each of them was a proud genius of their sect. How could they have been treated this way by a mere menial disciple? They all rushed to the Qingyun mountains, demanding the Qingyun sect hand you over. Mu Qingyun repeatedly insisted you had already left the sect, but the women refused to relent. In the end, Mu Qingyun swore a heavenly oath and surrendered your old menial disciple robes and sect tokens before the women finally backed down. Those female cultivators, after obtaining your garments, began using artifacts to detect your aura. Meanwhile, you were in Qingyun town, not far from the Qingyun sect, intending to take a 17 or 18-year-old girl as your disciple. Back when you were a menial disciple, you were injured by a demonic beast, and this little girl had once saved you. Now, an old woman was residing in the ring on the girl's finger. You said to the girl, "Little girl, this old woman has ill intentions, she wants to possess your body. If you become my disciple, not only will I help you deal with her, but I'll also grant you one condition." The girl, somewhat frightened, glanced at the ring on her finger, seemingly weighing her options, and asked, "Is what you're saying true? You'll agree to anything? I want to become an innate Tao body like the holy maiden of the Qingyun sect, can you do that?" Hearing this, you frowned slightly. Did the old woman in your ring tell you to say that? Normally, innate Tao bodies are extremely rare, they're innate and impossible to reverse. The old woman had precisely exploited this, making the girl propose this nearly absurd condition. In her eyes, you were too young to be anything beyond the golden core stage. But in the next moment, with a wave of your hand, the old woman's spirit was forcibly pulled out of the ring, restrained by an invisible force. You said, "Old woman, I don't have time for games. Do you think no one can alter innate constitutions? Today, I'll show you something to make it clear." With that, you instantly appeared before the girl and channeled the power of the heavenly Tao into her body. The girl immediately felt an energy surging within her. continuously transforming her constitution. The old woman gaped in disbelief. An innate Dao body? How is this possible? And not just any, the strongest innate sword Dao body at that. Just who are you? You replied, don't concern yourself with that. In your next life, when looking for a disciple, remember to choose wisely and don't meddle recklessly. With that, you slapped the old woman's spirit, obliterating her soul completely. Seeing your immense power, the girl respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Master, your disciple Li Linger pays her respects. Satisfied, you nodded and tossed her a spatial ring. Inside are cultivation techniques and resources suited for you, as well as a talisman I made. It can instantly kill a divine transformation expert if you're in danger. If even the talisman fails, shatter the jade pendant inside, and within 3 breaths, I will arrive. Suddenly, as if sensing something, you frowned. I have matters to attend to. I'll return shortly to take you with me. In a flash, you vanished, leaving a bewildered Li Linger standing there. She called out, Master, you haven't even told me your name yet. Not long after you had just left, a group of extravagantly dressed women arrived outside Li Linger's courtyard. One of them said, his aura was just here. How did he disappear? Let's split up and search. We must find that scoundrel Lin Tian. He's just a menial disciple of the Qingyun sect. He couldn't have gone far. Meanwhile, Empress Li Wanqiu, dressed in plain clothes, was holding the pit of a spirit fruit you had once eaten, using the lingering traces of your aura to track your location. Every time she recalled what you had done to her these past few days, her face would alternate between pale and flushed. Today, she had secretly slipped out of the imperial palace, determined to settle the score with you personally. Just then, she happened upon a tea house nearby and decided to step inside for a quick drink before continuing her search. As she entered, she overheard 2 people gossiping behind her. One said, have you heard? The Qingyun sect leader has an improper relationship with his female disciple. I have a friend who works as a menial laborer in the Qingyun sect. The news is definitely true. The moment Li Wanqiu heard the words Qingyun sect menial, her beautiful eyes instantly flicked in their direction, oblivious to her presence. You were sitting with your back to her, enthusiastically sharing the gossip you had picked up. The more Li Wanqiu listened, the more familiar your voice sounded. She leaned forward for a closer look, and sure enough, it was you. With a whoosh, she drew her sword and swung at you. In just a few strikes, she had you cornered against the wall. As the surrounding onlookers scattered in panic, Li Wanqiu coldly demanded, speak, how did you infiltrate the imperial palace? She had originally intended to kill you outright, but curiosity got the better of her. She wanted to know how a mere menial disciple of the Qingyun sect could have slipped into the palace undetected. After all, the imperial palace was protected by a barrier laid down by a divine transformation realm ancestor. Not even the slightest disturbance could escape his notice. Lin Tian pretended to look scared. Some stumbled over the rhetorical question. Why are you still here? Li Eveningqiu frowned, not understanding what it meant. Cut the crap and answer my question. By all rights, you should be at the palace at this hour. Your protector general and your master of the state, the great elder of the Green Cloud sect, is rebelling. They're going to make your second brother's son emperor. Are you sure you don't want to go back? Any later and they'll be killing their way into the palace. These things are timed to stop when. Gossip discovered by Lin Tian looking through the secret letters to and from the great general's residence. Hearing this, Li Eveningqiu's face changed. A hint of suspicion rose in his mind. He a journeyman disciple. How is it possible to know that the great general and the master of state and I do not share the same political views? Must be lying to me. Trying to stay alive. Yeah, I can't let this scumbag fool me. Saying that, he glared angrily at Lin Tian. I'll leave you to your own devices. I'm gonna count to 3, and if you don't tell me, I'll kill you now. 1, 2. Just as I counted to 2, there came to the door a female officer covered in blood, galloping on a horse, and dismounted after sensing the breath of the empress. Hurriedly, he ran into the tea house. After seeing Li Eveningqiu, immediately, as if relieved, he cried out anxiously. Your Majesty! It's not good. The Xingui general and the state master have joined forces with the great elder of the Qingyun sect to plot a rebellion. Hearing this, Li Eveningqiu's mind went blank for a moment. Not caring about Lin Tian, he immediately came to the female officer's side and coldly, he shouted, what did you say? The Xingui general and the state master are plotting a rebellion. I'm afraid the attack on the palace has already begun by now. Hearing this, Li Eveningqiu's mind went blank. First, he glanced at the terrified Lin Tian with some surprise. I didn't think he'd get it right. Although there is an ancestor sitting in the palace. But Lao Tzu never interfered with the royal family's internal coup d'etat. Only when the royal family was in danger of being exterminated would they step in. After the lady officer had finished her message, being severely wounded, it didn't take more than a few breaths to gag. And Li Eveningchio had completely lost his composure as an emperor at this point. Somewhat angrily, he growled. Li Yishan, Lin Ruohai, you two dog thieves. How dare you join with outsiders to stage a coup d'etat? I will definitely destroy your 9 clans. Though that's what they say. But Li Eveningchio understood that at this point, he was already in a great position. The Jingui General and the State Master are all Jindan stage powerhouses. Together with the Grand Elder of the Qingyun sect, a peak Jindan powerhouse. A Jindan 5 cultivator himself. There was simply no chance of winning against 3 Jindans. If we let the coup d'etat of the great general succeed, think of what will happen to you. It must be a lot worse than his own 2 royal brothers. Just when Li Eveningchio was full of tangles and at a loss for words, Lin Tian, who was being coy at the side, suddenly spoke up. How about a deal? How about I help you quell the rebellion and you serve me for a night? Looking at Lin Tian's face, a somewhat sinister smile appeared. Having scanned Lin Tian with his divine sense, realizing that he was indeed only a chi practitioner, Empress Li Eveningchio snorted and said in a cold voice. Just you? You're a chi practicing stage. Can you beat the 3,000 private soldiers and 3 Jindan experts of the great general's house? I won't kill you this time, get lost and next time I see you. I was about to say, I'll kill you. But after thinking about it, if the coup had succeeded. Is there a next time for you? Seeing the Empress' sad face, Lin Tian immediately said. Believe me, if you agree to my terms, I'll put my life on the line to help you put down the rebellion. Anyway, even if I can't do it, things can't get any worse than they are now, can they? Hearing this, Li Eveningchio clenched her silver teeth and, if you can help me put down the rebellion, not to mention serving you for a day, serve you for a month. Obviously she didn't believe Lin Tian had this ability at all. It was just a casual remark. But when he heard these words, Lin Tian's eyes immediately lit up with light. The look of obsequiousness disappeared from his face, replacing it with a sinister grin of conspiratorial triumph, If you're gonna talk like that, then I'm not gonna be sleepy. It's a deal, watch this. After saying his words, Lin Tian walked out of the tea house and transported his aura. Changing his voice, he shouted towards the surroundings. Lin Tian, an odd job disciple of the Qingyun sect, ran into the Dakian palace. He's mixed up with the rebels, go kill him. It was very loud because of the use of Reiki. It quickly reached the ears of the surrounding women who were chasing Lin Tian. After getting the news, they flew towards the Great Qian Palace. Lin Tian then looked at Li Eveningchio, who was frozen to the side, with a smug look on his face. You can't go back on your word after a month of promises. Seeing this scene, Empress Li Eveningchio's face instantly flaxed and froze. You can do that? Lin Tian, you are a real dog. Those female cultivators had been looking for Lin Tian for almost a day. I'm sure I'm restless at this point. There's a lot of chaos on the rebel side again. So when they got to the palace gates, these ants must have had the idea that it was better to kill them than to let them go. Even if we can't kill all the rebels, we'll hit them hard. I should have known there was such a thing. What else would one use Lin Tian for? Why don't you just go out and yell? Then Li Eveningchio's brows furrowed. It doesn't count. You're cheating. Thinking that she had promised to serve Lin Tian for a month. The Empress's face had gone a shade of red and white by now. He didn't expect that, although this Lin Tian was a bit shameless, but it's a pretty good head on its shoulders. It was surprising that he thought of using those female cultivators to help him quell the rebellion. Chapter 005 Invincibility is not that lonely. I mean, forget about your small breasts. Why are you still so small-minded? Can you be a bit of an emperor? You're going to deny what you just said. Hearing Lin Tian spit out that he had small breasts, and that he doesn't have the look of an emperor, Li Eveningchio got even more angry. Trying hard to restrain the urge to kill Lin Tian. Hatingly, she glared at Lin Tian with her beautiful eyes. At best, these men killed all the rebels. But what should the 3 Jindan cultivators do? If you really want me to serve you for a month. Unless you slaughter those 3 Jindans. Lin Tian thought about it and clenched his teeth. Pulling out an elixir from his storage ring, and a storage ring. Throwing it to Li Evening Chiu, he said to Li Evening Chiu with a meaty face. That's it. For that month, I'll give it all I've got. You must keep your word this time. Li Evening Chiu looked at Lin Tian, who had a face of flesh pain, and was somewhat unsure. But after receiving something to look at, Li Evening Autumn once again flaxen stayed. That elixir was, surprisingly, an extremely high-grade spirit elixir. Feel the storage ring again. A sword was placed inside. Surprisingly, it is an ancient spiritual treasure. Seeing these two things, even though Li Evening Chiu was the noble empress of Dakian, nor could he help that his hands were trembling a little. In this continent of immortals and demons, pills are categorized into 4 types: elixirs, precious pills, immortal pills, and sacred pills. Each category is subdivided into upper, middle, and lower classes. And the medicinal effect of an extremely high-grade elixir could no longer be measured in terms of rank. Even if this is just an ordinary elixir. As long as you add the word superb, it doesn't mean the same thing. Without the means of being heavenly, it was simply impossible to refine a superb elixir. Instead, the weapons of the divine and demonic continent are divided into magic weapon, spiritual weapon, treasure, ancient spiritual treasure, Shen Tian secret treasure, immortal weapon, divine weapon. Li Evening Chiu looked at the two things in front of her with some disbelief, her mouth opened wide and it took a while before he responded, These are for me? Her voice was a little shaky, and her face was still a little stunned. Lin Tian, on the other hand, said with a meaty expression. What, don't want it? Don't force it. I can't give it away yet. Said he was about to reach out and take it back. But she was swept up in Li Evening Chiu's arms. Fearing that Lin Tian would snatch it back again. Somewhat vigilantly, he looked at Lin Tian. It was discovered that Lin Tian's eyes clearly wrote, Look at you not having seen the world. Li Evening Chiu's pretty face was red, and she didn't care about that much. Swallow the elixir directly into your stomach. In an instant, she felt a massive surge of energy within her body that traveling through her limbs and bones. The medicine was extremely overbearing, but just at the limit of what she could tolerate. That's the great thing about extreme elixirs, it stimulates the potency in a gradual manner according to the user's condition. After continuously absorbing the medicinal power, the aura on Empress Li Evening Chiu's body also began to climb. Jindan 5th peak, Jindan 6th peak. Jindan peak. Having quickly reached the bottleneck of Jindan, the potency still shows no sign of abating. Instead, it strengthened little by little until it was as far as Li Evening Chiu could take it. Boom! With a loud bang, the Li Evening Chiu had broken through the Jindan and officially stepped into the Yuanying stage. But the cultivation level is still climbing upwards. It didn't stop until it advanced to the 3rd level of Yuanying. When the promotion was complete, the Empress opened her eyes and a stern killing intent erupted from his eyes, She's found her way back to being the emperor she should be. And the ease of being an emperor. After all, her own strength was now her greatest dependence. After collecting his breath, Li Evening Chiu once again scanned Lin Tian with his divine sense. Found that no matter how much I scanned, all of them thought that he was just an ordinary chi practicing stage cultivator. But she doesn't believe it. A clan servant disciple in the chi practicing stage. It would be in possession of extremely high-quality spiritual pills and ancient spiritual treasures. Thinking of this, Li Evening Chiu's gaze was a bit complicated as she looked at Lin Tian, who was still suffering from flesh pains on the side. Now that she doesn't have time to hang around, she had to hurry back to quell the rebellion. With a flash, he flew towards the palace. Lin Tian, who was watching her back from the side, was rubbing his chin with a smile on his face. A deep gaze passed through his eyes. Technically speaking, Empress Li Evening Chiu isn't actually small at all. It's just a little short of some of the very best. Before time stood still, it felt like playing with an inflatable doll when Lin Tian experienced it. It's different now. One can finally live a happier life with more quality. As soon as he thought of this, a happy smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. He's completely in love with the feeling of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, now. In his previous life, Lin Tian remembered that I've seen a certain pussy king who has been refining chi for 100,000 years pretending to be a pussy on a certain web novel. Lin Tian then felt very envious. Now I'm finally experiencing that feeling myself. In fact, with his present strength, if he likes any beautiful woman, as long as they show their strength, all the forces will offer the beautiful women of their clans with both hands. But what's the difference between that and playing a game with Wind Spirit Moon Shadow plugin? It's still more fun to cheat your way through a little bit on your own. What he wants is a group of lovers that he can spend endless years with. Not a bunch of gun racks that are no different than inflatables. So Lin Tian decided that between wooing a beautiful woman and intimidating her. Chosen. Being chased by a beautiful woman. Looks like invincibility isn't so lonely after all. On the other side, the Great Qian Palace. Great General Li Yishan and State Master Lin Ruohai are leading a group of soldiers to attack the palace gates. According to their insider's report, the Empress has been out of town recently. Did not remain within the palace, just in time to take advantage of its emptiness. The two of them joined forces with Guo Huai, the Grand Elder of the Qingyan sect, to rise up in rebellion. Seeing that the soldiers were about to break through the gates of the palace, a sudden change occurred. A group of female monks fell from the sky. Just now they heard that Lin Tian was mixed up with the rebels in Qingyun town. Just as Lin Tian had expected. Several people had been searching for Lin Tian for almost a day. One by one, they're all upset and angry. So upon seeing the rebel soldiers, they started killing without asking anything. After all, there is no reasoning with an angry woman. This gave the three leaders of the rebellion a blank stare. What the hell is going on here? Who are we messing with? Come up here and cut down our soldiers? This group of female cultivators had varying levels of cultivation. There's a foundation builder, a Jindan, and a couple of Yuanying cultivators. Before the three had time to stop them, half the rebel soldiers have already been killed. These ordinary people are like ants in the eyes of a cultivator. Griffins have no right to reason with the gods that look down on them. State Master Lin Ruohai immediately roared angrily when he saw this. Fairies, wait. One of the female cultivators at the Yuanying realm stopped her hands, waving his sword and pointing it at Lin Ruohai. Old thing, don't bull me here. Come on, where's Lin Tian? Or else I'll kill all three of you old things together. It was a remark that did little harm, but was highly insulting but it's just the three Jindans on your side. It really couldn't beat this Yuanying cultivator in front of him. Forcing down the anger in his heart, the Guo Huai, the Grand Elder of the Qingyan sect, immediately bowed and said, Ladies, I am the Grand Elder of the Green Cloud sect. Isn't the Lin Tian you're talking about an odd job disciple of our Green Cloud sect? He's out of here. He's run off to who knows where. Didn't you few go to the Green Cloud sect a few hours ago to see it? The Yuanying woman snapped. Cut the crap, someone said that Lin Tian infiltrated this group of soldiers. Give us the man, quickly. Otherwise, we'll kill your chickens and dogs. Chapter 006 Master likes to tame the little wild horse. The Grand Elder of the Green Cloud sect was faced with an aggressive a woman full of pride. A few moments of anger couldn't help but rise in his heart, either. I wasn't at the sect before because I was busy planning a rebellion. So he just heard about these women going to the clan and causing trouble. Didn't see the patriarch groveling to these ants. He felt that several people should be from forces similar to the Green Cloud sect. How dare they insult themselves, the Great Elder of the Qingyan sect, in such a manner? Guo Huai's tone was suddenly a few points colder. Several fairies, we are here today to raise an army, and we have great things to do. When we're done with business, we'll help the fairies find someone right away. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. I am Guo Huai, the Grand Elder of the Qingyan sect. After reporting the name of his family, Guo Huai even felt his back stiffen a few points. After all, the Green Cloud sect had an old ancestor of the God Transformation realm. Within the Eastern Wasteland sphere of influence, they were all considered to be ranked clans. With that in mind, Guo Huai's face even showed a bit of arrogance. But this group of women, looking at Guo Huai's gaze, it's like looking at a clown. There was a clear sneer in his eyes. The head Yuanying woman even waved her hand directly and it brought up a strong wind and slapped Guo Huai in the face. Splat! The sound of a crisp slap was unusually loud and all the soldiers stopped what they were doing. a strange look on his face. Guai Huai's face was immediately hot and painful. That one swelled half his face. The woman was then heard drinking too. Old man, do you know who I am? Don't say you're just a grand elder. Even your grandpa would lose face with me. Who the hell are you? How dare you snarl at me? Asking me for a thin face? Your Green Cloud sect has no face with me. Having said that, he activated his sword technique, and with just one sword, then Guo Huai's head was chopped off. The number 1 clan of the Dacian dynasty. The Grand Elder of the Green Cloud sect. Just one breath. And then his head was cut off. The State Master and the Great General were so frightened that they didn't say a word. Go back and tell that old thief Mu Qingyun. His Grand Elder, Gu Yufei, killed him. If you don't, just come to me. After saying that, the woman scanned the circle of less than 100 rebels remaining. There was no sign of Lin Tian, not even a greeting. And left in anger. At this moment, on the far side of a house, the eaves of the 2 heads, one large and one small, poked out. Li Linger asked with some curiosity. Master, are these your wives? That sister just now was pretty, but she looked so fierce. Lin Tian is peeking at these future wives of his. Casually returned. Master, I like to tame such little wild horses, wild enough? Hearing Lin Tian's words, Li Ling rolled her eyes at Lin Tian and slandered in her heart. Bah, old and modest, you deserve to be hunted down. If it weren't for the imperial level techniques and those genius treasures. Li Linger wants to rebel against her master now. Stay away from your own master, who is a master for the old. But with all the stuff given offhand, then there must be more goodies in him. Thinking about this, Li Linger chose to continue to bear the pressure that he shouldn't have to bear at his age. Commissioned to be a good disciple to this LSP. At this moment, at the entrance to the palace, Great General Li Yishan and State Master Lin Ruohai looked at the mess in front of them. The face was very ugly. Now they are forced into a dilemma. If we continue to rise with just these people and their 2 Jindans, a ragtag group of soldiers is bound to fail. But if we go back, our own families are in the capital city. She'll be liquidated by the Empress. Rebellion is an offense that will kill all of your family. Since the moment they rose up, they've all had no way back. Just as the 2 men were looking at each other, wondering what to do, the Empress came flying in with her sword and descended from the sky. There was an extremely strong pressure emanating from the. Coldly, he looked at the overwhelmed duo. After feeling this pressure, the 2 men looked as if they were dead. That's the kind of pressure that only a Yuaning level powerhouse has. Just now they had already felt it in that woman called Gu Yufei. This pressure of the superior over the inferior. I didn't realize that at this moment, the Empress would have this kind of pressure. It was obvious that she had broken through the Jindan realm and entered the Yuanying realm. But what puzzles the duo is that the Empress is clearly only at the 5th level of Jindan. In such a short time. How did he cultivate from Jindan 5 to Yuanying cultivation? In contrast to the shock of the 2. The Empress's mind was no less astonished than theirs. After she left Lin Tian just now, she first went to the outside of the city to mobilize her troops. She knew the acolytes could help her hold off the rebels for a while. So it's in time. But she didn't expect that Lin Tian's hand of killing with a borrowed knife would be so effective. Having just stepped into the Yuanying realm, her cultivation wasn't quite stable yet. She'd been prepared for a nasty fight before. So just to be on the safe side, she took out the ancient spirit treasure that Lin Tian had given him. But when we got here, we realized that great elder of the Green Cloud sect was actually killed off by those female cultivators. The head is still rolling around on the ground now, looking dead to the world. Taking a deep breath. Forcibly suppressing the urge to kill the Great General and the State Master. The Empress snapped, "You two, get back to your mansion and wear your sins." Hearing that the Empress would not kill them, the 2 of them instantly knelt on the ground, full of fear as they thanked for their departure. The Empress then returned to the palace and began to clean up the mess. Looking at the Empress's departing silhouette, Lin Tian nodded his head. If she was still a Jindan, taking out these 2 would have been the best option for her. But now that she's a Yuanying, there was no longer any point in killing or not killing these 2. The ability to endure what ordinary people cannot. This empress is a bit of an emperor. In the evening, Lin Tian settled down Li Linger, stealing to the Great Qian Palace. At this time, Empress Li Evening Chiu had just finished bathing, was reclining on his phoenix couch, leafing through books. The stunningly beautiful face carried a few moments of lethargy. The loose robe wrapped his perfectly formed body in a. The peaks of the gorges and gullies are hidden from view. The two long legs were casually resting on the couch, with their delicate feet exposed. There was a faint aroma emanating from her body. A fresh breeze brushed past, and Lin Tian appeared in the Empress's chambers. Almost spiked a nosebleed when he saw the Empress in this stance. What ing man sees such a visual impact? The Empress didn't feel surprised in the slightest after seeing Lin Tian arrive. Before, Lin Tian was able to enter the palace without a sound. Then there's nothing unreasonable about being able to come in now. Lin Tian rubbed his hands together and said with some embarrassment. Sister Empress, shouldn't we honor our promise first? You promised to serve me for a month. You're not going to renege, are you? Closing the book in her hand, Li Evening Chiu's face was flushed with a blush and I can serve you. But you have to tell me your real cultivation and identity first. And the reason those women out there are after you. Looking at the landscape in front of the Empress, and a look of little feminine shyness. Lin Tian's Quinquin stood upright on the spot to show his respect. Chapter 007, It's over, it's not barbecue. But hearing the question she was about to ask herself, Lin Tian returned carelessly, didn't you find out? I'm just an odd job disciple of the Green Cloud sect. At this moment, his gaze was completely immersed in the snowy whiteness in front of the Empress, unable to extricate himself. Li Evening Chiu frowned. A journeyman disciple in the Qi practicing stage. How is it possible to have an ancient spiritual treasure? You take me for a little cutie. Do you think I'm a little cutie? In fact, Empress Li Evening Chiu had already recognized Lin Tian in her heart. She asked Lin Tian about his identity, just to know that what kind of a man had his first time taken away from him? The world of cultivation is a world of the weak and the strong. And women naturally worship the strong. Lin Tian was so big that Li Evening Chiu brainstormed. As she scanned Lin Tian with her divine sense. None of them could scan Lin Tian's true strength. That means Lin Tian's cultivation level must be higher than the Yuaning realm. Meanwhile, from the fact that he was able to ignore the boundaries laid down by the old man, going in and out of the palace, it will shows that his cultivation level is higher than that of the great Qian ancestor, only higher. The spirit transformation realm was already considered an ancestor-level existence in the impoverished eastern wasteland continent. So in fact, the Empress had already recognized Lin Tian in her heart. It was close to wanting to hear him admit his cultivation and identity in person. Lin Tian took a deep breath. The fire of lust was burning in the small of his back at this time. It's been 10,000 years. No one knows how he's spent those 10,000 years. Seeing as how it was finally time to enjoy a sensual service. The Empress is dressed like this, obviously to seduce herself, It made him a little more horny. Wiping off the nosebleed that flowed out, Lin Tian pretended to be high and mighty. Now that you've seen it all, I'll stop pretending with you, I'll show my cards. Hearing this, the Empress sat up straight, her breath catching a little. A large portion of the snow-white skin on her chest was exposed. The peaks of the gorges and gullies are hidden from view. But she doesn't realize it. Instead, he pricked up his ears and prepared to listen to what Lin Tian had to say. I'm the first Emperor Realm powerhouse in this continent to have comprehended the Heavenly Tao. It's technically an existence beyond the Emperor Realm. Upon hearing this statement, the Empress first froze for a moment and immediately afterward, a look of anger appeared on his face. You little thief, you cheated me out of my body, not to mention that. Now I just want to know your identity. But how dare you tease me, outrageous. In the face of the Empress' anger, Lin Tian said helplessly. Why don't you believe me when I'm telling the truth? You denizen, get out of my way. Whenever you want to tell me, when. Seeing that the Empress was truly angry, Lin Tian's stubbornness also came up. He's told the truth. It's the Empress herself who doesn't believe it. Where is this going to go? Thinking about this, Lin Tian also got angry and started to play the rogue. I'm telling the truth. I think you just don't want to honor your commitment. I'm not leaving today. Let's see which one of us can outlast the other. Hearing this, the Empress trembled with anger and, little thief you. But suddenly, the Empress seemed to think of something and, in a cold voice, he asked, I'm going to ask you again, are you going to tell the truth? I've told the truth, you're the one who doesn't believe me. Well, don't you regret it? The Empress then activated her spiritual energy and a tight robe was recovered with eye, covering all the scenery on the body, Then she utilized her true chi and followed Lin Tian's example during the day. Shouted. Lin Tian is in the palace, everyone come and kill Lin Tian. Hearing this, Lin Tian was instantly speechless. A trembling hand pointed at the Empress, You mean me? Looking at Lin Tian's face of anger, the Empress felt a wave of relief in her heart. Said with a smile on his face, I'm going to you, what can you do? Watching Lin Weather's fingers tremble, there was just a rush of pleasure in the Empress's heart that, I'll let you play with me and go beyond the Emperor's realm. Why don't you say you're a creator god? Listening to the shouts in the distance, Lin Tian hurriedly suppressed the fire of desire rising in his belly. Immediately got up to leave, but the Empress Li Evening Chiu carried her sword and follow Lin Tian. Wherever Lin Tian goes, she goes. While following, he shouted out the coordinates for the female monks. Lin Tian is here. At this moment, Lin Tian was a bit tearful. Mother, this is tough. How dare you use your own methods against yourself and defeat magic with magic? This time the group of women was very fast. Looking at Lin Tian with a grim little look on his face. After seeing Lin Tian leave the palace, the Empress had an unimpeded smile on her face. Humph, little thief, let you say that I am small. The first to kill the palace was Gu Yufei of the Changchenggu family. In order to catch up with Lin Tian, she had even used the clan's secret method. Seeing Lin Tian, Gu Yufei said hatefully, Little thief Lin Tian. How dare you to do such a shameless thing to me and make me drink? When she said this, Gu Yufei still felt a burst of dry heaves, a churning in his stomach. Today, my old lady will definitely break you into pieces and thwart your bones. Now Lin Tian was confused. I thought you were immobilized, how did you know it was me? Bah! Gu Yufei roared with a look of disgust. How dare you? What the hell did you use to? You've infiltrated my family without realizing it. Of doing something so outrageous to me? Tell me the truth and I'll even consider letting you die a quicker death. Hearing this, Lin Tian was a bit flustered. He seems to be grasping the point of something that is to say, when I went to your elderly Gu family. You know I went. And at the same time know what I've done to you, do you? You impudent man. Don't you know what you've done to me? I just couldn't move at that time, or I would have killed you. Hearing this, Lin Tian was struck by lightning on the spot. It's over. It's not ing barbecue. He thought at first that the Empress knew what she had done. It's because one is before time stands still and stops. Nailed it, Empress. And the women who are after them. It's also just seeing the signature Lin Tian left on them. That's what makes you so angry. But according to what Yufei said just now, Lin Tian analyzed a truth that made his scalp go numb. In the 10,000 years that time has stood still. As long as one has touched someone, the one cannot move. But all will regain consciousness? No wonder they all recognize their own portraits coming out of the woodwork to hunt them down. Feelings have ing met themselves. Thieving Jesus, are you ing kidding me? I'll be at #%. But Gu Yufei didn't give Lin Tian time to lament. The top-grade ancient spiritual treasure longsword in his hand emitted a buzzing sound that it stabbed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian had no intention of fighting with her at all and turned his head to run. The two chased and fled, and soon ran out of the great Qin capital. He was going to trap the Empress. Lure this crazy woman over to the army. Let him go on a killing spree in the army. But think about it. The Empress saw that she was about to finish the raid. If you're going to trash her army like that, maybe the Empress would be immortalized with herself. Gu Yufei had already begun to fight for her life in order to chase after Lin Tian. Frantic use of secret techniques. but it had always been so close to catching up with Lin Tian. Finally the two were on the verge of flying around the entire eastern wasteland in a circle. Gu Yufei finally ran out of strength and landed on the ground, panting heavily for air. The full peaks rose and fell back and forth with the ragged breathing of the. There was also an extra trace of pallor on her pretty face. Chapter 008 Senior Sister, you don't want your business to be known, do you? Just as she was gasping for air, a canteen was handed to her and Lin Tian said with a sincere face. That, young lady, would you like a drink of water before you go after them? But Gu Yufei was spitting out blood on the spot from Lin Tian's anger. What the hell kind of insult is that? I think you just got chased by me. I've tried my best to use my family's secret techniques. Are you kidding me? Do you have to insult people like that? Seeing Gu Yufei vomiting blood, Lin Tian had a bad smile on his face. Taking out a white handkerchief from his storage ring, helping Gu Yufei wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth. You know, what are you so excited about? Let me know if you can't fly anymore. The big deal is that I'll wait for you for a while, so why play with your life so much? Hearing this, Gu Yufei's lungs were about to explode with anger. Coupled with the fact that the use of the clan's secret method was met with a backlash. Another mouthful of blood spurted out. At this moment, Gu Yufei couldn't lift an ounce of strength anymore. Cold eyes looked at Lin Tian. He's the first daughter of this continent's top power, the everlasting Gu family. The everlasting Gu family is a great family with an Emperor's own powerhouse. As the most brilliant and talented girl in the clan. When had Gu Yufei ever been so insulted? She forced herself to fight back the excruciating pain in her. Weakly, he raised his sword and pointed it at Lin Tian. But Lin Tian snatched the long sword away with one hand, casually shining a hard slap on her pretty ass. Pa! Let you hunt me down. You! Pa! You what you? I! Pa! Me what me, still chasing or not? Feeling the tingling sensation coming from my ass. Gu Yufei wanted to die. But nay, she was overcome with rage. Overuse of the secret arts. I can't get any strength out of my body right now. Somewhat weakly and angrily. You kill me. Pa. Still stubborn? But Gu Yufei couldn't stand it any longer and the intense feeling of humiliation made her directly spit out blood and fainted. Seeing Gu Yufei fainted. Only then did Lin Tian fondly remove his salty piggy hand. Hurrying up, he took out an elixir from his storage ring, feeding it to Gu Yufei. She didn't want anything to happen to this Gu Yufei. After all, according to the everlasting Gu family, Gu Yufei was born with two souls in one. He has a childlike personality during the day, but at night he has this high-strung demeanor. This kind of daytime lowly and nighttime royal beauty. It is estimated to be the only one in the entire continent. Though one of the souls was sealed by a secret spell. But this was all trivial to Lin Tian. He doesn't want such a good-looking and a great beauty who could be rosy and beautiful was killed here. After stuffing the elixir into Gu Yufei's mouth, a massive wave of warmth began to restore her body. The side effects from using the secret method were also constantly being swallowed up by the elixir. In fact, the reason why he had accompanied Gu Yufei for such a long time in the game of chase is trying to figure out how did these women find themselves so quickly? According to his own preconceptions. Even if they could find themselves by the names they left on them, it'll be a year and a half at the earliest. Now he finally realized that the timeout is exposing itself. Looking at Gu Yufei, who was gradually being restored by the elixir on the side. A sinister smile spread across Lin Tian's face. That's good. First, we'll piss her off as a genin who's leading the chase. The others are probably just going to scatter. One wouldn't have to be hunted by these people. You say you shrews can't just stay honestly in the clan, waiting for me to raid them one by one? You had to come all the way here to kill them. How do you make me feel when you're like this? Lin Tian thought like this, pulling out a thick little book from his storage ring, although the Empress has set herself up this time. But Lin Tian wasn't angry at all. Because he knew of a shocking piece of gossip about the Dacian royal family. He figured it wouldn't take 2 days. The Empress would beg for her help. flipped over the little book. Recorded Gu Yufei's situation on it. After sensing that Gu Yufei was about to wake up, Lin Tian flew away and rushed towards the Green Cloud sect. After Gu Yufei had finished absorbing the elixir, opening his eyes, he realized that not only had the backlash caused by the use of the secret method been eliminated by the medicine, even she vaguely felt that her Yuaning triple strength was vaguely on the verge of breaking through. With a note at his side. It says, "Wait for me to propose." After glancing at the direction Lin Tian had disappeared in, Gu Yufei gave a stern and angry cry. "Dog thief, you're dreaming. I'll kill you with my own hands." After shouting those two sentences, she crouched down on the ground, panting violently. For the first time, Gu Yufei felt that, having suffered such a severe blow to his own self-confidence. She's 20 years old and has cultivated to the 5th level of Yuaning. It was already considered a demon in the entire continent. But this Lin Tian, who was about the same age as himself, just now when he and himself were chasing each other, Gu Yufei could obviously feel that this Lin Tian was simply teasing himself. This even made a move to beat his own ass. It wasn't hard, but it didn't hurt much and was extremely insulting. Feeling the tingling sensation coming from my ass. Unable to help but clench her silver teeth, her pretty face was filled with stubbornness and hatred. I've lost my virginity. She would never dare to get someone else to help her kill Lin Tian. In case this dog thief Lin Tian himself publicizes this matter, his own innocence is ruined. Clenching her silver teeth, Gu Yufei whispered angrily. "Lin Tian, you wait for me. One day I'll kill you myself." At this time, Lin Tian had already arrived at the inner gate of the Qingyan sect. The fire he had just aroused by the Empress Li evening show. Gotta find a place to vent now. Gu Yufei was seriously injured and wasn't quite fit to communicate in depth. So it's just going to have to be someone else to deal with. The inner gate of the Green Cloud sect. Big sister Li Rongrong was wearing a loose robe at this time and the white neck was exposed, and the breasts were a snowy white, vaguely visible are longitudinal gullies. In his hand he held a delicate bronze mirror that the delicate finger of the other hand flew over the brass mirror, writing. Obviously delivering a message. Suddenly, a voice came abruptly from outside the door. "Yo, what a surprise. A big sister of the Qingyan sect, but a spy of the devil race. Gee, that's some news." Hearing this, Li Rongrong instantly felt a coldness all over her body. A chill ran down his back. "Who?" Coldly, he shouted angrily towards the dark figure outside the door. Lin Tian unhurriedly pushed open the door and walked in. The moment he saw Lin Tian, Li Rongrong's pupils contracted violently for a moment, barely squeezing a smile out of his face. Tucking the brass mirror haphazardly under his pillow, as if nothing had happened. "Lin Tian, didn't you leave the clan? What's going on here? There's a bunch of people out there all chasing you, run away." Senior sister Li. "Don't pretend, or the devil race's spy, Xin Rongrong." Upon hearing her real name, eldest sister's face instantly turned pale. A flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. It was obvious that she had a murderous intent towards Lin Tian. "Elder sister, I advise you to put away that soul nail you have up your sleeve. Now that I know who you are, it means I've left something behind. If I die here today, the people I've arranged will let the whole clan know by tomorrow. You're a spy of the demon clan." Hearing this, Xin Rongrong's face instantly turned pale. Staring at Lin Tian with some gloom and doom. Chest heaving fiercely with tension, in a cold voice, he asked Lin Tian, "What do you want?" Hearing this, a wicked smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. Stretching out his own right hand, while touching towards Xin Rongrong's face, said one side. "As long as sister doesn't resist and serves me well, I wouldn't have revealed this to the clan. After all, senior sister, you don't want the secret to be discovered by others, do you?" Xin Rongrong clenched her teeth and coldly, he squeezed two words through his teeth. "Don't even think about it." It then continued in a cold voice. "Lin Tian, get the hell out of my room right now. I'll pretend you weren't here tonight. We are at peace with each other. Otherwise, I'll have your whereabouts, right now. Leak it to those women who come during the day." Chapter 009 pinched out a weapon spirit with his hands. "Oh? Well, do you want to try and? I was killed by those stupid women first. Or were you first found out by the sect leader that you are a demon spy? Do you dare to bet? Hearing this, Shin Rongrong's face paled a few more points. Panic was starting to set in on his face. The reason she's afraid of people knowing who she is. It's because he's practicing the devil's technique at the same time. This matter can't be hidden from a sect leader of the Yuaning realm. As soon as he probes, his own secrets will be exposed. The Green Cloud sect has always prided itself on its righteousness. Once the clan learns that he is a spy of the demon race, the patriarch will definitely make himself beg for his life. Seeing Qin Rongrong, whose face was pale and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, Lin Tian knew that his purpose had been achieved. Stretching out his hand towards Qin Rongrong's face once again, he touched it. This time, she put up a token resistance and then he obediently let Lin Tian do whatever he wanted. After feeling around his face, Lin Tian began to slowly explore downwards. Then came a violent shaking of the bed in the room. 10,000 years. For the first time, Lin Tian also experienced a deep communication with someone cooperating with him. It didn't help that it brought some tears to his eyes. Although Qin Rongrong wasn't as extreme as the Empress and those sect heavenly prides. But at least it'll quench your thirst first. Otherwise Lin Tian really didn't know that the fire that had been aroused by the Empress tonight. How to vent? On the principle of not wasting a single grain of rice in the bowl. Lin Tian had still taken down this devilish spy senior sister of his. 2 hours later, Lin Tian was satisfied, and under Qin Rongrong's humiliated gaze, having left the Green Cloud sect. I didn't realize that it's still the first time for sister. It made him feel even more comfortable in his mind. At the same time, Lin Tian completely fell in love with this process of rating beautiful women. It's a lot more fun than just showing your strength and forcing them. After returning to the hut arranged for Li Linger, Li Linger hasn't slept yet. Having been waiting for Lin Tian to come back. The table had also cooked for Lin Tian. Pushing open the door, Li Linger immediately greeted her warmly. Master, you're back? Haven't eaten yet, have you? I made you dinner. Seeing 2 dishes and a soup on the table, Lin Tian immediately felt a warmth in his heart. Himself an orphan in his last life on earth. In this life, likewise an orphan. And for the first time, he was in an feel the warmth of home. Although he could do without the meals. But looking at the dishes on the table, still wolfing down the food while praising Li Linger's handiwork. The reason Li Linger is so diligent. It was because after he cultivated the emperor-level technique Lin Tian had given him, strength grows wildly, and in just 1 day. His cultivation level then stepped into the foundation establishment stage from the 2nd level of qi refining. And at the foundation stage, you'll be able to control a sword. She was bribing Lin Tian like this because she also wanted a good weapon. By the time Lin Tian finishes drying his meal, Li Linger immediately stared at her big watery eyes and, while looking at Lin Tian, he said, Master, Linger has broken through foundation establishment. Saying that, she extended her small hand towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian, on the other hand, stroked Li Linger's hair. Rubbing his hair out of his face, he said in a very serious manner. Linger, it's fine, slow down and cultivate. There's no need to practice so fast. Just follow your heart and your destiny. Big deal, Master will support you in the future. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Li Linger was speechless. Is that what a master should say? Other masters want their pupils to shine, revitalizing the division. But you're encouraging me to suck? But that line about master raising you. But it sent a ripple through her tiny mind. Master was so handsome the way he said that. No wonder so many masterminds are after him. Puffed up her little cheeks. Li Linger extended her hand to Lin Tian with an exasperated look on her face. Master, I've built my foundation without a weapon. Lin Tian slapped his forehead. Why did I forget about this? Wait. Saying that, he took out an immortal weapon fabric from his storage ring. Looking at it, Li Linger's eyes turned into the shape of spirit stones again. Though he didn't see anything special about the long sword but it looks like it's worth a lot of spirit stones. At the same time, his innate sword Dao body resonated strongly with that sword. But Lin Tian looked at the immortal weapon in his hand and frowned with some disgust. Tisk, something's missing, why don't I put an artifact spirit on you? What? Master, what did you say? A spirit? Is such a thing really humanly possible? At this time, Li Linger was already too surprised to speak. He's been very studious since he was a kid. He was also very clear about some things in the cultivation world. Having once read about immortal weapons in some canonical texts. If an immortal artifact had an artifact spirit, it would be a top-tier divine artifact. Artifact spirits are nurtured by the heavenly Tao, born in response to the creation of heaven and earth. In the entire immortal and demon continent, there were no more than 5 divine weapons. But this cheap master of his own. Surprisingly. You're going to create your own spirit? Can this thing even be created? This matter had completely overturned Li Linger's perception. If it weren't for Lin Tian's repeated miracles. She even thought that Lin Tian might have a problem with his head. But the next moment, something that left her dumbfounded happened. Lin Tian casually waved his hand, and the power of the heavenly Tao operated. A piece of Hongmeng purple chi was formed in his hand. Into that immortal weapon. That immortal weapon immediately trembled slightly and buzz. There was a crisp chime from the sword that. A few moments later, a female sword spirit was actually formed. The sword spirit seemed to have a sense and knelt down reverently towards Lin Tian. Then the sky suddenly clouded over, and on top of the roof of this house, a thundercloud formed. This weapon, surprisingly, attracted a thunderbolt. Rumble. Inside the dark cloud, a thick thunderbolt swept through But Lin Tian merely waved his hand casually. The blue unstable wild thunder was as if it had a solid body. Being grasped in Lin Tian's hand, as if he had grabbed a whip. Then you ball up this whip. After rubbing his hands together a few times to scrub away the raging energy, injected into the body of the artifact spirit, the aura of the artifact spirit strengthened once again. At the moment this fine sword, fit for a woman's use. It had already reached the grade of an inferior divine artifact. But this next scene that happened. Completely shattering Li Linger's 3 views. Only to see Lin Tian carefully and meticulously go from head to toe. Surveying the artifact for a moment. Frowning, I can't believe the artifact spirit isn't a beauty, redo. Under Li Linger's dumbfounded gaze, Lin Tian crushed the artifact spirit as he. Then repeating the previous steps, and again invoking the thunderbolt, another artifact spirit was created. At this moment, the corner of Li Linger's mouth twitched a bit. He didn't even know how to describe the bizarre scene he saw. If an ordinary person were to come across an artifact with a spirit, I'm afraid they'll all be like serving the old man. Offer the artifacts to the gods. But his own master. Surprisingly, he personally gave the artifact spirit he created. Crushed it? And the reason for that is that the artifact spirit is not good looking? How horny are you? You won't even spare the spirit? Chapter 010 10,000 Years of Thunder Tribulation Induced by Compulsive Disorder. Looking at his master in his advanced stages of OCD. Creating spirits, crushing spirits, like this one merciless spirit-making machine. Li Linger suddenly had an unreal feeling. And so, after 5 iterations of this, the appearance of the artifact spirit finally satisfied Lin Tian. At this time, the spirit of this sword was born very beautiful. You can say that the face of the country can be described as a beautiful one. The face of an angel, the body of a devil. Respectfully kneeling in front of Lin Tian. From this day on, you will follow my apprentice. Protect my pupil. Remember, my pupil lives, you live. If anything happens to her, you'll be buried. Lin Tian's somewhat overbearing words caused the artifact spirit to tremble. Even the sword made a buzzing sound. Looking at the very weak Li Linger. Although it's the innate sword Dao body. But it's still too weak. Unable to do anything about it, Lin Tian's power terrified her. She still respectfully replied back, all at your master's command. As much as she was reluctant to accept a weakling master from the foundation stage. But in order to survive, she could only choose to acquiesce. After being tempered by 5 heavenly thunderbolts. This divine artifact had already reached the level of a top-grade divine artifact. It was enough to rival any divine weapon on the continent. Receiving the longsword handed over by Lin Tian, the corner of Li Linger's mouth twitched. He was afraid that his master would play a bad game and Play your own instrumental spirit completely to death. After Li Linger received the long sword, Lin Tian suddenly realized a problem. When time stands still. Having cultivated himself all the way from Qi refining to the ancestral realm. Surprisingly, he didn't survive the thunderbolt. It's a bit unbelievable. Just as Lin Tian was pondering this matter, he felt a fluttering in his heart, and it seemed to have been affected by the thunderbolt of the artifact spirit just now. He had a premonition that his thunderbolt was coming, and it was the kind of thunderbolt that had accumulated for 10,000 years. The Immortal and Demon continent has 4 seas and 8 deserts. The area of the smallest east wasteland alone is the size of 2 blue stars. At the moment, the whole land of the 4 seas and the 8 deserts is clearly a windy and sunny morning. But the skies all suddenly darkened, and black clouds rolled in. Like a black curtain, enveloping the entire Immortal and Demon continent. Amidst the black curtain, lightning flashed madly, converging towards the eastern wasteland. Under the pressure of this breath, all the living beings prostrated themselves on the ground, their bodies and minds trembling. All the Emperor Realm powerhouses in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands felt this heart-shaking oppression. No one dares to go to the eastern wasteland to find out what's going on. Because they all felt death under this thunderbolt. Each one of them stands at the pinnacle of this world. No man dares risk a certain death. But nothing of interest. On the other hand, the originator of this matter, Lin Tian, was extremely leisurely at this time. Even lying in a rocking chair. Somewhat bored, he yawned and grumbled. Are you chopping or not? The heavenly thunder that was bred within the robbing cloud continuously absorbed the power of lightning that gathered from the 4 seas and the 8 deserts. The color inside changed again and again, and after 3 days of storing up energy, the lightning changes from colorful. It turned into a plain black and white color and blasted out of the sky. Lin Tian was still walking idly. The same as dealing with the lightning that just. First, he clutched the black and white world-destroying thunderbolt in his hand. It's like holding on to a whip. Then, balling it up like Play-Doh. Form a ball and then eat it straight away. The corner of Li Linger's mouth that saw this scene twitched once again. Now in her mind. This master of his own seemed to be omnipotent. The thunderbolt struck for 10 days and 10 nights. The skies are only clearing up again. And Li Linger watched as Lin Tian kept swallowing the extinction thunderbolt into his stomach. I can't believe I even had the ridiculous thought that I wanted to try it myself. Within these 10 days, all the Emperor Realm powerhouses in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. All in fear and trembling. They scanned what was happening in the eastern wasteland with their divine senses. Also felt the oppression of that thunderbolt. But just like that, it was easily dissolved by some great power? What kind of strength is that? It's the only way to make them look at it and feel a tremor. The world-destroying thunderbolt that would cause you to go up in smoke if you touched it was easily dissolved? The power of this lightning tribulation clearly exceeded that of a great emperor's lightning tribulation. Could it be that someone had broken through the Emperor Realm that no one had broken through in billions of years? At this moment, the everlasting Gu family. Gu Yufei's grandfather, Gu Changsheng, looked in the direction of the eastern wasteland with a grave expression on his face. There was a long silence, and a long, soft sigh. It seems that I'm afraid there's going to be a huge change in these 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. This variable, it should be in the eastern wasteland. Father, could this matter be related to the loss of the ancestral artifact that was stolen from our Gu family's treasure vault? Gu Yufei's father asked with some apprehension. A clan heirloom of the Gu family. It's said to contain a hint of the power of the heavenly Tao. Naturally, when time stops. It was taken away by Lin Tian without telling him. Gu Changxing nodded and shook her head. It's hard to say. It took a long time for Gu Changxing to think that his own precious granddaughter seems to be in the eastern wasteland, too. Immediately send a message to Fei Fei and tell her to return to the Gu family quickly. It's father. What happened in the eastern wasteland quickly spread throughout the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. Everyone's talking about the thunderbolt that day. Some say it's the ancient demon god of the 4 seas appearing in the world. Others say that the Immortal and Demon continent is about to be cataclysmic. Those women who had come out to chase Lin Tian had all received letters from their respective forces. They were asked to leave the eastern wasteland immediately and return to the sect. Although the ladies all hated Lin Tian. But no one dares to speak out. After all, they've lost their innocence. There's no honor in this sort of thing. They don't want to make a big deal out of it either. He hadn't been able to find a trace of Lin Tian even after chasing him for the past few days. One could only grit one's teeth and call it quits for the time being, returning to their respective forces first. Gu Yufei looked at the message from the family with hatred. Although his heart was not willing to do so, there was nothing he could do about it. Since it was his grandfather's order to let him look back home, she had no choice but to carry it out. Even Lin Tian himself didn't expect that he was just doing a robbery. Finally, I've saved myself from being hunted down and killed while hiding in the east. That night Lin Tian settled down Li Linger. Once again, he came to the Great Qian Palace. This time he was prepared to talk to Empress Li Evening Chiu about honoring his promise and deepening his communication. After all, he had paid an ancient spiritual treasure to help her quell the rebellion. Thinking of this, the corner of Lin Tian's mouth hooked into a sinister smile. It's not so easy to take your own ancient spiritual treasure. It was estimated that this would be the time when Li Evening Chiu was about to fall into her own pit. The water here in the Dacian royal family is very deep. When time stops. Lin Tian had once been to that palace of the great Qian imperial ancestor. A shocking secret is discovered in the secret room inside. This god of transformation ancestor of the Dacian imperial family. He's the younger brother of the founding emperor of Qianlong. Originally, he was so focused on cultivation that he didn't care about worldly matters. But 100 years ago, after he broke through from Yuaning to the realm of transformation of God, everything changed. He started secretly manipulating the royal family. At the same time lusting after the concubines in the harem. Li Evening Chiu's grandfather was aware of this. He was upset and died with a grudge. The reason why Li's father acquiesced in Li's coup d'état. And also because he knows that those two emperors weren't even their own. Rather, it's the seed of the old man. Chapter 011, Your circle is a mess. For the sake of the legacy of his lineage. Li Evening Chiu's father hard not to tell Li Evening Chiu the truth of the matter. Because it was really difficult for him to talk about this kind of royal scandal. He could only authorize Li Wanqiu sending his youngest daughter, then just 17 years old, out of the palace. Ostensibly for fear that the two of them will compete for the throne in the future. Actually stay away from that old incestuous ancestor. But Li Evening Chiu's father still underestimated the old ancestor's humanity. He thought he had raised his daughter to be an empress. The old man would have gotten in the way of worldly ethics. Give up on Li Evening Chiu. But Lin Tian knew that. This asshole ancestor of Diqian, having coveted the empress's poise for so long, he even fantasized about playing with the empress on the phoenix couch. And it's a record of all these sick ideas. Lin Tian saw such a record at that time, and also straight. These noblemen of the palace are so fancy. According to generation, that old ancestor should be Li Evening Chiu's father's senior grandfather. But to do it to your own juniors, TSK, your circle is so messed up. Li Evening Chiu, who knew nothing about it, had been kept in the dark. So there was no defense against that old ghost. The princes and ministers, because they do not know the inside story of the. They were very upset with the old emperor for making the princess the emperor. That's why the great general and the master of the state revolted. They're not displeased with the royal family. I'm just not happy about the female son being the emperor and the mayor. Originally, Li Daohui wanted to go along with it. When Li Yishan and Lin Ruohai succeed in their rebellion, he's stepping in to bail out Li Evening Chiu. Make her into his plaything, a censor for cultivation. But who knew there'd be a biter in the middle of the road? The group of female cultivators had completely disrupted his plans. When it came time to see Li Lianqiu again, her strength had unexpectedly risen from the 5th level of Jindan to the 3rd level of Yuanying. At the same time, there was an additional heaven and earth spiritual treasure in his hand. This created a trace of scorn in Li Daohui's heart. Because even he didn't have a single heaven and earth spiritual treasure weapon in his hands. He was afraid that Li Evening Chiu had befriended some powerful person from a big clan or a big power. That's why it's slow to make a move. But after Lin Tian crossed the lightning tribulation, those disciples of the big clans and powers were called back by their clans. Li Daohui's heart came alive again. That ancient spiritual treasure was also something he coveted. At that time, when Lin Tian gave Li Wanqiu this weapon, he's digging a hole for Li Wanqiu. Lure Li Daohui to make an early move against Li Evening Chiu. It's about 2 days before the old man can't hold back his restless heart. Ready to do it. Li Wanqiu is the woman Lin Tian recognizes. He will not allow anyone to get their hands on it. Even in the midst of a thunderbolt. He would all use his divine sense to observe Li Eveningqiu's condition. Now that we're done with the business at hand. Lin Tian once again came to Li Eveningqiu's bedchamber at night. Seeing Lin Tian, the empress broke into an unprecedented blush. To think that the women have left. There was no way he could drive Lin Tian away this time with the same tactics he used last time. But for some reason, in her mind about what was going to happen next, and vaguely expectant. After all, he's the man who can take out an ancient spiritual treasure and give it away with his hands. Li Eveningqiu felt that it wasn't insulting to be with him. Feeling that hint of anticipation, her face reddened even more and, coughing lightly, he immediately put on a stern face and asked in a cold voice. What are you doing here? Of course I'm here to find His Majesty to fulfill a promise. Lin Tian had a bad smile on his face. Bah, you denizen. Where have you been all these days? Don't tell me you've gone to the tribulation? Hearing the empress's words, Lin Tian immediately widened his eyes. With a surprised face, he asked, how did you know that I had gone to cross the threshold? When the empress heard this, she was furious. Thinking that Lin Tian was molesting him. Copying a zhengbiao in his hand, he threw it towards Lin Tian. You denizen, not a word of truth in your mouth, get out of here. As soon as Lin Tian caught the zhenzhua. With an indignant face, he said, I'm really going to cross the threshold. Yes. 10 days after the crossing. All the thunderbolts of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands have been attracted to you, is that it? Hearing this, Lin Tian had an embarrassed look on his face. Rarely telling the truth myself. But after telling Li Eveningqiu so much truth, why didn't he believe it? A little depressed, he deliberately pretended to clench his teeth and a face of flesh said. Well, since you won't honor it this time, the next time you're in a position to ask for something. But not at that price. Next time I want you to serve me for the rest of my life. And I'm going to give 200 spanks. No, 300 spanks. Li Eveningqiu blankly glanced at Lin Tian. Seeing the indignant look on his face, he couldn't hold back a pang of triumph. Humph, little thief, let you anger me. You're pissed off this time, too, aren't you? In his heart, he thought so, but his mouth was unforgiving. Don't worry, little thief, I will never let you have your way. Who knew, but Lin Tian smiled sinisterly. That's what you said. Don't regret it later. When you can't carry on, just yell I promise. Having said this unintelligible remark, Lin Tian then disappeared into the palace. Can't handle it? Can't carry what? Li Eveningqiu asked aloud. But Lin Tian had long since disappeared. Li Wanqiu looked at Lin Tian leaving so quickly. I'm surprised that I didn't play the rogue, but I can't help but feel a faint sense of loss in my heart. Far away where it overlooks the interior of the palace. Lin Tian patted Li Linger's little head. What are you doing sneaking in here? Didn't Master tell you to wait for me in the house again? Li Linger spat out her tongue. I came to see Master teach that great Jin Empress a lesson. Lin Tian gently caressed Li Linger's small head and said in a serious tone. Linger, listen to Master, when your sister sent you out of the palace. Not really afraid of you stealing the throne. Hearing Lin Tian mention his sister, Li Linger's eyes showed deep hatred. She's not my sister. I have only one relative in this world, Master. Sighing softly once again, there are times when knowing the truth that is a cruel thing to do. But the truth is the truth, even in its cruelty. The parties also have the right to know the truth. Lin Tian pointed at the main hall and said to Li Linger in a serious tone. You'll see in a minute. Why did your father and your sister send you out of the palace already? Hearing Lin Tian's words, Li Linger was a bit confused. She looked at Li Lianqiu's gaze and, still with deep hatred and resentment, apparently having been in exile for a few years. Li Linger has suffered a lot. Having lost the shelter of the aura of royalty. He doesn't even have the most basic security of life. Right after Lin Tian left the palace hall. It didn't take long for a lookalike in his 40s or 50s to. But the middle-aged man with a head full of silver hair walked into the main hall. When Li Eveningqiu saw this person, he immediately bowed respectfully to him. Old ancestor, why are you here in person? If there's anything you need, just let the underlings order it. Old ancestor Li Daoi glanced at Li Evening Chio's full breasts and the corners of his mouth curled up in a lecherous smile and it was quickly covered up, though. The voice said kindly, I've got nothing better to do than to take a walk. When your father gave you the throne. I'm not so sure about that. But you've done a good job these past 2 years. Especially the cultivation. Entering the Yuanying stage from the Jindan stage so quickly. Li Daoi deliberately brought up this matter. Obviously very curious about this too. Chapter 012 Drugging. Hearing Li Daoi's compliments. An excited flush immediately surfaced on Li Evening Chio's face. He didn't expect that the old ancestor would be very approving of his accomplishments. As long as the old ancestor recognized him, his throne would be untouchable. After all, in this world, it's all about strength. After Li Evening Chio modestly said a few words, the old ancestor added, Today I am in the back hall purifying myself and have nothing to do. Why don't you and I play a game? Let the old man see how good you are at chess. Hearing this, Li Evening Chio didn't think much of it. Summoning the underlings to set up the board. After serving tea and dismissing all the subordinates, the two began to play against each other. Have you had any strange encounters lately? While playing chess, the old ancestor once again tested Li Evening Chio. Li Lianqiu hesitated for a moment. In his heart, he was actually unsure of what rank Lin Tian was. Nor do they know Lin Tian's identity. Even more so, she didn't want her innocence being taken away by that little thief to be known to her old ancestor. So she just made up a lie. 2 days ago there were a couple of sisters of great power who were chasing a man. I offered them some help. They casually gave me an elixir and a weapon. Hearing this, Li Daoi's pupils contracted violently for a moment. Then as if nothing had happened, he asked as he dropped his pieces. Well, you're going to have to make nice with those dolls, then. After all, those great powers of other territories. It's not something that can be compared to a barren place like our eastern wasteland. Li Evening Chio didn't take it seriously and blurted it out. Old ancestor is joking, people can give me 2 things. It's been great. How could there be anything else with us? Hearing this, Li Daoi's heart breathed a long sigh of relief. It's a good thing this little girl hasn't climbed into a relationship with any of those big powers. On the day of the coup d'etat, he heard it in his palace. The girl child who killed the Grand Elder of the Green Cloud sect said he was a member of the Everlasting Gu family. You know that the Everlasting family is in the entire 4 seas and 8 lands. They're all considered top-tier powers. If Li Evening Chio really climbed into a relationship with these behemoths, borrowing 10,000 of his guts, he wouldn't dare to touch Li Evening Chio. But now, Li Evening Chio actually admitted on her own that she has no relationship with these people. Then he or she is not welcome. So Li Daoi asked again carelessly. That spirit elixir that helped you raise your strength, do you still have it? Li Evening Chio immediately returned. No. At the time, I was trying to raise my strength in order to quell the rebellion. Eat it straight up. A look of regret flashed across Li Daoi's face. The 2 of them were just playing chess and drinking tea at the same time. There was a conversation going on. About half an hour later, Li Evening Chio suddenly felt a little hot all over. Dry mouth, which at first he did not care for. But the hot feeling in my body was getting stronger and stronger. He was beginning to feel as if his body were on fire. The beautiful eyes were mesmerized and her heart was racing. It was at this point that she realized something was wrong and the tea you just drank yourself was poisoned. She was paralyzed on the floor, looking at her old ancestor, who was sitting opposite her. At this time, Li Daoi's face. I don't think he's got the authority he had in the old days. Instead, with a lewd grin, he looked at himself as if he were looking at a beloved prey. Just TSK. Li Huayu's daughter is really good looking. I've held off on you for so long. And letting a girl like you be the emperor for so long. You should thank the old man for me. Why don't you just give it to old ancestor me as a cultivation cauldron, how about it? Hearing this, Li Evening Chio's heart went cold for a moment. He couldn't have imagined. The one recorded in the Dakian royal family's canonical records as being high and mighty. The old ancestor who saved the royal family from danger many times over the centuries. How could you do something so unconscionable? For a moment she felt her faith crumble a little, But what the old ancestor said next was even more unbelievable to Lee Evening Chiu. Don't put up a fight, little waif. After the old man and you have double cultivated. And after going to get that sister of yours. And then make your second brother's son the emperor. After all, he's kind of my seed, jia. Does that deadbeat of a father really think it's safe to send it out? When I find your sister, I'll reunite you. The two of you sisters should feel at ease and serve as a furnace for old ancestor me. Hearing this, Lee Evening Chiu's head felt as if it had exploded. His own second brother, the crown prince of the Great Qian, was actually the seed of an old ancestor? But the second prince was clearly born of his father's consort. Thinking of this, Lee Evening Chiu stared at this old ancestor with some incredulity. How dare he? He's having an affair with his father's consort? If someone else had told Lee Wanqiu about this, even if it killed Lee Evening Chiu wouldn't believe it. But this matter is the oldest ancestor of the Dacian royal family. Told myself that in person. She felt like her world had completely collapsed. That old ancestor who protected the Dacian royal family and transcended the world. How dare you do such a despicable thing? Now she's not only going to have sex with herself, and to bring back his stray sister as well. He finally understood why his father secretly supported him to become emperor at that time. Because neither of his sons are his own. Rather, it's the seed of the lecherous demon in front of me. He also knew why, back then, even though he was all but unwilling. And his own father forced himself on him. Sent my teenage sister out of the palace. This was clearly to keep her away from a place of wrongdoing like the palace. But father still underestimated the shamelessness of this old ancestor, Li Daoyi. I didn't realize that even though I was thrust onto the stage as an empress, this old geezer won't let himself go yet. He even vaguely guessed that the master of the state and the great general staged a coup d'etat at the same time. It was also authorized by this dog. In the distance, Li Linger looked at the scene in front of her with the same incredulous expression. She felt a chill run through her body and, as a princess of the Dacian royal family, of course she knew that the middle-aged man in front of her was the old ancestor of the Dacian imperial family. But old ancestor actually wanted to tie up his sister and himself as a furnace? She used to think her sister was for the throne. A cold-blooded man who can do anything. But now look at it this way. The sister you've hated for years. Send yourself out of the palace, or is there something else going on? And at the behest of his own father? Suddenly aware of this explosive news, it was a blow to the mind of the newly adult Li Linger. She had the same wonderful look on her face that anger, disbelief, aggression, hatred, intertwined with. Tears streamed down his face in an uncontrollable stream. Lin Tian patted Li Linger's head. Softly soothing, the truth can be so cruel sometimes, You have to learn to accept the truth. If you can't accept the truth, just make yourself stronger. People are only as strong as their strength. It's the only way to solve all your troubles. Hearing Lin Tian's words, a look of determination also appeared in Li Linger's eyes. A change in her thinking had occurred. The reason why my father sent himself out of the palace in the first place. It's because you're not strong enough. As long as one is strong enough to make Li Daoyi afraid, that Li Daoyi wouldn't dare to hit on himself and his sister again. At this moment, the hatred for her sister, which had been accumulated in her heart for years, it began to dissolve continuously. Chapter 013, No one will come to save you even if you scream through your throat. At this time, within the palace hall, Li Lianqiu gasped raggedly and a maddening throb came from the depths of his soul, and it was eating away at her sanity. Her teeth clenched, controlling the last vestiges of her sanity. Tried to call out for someone, but the voice that came out was soft and with a touch of flirtation. Lin Tian. Save me. I promise you. Li Daoyi looked at Li Evening Chiu, whose consciousness was on the verge of blurring. With an exuberant look in his eyes, while looking up and down at Li Evening Chiu with a greedy gaze. A lecherous laugh. You shout, even if you break your throat. And no one will come to your rescue. This palace has already been set up by my oldest ancestor. You just serve me well. Maybe if I'm happy, I'll go ahead and make you emperor? Looking at the old ancestor who was rubbing his hands together while approaching towards himself, Li Wanqiu desperately called out to Lin Tian with all her strength. She had only just told Lin Tian that she didn't need his help. The moment was immediately a lightning-fast slap in the face. But no matter how much she called out, Lin Tian did not appear. At this moment, Li Eveningqiu was completely desperate. Yeah, why should Lin Tian? Because of himself. What about making an enemy of a powerful person in the realm of transformation? The two of them had nothing more than an affair. She couldn't help but laugh at her own delusions of grandeur at the thought. But she was so unwilling to be defiled by this old brute, He tried to bring up his aura and tried to blow up his Yuaning. But instead of working, it made the poison strike faster. Little man, you just don't struggle with I've got this kind of lustful poison. But it was extracted from the poisonous den of a Yuaning realm spirit beast, the poison dragon. Be a good boy and share the clouds and rain with old ancestor me. Just as his fingers were about to touch Li Lianqiu, when Li Eveningqiu had already closed her eyes in despair. Outside the great hall, a powerful sword-on rushed into the hall and Li Daoyi was immediately startled, and before he had time to react, one of Li Daoyi's hands was cut off. He immediately utilized his spiritual energy, and while he was healing his wounds, with a startled look on the one hand, looking out of the temple, he roared, "Who?" He remembered that he'd clearly set up a ban in the Great Hall. But the swordsmanship. Surprisingly, he was able to pass through the forbidden system he had set up without a sound. Without having the slightest inkling of it himself. This caused a sense of crisis to rise in Li Daoyi's heart. He came cautiously to the door of the Great Hall and divine sense circled around the perimeter of the Great Hall, Surprisingly, I didn't find anything. He roared again, "Who?" The next moment, turning violently, he actually realized that he didn't know when Lin Tian appeared beside Empress Li Eveningqiu. And he didn't even notice it in the slightest. It made his heart flutter with awe that But when the divine sense scanned it, it turned out to be a chi refining stage cultivator. Not without a frown. Being able to silently break through the sensory boundaries he had laid in the palace. And noiselessly breaking through the restrictions he had set up in the hall again. He wouldn't believe it if it killed him. This was something that a district chi refining stage order cultivator could do. Who is your excellency? What is the purpose of visiting my Dakian palace in the middle of the night? Li Daoyi stared at Lin Tian with a deadly gaze, his voice chilling as he asked. But Lin Tian didn't pay any attention to this Li Daoyi at all. Instead, they took off their clothes and Will has been about to lose control of himself. Revealing half of her fragrant shoulders, Li Eveningqiu's delicate figure covered At the same time a little teasingly asked. How's that for a yes on my terms? I promise. At this moment, Li Eveningqiu's breathing was already very ragged. The body had begun to glow red with. Obviously the obscene poison in the inner den of a poisonous dragon at the Yuaning realm was not that easy to control. For Li Eveningqiu, who had just stepped into the Yuaning stage, there is no solution at all. But Lin Tian wasn't in the least bit anxious. There was also an amused teasing. Say yes to 400 more spankings? The Empress was by this time in a disoriented state of mind, and hardly a few points recovered by the weather of the forest. What the hell time is it? You still have the heart to joke around here? I've promised to serve you for the rest of your life. What more do you want? And didn't we say 300 strokes? How come it's 400 strokes now? The Empress nodded, somewhat grudgingly. Huffing and puffing. Huffing. I promise. A ragged gasp. Already the Empress was unable to finish a complete sentence. Only then did Lin Tian nod in satisfaction. Li Daoyi, who was on the side, saw the two flirting and not taking myself seriously at all. And by the looks of it, Lin Tian wanted to pick his own boiled fruit, too. I'm going to steal Li Wanqiu from myself. It's unbearable. Immediately puffing up his chi, his eyes revealed a flash of stern killing intent that. Kid, just a chi practicing stage, how dare you pretend to be a god here? Let's see. Will your strength be worthy of your arrogance? Saying that, streams of light flashed in his hand, condensing a treasure weapon. Lin Tian looked at the treasure weapon in Li Daoyi's hand with a look of contempt. exuding a face of disgust. Bah, still a ing old ancestor. How dare you be so shabby and take a treasure weapon for your weapon? Hearing Lin Tian's words, Li Daoi became even angrier. Loudly and angrily, he roared, "How dare you insult the old man, a yellow mouth? When I take you down, I will make your life worse than death," said the stern sword blade, stabbing straight towards Lin Tian. Buzz. The treasured longsword let out a crisp buzzing sound, with an air of unrelenting determination. Seeing that he was about to arrive in front of Lin Tian's body, a sinister smile spread across the corners of Li Daoi's mouth. He seemed to have seen his long sword. The picture that runs through the body of this yellow-haired child who knows no bounds is now that. The expression on his face grew more and more hideous. In his opinion, Lin Tian was only about 20 years old this year. Even the talented young girl from the everlasting Gu family. At this age, it's also the Yuaning realm. That's why he was certain that Lin Tian wouldn't exceed the Yuaning realm at the highest. A god of transformation realm by himself pinched a Yuaning realm to death. It was as simple as crushing a mole cricket. As for being able to break through one's inhibitions without a sound, I'm afraid he's carrying some special magic weapon. But the next moment, his expression froze and the grimace had disappeared from his face, and in its place was a face full of incredulity. Only the youth raised his arm and extended a finger. The moment the fingertips and the treasured longsword made contact with the sword blade that went forward, wrapped in the wrathful strike of a hardened god realm powerhouse. Surprisingly, it was just held against that finger of the youth's. The long sword, after meeting the youth's fingers in one place, couldn't move an inch or two. Li Daoi's expression also changed from a grimace to one of surprise. Finally, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Even if it's a powerhouse of the transformation spirit realm in the same realm, it's also impossible to take this full force strike of his so lightly. But this youth in front of me didn't even use his aura. With just one finger, he blocked his own attack? What kind of strength is it that can do this? Li Daoi no longer dared to think any further. The more he thought about it, the cooler his heart became. Lin Tian watched Li Daoi's face shift with interest. Somewhat disinterestedly, he said, "Old punk, you're gonna have to push harder than that. You're still an old ancestor just like you? I'm even ashamed of you." Retracting his attack, Li Daoi, as if he didn't believe in evil, attacking towards Lin Tian once again. But no matter which direction he came from, attacking Lin Tian. It's a chop, it's a stab, it's an uppercut. They were all easily caught by Lin Tian with a single finger. Since the beginning, Lin Tian hadn't even moved his position. Chapter 014. The ancestor planted the tree and I picked the fruit. Can't you use a little more force, old thing? The attack is so weak and feeble. You're not weak, are you? Hearing Lin Tian's mockery, Li Daoi was burning with rage. He forced himself to calm down and, knowing that I've kind of run into a powerful character today, it can't be hidden anymore. Clenching his teeth, he quickly pinched the spell in his hand and a black aura filled the air around him. He then shook his hand and from his cuffs shot a foot-long centipede it flew towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't panic in the slightest as he looked at that centipede. Instead, he directly grabbed the centipede with his palm. Seeing this scene, Li Daoi laughed out loud. "Kid, I didn't expect it, but even though you're strong, but I'm still a little short of experience in the jungle. This is the most poisonous thing in the world, the nine-tailed centipede. Even an empty brightness realm cultivator wouldn't dare to hold him with his bare hands. Now, you kneel and kowtow to the old man and take the heavenly oath. I'll give my allegiance to you, and I'll be your dog. I'll give you the antidote. Otherwise you'll be reduced to a puddle of thick water in less than a moment." Hearing this, Lin Tian looked at the centipede in his hand with interest. At the moment its body is writhing madly, a black aura emanating from his body. Sharp limbs and mouthparts were constantly gnawing on Lin Tian. But it couldn't do any damage to him. And the virulent poison it carries, after surging into Lin Tian's body, immediately it will be dissipated by an invisible force. Before Lin Tian could say anything, I heard that Li Daoi continue to say smugly, "Boy, I can tell you, it's late for this poison. Even I can't solve it. You." Before he could finish, what happened next? It left him with his eyes wide open and his mouth agape. Incredulously, he reached out his hand and tremblingly pointed at Lin Tian. Only to see Lin Tian take out a wine gourd from his storage space. When I opened the cork, a strong aroma of wine came out. It overflowed the entire hall, and at a glance, it was a very precious spirit wine. Afterwards, Lin Tian collected that centipede into his gourd. Shaking the gourd and uncorking it again, gulp gulp gulp, 2 gulps of wine. Then there was an uninterested rubbing of the mouth of the. Somewhat reluctantly, the cork is tucked in. Put it back in the storage space. Look at his flushed face, where is the sign that he is going to be poisoned? This time, Li Daoi's mind completely collapsed. Even the 3 views were shattered by Lin Tian. Lao Zi spent hundreds of years raising the 9-tailed centipede. The empty realm is afraid of its poison. This guy's making wine? And drinking it in front of him? He very much wanted to greet Lin Tian on behalf of the 9-tailed centipede. Are you polite? And when it comes back. A bone-chilling chill arose in Li Daoi's heart. Without saying a word, he turned his head and ran. His eyes were filled with fear at the moment. He knew that the teenager in front of him definitely had the power to kill himself. He's lived for hundreds of years and managed to survive the God transformation thunder tribulation. Having become a powerful person in the realm of transformation. He hasn't lived long enough. He's still got a couple hundred years left in him. Don't want to die like this. But when he got to the door, the ban he set up himself went to stop him. He tried to undo the prohibition, but realized that he couldn't do it no matter what. Looking at Lin Tian while he was walking towards himself slowly and methodically, Li Daoi was like seeing a ghost. Frantic attempts to undo the ban. But it did nothing. He knows that he's afraid he's going to be planted here today. Seeing Lin Tian walk slowly and methodically to his heels, Li Daoban said with a fearful demeanor. You can't kill me. I'm a close friend of the Qing Yin sect's oldest ancestor. He's also a powerhouse in the realm of the transfigured god. If you kill me, he will surely avenge me. Hearing Li Daoi's threat, a hint of disdain clearly showed in Lin Tian's eyes. One just like you. He's just a punk who's stuck at the god realm. How dare you threaten me with a loser? Hearing this, Li Daoi's face immediately turned ashen. He's starting to get a little incoherent and. You can't kill me, you kill me. The great Qian imperial family wouldn't have any strong harmonized god realm practitioners. Hearing this, Lin Tian paused. Somewhat helplessly, he muttered. That's a problem. You're dead. I can't have my wife's family without a strong man to hold down the fort. Hearing that, a flash of hope for life immediately surfaced on Li Daoi's face. He dropped to his knees, kowtowing like a. There was no longer the majesty of a royal ancestor of the Dacian dynasty. As long as you release me, I'm willing to make a heavenly oath that. From now on, close the door and guard the Dacian royal family for generations. Lin Tian looked at the groveling Li Daoi. A slight frown, spare you? It's not impossible. There was a pause. Lin Tian glanced at Li Daoi with a playful gaze. Lin Tian's next words made his heart feel like death. I can train you into a high-level puppet. So that you can single-mindedly guard the Dechen dynasty. Saves you from always thinking about something when you have nothing to do. After hearing these words, Li Daoi completely understood. The youth in front of him had no intention of letting himself go. Once again a very stern look appeared on his face and, with rounded eyes and a resentful gaze, he looked at Lin Tian. Since you're so aggressive, I'll fight you, said he, his eyes red and. The cultivation level of the spirit transformation realm on his body began to become manic. Apparently it's going to blow itself up. Prepare to pull Lin Tian's back before you die. But Lin Tian just raised his hand and made a point towards Li Daoi's brow. At that moment, the berserk energy that had coalesced in his body in preparation for self-destruction instantly calmed down. With a wail of agony, Li Daoi's divine soul was forcefully pulled out of Lin Tian's body. Sealed in a bottle. Only a body of the transformation god realm was left behind. Lin Tian's hands began to form seals. A complicated charm was struck into the body of that husk of a. After only a tea break, Li Daoyi's physical body was then refined into a puppet by Lin Tian. Taking care of those things, Lin Genius went to check Li Evening Chio's poison without panicking. At the moment she was rolling in heat, her eyes were misty. The only antidote to this poison is intercourse between a man and a woman. If we don't cure the poison, I'm afraid in less than half an hour. Li Evening Chiu would have burst into flames. Thinking about this, Lin Tian revealed a satisfied smile. This Li Dawi has done a good deed, too. It's almost as if the old man planted the tree and I picked the fruit. But before enjoying the plate of fruit, Lin Tian still had to get rid of that little girl Li Linger. With a flash, Lin Tian arrived beside Li Linger. Linger, Master has a moment to help your sister with her poison. You're still a child, go back and wait for Master first. Li Linger is 18 years old this year. And understand the state of his sister right now. He immediately rolled his eyes to Lin Tian. In his heart, he cursed, I poo. You can even make an artifact spirit. You still can't cure this little poison of lust? It's clearly you who's horny as a bad old man. Pouting, somewhat reluctantly, she reached out her hand towards Lin Tian and... What about the old thing's divine soul? Lin Tian pulled out a storage ring and handed it to Li Linger. The reason he didn't directly take out Li Dawi's divine soul. It was also known that Li Linger definitely wanted to vent her anger. Now is the right time to hand over Li Dawi's divine soul to Li Linger. As for what will happen when it reaches Li Linger's hands, that wouldn't be something Lin Tian should be concerned about. The thing he was most concerned about right now was helping the Empress Li Evening Chiu detoxify her. Chapter 015 True Imperial Service. After sending away Li Linger, who was full of grudges, Lin Tian could finally start enjoying his feast. Carefully carrying Li Evening Chiu to the phoenix couch. Just a moment after Lin Tian had just let go of his hand, Li Evening Chiu vaguely saw Lin Tian's handsome face. The painstakingly suppressed fire, completely ignited, the boom. The last vestige of sanity in his mind was drowned by a wave of desire. Like an open floodgate. It was surging and unstoppable. Inside the great hall, there was a sudden springtime and a great deal of scenery. 3 hours later, the sound of shaking the bed in the great hall finally stopped. The toxins in the Empress were also largely detoxified. Embracing the shy, somewhat haggard-faced Empress, Lin Tian revealed a heartfelt smile. Early the next morning, the two men awoke from their beds and... Because the doorway to the Great Hall has been placed under a ban. So the palace maids and chamberlains who came to serve did not come in to disturb the two. The Empress shyly curled up in Lin Tian's arms. The heart was mixed. If it wasn't for Lin Tian yesterday, it must be that at this point, he had already been used as a cultivation cauldron by his own old ancestor, Li Dawi. It was only yesterday that he had learned the secrets in the royal family. And her mind is much stronger than Li Linger's. She soon realized that. The reason why his own lineage was played by the old ancestor. It's all because you're not strong enough. Wanting to really get a grip on power. The only way out is to be strong. No one can be relied on. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Lin Tian. The mind is also wondering. He didn't think that Lin Tian would be able to finish off Li Dawi. After Lin Tian came yesterday. She thought about it, as long as Lin Tian could save herself. Even if it means running away with yourself. Even she has decided that she can stop being an emperor. Be an idle Dao couple with Lin Tian in the future and concentrate on cultivation. But how could she not expect that? Lin Tian had actually killed Li Dawi? At the same time, she began to wonder just how strong this Lin Tian was. In this cultivation world of the weak and the strong, women always have the mentality to admire the strong. They will unconsciously want to follow the strong. So now in Li Evening Chiu's mind, had fully accepted the fact that she had become Lin Tian's woman. After all, what fairy could turn down a young, good-looking? What about men of strength and treasure? Seeing Li Wenqiu waking up, Lin Tian said with a smile. Awake? Aha! Li Evening Chiu softly hummed and her pretty face also turned scarlet. What are your plans for the future? Want to come with me? Lin Tian was very direct and had to ask out. Don't, I'm tied up in the mundane world here, wait for me. Halfway through her speech, Li Evening Chiu fell silent and he also didn't know when he could follow Lin Tian. After all, there is still the throne behind him, and the royal family, and the dynasty. Now that the Dacian dynasty is in turmoil. While not so much internal as external. But it's also precarious. It's okay. I respect your choice. Whenever you're ready to come with me, feel free to contact me. Will you stay and help me? Lee Evening Cho's face was filled with hope as she looked towards Lin Tian's handsome face. Lin Tian shook his head and said, I can't, I'm used to being free. Or do you prefer a life of idleness and playfulness? Hearing this, a look of disappointment clearly appeared on Lee Evening Cho's face. But don't worry, I've practiced that old ancestor of yours into a puppet. His strength is as high now as it was in life. We'll keep him in the palace from now on. This time he'll obey you completely. Never again will I have any of those ungrateful thoughts. Hearing this, a look of excitement spread across Lee Evening Cho's face. Then a wave of gloom came over him. After all, when I was growing up, I heard my own grandfather say that the Lao Zu is the hero of their royal family. It's their royal family's dependents. But now, this hero and dependent. But it became their shame. Lin Tian saw the gloomy look on Lee Evening Cho's face. Tightening his arm around his slender waist, showing a bad smile, he whispered by the Empress's earlobe. In a moment, if you serve me right, I'll raise that puppet's strength to the empty brightness stage. Hearing this, Empress Lee Evening Cho's eyes brightened. Not caring about shyness and reserve. Completely letting go of her ego to please Lin Tian. Lin Tian, on the other hand, sighed with a face of enjoyment. This is truly an imperial service. After 2 more hours of tossing and turning, Li Wanqiu fell into a deep sleep, and Lin Tian left behind a storage ring. Quietly left the Great Qian Palace. Opened the thick little book he used to record the secrets of the continent's beauties. Right on the last page. April 22025, the year of the Immortal-Demon. Successfully raided the Great Qian Empress Li Evening Cho. Then left the palace, contentedly. Went to find Li Linger. When Lin Tian left, Li Evening Cho slowly opened her eyes and, looking at the storage ring Lin Tian had left behind, a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. The divine sense probed in, and the expression on his face was instantly extremely wonderful. First, his mouth was open in amazement, then in shock, then came the ecstasy. Inside, techniques, pills, heavenly treasures, spirit stones. There's a whole lot of everything. And 2 charms. One reads, absorb and refine, control the puppet. The other one reads, burned in distress, on the way. Look at all this stuff. The Empress couldn't help but have a happy smile spread across her face as well. Li Wanqiu didn't care how much Lin Tian gave her. What she cared about was that Lin Tian cared about her well-being. But at the same time, she became even more curious about Lin Tian's identity in her heart. He's so young, and he can easily make puppets at the empty brightness stage. This meant that his strength was at least above the empty brightness stage. Rubbing her spatial ring, the Empress murmured, little heart-stealing thief, next time I'll make sure you tell me the truth. After saying that, he began to refine the talisman that controlled the puppet. Half an hour later, he sensed the golem and... It's in that back room where the old man was before. A cold flash immediately flashed across his eyes. He's already guessed that the great general and the master of the state are plotting a revolt. It was incited by Li Daoyi. Even the Grand Elder of the Green Cloud sect, for the sake of Li Daoyi, just came over to help. Clenching his fists tightly, he decided to put away his mercies and... a vigorous purge of the court began. In the distance, Lin Tian said to Li Linger, who was staring blankly at the inner courtyard of the palace. Aren't you going to meet your sister? We're gonna be outta here in a few minutes. The next time I come back might be sometime. Li Linger seemed to have thought of something and fell into recollection. There were crystallized tears glistening in the corners of my eyes, and... No master, let's go. So the 2 of them left the Great Qian Palace with their imperial swords. On the way, Li Linger seemed much more cheerful and... probably figured out what happened back then. And letting go of his hatred for his sister and his father. Master, do you think I'll call you master from now on? Or do you call your brother-in-law? Lin Tian glanced at the mischievous Li Linger. Called master, of course. When did master say he wanted to marry your sister? But you both. That. Speaking of this, Li Linger's face was as red as a big apple. Chapter 016, The Eastern Wasteland's First Beauty, Luo Qingcheng. What do you know, little boy? Who told you that one had to be a marriage? And even if your sister and I were married, You should call your sister ma'am too. How can you even add a generation to yourself for no reason? Li Linger pouted and glared viciously at Lin Tian. Humph. Master is a womanizer. Immediately afterward, Li Linger asked again in confusion. Master, you're obviously so powerful. Why do you have to pretend to be a refining stage cultivator? Hearing this question, Lin Tian's face looked a bit odd. Yesterday, while fighting with Li Daoi. The reason why Lin Tian had been disguising himself as a chi refining stage. Just want to experience the joy of a certain chi refining 100,000 years forcing King Su Laozu. But he would never tell this little disciple of his to death about such things. I'm telling you, it's called showing weakness. Make the enemy think you're weak, and he'll drop the ball. This will make it easier to take out the enemy. But Li Linger is no cutie pie. I don't think so. Someone with heavenly means like Lin Tian. Li Linger even suspected that this immortal and demon continent. Whether or not anyone can hurt their master. Rolling his eyes towards Lin Tian. I see it as someone trying to satisfy his own particular vanity. That's why you did it on purpose. When Lin Tian saw that he had been recognized by the little girl. Immediately and awkwardly, he coughed lightly and. When you grow up, little one. Just know the beauty of showing weakness. So where are we going next? At this time, the two had already left the Dakian dynasty. Toward the north. Next, Master will take you to the clan to pay your respects. Worship? Aren't you my master? To cover our tracks, we'll refer to each other as brother and sister when the time comes. I think I'll call you brother-in-law. No way. Absolutely not. Seeing Lin Tian's face of refusal. Li Linger rolled her eyes once again. Master, the clan you're going to worship. Isn't there a very pretty sister? Hearing this, an awkward smile appeared on Lin Tian's face once again. The mind is already sputtering with. This little ninny, she's getting sharp as a tack now. She guessed all that? Coughing lightly, Lin Tian pretended to stare at Li Linger with a bad smile on his face. Linger, let me tell you, it's not good to be too smart. Looking at Lin Tian's evil smile, Li Linger was jolted. In his heart, he said, the master will not be beastly. Do something weird to me, right? Thinking of this, the pretty face was instantly colored with a blush. Immediately, he said with forced composure. Master, I can pretend to be your sister, but... Saying that, she extended her white hand towards Lin Tian. It was clearly asking for favors with Lin Tian. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian scratched his head helplessly. This little ninny is literally in the money. Taking out a top-grade spirit stone casually and placing it in her white hand, Li Linger immediately collected it happily. In reality, she didn't really want to ask Lin Tian for anything. She just felt a little indignant in her heart as she felt Rin Tin Hua Hua Xin. Soon, the two arrived at the boundaries of the Green Lotus sect. The Green Lotus sect is also known as the Green Lotus Sword sect. It's also considered a prestigious sect in the Eastern Wasteland. It's a little stronger than the Green Cloud sect. And the most talked about is the head of the Green Lotus Sword sect, the Luo Qingchun, known as the Green Lotus Fairy. She's known as the #1 beauty in the Eastern Wasteland. Over 200 years old this year, because of coercion from some higher power, You want to take her as a concubine. But she resisted, so for 200 years. Luo Qingchun has always kept her body like a jade and cultivated her mind. The force that had forced her to do so was not making things difficult for her. But when time stands still, Lin Tian, in order to make this first beauty of the Eastern Wasteland experience what it means to be surprised, made a point of talking to her in depth. What Lin Tian found surprising was that this Luo Qingcheng didn't even come out to chase after herself. I'm sure it's because I'm afraid it's going to be publicized. It will have an impact on your own position at the helm, right? Most of the disciples of the Green Lotus Sword sect are female disciples. Rarely take male disciples. They saw this innate sword Dao body of Li Linger's. Will definitely take Li Linger into the sect at any cost. So Lin Tian could just go with the flow and blend into the Green Lotus sect. Soon the two of them arrived at the entrance of the Green Lotus sect. The two female disciples guarding the door immediately stopped the two of them. The front is the Green Lotus sect, please don't go any further. Lin Tian immediately walked up with a fawning face. Greetings, two sisters. I want my sister to join our Green Lotus sect, do you think it's okay? The two mountain guard disciples frowned. One of them said in a cold voice. It's past the time for the clan to recruit disciples this year. You can bring your sister next year. But we've spent all our money on the road. My sister is very talented, she reached the foundation establishment stage at a young age. Hearing this, the female disciple glanced at Li Linger. It didn't matter what I saw, I immediately opened my mouth wide and. This little girl in front of me is only 18 or 19 years old. At such a young age, he has already reached the peak of foundation establishment. Looking at this, breaking through the Jindan stage was just around the corner. And she was in this little girl's. A very stern sword intent was vaguely felt. The female disciple couldn't decide what to do, and talked it over with the other. Then reply to. You two wait here for a moment, I'll go and inform the sect leader. After saying that, the woman immediately walked towards the interior of the sect. Not long after hearing the gatekeeper disciple describe Li Linger's situation, the Green Lotus sect was completely shocked. From Patriarch Luo Qingcheng down to the three elders who stayed in the sect. All of them flew towards the entrance of the sect in a puff of smoke. After seeing Li Linger, everyone's eyes are glazed over. It's like seeing a rare treasure. The three elders and the sect leader probed Li Linger's physical condition together. Upon discovering that Li Linger was an innate sword Dao body, all of their faces showed a look of ecstasy. Patriarch, this is simply heaven blessing my Green Lotus sword sect. Surprisingly, it was an innate sword Dao body that was rare to see in 10,000 years. If this son joins our clan, the rise of my Green Lotus sword sect is just around the corner. The Grand Elder took the lead and said excitedly. The other elders chimed in for a while. Several people looked at Li Linger as if they were looking at a diamond in the rough. After finishing an impassioned speech, the Grand Elder's words changed. Patriarch, you have a lot of work to do day in and day out, so why don't you hand this son over to me? To be my true disciple. In the future, I will train him to become the strongest sword immortal in the Eastern Wasteland. Hearing the Grand Elder say that, the other two elders quit. The three of them argued with each other. Just as Luo Qingcheng was about to stop them, his eyes violently glanced at Lin Tian, who was on the side. Crazy killing intent immediately flowed out of his eyes. In her memory, a few days ago, this dog thief doesn't know what he's doing. Sneaking inside the Green Lotus sect, his own room. Make yourself unable to move a muscle and then. All the things you can and can't do. This damn little thief did it all over again. Took away his innocence. At the thought of this, Luo Qingqing's face turned green and red for a moment. Killing intent like substance erupted from his eyes. But after scanning the cultivation level of the man in front of him, it's only the qi refining stage. Luo Qingcheng held back the anger that wanted to kill someone. A look of doubt immediately appeared in his eyes. You can sneak into the Green Lotus sect without a sound, avoiding the probing of the clan's great formations. At the very least, he must be a cultivator of the realm of the transfigured god. The man in front of me, although he looked a lot like the little thief who had taken his innocence. But it was impossible for him to do those things with his strength at the refined qi stage. She had asked the old man. Has anyone else infiltrated the Green Lotus sect recently? Because Lin Tian, one time stood still, patronizing the Green Lotus sect and only exchanging words with Luo Qingcheng. Although there are many female disciples in the Green Lotus sect. But after all, Lin Tian had eaten fine grains like Luo Qingcheng's. Those coarse chaff Lin Tian simply can't eat anymore. So he just touched Luo Qingcheng alone. And didn't touch anyone else. So the others didn't wake up from the time stop. Even if it's the oldest ancestor of the Green Lotus sect. It was also impossible to know that Lin Tian had come to the Green Lotus sect. Also for this reason, Luo Qingcheng had always felt that the person who infiltrated the Green Lotus sect is of unfathomable strength. At least compared to the old ancestor, it was only higher. Chapter 017 I want to protect my master one day. Collecting his killing intent and confirming again that Lin Tian was indeed in the qi refining realm. Then he looked at Lin Tian, who was filled with fear. Luo Qingcheng asked Li Linger. What's your name, little girl? What is this man's relationship to you? Li Linger glanced at her master and return immediately. My name is Li Linger, and this is my brother Li Tian. The two of them talked it over when they came here. Lin Tian used this name when he was in the Green Lotus sect. Upon hearing Li Tian's name, Luo Qingqing's gaze towards Lin Tian became even more eccentric. The denizen who left his name on his body is called Lin Tian. This person was called Li Tian, and if she said that the two had nothing to do with each other, she would not believe it even if she was beaten to death. But if the two are related, this Li Tian in front of me is clearly a weakling in the chi refining stage. What makes her able to blend into the Green Lotus sect, which has a protective formation laid down by the old ancestor? And took away his own innocence as a headmaster? Taking a deep breath and forcing down his urge to kill someone, Luo Qingqing could only keep telling herself that it was a coincidence that right now, the most important thing was still to include this female doll in the Green Lotus sect. Stopping the bickering of the three elders, Luo Qingqing said indifferently, "If this girl is not to be my personal disciple, when she reaches the Jindan realm, I'll hand her over to old ancestor for tempering." Hearing that the sect leader had moved out the old ancestor, the three elders had no objections. So Luo Qingqing softly asked Li Linger, "Little girl, I'm the head of the Green Lotus sect. Luo Qingqing, would you like to be my teacher?" Li Linger sized up Luo Qingqing. Although Luo Qingqing was veiled, but it was still hard to hide her beauty. Tall, lissom, and the dark hair rested behind her like a silky waterfall. Her cold face could be felt through the veil. What a beautiful sister, no wonder Master, the LSP, was moved. Li Linger lamented in her heart, thinking of such a beautiful sister. It was about to fall into the clutches of his own master. Li Linger couldn't help but feel a pang of regret in her heart. Collecting herself, she said in a timid tone, "That I would very much like to worship the sovereign. But I have a small request." Saying that, he raised his head and looked at Luo Qingqing with big watery eyes. Hearing Li Linger say that she was willing to worship her master, a smile immediately surfaced on Luo Qingqing's face. Not to mention one condition, even 10 conditions, she agreed to all of them. Li Linger timidly pointed at Lin Tian. "Can my brother join the clan with me? He raised me through thick and thin. Spirit wants to live with brother." Hearing this, Luo Qingqing frowned for a moment. She had wanted to stay away from this what's her name Li Tian, even though he's just a weakling in the refining stage. But Luo Qingqing could think of that hateful Lin Tian as soon as she saw him. The two look almost identical. Gritting his teeth, before Luo Qingqing could say anything, the other three elders were busy agreeing to Li Linger's conditions. Seeing that the wood has been turned into a boat, Luo Qingqing could only accept this reality. Soon the two were taken directly to the inner gate. Luo Qingqing specially ordered that the two be given a separate compound. Just like that, Lin Tian and Li Linger were even mixed into the Green Lotus sect. When the crowd has gone, Li Linger came to Lin Tian with a smile on her face. "Master, how did I do today?" Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction, "Not bad." Saying that, Li Linger once again stretched out her small white hand and, "Since I'm doing so well, so is Master going to show it?" Lin Tian shook his head helplessly. Probably accustomed to a poor life on the marketplace, Li Linger is very greedy for money. But it's not much to ask for at a time, as long as Lin Tian gives it. Even if it's just a lower grade spirit stone, she's all happy for a while. Casually tossed her another top grade spirit stone. Li Linger, however, was not satisfied. Immediately slumping her little face, she sighed and, "Alas, Sister Qingqing is so beautiful and kind to me. I really don't want to go against my morals and my conscience. Let her fall into the hands of a bad old man like you." Hearing this, Lin Tian glanced at Li Linger. Bouncing her little head, she laughed and cursed. "Say, your morals and conscience are worth a few top-grade spirit stones. One price, ha, don't tell me if I raise the price again." Hearing this, a smile immediately resurfaced on Li Linger's face. "Master, people have been practicing hard lately. Just give me $3 more. I'm about to break through Foundation Establishment and enter the Jindan realm." Seeing Li Linger's appearance, Lin Tian sighed. He knew that the matter of the great Qian ancestor had dealt a great blow to her. She's practicing so desperately now. It's also about making yourself strong. Rubbing Li Linger's small brain, Lin Tian said with some frustration. "Linger, remember what Master said. Even if you don't practice, Master will protect you. Within these 4 seas and 8 wastelands, even if the heavenly Tao wants to kill you. You have to ask me if I agree first. So you don't push yourself too hard is easy. Hearing this, Li Linger nodded her head as she was moved. He thought Master looked so handsome just now. A happy smile appeared on her face, but she was still stubborn. Thank you, Master, but I'd prefer to have a day when I can also protect Master's safety. When Lin Tian heard these words, a warm current flowed through his heart once again. He said silently in his mind. Silly girl, you've already protected Master once. At that time, Master was still just a weakling in the refining stage. That's why Master will protect you for the rest of your life. Although 10,000 years had passed in Lin Tian's world. But Lin Tian could never forget that. While working as an odd job disciple in the Green Cloud sect, once he went out to deliver a letter, he was seriously injured by a spirit animal. Li Linger, who went up the mountain to collect wild fruits. After picking up his dying self, carried herself back to her Thai yard with a weak body and took out his few spirit stones. Bought supplements for Lin Tian. If it weren't for Li Linger, I'm afraid I'd be in despair and die in that mountain forest. Without Li Linger at that time, there would be no current Lin Tian. That's why Lin Tian didn't mince words with Li Linger. He could give Li Linger the best he could come up with. At night, Luo Qingqing paced back and forth in her room. For some reason, she had a vague premonition that this Li Tian must be related to that Lin Tian who took away his innocence. He didn't know why he felt that way, either. It may be that it stems from a woman's sixth sense. She caught a hint of a familiar flavor on Lin Tian's body. After all, the two had had skin-to-skin contact. But let her think about it, she can't figure it out. Why did this Li Tian only have a cultivation level of the Qi refining stage? If any cultivator in the Qi refining stage can casually break into the Green Lotus sect and took away the innocence of the headmaster, then the Green Lotus sect can be disbanded tomorrow. After thinking for a few hours, Luo Qingqing finally decided that we must find someone to test this Li Tian tomorrow. If it's really related to that Lin Tian, he himself would have to kill him even if he asked his old ancestor to intervene. Having made up her mind, Luo Qingqing no longer hesitated. Planking his knees and concentrating, he began to cultivate. Because she's been coerced before. So Luo Qingqing knew that if she didn't have the strength to, she, the number one beauty of the Eastern Wasteland, sooner or later, you'll be someone else's plaything. So she started practicing desperately, and her current cultivation level had already reached the peak of Yuaning. It was about to break through Yuaning to enter the realm of transformation. Chapter 018 Qi Refining defeats Foundation Establishment. Early the next morning, Luo Qingqing began to teach Li Linger. Lin Tian, on the other hand, was bored and wandering around the Green Lotus sect. The Green Lotus sect is divided into the inner sect and the outer sect. Most of the outer sect were cultivators of the Qi refining realm with average qualifications. Most of the inner disciples were well-qualified Foundation Establishment and Jindan cultivators. And most of them are female disciples. The gathering of warblers and swallows dazzled Lin Tian. And in the inner sect, Lin Tian, a man in the Qi refining stage, was considered unique. Every time someone saw him they would look at him with curiosity. Senior sister, when did our Green Lotus sect's inner sect have a Qi refining cultivator? I don't know. I've heard that it seems to be the sovereign's arrangement. Although he's quite handsome, he's just too weak. In the face of all the other people talking and judging, Lin Tian didn't care and just reported a polite smile. Just as he was loitering, a man stopped him in his tracks and there was hostility in the eyes that looked at him. Kid, I'm Lei Dong, the clan's law enforcement disciple. This is the inner gate of the Green Lotus sect. How did you blend in as a Qi refining stage? Lin Tian scratched his head and replied. It was the patriarch who brought me up the mountain. You're talking nonsense, the Green Lotus sect has strict rules. The inner disciples are all foundation builders, Jindan powerhouses. You're just a Qi refining stage. Could it be a demonic spy who got mixed in? Hearing this, Lin Tian had almost understood. This person should be the one Luo Qingqing arranged to test himself. That's why I'm out here on purpose, looking for a fight. And he also labeled himself as a demonic spy. It was obvious that Luo Qingqing wanted to test her strength. Thinking of this, Lin Tian frowned, sizing up the man in front of him. His cultivation level is the second level of foundation establishment. It seems that he can't hide from this trial today. So Lin Tian asked very boldly, "What do you want?" When the man saw Lin Tian ask this, a smile spread across his face. "I'll give you two choices. The first is to fight me. As long as you win, even if you're not a demon. The second one, come with me to the Green Lotus Sect's law enforcement hall." When they heard this, the people around them began to talk about it, too. If we go to the law enforcement hall is very strict in enforcing the law. Trying to determine if Lin Tian was a spy of the demon race. It was about to use the means of soul searching to probe Lin Tian's memories. But if we don't go to the law enforcement hall, a chi refining and a foundation building fight, there is no chance of winning at all. It seemed that Luo Qingcheng had eaten up the fact that if he was really in the chi refining stage, definitely won't fight this Tsukiji, but will choose to go to the law enforcement hall instead. As soon as one has probed one's memory, it would be possible to determine whether or not he was related to that Lin Tian. Although Lin Tian had the means to make soul searching search nothing. But you can't do that. Because that would be like telling Luo Qingcheng that there's a problem with your own identity. Just when everyone thought Lin Tian would choose to go to the law enforcement hall, the corners of his mouth curled up in a smirk that, "I'll fight you. Let's go." "What? What did you say?" Lei Dong was as if he had heard a great joke. "You want to fight me?" Thunderdome has already made Lin Weather smile. "I'm at least a foundation builder. Is it something that you, a little chi refinement, can compare to?" He even felt that his strength was being flouted. Clenched his fists. "Kid, you asked for it. Don't blame me if you die in the ring later." With that, he brought Lin Tian to the front of the sect square. And all the inner disciples heard that someone was going to refine their chi to beat foundation building. There's a lot of people coming around to see what's going on. On the Immortal and Demon continent, it's very difficult to fight across levels of. There was almost no precedent for fighting at a higher level. "Hey, I say, that chi refining stage is crazy, isn't he? How dare you fight senior brother Lei Dong? Pretty good looking. Too bad about that handsome face. To think that he was so ungrateful as to want to cross the level to challenge Lei Dong." Everyone was not optimistic that Lin Tian would be able to defeat Lei Dong in this bout. In their opinion, refining chi to beat foundation building is like an ant biting an elephant, self-importance. They came to watch the fun just to see how Lin Tian died. But Lin Tian had an indifferent look on his face. The two stood in front of the ring in the clan square. Lei Dong recalled what the sect master had said this morning. "If that boy chooses to go to the law enforcement hall, you just knock him out and send him to me. This patriarch is going to personally search his soul. If he dares to fight you, he must give his all." The two have just stepped into the ring. Lei Dong said to Lin Tian in a cold voice, "Kid, I'm gonna give you one last chance. Be a good boy and come with me and I'll pretend nothing happened." Facing Lei Dong's threat, Lin Tian was filled with disbelief. And casually returned, "Cut the crap and get started." Hearing this, Lei Dong gave a sardonic smile at Lin Tian. With lightning flashing all over his body, he even omitted the process of trying out the. As soon as they came up, they were right to make a full effort. The reason he did it without mercy was feeling offended by Lin Tian. A chi refining stage would rather challenge himself, a foundation establishment. Nor did he go to the law enforcement hall, which was clearly insulting him and calling him weak. "Kid, I'm going to make you regret having this stupid match with me." With that, Lei Mo transformed into lightning and charged towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian, on the other hand, picked up a stone from the ground without any hurry. Without even using spiritual energy. Throwing that rock towards Lei Dong. Everyone who saw this scene exclaimed in shock. "I'm afraid this man isn't stupid, is he?" "That's right. Challenging senior brother Lei Dong, not to mention. You threw a rock at him? Are you scared out of your wits?" Even though senior brother Lei Dong fell all the way from Yuanying to foundation establishment. But it's not something that a refining chi can defeat. That's it. I think he's just here to get killed. It's a shame, pretty good looking, just not too brainy. Just as the crowd was murmuring, But the next moment, everyone's eyes were stunned and the seemingly harmless stone hit Lei Dong squarely in the center of his heart. Lei Dong screamed miserably and spat out a mouthful of blood, lying unconscious on the floor. The originally chaotic sect square was surprisingly quiet at the moment. All the female disciples stared incredulously. Then the crowd began to talk. No way. Refining chi to beat foundation building is already outrageous enough. A dignified foundation establishment stage cultivator, but he was defeated by a piece of stone? This chi refining kid is a bit evil. Could the stone throne be a divine weapon? Although the other disciples didn't know what was going on. But Luo Qingcheng, who stood watching the battle from a distance, knew that. The stone that Lin Tian threw just now. It's true that he didn't use a single ounce of spiritual energy. But it hit Lei Dong right where his dark wound was. It caused Lei Dong's dark injury to flare up and he vomited blood. Gritting his teeth, his eyes glared viciously at Lin Tian. The attempt was a complete failure. And you stole the chicken yourself. Lei Dong's injury was actually still somewhat related to Luo Qingcheng. When that big power was bullying her to be a concubine before. Because of her disobedience, that power retaliated against the Green Lotus sect. And Lei Dong used to be a Yuaning powerhouse. When I went out to practice, I was unfortunately poisoned by a spirit beast. He was also attacked and hardened. Although his life was saved, his cultivation had been falling all the time. From the first level of Yuaning all the way down to foundation establishment. It was looking like it was about to fall back to the refined chi stage. Taking a deep breath, Luo Qingcheng looked at Lei Dong with a hint of guilt in her gaze. But he could only shake his head helplessly and leave. When Luo Qingcheng left, Lin Tian looked at where she was standing before. A mocking smile spread across the corners of his mouth. The bastard, you're still a bit young to fight me. Chapter 019. There's a lot of trouble at the door of the leftover girl. At this time above the ring, after Lei Dong woke up, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood again. With a face full of resignation and humiliation. Staring viciously at Lin Tian. But suddenly, he felt that. The poisons that are clogging up the inside of your body. Surprisingly, it cleared up most of the blood that had just been spat out of the. It's clearly poisoned blood. And the spiritual energy that kept escaping from his body. Surprisingly, it gradually began to coalesce. The discovery dazzled him as a whole personally. Not caring about other people's comments, he directly sat down on his knees and began to regulate his breathing. Lin Tian then yawned and left the ring here. He had checked all the secret stories of the Green Lotus sect when the time stopped. As the saying goes, a widow's doorstep is full of wrongs, and so is the doorstep of an older woman. Especially since this older woman was also the #1 beauty in the Eastern Wasteland. 100 years ago in the Eastern Wasteland, at the clan assembly, Luo Qingcheng's beauty was seen by the young patriarch of the Eastern Wasteland's #1 sect, the Easy sect. Because he is already married and wants to force Luo Qingcheng to be his concubine. But Luo Qingcheng refused. Young sect master Gong Sunyan of the Free sect let out some harsh words. Whoever dares to get their hands on Luo Qingcheng is an enemy of the Easy sect. During these 100 years, the Easy sect has also been constantly suppressing the Green Lotus sect. Many of the disciples of the Green Lotus sect, when they were out practicing, were assassinated by the Prosperity sect. Lei Dong of the Yuaning realm used to be the senior brother of the Green Lotus sect. But because when you go out to practice hunting demonic beasts, he was assassinated by an inner disciple of the Easy sect and was severely poisoned. Although all the poison on his body had been dispelled by the old ancestor of the Green Lotus sect. But the trace of toxin blocked on the heart chakra could not be completely eradicated. This also led to Lei Dong's cultivation being eroded by toxins over the years. 100 years of time, and your cultivation is not advancing, but retreating. He went from being a Yuaning realm cultivator down to the current Tsukiji. It was about to fall back to the refined chi stage. Luo Qingcheng knew that Lei Dong became like this all because of herself. So very self-condemning. He was then given the position of the clan's law enforcement disciple. Also because of this matter, Luo Qingcheng has been living in deep seclusion ever since. Had been practicing in the Green Lotus sect. Immediately after a month. It's the start time of the next Eastern Wasteland Clan Conference. And the location of this clan meeting. It happens to be in the Green Lotus sect. At that time, all the dignified forces in the Eastern Wasteland will gather at the Green Lotus sect. The Prosperity sect will surely come, too. I'm sure that by then the young patriarch of the Easy sect. You're going to stalk Luo Qingcheng again. Find a way to marry Luo Qingcheng. Now that Luo Qingcheng had reached the peak of Yuaning strength, she wanted to break through Yuaning and enter the realm of transformation before the clan assembly. This would completely eliminate Gong Sun Yan's thoughts. And Lin Tian had already thought of a way to raid Luo Qingcheng at this point. Until then, he's going to have to create a plausible identity for himself that both to disguise their cultivation. It could also eliminate Luo Qingcheng's hostility towards herself. He once thought of changing his face to rip off Luo Qingcheng. But think about it. After all, he'll have so many wives in the future. You can't just change your face when you raid one, can you? So he decided to take on the challenge of operating at a high level. And the reason he showed a little bit of tact today. Using a stone, he helped Lei move to remove the toxins that had been stagnating in his heart chakra. It's meant to masquerade as a legendary physique. And things were moving in the direction that Lin Tian had planned. Soon Lei Dong informed Luo Qingcheng about the removal of the toxin from his heart vein. Luo Qingcheng was shocked at his words. He had an immediate hunch that it wasn't that simple. This Li Tian's identity was truly extraordinary. So he immediately came to Lin Tian's residence. Found Lin Tian. As soon as the two met, Luo Qingcheng did not say a word. Calling out his own long sword, he put it on Lin Tian's neck. In a cold voice, he asked, "Say, who the hell are you? What is the purpose of coming to my Green Lotus sect?" Lin Tian, on the other hand, said with an innocent expression. "That. Sister Master, I'm just an ordinary person." Luo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes stared as she said in a cold voice. "You take this patriarch for a little cutie. What? An ordinary person that? How did you defeat Foundation establishment with your chi refining stage cultivation?" Lin Tian said with an innocent face. "Patriarch, it's a misunderstanding. I don't know why. I grew up being able to see the dark wounds in others. Just now, when I was competing with that senior brother, found a dark wound where his heart chakra was. That's how we managed to win against that senior brother." Looking at Lin Tian, who had a coy face. Where is there a trace of what a strong man should look like? Having probed Lin Tian once more with his divine sense. Indeed, just a weakling in the refining stage. A frown ensued. "You're lying, you're a refiner. What makes you able to see the dark wounds of the Foundation stage clearly? You're clearly being sophomoric." Lin Tian immediately said with an innocent face. "Sister Pom, I can really see dark wounds on other people's bodies. Not only that, I've been able to see through the weaknesses of some feats since I was a child." After saying that, Lin Tian's gaze gave Luo Qingcheng a somewhat odd look. Carefully, he whispered. "If Sister Sovereign doesn't believe me, based on what I just observed, the master is no longer a virgin. I'm sure the sect leader should have a Dao couple, right?" This sentence instantly and completely ignited Luo Qingcheng's anger. She almost couldn't hold back from directly slashing Lin Tian with her sword. A ragged gasp made her chest rise and fall. But then, violently, she remembered something that. Muttering, being able to see the breaks in some of the feats of. Can see the dark wounds of others. And to see if you're a virgin? These descriptions seem to have been seen somewhere. After a moment's thought, it immediately came to mind that according to the secret code within the sect, there's an extremely rare physique in the world. It's called the innate enlightenment body. And there's one thing about this body type. It is the ability to see through the nature of all things in the world. From the smallest to the most important, to the bottlenecks in cultivation. As big as the heavenly Tao, the innate enlightenment body could quickly sense it. But because this physique is too heavenly, so they have a drawback. It was that the cultivation would never be able to break through the chi refining stage in this lifetime. But even so, a person with this kind of physique. It was very popular throughout the Immortal and Demon continent. There's no other reason. With the innate enlightenment body clan, it's the equivalent of having a martial arts novel's Wang Yuyan. He could quickly find the shortcomings of the clan's martial arts thereby making improvements to enhance the strength of the clan. It also enhances the level of alchemy and talisman making in the clan. What's even sicker is this. It can also see through the bottlenecks encountered by cultivators at a glance. With a little guidance, one can make a breakthrough. All of the immortal and demon continent, only 10,000 years ago. Tianji Z, who founded the Tianji Pavilion, is this kind of innate enlightenment body. It's just a pity that chi refining cultivators have a very short lifespan. Only a measly 100 years of life. But Tianji Z hard used this 100 years to created the most mysterious organization on this continent, Tianji Pavilion. Relying on Tianji Z's nudging, countless people are swooning over the Tianji Pavilion. Many great powers even volunteered to stay at the Tianji Pavilion to guard it. Thinking of this, Luo Qingqing's breathing became more and more ragged, with a look of excitement in his eyes. The gazes that looked at Lin Tian once again became different. He's now in the critical period of breaking through to Yuaning. It was just enough to confirm if Lin Tian was an innate enlightenment body. So Luo Qingqing asked tentatively, can you tell how long before I break through? Lin Tian recklessly swept back and forth towards Luo Qingqing's body. While admiring her marvelous body, he pretended to think. A moment later, Lin Tian frowned and said, originally, if there were no accidents, you would have broken through in 2 days at the latest. But have you been through something big lately? The breakthrough of a Yuaning into a spirit of transformation was originally a matter of seizing the creation of heaven and earth. It will attract the heavenly thunderbolt. The way you're acting right now, it's obvious that you've got a demon on your mind. It's not serious, but it'll affect the time it takes for you to break through to transformation. According to the present situation, if the demon of the heart is not removed, in half a month, you'll break through the spirit of transformation. But with your heart demons haunting you, there's a high probability that you'll die in the lightning tribulation. Chapter 020 I see creation with my heart, I open the blue sky with my sword. Hearing what Lin Tian said, Luo Qingqing's pupils contracted violently. A horrified look appeared in his eyes. I didn't think this Li Tian could read people so accurately. It's amazing how you can see what's wrong with you at a glance. It seemed that he was indeed the innate enlightenment body recorded in the sect's secret codex. Thinking about this, Luo Qingqing's stunningly beautiful face showed a look of excitement that was hard to hide. She asked cautiously, then how can I remove the demon from my heart? Hearing this question, Lin Tian pretended that his gaze was constantly watching Luo Qingqing. In fact, inside, he's spitting mad. I don't know. How to cure the problem of psychotherapy after a chaste woman has been that. The reason he was able to answer Luo Qingqing's question just now. Also based on Luo Qingqing's situation. Plus speculate on things you know. But if you don't answer, wouldn't you be exposed if you pretended to be that innate enlightenment body? Forcibly choked back the words, you serve me for a day and I'll help you with the thunderbolt. He decided to pull the plug on Luo Qingqing, the number one beauty of the eastern wasteland. After all, the demons of her mind. At least half because he took her innocence from her. The other half should have been brought to her by that young patriarch of the Easy sect. After Lin Tian's gaze wandered over Luo Qingqing's body for a long time, in a deep voice, he said, you cultivate the way of the sword. But the Green Lotus Sword sect's Sword Dao was too concerned with its own righteousness and clear name. Too much emphasis is placed on getting out of the mud and keeping it clean. So some of you cool-headed fairies from the Green Lotus Sword sect, when practicing the Green Lotus Sword School's techniques, one would get twice the result with half the effort. But such a swordsmanship is the equivalent of being on one's own swordsmanship. A heavy yoke has been added. With the name of righteousness and purity as his sword, too concerned with worldly comments. It's easy to breed demons and break the heart of the Tao. Itself fell into place. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Luo Qingqing's eyes widened. He's a little incredulous. Lin Tian, a weakling who was only at the chi refining stage. In a few words, the flaws of the Green Lotus sect's Gong methods were revealed. He's absolutely right. Those who cultivate the Green Lotus Sword intent. The higher the cultivation level, the easier it is to harbor demons in the mind. Thinking about this, Luo Qingqing was horrified in her heart. With that, he asked rhetorically. Then may I ask, what is the true way of the sword like? A smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. Somehow, when Luo Qingqing saw that smile, surprisingly, there was some clarity within. He felt it, something in Lin Tian's smile that. It's what you're missing, the spontaneity. Looking at it, Luo Qingqing was actually a bit obsessed. After being forced within her by the prosperity sect, the strings that had been taut were as if they had been loosened by this smile. Lin Tian then glanced at Luo Qingqing's left breast. Place your hand over your heart. The words were long and heartfelt. The true way of the sword should be to forge a sword from the heart. It's the unrelenting dominance. It's the vigor that cuts through everything. It is the loftiness of surrender, the grandeur of breaking all shackles. With his heart as his sword, unencumbered by the shackles of the world. Once you've melted a powerful sword heart with your own heart as your sword, then your kendo will never be flawed again. The path of cultivation is meant to go against the grain. Speaking of heavenly creation and walking the path to heaven. Want to walk the path to heaven? Just don't get caught up in overnight gains and losses. I see creation with my heart, and I open the blue sky with my sword. Upon hearing Lin Tian's last words, Luo Qingqing completely froze in place. The mouth kept murmuring. With the heart as a sword. Not bothered by overnight gains and losses. I see creation with my heart, and I open the green sky with my sword. Suddenly, the glimmer of clarity in her mind completely penetrated the. Since being cornered by the prosperity sect. The prosperity sect is like a huge mountain of. The pressure was wearing on her. Add to that the fact that she had recently lost her innocence, and a hint of despair rose in her heart. But at this time, after Lin Tian's enlightenment, she came to her senses. One's own cultivation path was simply on a dead end. The mindset of rushing to get stronger in order to fight back falls short in itself. For the first time, she began to seriously contemplate the true purpose of cultivation. I see creation with my heart, I open the green sky with my sword. Yeah, since I'm the one who wants to practice heavenly creation. So what's in front of us is just a trifle. Why let them be a shackle that binds you? When one can really manage to sense creation. When you can open the sky with your own sword, look back and see. Now the so-called humiliation, the trouble are worthless trifles. A pillar of light surged out from Luo Qingqing's body, straight into the sky. Everyone in the Green Lotus sect put down the work in front of them. Looking towards Luo Qingqing's direction. The Grand Elder looked over there excitedly and shouted excitedly. An epiphany! An epiphany! With this scent, the Patriarch has actually had an epiphany. An epiphany is when someone in this immortal and demon continent senses the rules of the heavenly Tao. A phenomenon that arises. However, after any epiphany, one's strength will be greatly enhanced. At this time, Luo Qingqing was already a peak Yuaning powerhouse. And this epiphany was enough for him to break through to the Yuaning realm. Enter the realm of the transfigured god. Feeling their breakthrough, Luo Qingqing looked deeply at Lin Tian. Bowing slightly, he said, "Thanks for the guidance." Then he quickly left for the Forbidden Land at the back of the Sex Mountain. Her breakthrough thunderbolt was coming. Looking at Luo Qingqing, who was far away, Lin Tian nodded. Enlightenment is not bad. Boredom ensued as he lay in a rocking chair in the yard. He could feel the elevation of Luo Qingqing's state of mind. The God transformation thunder tribulation was no longer a problem for her. Everyone in the sect was attracted by the visions within the sect at the moment. The disciples of the inner sect quickly gathered towards the entrance of the forbidden area in the back of the mountain. Even the Green Lotus sect's peak transformation spirit ancestor came out from the back of the mountain. His eyes stared intently at Luo Qingqing, who was transiting in the distance. As long as she makes it safely through the thunderbolt, successfully breaking through Yuaning and entering the realm of transformation. The Green Lotus sect then had two powerhouses of the goddess of transformation realm. The overall strength must have increased greatly. So now they're all hoping that Luo Qingqing was able to pass through the thunder tribulation safely. As the robbing clouds converged and the thunder flashed, the Luo Qingqing took out a forward-looking aura that, muttering under his breath, I see creation with my heart, I open the blue sky with my sword. Then a sword was swung out and the overwhelming sword intent and the thunderbolt collided with a loud bang. Boom! The loud bang of the entire Green Lotus mountain range shook. That thick thunder was torn to shreds by the powerful sword awnings. The first thunderbolt carried off. Then the second, the third, were all easily carried by Luo Qingqing as well. Green Lotus old ancestor Lin Qingxiao looked at Luo Qingqing's sword intent. A slight doubt rises in the mind that's obviously not quite the same as the Green Lotus sword sect's sword intent. There was an additional overbearing and unrelenting aura than the Green Lotus sword sect's sword intent. She didn't dwell on that, though. Looking at the disciple that he had raised since childhood, he had actually broken through to the spirit transformation realm as well. A relieved smile spread across her face. And the Green Lotus Fairy, patriarch of the Green Lotus sect, broke through to the Yuan-Ing realm. The matter of becoming a god transformation powerhouse quickly spread throughout the sect. There didn't seem to be any intention of hiding this news within the sect. After all, this news would help boost the clan's reputation. Chapter 021, Old Ancestor Lin Qingxia. After Luo Qingqing's breakthrough, she meditated for 3 days. Immediately telling Old Ancestor Lin Qingxia about Lin Tian. Lin Qingxia heard that not only did the Green Lotus sect come with an innate Sword Dao body, it also comes with an innate enlightenment body. That's a double whammy of greatness. Even she wanted to meet Lin Tian and let him give her some guidance. She's been stuck at the peak of transformation for nearly 100 years now. There's been no sign of a breakthrough. If Lin Tian could allow himself to break through to the transformation spirit realm, then the strength of the Green Lotus sect, it wouldn't even be inferior to the Eastern Wasteland's #1 easy sect. Thinking about this, and then looking at his disciple who had just broken through the transformation spirit realm, a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of Lin Qingxia's mouth. Smilingly, he said to Luo Qingqing, "Qingqiang, what do you think of that Li Tian?" Luo Qingqing replied without hesitation. Even though he's only at the refining stage, but he does have insight into everything. Not only did it see the dark wounds on Lei Dong's body at a glance, and at the same time let me successfully advance to the spirit transformation realm with a few words. Lin Qingxia nodded and said very formally to Luo Qingqing, "Qingqiang, master has given you a task, starting today. I want you to protect that Li Tian at all times. Absolutely nothing can go wrong with him. He will be the hope for the rise of our Green Lotus sect." Hearing this, Luo Qingqing froze for a moment. But the ice-smart woman quickly responded that Lin Tian is the hope of the Green Lotus sect's rise to power. He couldn't hide the fact that he was an innate Gnosis body. Once word gets out, there must be a lot of people who want him dead. The innate enlightenment body can only be a chi refining stage cultivator in this life. That's why there must be a strong person to guard him at all times. Taking a deep breath. Because Li Tian looked almost exactly like Lin Tian, who had taken away his innocence. That's why Luo Qingqing had been disgusted with him before. But after Lin Tian helped her make a breakthrough, something shifted in her mind. Especially Lin Tian's perception of the way of the sword. It benefited her greatly. Nodding, Luo Qingqing said, "All at master's command." Seeing Luo Qingqing's promise, Bridget Lin nodded in satisfaction. Then he said, "Come on, take me to meet this Li Tian. Let me take a look. Can the innate enlightenment body help me create a miracle?" There was a fiery gleam in Bridget Lin's eyes. She knew that if even the innate Gnosis body couldn't nudge herself into a breakthrough, then I'm afraid I have no hope of entering the realm of emptiness in this life. After saying that, the two of them went to look for Lin Tian together. When he came to Lin Tian's residence, he saw that Lin Tian was lying on a rocking chair, lounging in the sun. Lin Qingxia used her divine sense to scan Lin Tian. Realizing that Lin Tian was really only at the chi refining stage of cultivation. Taking a deep breath, with 3 parts anticipation and 7 parts apprehension, together with Luo Qingqing, they walked into the small courtyard. "I believe this is little friend Li Tian?" Lin Tian saw Luo Qingqing leading another transformation god realm over. Immediately rising and surveying Lin Qingxia, looking like a middle-aged woman. With the strength of a peak transformation god, Lin Tian immediately got up and said respectfully, "I believe you are the old ancestor of the Green Lotus sect. Kid Li Tian, meet old ancestor." Lin Qingxia hurriedly helped Lin Tian up and said very politely, "There is no need to be courteous, little friend, after your nudging the day before yesterday. It's only because of my pupil that he's able to make a breakthrough. I've brought my disciple here to thank you. Meanwhile, I have prepared a slight gift, so please accept it," said Lin Qingxia from her storage space. Pulled out a bottle. Divine sense swept over the bottle. It was medicine to increase longevity. In Lin Qingxia's opinion, though not something precious, but for the innate enlightenment body, this thing is the ultimate treasure. They only have the cultivation level of chi refining stage. At most, the chi refining stage would have a lifespan of less than 200 years. So what he needed most must be elixirs that increased his longevity. Lin Tian immediately took the bottle, and after thanking the old ancestor once again, Bridget Lin is getting into the swing of things. Little friendly Tian, I don't know if, according to your opinion, in this life, the old immortal. But can you still break through the transformation spirit realm? Lin Tian had long known his intentions, so from the moment he entered the door. Just start observing this, Lin Xingxia. With a frown, Lin Tian returned, with all due respect to the late generation, you're only one window pane away from entering the realm of empty brightness. The late generation can completely help you pierce this layer of window paper. Hearing this, a look of ecstasy appeared on Lin Xingxia's face. But the next words made him fall into a pit of ice. But at your current age, even if you break through to the transformation realm, are you sure you can block the 6 lightning tribulations of the empty brightness realm? Hearing Lin Tian's words, a look of gloom passed over Lin Xingxia's face. Although Lin Tian had been very subtle in what he said, but Lin Xingxia has figured it out. What Lin Tian meant was that he had the ability to break through to the god of transformation. But the lightning tribulation of the empty brightness realm, one must not be able to carry it over. A trace of regret passed over his face, and he took a deep breath and let out a long sigh, and in fact, Bridget Lin herself had a premonition. Even if one breaks through to the transformation spirit, they may not be able to withstand the thunderbolt. He also came to see Lin Tian because he wasn't dead in the water yet. Now that he heard Lin Tian say that with his own ears, it's kind of a total death sentence. Just as she was about to give up, Lin Tian said again, but Bridget Lin's eyes immediately lit up, carefully listening to every word Lin Tian said. But it's not entirely impossible to make a breakthrough, as long as you can find someone to help you resist the transformation thunderbolt. Naturally, one can smoothly enter the realm of emptiness, though doing so will weaken you somewhat after you've advanced. But in the kid's opinion, it's for the best. Hearing this, a flash of light flashed in the depths of Lin Xingxia's eyes. Without a trace, he looked at Luo Qingcheng. After a few words of courtesy ensued, slightly forlornly, he left Lin Tian's small courtyard. After the two left, Lin Tian's gaze was somewhat playful as he stared at the two's distant backs. Behind her, Li Linger came out of the house and, Master, the people are far away, what are you still looking at? My teacher is just lamenting that people who keep asking for something that they can't get. Once you see a glimmer of hope that you can get, it gets pretty crazy. For the sake of this faint hope, she'll even bet everything she has. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Li Linger scratched her head as if she understood. I didn't understand what it meant, so I had to go back to practicing first. In her present opinion, all your own troubles are because you are not strong enough. Soon, the fact that the patriarch's breakthrough into the Yuaning realm was nudged by Lin Tian spread. The inner disciples were discussing this matter. Have you heard the reason why our patriarch was able to break through the Yuaning realm so smoothly? It's all because of the nudging received from that chi refining stage kid who came 2 days ago. Really? Elder sister, you're not amusing me, are you? A weakling at the refining stage can nudge our peak Yuaning sovereign? Another female disciple stepped forward on the sidelines. You don't know what you're talking about, do you? It's said that his sister is an innate sword Dao body. What is he? Innate enlightenment body. What kind of physique is this? I told you to read more books if you had nothing else to do, now you're seeing less, aren't you? The innate enlightenment body is said to be able to comprehend all kinds of Dao very easily. The simple fact is that this physique can solve all the difficulties in cultivation. But if it's so powerful, why is that person still at the chi refining stage? The heavens are fair. This physique can only be enlightened. Unable to cultivate, the realm stops at the chi refining stage forever. Chapter 022 Threatening Little Sister. Soon after, the matter of Lin Tian being an innate gnosis body. It caused a sensation in the inner sect of the Green Lotus sect. Plus, Lei Dong's injuries were also healed by Lin Tian. Even the elders of the Hall of Dan had no way to heal this injury. But he was cured by Lin Tian with a small stone. It further supported the power of the innate enlightenment body. All of a sudden, the inner gate of the Green Lotus sect exploded. People who went to seek learning and ask for advice came to Lin Tian's small courtyard in an endless stream. The small courtyard is overcrowded with warblers and swallows every day. During the day those inner disciples came to ask Lin Tian for advice. At night even those elders and sect deacons came here to ask for advice. So Lin Tian lived a life of pain and pleasure. Those sisters have a good time, often making a move on Lin Tian. Some even came to Lin Tian's room at night to talk to him by candlelight. It's a good thing that Lin Tian and Li Linger lived together. It was only then that those senior sisters tightened up a bit. So every day, Lin Tian was teased by these senior sisters who were not up and down. He finally couldn't stand it anymore and decided to open his meet in the Green Lotus sect. At this point, there were still more than 20 days before the sect assembly began. The outer disciples had already begun the work of setting up the venue. At night, the inner gate was very quiet and the occasional sound of 3 or 2 insects chirping and after junior sister Su Cho Uf finished her cultivation, having laid a ban in his room. After that, he took out a summoning talisman, and after sending a message quickly put the runes away. Withdrawing the restraints that had been laid, he opened the door of the room and looked around the. It was a relief to see that no one had noticed. Returned to his room, but was surprised to see a man that sitting in a chair in his room with a smile on his face. Junior sister, your secret, I saw it. After seeing that it was Lin Tian, Su Cho Yu sighed in relief. After all, Lin Tian only had the strength of the chi refining stage. Elder brother, don't be ridiculous, where do I have any secrets? I've only just finished practicing. That said, why are you in my room? Lin Tian got up, but his gaze went to the storage ring on Su Cho Yu's finger. Junior sister, why lie, I saw it all. Weren't you sending a message to your master just now? Hearing Lin Tian's words, Su Cho Yu's expression flinched and her back went cold. Immediately laughing and snorting, the senior brother Li Tian, don't joke around. I don't have a master. It's late. I'm going to rest. We'll talk about anything tomorrow. With that, he made a gesture of sending off. Lin Tian, however, didn't have the slightest intention of leaving. Instead, he sighed softly and, Junior sister, do I have to make it clearer? I know your master is from the Easy sect. I won't expose you, but you'll do as I say. Hearing these words, a look of fear immediately appeared in her eyes. But then a murderous intent surfaced in the depths of his eyes. Lin Tian immediately laughed when he saw her. Little sister, take it easy. Kill me. You won't be able to leave the Green Lotus sect alive. Even if you manage to escape from the Green Lotus sect. And your masters will kill you for not doing your job properly. So how about you and I make a deal? Hearing this, Su Cho Yu took a deep breath and putting away the short sword in his sleeve. What do you want to know? I want to know what you just passed on. After hesitating for a moment, Su Cho Yu said in a deep voice. I've just told the Prosperity sect over there. You are the innate gnosis body as well as the matter of the Patriarch's breakthrough. Lin Tian nodded. Just as one would expect. Lin Tian was at a standstill in time. Knowing that this little senior sister was a spy of the Easy sect. The reason why Lei Dong was wasted was also because of the information she provided. After getting the answer you wanted, Lin Tian began his next move. After all, you've been holding it in yourself for days now. And those senior sisters have been making moves on themselves for the past few days. It tickled him. Thinking of this, Lin Tian got up and it came to Su Cho Yu's body. Although Su Cho Yu is not as beautiful as Luo Qingcheng, and not as graceful as Li Evening Show, but it can be considered a beauty that can score a 7. Luo Qingcheng is cold, Li Evening Kyo has an imperial ingqi. Su Cho Yu, on the other hand, is very agile. The body is perfect, too. The main thing is the plump, shapely buttocks that look like peaches. It made Lin Tian unable to resist wanting to squeeze it a few times. When Su Cho Yu saw Lin Tian walking slowly towards her, unconsciously, he took 2 steps back. Said with a horrified face, Elder brother, I've told you everything you wanted to know. What more do you want? But Lin Tian just smiled without saying anything, keeping her cornered. Su Cho Yu's expression became even more alarmed. He said with some trembling, You? What are you going to do? In the face of her little sister's horror, the Lin Tian revealed a big gray wolf-like smile. What do you think, little sister? Elder brother, you can't do this. I told you what you wanted to know. But Lin Tian didn't give him a chance to retort. The body moved forward again, thoroughly pressing Su Qiu against the wall. Su Qiu tried to use her spiritual power to resist. But I don't know what's going on. Her strength in the Jindan realm. After being pressed against the wall by Lin Tian. Surprisingly, I couldn't raise a single ounce of spiritual energy. Junior sister, just don't resist. The more you resist, the more excited I get. Hearing Lin Tian's words, a touch of despair welled up on Su Qiu's face. She watched in horror as Lin Tian casted random spells on her body. It suddenly dawned on her that this Li Tian in front of me is not some innate enlightenment body at all. He was also stronger than just the qi refining stage. At the same time, a horrible thought arose in her mind that the Green Lotus sect's patriarchs, elders and deacons, down to the inner disciples. Even the old ancestor's strength at the peak of the god of transformation didn't see his disguise. So how strong is he? Thinking of this, Su Qiu closed her eyes and stopped resisting. She even began to rally and actively cater to Lin Tian. The cool moonlight poured into the house, but it couldn't dispel the ounce of spring that filled the house. 2 hours later, the junior sister who had first experienced sex was limp in Lin Tian's arms. Looking at the touch of red on the couch, Lin Tian was very satisfied. It is estimated that now the proud daughters of all the great powers in the entire Immortal and Demon continent couldn't even put together a full sheet of cling film. I didn't expect this little sister to be her first time. The vague pain coming from her lower body made her brow furrow lightly. Su Qiu said to Lin Tian in a breathless voice. Senior brother, when you're done here, can you take me with you? I never want to live like this again. After saying that, the tears of the youngest senior sister flowed downward like a kite with broken strings. She continued, Sister Sect Master has been very kind to me. But 100 years ago, because she refused the marriage proposal of the young master of the Easy Sect, I was captured by the Prosperity Sect on one of their excursions. They threatened me if I didn't work for them as a mole. Let all the men of the Free Sect line up to abuse me. I had no choice but to oblige them. All these years I've been suffering. Every time I see those fellow disciples who were brutalized by Easy Chief, I'm all very self-conscious, but there's no turning back. Saying that, he flopped down on Lin Tian's chest and bawled. In these 100 years of working as an insider for the Prosperity Sect, Su Qiu lived in self-blame every day. It's been 100 years, and she's finally taken the biggest secret that's been weighing on her heart and poured it out without reservation. At this moment he actually had a vague feeling of relief. Lin Tian gently patted her smooth back, whispered in her ear. Don't worry, when things are done here, as soon as you're ready, just follow me. Hearing this, a happy smile spread across Su Qiu's face. She finally doesn't have to keep her conscience to the Easy Sect as a dog. And the reason why Lin Tian chose to agree to Su Qiu, it's because Su Qiu was the first to have sex with herself. Women who want to go with themselves, whether it's Li Evening Chiu or Luo Qingcheng, they're all carrying too much baggage. Their status dictated that they could not leave everything behind and follow them. So Lin Tian didn't care about leaving a few women by his side. After all, Su Qiu was also because of Luo Qingcheng's relationship. It was only then that he was forced to deliver a message to the Easy Sect. People do things against their hearts to stay alive. It seems to him to be excusable that. Likewise, she got what she deserved. Living with guilt all these years. Chapter 023, Shocking the Easy Sect. Eastern Wasteland Central Region, Prosperity Sect's Forbidden Land. Gong Sun Yen laughed maniacally, his body wrapped in blazing flames. Ha 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 ha. Old me has finally broken through the Jindan and entered the Yuaning realm. Now I'll see how that Luo Qingcheng can still reject me. I'll marry you back at this clan meeting as a cultivation cauldron. Soon, Gong Sun Yen arrived inside the Great Hall of the Easy Sect in a flurry of excitement. Tell his father about his breakthrough. Father, my child has already broken through the Jindan realm. It's entered the Yuaning realm. The prosperous sect patriarch sitting on the main seat also nodded in satisfaction. Though not as out of sorts as Gong Sun Yen, but there was also a smugness on his face. Worthy of being my Gong Sun Yuan son, not bad, not bad. Father, this year's Eastern Wasteland Clan Conference. The Free Sect must show the Green Lotus Sect what it's made of. Let all the forces in the Eastern Wasteland know that. What kind of consequences are there for disobeying our easy sect? Gongsun Yuan knew that this son of his. It had always been his heart's desire to marry Luo Qingcheng of the Green Lotus sect. But this also happened to hit Gongsun Yuan's mark. The Green Lotus sect is also considered an upper-class sect in the Eastern Wasteland. He's always wanted to annex the Green Lotus sect. After all, besides being powerful, the Green Lotus sect was full of beautiful women. The reason why the Easy sect has become the #1 sect in the Eastern Wasteland. It's because of the Prosperity sect's Prosperity Elder. Is the only empty brightness realm cultivator in the Eastern Wasteland. And that old ancestor of the Green Lotus sect has been at the peak of the spirit transformation realm for many years. In case one of them accidentally lets her break through. That the Free sect's position as the first sect in the Eastern Wasteland. It would be extremely challenged. So even if the Green Lotus sect only had one powerful person in the realm of the transfigured god. However, Gongsun Yuan had also regarded the Green Lotus sect as a thorn in his side all these years. Originally, the Easy sect and the Valley of Rising Fire in central China is inextricably linked. He could have completely asked the leaving Fire Valley to make a move to exterminate the Green Lotus sect. But think of the price to be paid. Gongsun Yuan was then filled with flesh pain. So as a last resort, Gongsun Yuan doesn't want to ask for help from the Valley of Leaving Fire. After all, let them strike. The price to be paid by the Prosperity sect is too great. And the reason why Gongsun Yen didn't dare to repudiate his first wife. It's also because the hairy wife is from the Valley of Leaving Fire in the central state. That's why he only dared to talk about taking Luo Qingcheng as a concubine. He also knows that if he were to marry explicitly, to propose marriage to the Green Lotus sect, that old thing from the Green Lotus sect at the God Transformation realm would definitely agree. You can take the head of a clan as your concubine. This is a great insult to the Green Lotus sect. The Green Lotus sect would rather die than agree. Just as the father and son were chatting, an inner disciple outside the door delivered the news. Patriarch, this is a secret message from the Green Lotus sect. Gongsun Yuan smiled and took the secret letter, and when he saw what was inside, the smile disappeared from his face and in its place was a face full of gravity. What happened to father? Gongsun Yuan took a deep breath and handed the secret letter to Gongsun Yen. Take a look. Gongsun Yen took the secret letter, which reads, an innate enlightenment body appeared in the Green Lotus sect, and under his guidance, Luo Qingcheng broke through the Yuaning realm and entered the Transformation God realm. Seeing this news, Gongsun Yan's eyes widened as well. A look of anger passed over his face. He had reached the Yuaning realm with great difficulty. I thought I was on par with Luo Qingcheng. But this damn thing actually broke through to the Transformation God. Gongsun Yan is still very self-aware. With his qualifications, if he wanted to enter the realm of the Transfigured God, you simply can't get there without 300 or 500 years. His hands were trembling, his eyes fishy red, and a blazing flame rose from his hand and burned the Zhongmi Xan into flying ashes. As the son of the Free sect's patriarch, of course he knew what the innate enlightenment body meant. With this innate body of enlightenment, that ancestor of the Green Lotus sect broke through to the realm of the Transfigured God. It's just a matter of time. Although Gongsun Yan had never met Lin Tian, but now he already hated Lin Tian. Without this innate gnosis body at the chi refining stage, the marriage between myself and Luo Qingcheng might just be a done deal. He married the Green Lotus sect master. The Green Lotus sect is the Easy sect's bag. But everything was ruined by this damn chi refining stage waste. Gongsun Yuan's gaze was also cloudy and uncertain. The matter is out of his hands. Need to go talk it over with old man at large. But his eyes had been filled with a vicious look of. It was obvious that he was already preparing to make his move at this clan meeting. On the other side, the Green Lotus sect. Time flew by, and there were still 3 days before the Eastern Wasteland clan assembly began. Green Lotus sect up to the elders, sect deacons, down to the true disciples, the inner disciples. Under Lin Tian's guidance, each and every one of them were seeing their cultivation skyrocket. Many of the senior sisters and brothers had sent hints to Lin Tian that wanted to spend the night with him. But in Luo Qingcheng's grim gaze, all of them were rejected by Lin Tian for promising the old man to protect Lin Tian, this chi refining stage scum. Luo Qingcheng stayed in the small courtyard next door to Lin Tian. Previously, when she saw Lin Tian's face that looked exactly like the one who had taken away her innocence, Luo Qingcheng then had the urge to kill someone. But ever since the last time Lin Tian had helped her break through the Yuanying realm, she was seeing the face but had an indescribable feeling that though her face was covered with a veil, but she knew that she had a change of heart. Every time she recalls Lin Tian telling her, the true way of the sword should be to forge a sword from the heart. It's the unrelenting dominance. It's the vigor that cuts through everything. It's the loftiness of giving up my life, the aura of cutting off all shackles. And the line, I see creation with my heart, and I open the green sky with my sword. She can't help but feel a light shiver in her gut. From these words, she could feel Lin Tian's pride hidden in his bones. From that day onwards, she was even a bit unfair to Lin Tian. She could even imagine that if Lin Tian could cultivate, once he picks up his sword and steps into the path of cultivation, what kind of amazing talent will it be? I'm afraid that it won't be long before the entire continent will be prostrate at his feet. But Lin Tian didn't feel the slightest bit sorry for his inability to cultivate. Wandering among the female disciples of the clan every day, laughing and joking with them, it's like not taking the inability to cultivate seriously at all. What kind of open-mindedness is this to reach this level? Luo Qingcheng asked herself that if she switched identities with Lin Tian, faced with the fact that he can't practice, one would surely break down on one's own. Women are all brainy monsters, and when they thought of Lin Tian, a chi refining stage, with a lifespan of less than 200 years, she was secretly grieving for Lin Tian again. Looking at Lin Tian, who was frolicking with the female disciples in the distance, unable to help himself, he sighed quietly. Lin Tian didn't notice Luo Qingcheng's demeanor at all at this time. Since Luo Qingcheng moved here, she then never dared to go to little sister Su Qiuyu again. Those little Tai sisters in the clan. And he's always coming over to tease him during the day. He's been up and down every day. Every time he tries to make a move, all of them would be doused by the murderous gaze cast by Luo Qingcheng. Lin Tian was secretly vicious in his heart. When we get a chance later, I'm going to take all the little S in the whole Green Lotus sect, all tied up and used as gun racks for a no-holds-barred convention. Chapter 024 Eastern Wasteland Matchmaking Conference. Soon it was 2 days before the Eastern Wasteland Clan Conference. The great and small sectarian forces of the Eastern Wasteland. One after another, they were all rushing to the Green Lotus sect. In a tavern in the Green Lotus town near the Green Lotus sect, countless Jianghu forces were talking about the Green Lotus sect. Have you heard? The Green Lotus sect has gotten rich. There's actually an innate enlightened body within the sect. It is said that after a few words from him, the Green Lotus fairy, who hasn't made a breakthrough for a long time, immediately broke through the spirit transformation realm. Really? Is this innate gnosis body so powerful? No. Alas, if there is a chance, I'd love to have him show me the ropes. Maybe I'll be able to break through to Jindan too. Just as a few people were talking about it, a dissonant voice rang out. Just a waste in the chi refining stage. What's all the fuss about? The leading man was just about to turn and curse angrily, but after seeing the visitor, his pupils contracted for a moment. The words that wanted to curse were swallowed hard. A pang of fear ran through his mind and he muttered, "Big brother, can't mess with it, can't mess with it." But glancing at the visitor, he whispered to the people at his table. You say that the old ancestor of the Green Lotus sect. It's said that he's been stuck at the peak of transformation for hundreds of years. This with the help of the innate body of enlightenment. Can she break through the transformation stage and enter the empty brightness realm? Who knows, if she enters the Empyrean realm. I guess the one who will have the hardest time is the easy sect, huh? Said a few people with gloating mockery in their gazes, glancing in Gong Sun Yan's direction. Exasperated, Gong Sun Yan trembled and a few vicious glares at the table. But then he revealed a somewhat grim smile and muttered in a cold voice. The innate gnosis body is certainly powerful. But he's still a waste of chi refining realm in the end. Let's just see if he has the life to live long. Inside the Green Lotus sect, all the major forces had already arrived at the Green Lotus sect in advance. As is customary, the Green Lotus sect held a grand dinner party that night. On the following day, before the clan assembly begins, there will be a literary meeting. Talented men and women from all the major clans will gather together, competing in poetry, song, chess, painting, and calligraphy. Through such a competition, the first talented man and woman of the Eastern Wasteland would be chosen. It's called a literary meeting, and in the proverbial words of Lin 10, it's the biggest clan matchmaking convention in the Eastern Wasteland. The convention was full of smitten men and women who wanted to find a Taoist couple. Lin Tian had little interest in this kind of blind date. But as the patriarch of the Green Lotus sect, Luo Qingcheng must attend. Now in time for the Eastern Wasteland clan assembly period. The clan is a mixed bag of fish and dragons. The Green Lotus sect is at war with the Easy sect again. So in order to protect Lin Tian, a weakling in the chi refining stage, Luo Qingcheng requested that during the clan assembly, Lin Tian couldn't leave her 5 meters away. Lin Tian can only be forced to open for business. Go to this dinner. After the party started, the great clan's celestial pride chatted enthusiastically together. It's good to talk about the world. Only Lin Tian stands alone. Was feasting on a roast chicken. When time stops, Lin Tian, a big man, was also too lazy to cook. After cultivating to foundation establishment, a cultivator can completely skip meals. Replenish your body's needs by taking in Reiki. But after the end of the time stop, Lin Tian, in addition to loving beautiful women, the biggest hobby is food. The Immortal-Demon continent has a very homogeneous cuisine. We're all cultivators. We rarely eat. So the food isn't that much of a stretch. But Lin Tian is different. He's got memories of his past life in his head. You know, in the previous life, the Dragon Kingdom was a gourmet country. Frying, boiling, deep frying, steaming, stir-frying and grilling. Simmered, braised, buttery, simmered, brined, smoked and choked. Baked, frosted, drunkenly pickled, air-dried, stuffed, and so on. Countless ways to make food that, combined with ingredients unique to this world, it simply made Lin Tian unable to stop himself. So much so that he now feels that, in this world, the only thing you can't live up to is good food and beautiful women. Luo Qingcheng looked at Lin Tian's eating. There was also some helpless shaking of the head. Maybe it's just a lover's errand. She didn't think there was anything wrong with the way Lin Tian looked. Instead, I think he eats with a sense of spontaneity. It's like he told himself, one lives without caring what others think. Just be happy with yourself. Lin Tian was genuinely doing so without caring at all about anyone's gaze. Himself, on the other hand, could not have the same state of mind as he did. Women are such double standards. When she looks at you good, your farts smell good. When she looks at you the wrong way, you're breathing the wrong way. Just as the feast was coming to an end, 6 people stood out in the great hall, the leader of which was dressed as a scholar. Holding a folding fan in his hand, he said aloud, Fairy Qinglian, my name is Lu Huijin, and I believe this brother is your clan's recently rumored innate enlightenment body, right? I've heard that the innate enlightenment body is proficient in all things, except for cultivation. Tomorrow, I'm going to the East Wasteland Castle Peak Academy. I'd like to spar with your excellency in the field of qin, chess, calligraphy, poetry and song. I wonder if this one eats like this. Sheik. Can you teach us a thing or two? Upon hearing this, there was a great deal of chatter among the others present. Could these 6 be the ones known as the 6 best of the Green Mountain Academy? The 6 great talents of the Eastern Wasteland? It is said that each of the 6 of them, with their zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, chanting poems and making pairs to enter the way, famed to this day, each undefeated in their field. That is, for nearly 200 years. In each of the 10 most talented men of the Eastern Wastelands, all 6 of them are on the list. I also don't know that this so-called innate enlightenment body. Can you beat them in their respective areas? I see that innate enlightened body eating so ugly. He's just a clown who can't stand up for himself. How could it possibly compare to the 6 talents of the Eastern Wasteland? Well, I feel the same way. I always thought how mysterious the innate enlightenment body was before. Now that I look at it, it is indeed better known than seen. Luo Qingcheng frowned in the face of the comments from the stage. She knew that this was some well-intentioned person trying to test the depths of the innate enlightenment body. That's why he got the scholar from the Green Mountain Academy to step in. The Green Mountain Academy is a school of qin, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and song. They have an almost twisted paranoia about fame. With a little incitement from someone, Lin Tian would have been labeled by this paranoid group of lunatics, everyone will be practicing outside of it again. Make a name for yourself by being proud of beating him. Her original intention was to let Lin Tian avoid the front line for the time being. Although it had been anticipated that Lin Tian's innate enlightenment body must not be able to hide it. But I didn't think it would spread so fast. Now that the Green Mountain Academy has pulled a stunt like this, making Luo Qingcheng a bit of a dilemma. If he agreed, if Lin Tian lost, the innate enlightened body would be reduced to a laughingstock. But if Lin Tiandu wins, then the trouble begins in earnest. Some people will, for the sake of asking for advice from Lin Tian, and desperately trying to flatter the Green Lotus sect. Similarly, there would be some people who were afraid that Lin Tian would allow the Green Lotus sect to rise to prominence. From there, he desperately wanted to get Lin Tian killed. Whether we lose or win, for the Green Lotus sect, it's all going to be trouble later. Just when Luo Qingcheng didn't know how to be. When his eyes looked at Lin Tian. At this time, Lin Tian had already begun to curse within himself already. Frantically telegraphing to the 6 men. You guys want to fill cups? What's it got to do with me? And are you guys out of your minds? Comparing to me, a traveler, in the field of chess, calligraphy, poetry, and song? You guys aren't crazy, are you? Chapter 025 Betting. Lin Tian was the one who had traveled from modern times to this immortal and demon continent. It's a legacy that carries the 5,000-year cultural heritage of the Dragon Kingdom. How dare these guys come out looking for abuse? Looking at Lin Tian, he revealed a very strange expression. Luo Qingcheng sighed. Thought that Lin Tian was afraid of losing to the 6 great talents of the Eastern Wasteland. She was just about to get up and helping Lin Tian to politely reject the 6 people's request for a match. However, he suddenly heard Lin Tian's loud voice. I accept. At the sound of this cool voice, everyone in the room started talking. This is going to be a good one. The 6 great talents of the Eastern Wasteland and the innate enlightened body competed in zither, chess, calligraphy, poetry, and song. This once-in-a-million-years event. I can't believe we caught up. Yeah, I didn't even think that the refining stage kid that. How dare you really agree to compete with the 6 great talents of the Eastern Wasteland? Alas, young people, it's normal to not know the heights of heaven. It seems that this literary meeting has really come to the right place. I can't believe I got to see such a great showdown. Hopefully, tomorrow that kid with the innate enlightenment body. It's not going to be an ugly loss. Otherwise both the Green Lotus sect and the innate enlightenment body will be reduced to the laughingstock of the Eastern Wasteland. I think this kid, or too young. It simply doesn't know what the title of the 6 great talents of the Eastern Wasteland means. After all, the innate gnosis body only appears in legends. No one had ever truly seen the strength of the innate enlightenment body. But they've all seen the 6 great talents of the Eastern Wasteland. Strength in their respective areas of expertise. Plus, Lin Tian's selling looks were really far from the 6 talents. So except for the sisters and brothers of the Green Lotus sect, no one favored Lin Tian to win. Once you accept the challenge, if you fail. Lin Tian's reputation was in tatters, and if he won, although he would be famous in the Eastern Wasteland. But I'm afraid that sooner or later, I'm going to have to kill myself. Luo Qingcheng was somewhat surprised as she looked at Lin Tian, who had a bland face. Her heart couldn't help but sweat for Lin Tian. In her opinion, this kind of bout where there is no benefit in winning or losing. It doesn't make any sense at all. But then, suddenly, she thought of what Lin Tian had told her. Luo Qingcheng sighed quietly. It seems you not only know these truths, and to be able to do it physically. Maybe that's why I'm a slow practitioner. It's just that I've got too many shackles on me. The heart is missing this forward momentum of yours, right? But how many people in the world can be truly spontaneous? She looked at Lin Tian with a burning gaze and used a secret method to transmit her voice. Are you sure you can win? No. Lin Tian replied back in a very patronizing manner. This secret method of transmitting sound could only be performed by those above the transformation spirit realm. It is possible to communicate with others through intention. Hearing Lin Tian reply so dryly, after looking at him with a disinterested look on his face, angry, Luo Qingqing glared fiercely at Lin Tian. If you can't make it tomorrow, you'll admit defeat. All it takes is 1 or 2 random wins. There's no shame in losing against the 6 of them. Lin Tian, on the other hand, smiled wryly. The idea replied. Is there a reward in case I win by chance? What do you want? I want you. Take off your veil when you see me from now on. Lin Tian purposely cut off his voice after I want you. Luo Qingcheng also heard the ambiguity in the words. 2 beautiful blushes arose on her stunning face, and, Pa, you little pervert, you've got it all figured out. Wait until you've won all 6, then talk. Apparently she didn't think highly of Lin Tian either. In her thoughts, Lin Tian just needs to casually win a few matches. This saves face without being too sharp. This is the best possible outcome. When the 6 saw that Lin Tian had agreed to a match, a hint of mockery appeared in everyone's eyes. It was obvious that they didn't take the chi refining stage Lin Tian seriously at all. They've been immersed in their respective fields for years. But Lin Tian looks so young. Even with the best of talent, it's also impossible to beat them at what they're good at. Yesterday, when they landed in the town of Green Lotus, they heard someone whispering in their ear over and over again. The power of the innate enlightenment body. This kind of person is number 1 in the world in all fields except cultivation. It makes them very upset. They are also aware that this may have been deliberately instigated by someone with a using them as a gun, trying to get them to be the outcasts. But as far as they're concerned, their reputations are bigger than their lives. Whenever there's an opportunity to make a name for themselves, they don't hesitate to use anyone as a stepping stone. So they know they're being taken for a ride. It was still a challenge to Lin Tian. I didn't expect Lin Tian to agree so readily. This reaction made a few people despise Lin Tian even more, thinking that Lin Tian was just a reckless chi refining stage waste. Lu Huijin once again sized up Lin Tian. Only the corner of Lin Tian's mouth hooked up in a smile, said in a somewhat playful tone. A few of you, it's too boring for a mere contest. How about we add some color to this contest? Hearing this, the 6 men froze and I didn't expect Lin Tian to not only not shy away from battle. Instead, you have to bet against a few people? This was clearly looking down on their 6 great talents of the Eastern Wasteland. A hint of anger appeared on the faces of the few people behind them. He was about to say something but was stopped by Lu Huijin. Wow! Lu Huijin flung away the folding fan in his hand. The eyes became sharper by a few moments and originally, before they came here, the 6 of them discussed. For each round of the bout, they'll propose a best of 3 method match. If the innate gnosis body is not as miraculous as the legends say, they would intentionally lose a few matches to leave some thin air for the Green Lotus sect. But now that he saw Lin Tian being so arrogant, couldn't help but make him a little angry in his heart, too. The words are starting to get a little mean too. Oh? Since you're so elegant, little brother, I'd be happy to accompany you. But with that he paused and closed the folding fan up and pretending to have the decency to look Lin Tian up and down. But I don't know what little brother is prepared to come up with. What about coming to bet against our 6 talents? That sounded superficially as if he was asking Lin Tian for a bet. In fact, he was indeed hiding a needle in a sheep's clothing, secretly criticizing Lin Tian for being a chi refining stage. Couldn't even come up with anything they could look at to bet against them. 6 talented men who have been famous for 100 years. Their private collections are even more numerous. But Lin Tian, a chi refining stage in his 20s. What to bet against them? And this was clearly a situation where Lin Tian would lose more than he would win. The Green Lotus sect wouldn't give Lin Tian too much support either. Hearing Lu Huijin's sarcasm, Luo Qingcheng also frowned. However, as he was the head of a clan, he held his status and didn't say anything about it. The others, however, were whispering in the background that the words were also filled with mockery towards Lin Tian. But these female disciples of the Green Lotus sect won't do it anymore. Bah, Lu, who are you looking down on? Li, what do you need for a bet? I'll take care of it for you. Over the years, sister's been on the road, so she's still got some family money. The disciples of the Green Lotus sect. You can't let some poor scholar look down on you. The other Green Lotus sect disciples were also filled with righteous indignation. One by one, they have to come up with their own private collections. The Great Hall Chinese society has not yet begun, though. But the smell of gunpowder is already very strong. Chapter 026 Eastern Wasteland's first talented woman Shin Qinghe. The surrounding people saw how popular Lin Tian was in the Green Lotus sect. The eyes all changed, something more inexplicable. Apparently this group of disciples of the Green Lotus sect. I didn't get a lot of benefits from the innate gnosis body. Otherwise, they wouldn't have defended a chi refining stage waste so much. Even Gong Sun Yen saw this scene and a hint of moroseness passed through his eyes as he looked at Lin Tian. Obviously he was the culprit who provoked these 6 people to test Lin Tian. He discussed it with Gong Sun Yuan. Let's test the depths of the innate enlightenment body first. If you're really good at something, pull it together first. If you can't pull it together, even if it takes the prosperity sect's oldest ancestor to do it himself, take out this kid too. In reality, Gong Sun Yen didn't want to draw this Lin Tian in at all. When he thought of this Lin Tian helping Luo Qingcheng break through the transformation god realm, the heart just burns with nameless flames. If it wasn't for him, this clan meeting, maybe I'll be able to take Luo Qingcheng myself. So he actually hated Lin Tian in his heart. And when Lin Tian saw how enthusiastic the group of senior sisters of the Green Lotus sect were, nodding slightly at them, he spoke aloud. Thank you, sisters and brothers, for your kind words. But I have my own things I can pull out, said Lu Huijin, looking at him naturally. Your cultivation should not have progressed an inch in 10 years, right? Hearing this, Lu Huijin's face immediately became very ugly. The matter of one's own cultivation hitting a bottleneck, known only to himself and his master. But this innate enlightenment body actually saw his problem at a glance. Then the next moment, Lin Tian's words caused his body to tremble violently. If I lose, I can help one of you from the Green Mountain School get through the cultivation bottleneck. A short sentence, as if it had a special magic power, making the originally somewhat noisy hall instantly quiet. Everyone didn't expect Lin Tian to make such an offer. He's a refiner. But to say that helping them, the Jin Dan Yuaning, to break through their bottlenecks. This may sound ridiculous. But this was said by the possessor of the innate enlightenment body. Then everyone's reaction is not absurd, but shocked. For no other reason than the chance to break through the bottleneck that extremely precious for a cultivator. Far from it, let's talk about the ancestor of the Green Lotus sect. Someone so gifted, with extraordinary natural talent. They've been stuck in the goddess of transformation bottleneck for nearly 100 years. If there were no strange encounters, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to break through the bottleneck in my entire life. Others are even more so. So the opportunity to break through the bottleneck can be considered extremely precious. Everyone's gazes became blazing as they looked at Lin Tian. Some people even started breathing much more raggedly. At this moment, Lin Tian proposed such a betting chip. Lu Huijin's face immediately became very ugly. Because he just mocked it himself. Lin Tian, a chi refining stage, couldn't take anything good. I didn't expect to be slapped in the face by Lin Tian at light speed so soon. He had to admit it to himself. There really isn't much of anything, myself, can be more precious than the opportunity to break through a bottleneck. But that didn't detract from the blaze in his eyes that, somewhat cautiously, he asked, I wonder what brother wants to bet with us. Lin Tian glanced at the 6 people. Knowing that Lu Huijin was playing word games with himself, he just asked, what do you want to bet with us? Instead of, what do you want to bet with my Green Mountain Academy? These two statements seem to be the same, but they are worlds apart. He said, what do you want to bet against us? He's betting against Lin Tian on a personal level. If they win, this opportunity to break through the bottleneck would fall to the 6 of them. But if you say, what do you want to bet with the Green Mountain Academy? If they win, this opportunity is theirs for the academy. It's obvious that Lu Huijin has been moved to selfishness. These scribes seem gentle and harmless. In fact, each of them has 800 hard eyes. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth, however, curled up into a playful expression. Somewhat meaningfully. Are you guys sure you don't need to discuss this with your elders? I'm afraid you can't decide what I want. Gritting his teeth, he'd lost the pomp and circumstance that had gotten him started. The gaze that looked at Lin Tian for the first time brought with it a few moments of scorn. In his mind, he had already put in front of him this person who only had the cultivation level of chi refining stage, listed as very dangerous. Having just taunted him himself, after he caught the opportunity to. Not only was he taunted back by his use of his advantage, and dismantled his little mind in public. To put himself and the clan at odds. It shows that this person has a vindictive personality. It's a master not to be messed with. Frowning slightly, Lu Huijin asked cautiously. I wonder what your excellency wants. Lin Tian looked at Lu Huijin, and a hint of cunningness passed through his eyes. In fact, right now he's not really missing anything. He's got everything that Castle Peak Academy has. What Castle Peak Academy doesn't have, he does. However, there was one person that Lin Tian had never seen until now. That's the second most beautiful woman in the Eastern Wasteland, the first talented woman in the Eastern Wasteland. Xin Xinghe, the youngest senior sister of the Green Mountain Academy, who was known as the Fairy of Xinghe. When time stands still. Lin Tian, in order to catch a glimpse of the East Wasteland's #1 talented woman. I've been to Castle Peak Academy. Unfortunately, at that time, Xin Xinghe went out to practice and did not sect again. There's no record of where she went within the clan, either. Lin Tian is even less likely to search all over the world for her one. After all, there's a lot of scenery ahead. He didn't want to waste too much time on one either. But this is the right time to take this opportunity to meet this #1 talented woman of the Eastern Wasteland. So Lin Tian smiled and returned. If your Green Mountain Academy loses, I'd like to invite Xin Xinghe, the youngest sister of your academy. How about coming to my Green Lotus sect as a guest for 3 days? Hearing this, everyone around them started talking. This condition uttered by Lin Tian. It's very simple for Castle Peak Academy. Even compared to helping someone break through a bottleneck. It's such a trivial little thing that they all felt that the Green Mountain Academy had taken advantage of the situation. But Lu Huijin's face was extremely ugly. Ignoring the glances his own master threw at him to make him agree. A murderous intent surged in Lu Huijin's eyes as he looked at Lin Tian. He's been pursuing Xin Xinghe for nearly 100 years. Always treating Xin Xinghe as his forbidden domain. But Xin Xinghe had always had no feelings for him. Even deliberately avoiding him. Apparently the flowers are falling and the water is running. At this moment, Lin Tian proposed such a condition. It was clearly directed at Xin Xinghe. It made him feel a little green on the head for a moment, and he was just about to open his mouth to refuse. But a gentle female voice like a yellow warbler coming out of the valley came from the doorway. Since your excellency has such a taste, I, the youngest daughter, will accept this bet for senior brother. At the sound of this voice, everyone looked toward the doorway of the great hall and only a long, pale yellow, gossamer dress lined with a white jersey. The features were covered by a gauzy silk scarf. The body is well defined, slightly lean and 3,000 strands of green hair hanging behind her like a waterfall. A few pale yellow hair ribbons added to the woman's fairy-like appearance. It's like a fairy coming out of a painting. She moved lightly with her lotus steps and arrived in front of Lin Tian. All were struck by the lightness of her, but the dusty air of attraction. She was the #1 talented girl in the Eastern Wasteland, Xin Xinghe of the Green Mountain Academy. The moment Lu Huijin saw Xin Xinghe appear, there was more than a hint of dismay in his eyes. Because Xin Xinghe has always disliked such occasions. Since attending a clan meeting 100 years ago. After being selected as the first talented girl in the Eastern Wasteland. Then he never attended another clan meeting. But even so, every year. At the cultural fair. The title of the most talented woman in the world has undisputedly fallen on her head. All the other women are competing for the title of the second most talented woman in the world. It shows how deep her attainment in qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting is. But this time, why did she have a sudden whim? What about coming to the clan meeting? Chapter 027 Senior Green Tea Bitch of the Cultivation World. My little lady is out traveling. Hearing that a heaven-defying talent like the innate enlightenment body had appeared in the Green Lotus sect. Out of curiosity, my little lady would like to see that. The miraculous thing about this physique must be this gentleman, right? Looking across the room at the veiled beauty, listening to her soft voice, and the faint aroma that came from her, Lin Tian froze for a few seconds before he came back to his senses. If we talk about beauty, she might be a step behind Luo Qingcheng. But that light and very dusty air about her. However, it made Lin Tian, who had read countless women, look a little dumbfounded for a while. Because the immortal and demon continent is a world of immortal cultivation. It's a place where only the strong are honored, regardless of gender. That's why most female monks are cool fairies. Long accustomed to seeing those cool fairies, it made Lin Tian's aesthetics a little visually fatigued. Suddenly I come across a woman with such an elegant and refined temperament. It made Lin Tian go into a bit of a trance for a while. After Luo Qingcheng saw Lin Tian see Xin Qinghe dumbfounded and frozen in place, they were all looking at it like they were crazy. Her brows knitted lightly, and a wave of jealousy couldn't help but rise in her heart. After all, she's the #1 beauty in the Eastern Wasteland. But Lin Tian, this asshole, didn't even freeze up like this when he saw himself for the first time. Seeing Xin Qinghe but so frozen. Women are very sensitive to things like this. Especially since Lin Tian is still 100 years. The first man who made Luo Qingcheng feel differently. She looked at the dumbfounded Lin Tian with a somewhat huffy expression. Hands kept rubbing their corners under the tabletop. After freezing for a while, Lin Tianyun reacted and immediately, he said with some embarrassment. My name is Li Tian, I was attracted by the girl's aura just now. Somewhat out of order, I wonder what the girl has to say. Saying so, he bowed slightly and made a bow to Xin Qinghe. Though cultivators have a very low regard for rituals and etiquette and whatnot. But Lin Tian knows that these academies are coming out. All value these very highly. Xin Qinghe guffawed at Lin Tian. From the moment she entered the door, she had been looking Lin Tian up and down. There are a lot of men who froze after seeing her. But they're either like Lu Huijin. Shame on yourself. Dodging eyes. Either that or they have lustful eyes and ugly faces. But to admit so blandly, after seeing himself, that he was lost in thought. It was the first time she had encountered one that still had a calm face. The corner of her mouth hooked up a smile. Xin Qinghe began to get to the point. Just now, my daughter heard outside that tomorrow's literary meeting. You want to bet against my 6 brothers. I've heard that Mr. Li is an innate enlightenment body. There's also a bit of an itch. If we make a slight modification to the matchmaking in betting. Tomorrow, the 6 senior brothers and I will join you in a contest with your excellency. If we lose, I'm shameless. I'll be your servant girl for 30 years. If you lose. How about asking your excellency to point out the bottlenecks for the 3 of us from the Green Mountain Academy? Xin Qinghe's words were like a heavy bomb. It left the crowd in the room in an uproar. Everyone was exclaiming that Xin Qinghe was worthy of being the #1 talented woman in the Eastern Wasteland. It's amazing how thoughtful the mind is. Lin Tian wants to bet on her. Instead, she turned around and took advantage of Lin Tian's interest in her. Ask Lin Tian for a higher price. If you win the fight, Lin Tian could illuminate the cultivation bottlenecks for the 3 people from the academy. Because of her. It was only then that he asked for 3 places from Lin Tian's hands. So the academy will definitely reserve a spot for her. This would not offend the senior management of the academy, and he himself reaped the benefits. If he lost, the big deal was that he would be a servant girl to Lin Tian for 30 years. 30 years of contact between the two. In the future, her path of cultivation will be unimpeded. Meanwhile, the academy owes her a big favor. She is likewise the biggest beneficiary. So the result of this contest. It doesn't matter to her at all. Win or lose, she is the biggest winner. Lin Tian was also very surprised in his heart. Even he didn't realize that such a gentle and a woman with a dusty temperament would have such a heart. If this was on the blue planet, this woman must be a high-level tea master. Such a woman. At that time, he would never dare to mess with it easily. But it's different now. In this continent, his strength has surpassed everyone's. In this cultivation world where strength is everything, there was nothing that Lin Tian couldn't do. With a smile on his face, Lin Tian returned, since Miss Shen said so. Then let's do what Miss Shin wants. I'll take this bet. Hearing Lin Tian's words, a hint of complacency flowed from the depths of Xinxinghe's eyes. So what if it's an innate enlightenment body? It's still not easy to be taken by yourself? Only Lu Huijin, who was on the sidelines. With bloodshot eyes, he looked at Xinxinghe and Lin Tian. Both fists were clenched, and the killing intent in his eyes was no longer concealed. Lin Tian just lightly glanced at Lu Huijin. It didn't pay any attention to the killing intent in his eyes. In his opinion, Lu Huijin was just a fish in Xinxinghe's fish pond. A high-class spare tire, just a jumped-up clown. Such fools are being played for fools without realizing it. Sooner or later, he would be played to death by Xinxinghe. After settling on the civil fight and the bet, Lin Tian's gaze was somewhat playful as he looked at Xinxinghe's back as she left. The corners of his mouth curved in a weird curve. In a previous life, someone said something like, "Studs are wise." Now Xinxinghe is just putting herself on the poker table stud. Through the contact just made. She should have thought that she could, by virtue of the tea ceremony, let Lin Tian be a fish in a pond. But what she doesn't realize is that, in Lin Tian's eyes, she was the fish. A true hunter often appears as prey. Gong Sun Yen, who was sitting on the side, saw Lu Huijin's appearance. There was an extra surge of something inexplicable in the eyes that, the corner of his mouth hooked into a sneer. Although he desperately wanted to finish off Lin Tian, but he would never dare to disobey his old ancestor's order. So without identifying Lin Tian, the innate enlightenment body, whether or not it's as magical as it's said to be on the surface, he would not show hostility towards Lin Tian. But that doesn't mean he won't do something in secret. At the end of the dinner, all those who had attended the party, all of them have spread the news of what happened here back to their respective clans. Some of the deep-rooted harmonized spirit realm elders of the major sects, after hearing what happened here, they all rushed towards the direction of the Green Lotus sect all night long. Apparently they want to see it, too. This innate enlightenment body, is it as godly as the legend? It is worth noting that the people from the Green Cloud sect had also come to participate in this sect competition. That demon race senior sister also followed. But the ones who came this time were all inner disciples. Disciples like them wouldn't even cross paths with miscellaneous disciples on a regular basis. So with the exception of the big sister who's been threatened by herself, no one else recognized Lin Tian. When the crowd had dispersed, Luo Qingcheng and Lin Tian were the only two people left in the Great Hall. Luo Qingcheng said with a frown as she pulled Lin Tian's ears, "What were you staring at other people Xinxinghe in the Great Hall just now? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman? Why don't you ask for something? What do you have to do with Xinxinghe? Aren't there enough beautiful women in the clan?" There was a hint of jealousy in the words. Lin Tian then teased, "Sister Palmistress, calm your anger. If you are willing to take off your veil, I wouldn't have gone to see that Xinxinghe." Hearing this, Luo Qingcheng's face flushed red. "So you're blaming me for this little pervert peeking at women?" Immediately snapped, "Little pervert, you wish." But Lin Tian was beside him and said unforgivingly, "We had a deal. You promised. If I win this bet tomorrow, when you see me in the future, you'll have to take off your veil." Luo Qingcheng's pretty face under the veil turned even redder. Pretending to be calm, he said, "You might as well win first." After saying that, he directly fled as if he had left the Great Hall. After returning to his room and touching his burning cheeks, couldn't help but be a little disoriented. Chapter 028, The Dark Tide. After returning to his small courtyard, Li Linger immediately poked her little head out and, looking at his master with a look of amazement, it was like surveying a monster. "Master, tomorrow you're sure? The group of scholars from the winning Green Mountain Academy?" Lin Tian nodded confidently. "Don't worry, there's no such word as losing in your master's dictionary." Li Linger skimmed her lips, "Then you have to behave well and I'm coming to see you perform tomorrow too." Lin Tian nodded his head and somewhat dotingly touched her head. Probably within the entire clan now, it was only Li Linger who believed that he could win against those from the Green Mountain Academy, right? Late at night, more than 10 miles outside the Green Lotus sect, Lu Huijin held a folding fan and waited here. Not long after, a man dressed in black appeared in front of him. "Brother Lu, long time no see." Hearing this voice, Lu Huijin froze for a moment and, when the youth was seen to take off his hood, a smile immediately appeared on his face. "So it's Brother Gongsun. I don't know if Brother Gongsun is in the middle of the night. What do you have to say for yourself by appointing Mr. Lu here?" A smirk spread across Gongsun Yan's face. "Of course it's to help Brother Lu with your troubles." "Trouble? Where did that come from?" "I'm sure Brother Lu has been courting Miss Shin for a long time. If you lose this contest, you say that when the time comes. Miss Shin has been a handmaiden to that chi refining dog for 30 years. What's going to happen?" Hearing that, crazy killing intent immediately appeared in Lu Huijin's eyes. But soon he covered up the killing intent and said in a somewhat mocking tone, "Brother Gongsun, what does my senior sister want to do? It's her choice. I have no right to intervene." On the contrary, Lu recently heard that Brother Gongsun has recently broken through the Jindan and entered the Yuaning realm. But that fairy Qinglian has actually broken through to Yuaning. Hearing this, Gongsun Yan's eyes also showed crazy killing intent. But he didn't hide it like Lu Huijin did. "In that case, both of us want to slaughter him. Tomorrow's literary contest. Why don't Brother Lu take the opportunity to finish off the chi refining stage loser? When the time comes, I, the Free Sect, will do my utmost to ensure that Brother Lin will not be liquidated by the Green Lotus sect." Hearing this, Lu Huijin's pupils suddenly contracted. He understood that the Green Lotus sect had appeared at this juncture with the innate enlightenment body. It would make the already uneasy relationship between the Green Lotus sect and the Easy sect. It becomes more subtle. And Gongsun Yan said so at this time. It's more of a signal to Lu Huijin that it's the Easy sect that's going to make a move against the Green Lotus sect. A small smile spread across his face and he bowed and made a bow. "In that case, thank you, Brother Gongsun. I'll do my best to find a way. Finish that punk off at the civilization meeting." Gongsun Yan nodded in satisfaction. When Gongsun Yan left, the smile on Lu Huijin's face disappeared. A cold grunt. With his intelligence, he knew that Gongsun Yan was using himself. If we kill that refining stage punk, the Green Lotus sect and the Castle Peak Academy will surely go on and on because of this matter. At that time, Gongsun Yan could reap the benefits. With Lu Huijin's pride and talent, he doesn't really think he's going to lose. Especially his own senior sister, Shin Xinghe. She's even more talented than her own six. Even if the innate enlightenment body is heaven-defying, he felt a draw was still doable on his side. Wow! Lu Huijin held open his folding fan. His eyes looked somewhat meaningfully at the direction Gongsun Yan had left. Although he disliked Lin Tian very much, one could even say that he hated to kill him. But he had to admit that because of this kid, I'm afraid the entire Eastern Wasteland will cause a chaos. Tonight's Green Lotus sect was destined to be sleepless. Early the next morning, the Green Lotus sect square was already overcrowded with people. This time, there were very many people who came to the clan's cultural meeting. Many deep-rooted masters, elders, deacons. Even the old ancestors, all of them went out of their way to attend this literary meeting. They all want to see it, after they've gotten the news that the Lin Tian, the legendary innate enlightenment body. And as Lin Tian and the people from the Green Mountain School walked up to the square, the disciples of the Green Lotus sect and the academy all have cheered them on. Others began to talk as well. "Ugh, you guys, who do you favor more in this match?" "I'm more optimistic about the 6 great talents of the Eastern Wasteland and the first talented daughter of the Eastern Wasteland. After all, they are renowned and learned." "Really? But why do I feel that chi refining stage kid? What about a subdued face? I'm sure he's very confident in himself. I still think that this enlightened body from the legend is stronger." Arguments like this are everywhere. And on the raised platform in the square, the powerful clan elders of the Eastern Wasteland. It's amazing that they're all gathered together at this moment. They used the method of sound transmission to communicate constantly. "Fairy Qingxia, I can't believe it's been 100 years. Your Green Lotus sect has such a great chance. It's really a welcome sight." Old prosperous ancestor said with a leathery smile. Lin Qingxia heard the sourness in his words. The smile was springy, but there was humility on his lips. No, it's just luck. Fairy Qingxia, old man, I have a granddaughter. I am 20 years old and not yet married. I wonder if I can be a Taoist couple for that little guy. Old ancestor Qing Yun of the Qing Yun sect asked with some flattery. Instead, he was greeted with a taunt from the prosperous ancestor. I say, Qing Yunzi, that's not very good horseplay. It's still others who know how to play, and play big. Directly betting on the best female disciples of his family. Your granddaughter isn't the most beautiful woman or the most talented. Just don't take it out and make a fool of yourself. Hearing these words, a smirk surfaced on old ancestor Castlepeak's face. It didn't say anything, but the smugness was overflowing. That said, what do you guys think of this match? Which side will have a better chance of winning? If we are talking about poetry and song alone, and the piano and chess and painting. Old man, I feel those boys from the Green Mountain Academy have a bigger chance of winning. The others chimed in, and another old ancestor said. Especially since Fairy Qinghe even joined the contest. With her talent, there should be no suspense in this match. Hearing these old things. The smugness on old ancestor Qingshan's face was no longer concealed. But still, he humbly said, No, you all are too kind. The fact that he dares to take this challenge means that the young man is not bad. At least the courage is commendable. Yeah, this kid can stand here today. It's already kind of great. Listening to the crowd. Bridget Lin doesn't look too good. For yesterday there was still a mere firestorm among the disciples, This fireworks today. It's spread to them oldies here. She realized, somewhat now, that this innate enlightenment body might be a hot potato. Clenching his teeth, and making up his mind to. Even if this potato is hot, for the sake of the clan's future. She's going to try to catch it, too. Chapter 029 Chess Game, 1 against 2. At this point in the field, the game hasn't even started yet. The atmosphere had been extraordinarily warm. The 6 great talents of the Green Mountain Academy, all dressed in white Confucian shirts. Each of them had a folding fan in his hand. A gentle scholarly dress. Xin Qinghe, on the other hand, was still in the same pale yellow sarong from yesterday. But today, on her earlobe, hung 2 very plain earrings. Apparently she'd dressed up before coming to the literary meeting. And Lin Tian was still dressed in plain clothes. Aside from being more handsome than they are, the costume is clearly inferior to the group of scholars in the academy. In order to prevent the people of the academy from using any tactics, Luo Qingchang was following Lin Tian's side. This made Gong Sun Yen, who was watching the battle from the side, very unhappy. The eyes that looked at Lin Tian became even more shadowy. Soon after, several people agreed on the order of play. The first game chose to compete in Go. Out of the 6 came a man that, wow, closed the unfolded folding fan. The man bowed slightly and said in a very refined manner. And then the chess prince, Xi Xingluo. Taking the meaning of stars and chess pieces, please enlighten me. At once the scene, except for the people of the Green Lotus sect, the many female disciples of other sects, all cheered at Qi Xingluo. Lin Tian, on the other hand, was bellyaching in his heart. Bah, a couple of Sven scum. Instead of showing it on his face, he crossed over to Qi Xingluo and the eyes looked toward Xin Qinghe. I have heard that Miss Xin is also very skilled in chess. Instead of playing one game at a time, why don't I play with you too? How about one game? Hearing this, everyone in the room's face changed. Luo Qingchun, who was beside her, frowned. Even she felt that it was a bit too much for Lin Tian to say that. Could it be because he knows this is a sure thing? So not taking this one seriously at all? Thinking of this, Luo Qingqing's heart was relieved. The people watching the battle on the stage were talking. The disciples and elders of the Green Mountain Academy. Even more so, he glared angrily at Lin Tian. It's an insult. It's an outright insult. It was clear that he didn't put Qi Xingluo in his eyes. This kid's too crazy, too. Do you really think our Green Mountain Academy is so easy to bully? That is, to know that the chess skills of Elder Bro. Even the patriarch may not be sure he can win. This kid is actually going to play chess with both of them at the same time? But the headmaster of the Green Mountain Academy didn't say anything. Instead, a small smile spread across his face and the eyes that looked at Lin Tian carried a touch of blazing heat. In his opinion, although this kid in front of him was very wild but for Castle Peak Academy, it was a good thing. In this round, as long as Xin Xinghe and Shi Xinglua don't let go of the water, Green Mountain Books is a must-win. Such an easy win. Castle Peak Academy then got a head start on the Literary Society competition. If the Academy wins this literary competition, his own cultivation stuck at the Yuaning realm would hopefully break through. His eyes glanced at Luo Qingcheng, who had just made a breakthrough, without any trace. A hint of blaze and envy showed in his eyes. Even old man Castle Peak, who was on the high platform. There was an undisguised joy on the faces of all the Fairy Qingxia, this first game. We're not going to be polite at the academy, are we? It's that cocky kid of yours. Himself by proposing this manner of contest. At that time, if you lose, don't say we didn't win. Although Lin Qingxia was somewhat displeased in her heart with Lin Tian's arrogance. But the face didn't show it. As long as Lin Tian's loss wasn't too ugly in this match, it's not a big deal. Although Lin Tian had lost the need to show the bottleneck to the three people from the Green Mountain Academy. But this was also a disguised way to win the friendship of the Green Mountain Academy. So this deal is a winner, except for Xin Xinghe. Lin Tian and the Green Lotus sect would be that winner, too. Who let Lin Tian have a big chip in his hand? And at that moment, of all the people present, there was no one who had a harder time than Shi Xinglua. It was obvious that Lin Tian didn't put him in his eyes at all. He made the request that. This is outright humiliating. At the moment he no longer had that elegant air about him, there was gloom written all over his face, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he. Obviously, he was already prepared to give Lin Tian some color. And when Xin Xinghe heard such a request, but did not lose his temper, as Shi Xinglua did. She has been able to do what patriarch and elder. Outside of the game itself. Examine the bout from the standpoint of interest. Anyway, this bet is nothing for her to lose or win. Even deep down inside her heart, she preferred that Green Mountain Academy lose the match. Although he was somewhat disgusted by Lin Tian's arrogance. But Xin Xinghe knew that as long as she could follow him for 30 years. With his own qualifications, he might have a chance to enter the emptiness realm. You know the game of Go. It requires the player's full attention to the game. She didn't know where Lin Tian got his confidence from. How dare you be so arrogant as to distract yourself with a one-on-two? But she likewise believed that Lin Tian had no chance of winning at all. Glancing at Shi Xinglua, who was already speechless with anger. Xin Xinghe walked up to the center of the square. Said in her wonderful voice. Since your excellency is so confident, I'm sure you must be a great expert in the art of chess. I, the youngest daughter, will be brazen enough to join senior brother Qi to learn from your skill. Soon, there were outer disciples who had prepared the chessboard and the pieces. Both sides sat opposite each other, and this game had officially begun. Sitting in the middle of the two games of chess, a confident smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. The reason he's asking for a one-on-two. It's not about being in the limelight. It's not that he doesn't think highly of his chess skills at all, either. Actually, it's because in a previous life. When Lin Tian was in college, he was a resident member of the Go Club. It's not coming down particularly hard, though. But he's read a lot of modern Go texts. As well as the Dead or Alive chess set. After crossing over, since he entered the ancestral realm himself. Lin Tian's brain was as if it had been turned on. Can be easily recalled. Everything that one has ever seen in one's memory. Including chess games that I had read in my previous life. While time stood still, Lin Tian learned that although there is Go in this world, because this is a world of cultivation. After all, zither, chess, calligraphy and painting were minor paths, so they developed extremely slowly. Lin Tian is fully capable, by virtue of his mind, of the knowledge of the last life crushes the people here. Just to be on the safe side, at the start of the game, Xin Xinghe proposed that Lin Tian play white in one game and black in the other. This way the deuces of the two games are of different colors. It can interfere with his thinking to a greater extent. After Qi Xingluo sat down, he said with a gloomy face. Kid, how dare you be so cocky and... In a moment, I will kill you without leaving a single piece of armor. Lin Tian just smiled and didn't say anything. Soon after, the game of chess officially began, and pa, pa, pa. All three of them were quickly dropping their pieces on the board, although Lin Tian was 1-2. But the fall was not at all slower than the two. The footage of the match was used by the elders of the Green Lotus sect, using a magic weapon. Enlarged and projected into the air. As the two sides on the field began to drop their pieces non-stop, the scene became surprisingly quiet. Those chess masters were also constantly discussing the situation. When the game first started, Lin Tian's landing was very weird, It's nothing like the fixed drop sets that have developed in this world. It just seems to them to be clueless. I mean, has this kid really played Go? With this down, in a while both sides will probably lose everything. That's it, that's all the strength. How dare you say that you're 1-2? I think it's just not self-serving, wrestling for favor in front of senior sister. That's right, at a glance, it's another person who sells his reputation. And the old ancestor of Castle Peak on the high platform, seeing such a spectacle. But did not speak. There was an uncanny look in his eyes. He's into chess. He sees things. Be a little more profound than those disciples. And Qi Xinglua was falling on his side. One side smiled sardonically and said to Lin Tian, "Kid, I doubt you've ever played Go. How dare you say such a thing about your chess skills? In a moment, you'll pay for your arrogance." Lin Tian didn't pay any attention to this. At this point his mind was racing and, after all, it was against two masters of this world's game. He still had to be careful, lest he fall in the gutter. Chapter 030 Observing Chess and Realizing the Way. Soon, the game reached the middle game, and at this moment, on both sides of the board, the two very different situations have emerged. Lin Tian was playing against Qi Xinglua. It's full of murderous determination. Qi Xinglua could only passively defend and had no time to attack at all. But when it turned to Xin Xingha's side, it was a very different situation. Xin Xingha was constantly trying to attack. But Lin Tian's defense was impeccable. Xin Xingha couldn't find a break at all. Her face was equally not very nice. And those who had just laughed at Lin Tian for not knowing Go. All of them have been wide-eyed at the moment, staring incredulously at the board in front of him. Because in this world, there has never been such a way to play chess. That's why they couldn't figure out Lin Tian's path at all. But every move he landed was either a kill. Either that or steady as she goes. It was now past the mid-game and the two sides were still hard to separate. Luo Qingcheng was standing beside Lin Tian. She can't read Go, though. But she could see the faces of both sides up close. Qi Xinglua and Xin Xingha both started the match by. It's all about confidence. There was even a hint of sternness on Qi Xinglua's face. But now, a hint of panic had appeared in Qi Xingluo's eyes. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Even Xin Xingha, who has always been a well of antiquity. At this moment, he was also frowning, gradually starting to hesitate. And Lin Tian had that very indifferent expression on his face since the beginning. Even while the two men were thinking. And took the time to flash a grin at himself. This made Luo Qingcheng very surprised. He's known Xin Xingha for 100 years. It was the first time that I saw Xin Xingha with such a grave expression on her face. Obviously either of the two games. It was all Lin Tian who had the upper hand. Soon there were more and more pieces on the board, and Lin Tian's style of playing chess on both sides of the board suddenly changed, Qi Xinglua, who had just been defending against Lin Tian's frantic attacks. At this moment, it was discovered that Lin Tian had begun to take a steady, step-by-step approach. Cleaning up the mess, but his face got even more ugly instead, because as this went on, Lin Tian's situation started to become dripping with water. It's even harder to find a flip-flop on your own. On Xin Xingha's side, Lin Tian was starting to go from passive defense to begin a massive counteroffensive. Xin Xingha, who had originally been given a headache by Lin Tian's impeccable defense. It reveals a lot of cracks in the constant offense of the. At this moment, after seeing Lin Tian's style of chess change and an extra murderous aura, his face changed drastically, and his hands were busy as he began to defend. By the time he reached the backplate, Qi Xinglua's breathing was starting to become ragged, eyes also filled with panic and disbelief, The hands twisting the pieces were beginning to tremble slightly. It's not that he can't accept that he's failed. Rather, it's unacceptable to be beaten 1-on-2. It would be the greatest shame of his life. Even Xinxing's face became extremely ugly. As much as she wanted Lin Tian to win the competition. But she didn't want to be won over by Lin Tian like this. 1-on-2 if you lose to Lin Tian, the talented scholar of Castle Peak Academy. It could be reduced to the laughingstock of the Eastern Wasteland. She was in better shape than Xixing Luo, though. But the situation, too, is struggling. Soon, Lin Tian twisted a chess piece in each hand and landed on 2 separate boards. Pa! Opposite Xixing Luo's face was ashen, his body trembling as he clenched his teeth. Resentment was written all over his face. Although Xinxinghe was a bit florid, but accepted his defeat with great aplomb. Rising slowly, he gave a salute and said, "Your Excellency is a great chess player, it's my daughter and senior brother who lost." Everyone in the room sucked in a breath of cold air when these words were spoken. What? Fairy Qinghe and Mr. Chess are 2 against 1. How could you lose to that kid? This is incredible. Yes, to know that the chess duke, Xixing Luo, but the disciple of the ancestor of Castle Peak Academy, to be defeated by that unknown brat? It couldn't be that Fairy Qinghe is deliberately letting water out of the water, could it? There's a lot of talk on the field. But everyone's talking about whether or not there's something fishy going on in this game. Only the people of the Green Lotus sect were genuinely applauding Lin Tian. Li Linger was even more surprised as her little face turned red. Even she hadn't expected that her master was not only a great cultivator. He's even good at chess. He's handsome. It made a strange feeling rise in her heart for her master. Just as the people in the room were talking. On the high platform, old ancestor Cheng Shan looked at the stalemate between Lin Tian and Xixing Luo and Xinxinghe. Eyes wide, mouth murmuring. The so-called rigidity and flexibility, the so-called yin and yang, the so-called speed and slowness. The so-called offense and defense, the so-called black and white, it turns out. Turns out we're all playing too stereotypical of chess. There's a yin to the yang. There is strength and softness, strength and guard, and speed and slowness. Ha, old ancestor, I understand. As soon as the words left his mouth, a pillar of green light shot up into the sky. Everyone looked in that direction with great alarm. That's the direction where the ancestors were, and the glow that. Everyone was no stranger to the heavenly aura that arose from the epiphany that. It's a chance that cultivators can't get. After seeing the remnants of the game they were playing against each other, old man Qing Shan. Surprisingly, I had an epiphany. You know, old man Castle Peak used chess to enter the Tao. A figure steeped in chess for nearly 1,000 years. Such a great master of chess, just by watching Lin play a game of chess. Then you have an epiphany of the way. Several other old ancestors were looking at old man Green Mountain in disbelief. As their gazes took aim at Lin Tian, each one's eyes became more fiery. The innate gnosis body was surprisingly terrifying like this. The others saw old man Castle Peak's enlightenment. Those who questioned the contest as faulty. And they all dutifully kept their mouths shut. Lin Tian then quietly said to Luo Qingcheng, "Sister Pom, I've won a game. Don't forget the agreement, ha." Hearing these words, Luo Qingcheng's face flew to be colored with 2 shades of red. Originally, she also felt that Lin Tian was too adventurous with a 1-on-2. But I didn't realize that he was so good at chess. It can make old man Green Mountain have an epiphany. Frowning in the direction of the high platform, At the moment there was a vague apprehension in her mind that because right now, Lin Tian's popularity was just too strong. If this continued, I was afraid that he would really be in danger of killing himself. After old man Green Mountain had finished his epiphany, his strength soared from the 6th level of transformation spirit, directly to the 8th level of transformation spirit. That's the beauty of an epiphany. While epiphanies are rare. But once you've entered the state of epiphany, it's a huge boost to your own strength. The crowd of old ancestors watching were envious. The way old ancestor Easy looked at Lin Tian. It was more like looking at a piece of treasure. At this moment he has made up his mind. Whatever it takes. All of them have to drag this innate enlightenment body into the Easy sect. If this kid doesn't know what he's doing, then he'd rather just finish the kid off. Nor can he be allowed to be in the Green Lotus sect. In the square below, where the race continues to begin. After the chess match, there was no more arrogance in the 6 dukes of Castle Peak. A trace of gravity passed across everyone's face as they looked at Lin Tian. At the moment, they were gathering to discuss countermeasures. Qi Xinglua has already lost a round just now. That's why we can't afford to lose the second game. 6 games of qin, chess, calligraphy, painting, and poetry. If we let Lin Tian win 4 games first, the remaining 2 innings were no contest. And this second inning, the Green Mountain Academy would definitely choose the one bout that was the most certain. After much deliberation, Lu Huijin decided to compare pairs with Lin Tian. He looked at Lin Tian with a shadowy gaze. He fiercely patted senior brother Zhou Zhang's shoulder. As a senior brother for many years, Zhou Zhang naturally understood what his senior brother meant. Elder brother has been pursuing his sister, Shen Qingqing, for years. Now if we lose this fight, we'll be hitching a ride on our senior sister's future. That's why he absolutely cannot lose. And to give Lin Tian a little color, let him know that the 6 dukes of Castle Peak weren't just a waste of time. Walking up to the central square, he said aloud, "I'm Zhang Zhou, who is interested in piercing the intestines. Cutting against your excellency." Chapter 031, composing a poem on the subject of beauty. As a modern person, we put up pairs every year for New Year's Eve. So pairs of pairs he is naturally not afraid of. And this level Shen Xinghe was not involved. Because she wasn't very good at reciting poetry. She is better at the piano and chess. Through the competition just now, he had realized the horror of the innate enlightenment body. That was why her gaze towards Lin Tian was a little more fiery. "Please come up with a question," Lin Tian said in a loud voice. "Lonely and cold and widowed." Luo Qingcheng heard such a couplet. A frown immediately creased his brow. It was obvious that the words were talking about a group of women from the Green Lotus sect. To take in this man, Lin Tian, insinuating that they are meticulous. He could not help but look at Zhou Zhang with some displeasure. But others who watched the battle and knew what they were talking about called it straight. It's not a good pair. All 5 characters have the same radical. It's still conjoined into a sentence, not bad for a pair of gut-piercing chozheng. I heard that in the old days, in the academy. There's an unsuspecting man who wants to play pairs with Jean. He ended up spitting blood on the spot. From now on and don't touch the pair. It seems that the reputation for piercing the intestines is really not justified. Many of them looked puzzled and frowned. And in just a moment, Lin Tian had an answer for that. Casually. Retreat from the lost and return to the free. There was silence in the room for a moment, and then someone said, "Wonderful, just wonderful. That's right, both against all ministries alike. Another subtle sign that you want the other person to tighten up. It's perfect." Zhou Zhang's face also changed slightly after hearing the next couplet. Obviously with this next line, Lin Tian was warning himself that, with the killing aura this heavy, he's going to fight back. He didn't bother, though. Putting away the folding fan in his hand, he continued. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A lot of people don't know what's going on. But Lin Tian knew what this couplet meant. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, forget 8. It's a veiled way of calling yourself a cocksucker. But such couplets are still pretty pedestrian for modern day. Lin Tian immediately returned. Filial piety, fraternal duty, loyalty, propriety, righteousness, and integrity. Hearing this next couplet, Zhou Zhang's face didn't look too good either. Ritual, righteousness, honesty, shame. But shame is missing from this next line. Obviously calling himself shameless. Not only are the pairings neat, but they all imply irony. To the side, Shen Qinghe's eyes were aglow with color. The heart sighed softly, if only he could cultivate. Apparently Shen Qinghe is a very realistic woman. In this man-eating cultivation world, she still wanted to find someone with great strength as a Taoist couple. In the center of the square, Zhou Zhang had already put away his banter. Eyes fixed on Lin Tian. The 2 pairs just now, though only a test. But he didn't even take advantage of it himself. So he started to get serious and said aloud. Visit the West Lake and carry a tin pot. The tin pot falls out of the West Lake, pity the tin pot. Everyone exploded when they heard the pair. Even the elders of the Green Mountain Academy, as well as the patriarch, both face-bombed. The hardest part of this pair is that Westlake and Tin Kettle have the same sound. The last one, Pity the Tin Pot, is a masterpiece. Same sound, different words. It's very difficult to be able to match the harmonics alone. Not to mention the need for neat counterpoints. But Lin Tian returned without thinking. Cross the South Court, take the Nan Citron. The Nan Citron falls into the South Court. It's hard to help the Nan Citron. Hear the next line. Even some of the elders of the Green Mountain Academy exclaimed that it was wonderful. Zhou Zhengya's face was also a bit pale. This epigram came to him by accident. He didn't even get the next line right. But the other party was surprisingly right after only a few moments. It was obvious that the other party was much stronger than himself. The one is no match at all. His forehead had begun to see sweat at the thought. Just about to go on with the pair. Lin Tian, however, interrupted. Mr. Zhou, why don't I come up with an epigram that you guys and Miss Ching Ho can work together? If I get the next couplet, I'll just admit defeat. If you can't get it right, you'll be considered losers. How about it? Hearing this, Zhou Zhang began to drum in his heart. He now knew the strength of Lin Tian's pairs of 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 pairs. In his heart, he was actually very reluctant to agree to Lin Tian's request. But his request was reasonable. If one refused, one was obviously afraid of him. Just when he was in a dilemma, Xin Qinghe stepped forward. Please, sir, give me some advice. My daughter has agreed to do so on behalf of my senior brother. If it had been before, without the first match, they might still think Lin Tian is a bit crazy. But just after the game, everyone didn't dare to underestimate Lin Tian. Seeing that the other party had agreed, Lin Tian's mouth curled into a smile. Said aloud, my top line is paint the lotus flower and the monk painting. The uninformed hear this couplet. They all think it's no big deal. But several people involved in the comparison turn pale. Paint the lotus and the monk. This superscription, whether read from front to back, or read from back to front, it's all the same sound. Since the superscription is used in this way, well, if you want to get the next couplet, it would have to be the same way for it to be neat. Several people immediately got together and started discussing how to match the pair. Lin Tian, on the other hand, was bored and found a chair. Sitting on the edge, he waited for the next couplet from a few people. After half an hour, Zhou Zhang could only walk over helplessly and bowing, he said, we admit defeat. The scene was once again in uproar, and no one expected that refining stage that was a weakling in their eyes. Surprisingly, he has already won 2 of the matches in this literary contest. If anyone suspected Lin Tian of trickery in the first game, but he won the second one again. Now no one in the crowd doubted Lin Tian's talent anymore. At the same time, in their gazes toward Lin Tian, it was as if they had seen a rare treasure. The innate enlightenment body is worthy of being a legendary physique. Surprisingly, it's really just like the legend. Aside from not being able to cultivate, there is no such physique in the world that won't. The 6 talents have come together again to discuss. At this point they've lost 2 games. If we keep losing, there was no need for this contest to go on. This time Lu Huijin decided to take the field himself. Compare poetry with Lin Tian. Wow! Lu Huijin opened his folding fan and walked towards the central square. My name is Lu Huijin, I would like to compete with brotherly in poetry, please enlighten me, said looking around the room. His eyes lingered on Luo Qingchang and Shen Qinghe for a moment. Lu Huijin spoke again. It just so happens that there are 2 beauties present on the field today. Why don't we all write a poem on the subject of beauty? How about 2 beauties to choose the winner? Lu Huijin is very confident in his poetry. So he gave a direct limit that, and agreed to let Luo Qingchang and Shen Qinghe be the judges together. It was clearly an intentional attempt to show himself in front of Shen Qinghe. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect this Lu Huijin to be so unlucky. It's surprising that his best skill is poetry, couldn't help but feel a moment of silence for him. Lin Tian had read the poetry of this world. One can only say it's a long way from the truth. If it had been placed on the blue planet, I don't think any of them made it into elementary school textbooks. And this Lu Huijin even took the initiative to propose a beautiful woman as the subject. This was exactly what Lin Tian wanted. This Lu Huijin is definitely a good guy. He was worried about how he could tease Luo Qingcheng. Now this Lu Huijin. I can't believe I created such a great opportunity for myself. Good man, great man. Chapter 032. There is a beautiful woman in the north. In the central square of the sect, Lu Huijin saw the subdued look on Lin Tian's face. The heart is also a little bit in the right place. Putting away the folding fan in his hand, he said again. Since we initiated the challenge, I'll go first, said, pacing slowly around the square. From time to time, his eyes looked at Xinxinghe. At step 5. He tapped his head with his folding fan in excitement and slowly chanting. The smoky maid is lightly obe cloud flowing, half covering the red flower, half covering the shyness. The willow leaf cuts the eyebrows and the spring water is jealous, the cherry points the mouth and the reddish haze closes. This poem is a very detailed depiction of the beauty of the. At the same time, it also secretly showed his admiration for Xinxinghe. But when Xinxinghe heard the poem, but did not open her eyes to look at Lu Huijin, this couldn't help but make a gloomy color rise in Lu Huijin's heart. It's Lin Tian's turn next. He was not at all polite and chanted in style. There's a beautiful woman in the north. She's a world away from the rest of the world. One look at the city, another look at the country. I'd rather not know about the city and the country, but it's hard to find a good person again. As soon as this poem came out, everyone's eyes looked at Luo Qingcheng. Although on the surface, it is written about beautiful women who have the beauty of the world. But cutie. It's all there to see. Which alludes to the meaning of admiring Luo Qingcheng. After hearing this poem, Luo Qingcheng's pretty face, standing not far away, slightly reddened. A rare touch of petulance surfaced on the lightly veiled face. Luo Qingcheng is almost 400 years old this year. While still very young for a man of his cultivation. But in the past 200 years, because of the intimidation of the easy sect, no man had yet been able to enter Luo Qingcheng's heart. But since Lin Tian came, he felt that his heart, which had been silent for 200 years, was now beginning to come to life, and surprisingly, he felt a different kind of affection for this man. Even though he's only a refiner. Maybe point yourself to a breakthrough. Good looking. And composing poems to give myself emotional value. What beautiful woman could refuse such a man? At this moment, Gong Sun Yan, who was watching the battle from afar, staring at Lin Tian and the somewhat shy Luo Qingcheng, a strong killing intent flowed from his eyes. Sensing that some good people were looking at him with playful eyes, the Gong Sun Yan clenched his fists, his insides roaring madly. Give me a break. I'm going to hold you down on the bed and make you beg for mercy on your knees. Sweeping a glance at Lin Tian with a resentful gaze. The eyes were suddenly ablaze with rage. This kid has already made it clear that he's stealing women from himself. This kind of thing, as the young master of the first clan in the eastern wasteland. How could he possibly swallow that? At this moment he could not wait to rush down and finish off this chi-refining stage trash who dared to steal a woman from himself. But the remnants of his sanity made him hold back his killing intent. Now in this situation, even if one wanted to kill him, the old man and his own father wouldn't have approved of it. Because they're both stuck in their respective bottlenecks, too. All of them wanted to get some pointers from this asshole with the innate enlightenment body. Gritting his teeth, Gong Sun Yan swore in his heart that when we find a chance, we must waste Lin Tian with our own hands. Let him beg for his life and death. People around the field were talking about it, too. They don't know poetry, though. But both Lin Tian and Lu Huijin were obviously composing poems to chase women. At this moment, looking at Luo Qingcheng constantly whoring her gaze towards Lin Tian, Xinxinghe, on the other hand, was disdainful of Lu Huijin, and the highs and lows were immediately obvious. Lu Huijin had hoped that sister can do it for the sake of the clan's face. Even if it's pretending to show a little bit about the poem you made. And he was content. But Xinxinghe didn't even act. Aloud, elder brother's poem, though magnificently descriptive, is. But it's missing the atmosphere of Mr. Li's poetry. Sister thinks that Mr. Li's poem is even better. Please don't be offended, senior brother. There were nods all around, too. Only Li Linger looked at Luo Qingcheng and Lin Tian with great displeasure. Rolling his eyes hard at his master, while stomping his feet in exasperation. While frantically rubbing the corners of his coat. Bull master, you're a womanizer. Lu Zhanyan couldn't help but look grim when he heard his senior sister's words. The gaze that glanced at Lin Tian became even more disgusted. In his opinion, since Lin Tian liked Luo Qingcheng, and to flirt with your own sister. This made the hatred towards Lin Tian in his heart even stronger. There was no longer any need to ask Luo Qingcheng's opinion next. After all, she was looking at Lin Tian differently now. Although she hit it well, everyone knew it. For the poetry contest, Lin Tian won outright. On the Academy's side, they've already lost 3 matches. The faces of everyone in the Green Mountain Academy didn't look too good. Some have even begun to regret that. Launching such a stupid challenge to Lin Tian. The legend of the innate gnosis body has already been written. Their own group had to be a gun for them. Go and test Lin Tian's depths. I'm sure that now, in the Castle Peak Academy, there was only one person who thought the bout was very well done, that would be the epiphanic old man of Green Mountain. Just now, because of Lin Tian. It took him to get to the state of epiphany that. Then the enhancement that strength brings. Face and all that doesn't matter at all. The old ancestor didn't take it seriously, but the 6 great talents had very ugly faces. It's a situation that's riding on the back of a tiger. Lin Tian has won 3 matches. With one more win, the rest of the game would have been unnecessary to carry on. After some discussion, it was finally decided that Xin Qinghe and Lin Tian would compete in the Guqin. Xin Qinghe played a self-penned piece called Falling Rain in Clear Lotus. The tunes are as good as her own. Fresh and elegant, it's refreshing. Lin Tian, on the other hand, pulled out a jade flute and played a song called White Reflections. The mournful and sad melody made many people sigh. Luo Qingcheng even shed tears on the spot. Xin Qinghe had thought that if she was equal to Lin Tian in this game, I'd rather cheat than win this game. But after hearing Lin Tian's tune, his own tune and Lin Tian's tune were just too far apart. There was no choice but to declare Lin Tian the winner. Just like that, Lin Tian won 4 out of the 6 matches. There's no point in competing next. The people in the academy were all downcast because of this competition. Although Xin Qinghe also had some regrets on her face. But the heart is actually going crazy with joy. He could rightfully stay by Lin Tian's side for 30 years. With the degree of anticlimax that the innate enlightenment body has shown today, Xin Qinghe was completely confident that she would enter the spirit transformation realm in 30 years. Or even the realm of emptiness. After the meeting was dispersed, the dark tide within the Green Lotus sect became even more turbulent. The great clans have gone through this cultural meeting. All of them had already seen the terror of the innate enlightened body. Everyone has their own little calculations going on in their minds. And as Lin Tian left the central square, passing by the Green Cloud sect's senior sister, Qin Rongrong slipped Lin Tian a note without a trace. Wait until no one's around. Lin Tian opened the note and saw what was on it. The face changed slightly. It reads, after the clan meeting, the Qingyun sect is going to make a move against the great Qian imperial family. A flicker of fire rose in the palm of his hand and burned the small slip of paper to ashes. It seems like that Li Daoi should have some relationship with the Qingyun sect. Li Daoi hasn't been dead for long. The Qingyun sect will go after the great Qian imperial family. It's a good thing that when Lin Tianlin was on his way out, elevating Li Daoi's puppet to the realm of empty mind. Let alone the Qingyun sect going to attack the Qian imperial family. Even if the prosperity sect goes, it's probably going to be crippling as well. So Lin Tian wasn't really worried about Li Eveningchio's safety. Chapter 033 Innate Enlightened Body? Conspiracy? When the crowd had dispersed, Lin Tian and Luo Qingcheng also returned to their small courtyard. On the way, Lin Tian teased that, Sister Palm, this time the clan's literary meeting. I'm a winner, that was agreed upon before. Hearing Lin Tian's words, at the sight of the impish smile on Lin Tian's face, Luo Qingcheng's face turned even redder. But pretending to be solemn, he said, I thought you said you'd win all 6. You've only won 4 games now, it doesn't count. You. looking at Lin Tian with an indignant look on his face. Luo Qingqing's heart then had a feeling of secret joy. He want to see mine so badly? Then the absolutely beautiful face, even more red, immediately ran back to his yard as if fleeing. Upon returning to the house where he lives, Li Linger poked her little head out and, "Master, your performance today was too handsome. I didn't realize that in addition to your great cultivation, you're well versed in other things. Could it be that you really are the legendary innate enlightenment body?" Lin Tian touched Li Linger's little head. Favored said with a smile. "Of course, Master is not an innate gnosis body. For teachers?" Halfway through his words, Lin Tian froze violently for a moment. "It feels as if there is something that is very important to me. But one doesn't pay attention." He recalled what he just said. He wanted to say to Li Linger, "Of course, Master is not an innate enlightenment body. It is simply impossible to cultivate the innate enlightenment body." His breathing was a little ragged, as he snapped. He remembered, on the continent, the records about the innate enlightenment body all seem to come from the heavenly pavilion. And it is said that the master of Tianji Pavilion is 10,000 years old, the only innate enlightened body. That would mean that, in addition to the Tenji Pavilion, no power has ever seen the power of the innate enlightened body with their own eyes. What they've seen written about the innate enlightened body. It's all about Tianji's own words, too? And the reason one can pretend to be so much like the innate enlightenment body, it is because one's own cultivation and realm look at the whole world. There's no one else like it anymore. Those cultivators just have to look at themselves. It would be possible to know the problems he was experiencing with his cultivation. Would that also be a possibility that it's this so-called master of Tianji Pavilion? What about the same situation as yourself? The more I consider this question, Lin Tian then felt a chill run down his back. When time stands still, if there is any other place in the world that out of one's grasp, then this Tianji Pavilion can definitely be counted as one. Lin Tian traveled throughout the divine and demonic continent. Neither found any trace of the existence of this mysterious Tenji Pavilion. He even suspected that is this organization a fabrication of other forces on the continent? But every major power in the 4 seas and 8 deserts, it's all about Tianji-gu. Although it is only a few incoherent words, but it is a good corroboration that this power actually existed. After half a day's thought, and seeing that he could not think of anything, solely Lin Tian gave up thinking about these complicated issues. Anyway, now that you're strong, even if there's some kind of conspiracy going on at Tianji-gu, as long as it doesn't affect you, then for Lin Tian, it was none of his business. Right now, one's purpose has been achieved. I believe that after this clan meeting, each family will then put pressure on the Green Lotus sect. Ask the Green Lotus sect to share themselves. Now it's up to Bridget Lin to decide what she means. As for Lu Huijin and that Gong Sun Yen, in Lin Tian's opinion it was nothing more than a clown. And now Lin Tian's main concern, it's the progress of Luo Qinghe, the first beauty of the Eastern Wastelands raiders. Although Lin Tian had seen the gorgeous Luo Qinghe before, but after all, it was seen when time stood still. Unmovable beauties and living beauties. It feels like it's simply not possible. So after the time stop ends, it was only then that he thought to take his time and rate each of the beauties. At this time in the Easy Sex compound, Gong Sun Yen was in his room for a while, smashing and smashing. While slamming things down, he cursed angrily. Rubbish. A scholar from Castle Peak Academy. Just a bunch of losers who can't be helped up. He actually lost to a tiny chi refining stage. They can really degrade the reputation of the Green Mountain School for 10,000 years. After catching his breath for a while, a viciousness flashed through Gong Sun Yan's eyes and immediately, he had someone call the 3 disciples who would be attending the sect assembly tomorrow. Waiting for the 3 to come in, Gong Sun Yan said sternly, "Here are 3 blood transformation pills. It can increase your cultivation level in a short time. Tomorrow at the clan meeting, this young master orders you. When you meet a disciple of the Green Lotus sect, you must give me a death sentence. Kill them for me." A few of the disciples' complexions changed slightly. The blood transformation pill is designed to increase strength by stimulating the energy in the chi and blood. It's easy to damage your chi and blood when you use it excessively. If the damage is severe, it can lead to irreversible dark injuries to the body. There will be no further progress in cultivation in the future. But when he saw Gong Sun Yan's murderous face, all three of them were silenced and received the elixir. In fact, the clan conference in the Eastern Wasteland. The reason why it is organized every 100 years. It's a test of each family's strength against the other clans. Each clan will send out Yuaning realm or below 3 of the finest disciples ever to go to war. Compete with the pride of other clans. And the outcome of the race will be determined by the fact that within the next 100 years, the issue of distribution of benefits throughout the Eastern Wasteland. This year's clan assembly was going to be even more lively than previous years. Because it happened to coincide with the opening of the Eastern Wasteland Secret Realm once every 500 years. The Eastern Wasteland Secret Realm is one of the most magical caves in the entire Eastern Wasteland continent. It was filled with tons of opportunities, but at the same time, it was also very dangerous. The main thing is that there are restrictions on trying to get inside. Only cultivators below the Yuaning stage can enter and cannot be more than 200 years old. This is also the criterion for participation in the clan assembly. Only 20 people can go in at the start of each secret realm. And the key to unlocking this secret world, in the hands of the top 5 clans in the Eastern Wasteland, which are the Easy Sect, in the Green Lotus Sect, the Green Mountain School, the Green Cloud Sect, and the Xian Ice Valley. Only the top 10 of the clan assembly were qualified to enter the secret realm. 5 spots for first place, 4 for second, 2 for fourth place. 6 spots remain, 1 for each of the remaining 6 clans. This was also done 1,000 years ago in order to minimize the killing of the major forces in the Eastern Wasteland. An agreement led by the Prosperity Sect and jointly reached by all the major sects. That's why all the major clans send out of their sects the strongest disciple in the battle, in order to grab more benefits for the clan. Because the contestants are all elites from all the major clans. So it rarely happens that, like Gong Sun Yan, directly giving disciples this short-term boost in strength, but will affect the disciples' subsequent cultivation of the elixir. There were also very few people who would kill someone in a clan meeting. Even before the Green Lotus Sect and the Easy Sect. Because of Luo Qingqing's marriage. The Prosperity Sect was also only taking action against the disciples of the Green Lotus Sect who were practicing outside. This time Gong Sun Yan had run out of patience with his talent. It could take hundreds of years to get to the transformation realm. He didn't want to wait any longer. Whenever he thought of the one meeting, when Luo Qingcheng and Lin Tian interacted with each other, Gong Sun Yan then had the feeling that his beloved thing had been robbed by someone else. This time, no matter what tactics are used, he vowed to get Luo Qingcheng. Taking a few deep breaths to calm his ragged breathing, a cold smile spread across Gong Sun Yan's face. On the other side, the compound of the Green Mountain Academy. Xinxing, his master, Mu Dixin, was talking to her in a serious manner at the moment. Xinghe, master told you that tonight, you're going to find that Lin Tian. Even if it means pulling out all the stops. We must also find a way to get that Lin Tian to agree to join our academy. Do you understand? As long as you can do this, the master will not pursue you for disobeying the master's order before. Xinxinghe immediately bowed and said, respectfully following master's orders. The disciples will figure it out. Then disciple will not disturb master's rest, said Xinxinghe as she exited Nyut Xian's room. And Nyut Xian looked at Xinxinghe's back as she left. A touch of inexplicable throbbing actually appeared in his eyes, and a look of regret. Chapter 034. What does barbecue mean? After leaving the master's room, a flash of disgust passed over Xinxinghe's face. And the look of relief. Xinxinghe was adopted by her own master as a child. The master's name is Mu Dixin, which means high moral character. But Xinxinghe knew that this damned master of his, on the surface, he's a moralist, teaching and educating the people inside the academy. Behind their backs, they are making moves on themselves when they are adults. He even coerced himself and double cultivated with him. Fortunately, Xinxinghe resisted to death and avoided losing her innocence. This was also Xinxinghe's frequent travels outside the academy. Reasons for not wanting to return to the bookstore. Such a shameful thing to do. He couldn't even open his mouth to tell someone else. Or even if one says so, it won't do much good either. He's only a Jindan cultivator, whereas his own master was a veteran Yuaning cultivator. It's unlikely that the clan, because of this, just offend your own master. So from a young age she knew that. In this man-eating world of cultivation, the law of the jungle is the fundamental law of this world. Wanting to take charge of their own lives, it just has to be strong. Otherwise one's fate is beyond even one's control. The reason why she was willing to be a servant girl for Lin Tian during the betting and fighting, it wasn't that she was so deeply attached to the shul. Rather, it was because she understood that if she could follow Lin Tian, then one's cultivation will definitely grow rapidly. Taking a deep breath, Xin Xinghe inquired about Lin Tian's residence. The inner disciples also knew that Xin Xinghe had lost to Lin Tian as a servant girl. Neither made it too difficult for Xin Xinghe and directly told her where Lin Tian lived. No one laughed at Xin Xinghe for that. All the female disciples of the Green Lotus sect, when they saw Xin Xinghe's, all of them would mutter with great envy. If Brother Li can look at me, just let me be a handmaiden too. Having entered the inner gate of the Green Lotus sect, Xin Xinghe pulled off the silk scarf that had been covering her face. Looking towards a spiritual spring in the inner gate, the cool moonlight poured over the lake, reflecting her stunningly beautiful, graceful, dusty face, with a chuckle from his lake self, as if to say goodbye to their past selves. Xin Xinghe piled a smile on her face and went to find Lin Tian. At this moment, Lin Tian was teaching Li Linger how to barbecue. The two men set up a charcoal stove inside the courtyard and, while skewering and grumbling at each other. Can't you talk more carefully, old man? You'll pay for this skewer of spirit beast leg meat that I've roasted. Damn girl, how do you talk to me? I've been telling you for a while now. You can't bake it for too long, it'll get mushy, and who let you snooze yourself? Humph, old man, it's your fault. When I'm done with these skewers in my hand, you don't want a bunch of them. Lin Tian, on the other hand, had his hands on his hips and a cynical look on his face. Damn girl, if you don't want it, don't want it. Big deal, I'll bake it myself. Humph, said the two men, who had their heads turned away from each other. No one is looking at anyone. Seeing this cozy scene, Xin Xinghe guffawed and smiled. Walked into the courtyard. Lin Tian wasn't surprised to see Xin Xinghe arrive. But after seeing her take off her veil, when revealing that stunningly beautiful face, still frozen for a moment, the atmosphere was a little awkward. After a long time, Lin Tian, who had returned to his senses, said in a playful tone, Miss Xin came to my place so late, what's the matter? The little lady has come to honor the bet, and from this day forward, I'll be your servant girl. From now on, I will always follow your son. Hearing this, Lin Tian had two big heads. He was obviously rating Luo Qingcheng himself, and now he had some eyebrows. But at this time Xin Xinghe suddenly came out to join in the fun. This gave Lin Tian a very difficult feeling. At the moment Luo Qingcheng was in the house next to his own, as a cultivator in the realm of transformation. Anything that happens here, she knows about it on her end. If I take Xin Xinghe in now, it was estimated that Luo Qingcheng would tear him alive. That, Miss Xin. I was only joking that day. As for this wager, you needn't take it seriously. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Xin Xinghe's expression remained unchanged. In his heart, he thought that Lin Tian was putting on airs. But as an innate enlightenment body, it does have the credentials to pose with itself. Your Excellency is joking, my daughter has always been a man of her word when she speaks. Since I've promised the prince something, I'm sure I'll do it. The prince has refused so. Could it be that you dislike the little lady? Hearing these words, after seeing Xin Xinghe's watering face, Lin Tian instantly didn't know what to do. Don't look at the flowers he's playing with, time stop has crossed countless women over the past 10,000 years. But playing and falling in love are two different things. He's a novice whippersnapper when it comes to things like talking about love. Looking at Lin Tian with a look of being at a loss for words, Xin Xinghe covered her mouth and laughed lightly, immediately understanding that she had misunderstood Lin Tian. Then he took the initiative to change the subject, pointing to the fireplace. What's the male doing? Well, it's called barbecue. Bah! What? Simply understood, It's a barbecue. We have nothing to do. Let's get together. So the three of them began to talk and laugh as they proceeded to grill together. Luo Qingcheng in the next room. At the moment, he was staring at Lin Tian with a gnashing of teeth, while watching him talk and laugh with Xin Xinghe, while hammering the walls of the room with her small fists. The words came out of his mouth. Little pervert, seeing color. Humph. I'll castrate you when I have the chance. Lest you go around with love. Reaching up and touching the veil over her face, there was some regret about refusing to remove the veil from Lin Tian's face during the day. Unfortunately, it's too late now. I can't believe I let that woman Xin Xinghe get there first. There was a pang in his heart. All you can do is grit your teeth and watch from the sidelines. With Xin Xinghe on board, Lin Tian and Li Linger quickly roasted the meat golden brown. Meaty, flavorful barbecue. Because it's loaded with Lin Tian's homemade seasonings. So the smell wafts out a long way. Even Luo Qingcheng, who lives in the next room, after smelling the scent, both couldn't help but gulp. Eventually, I couldn't hold back, going out to join Lin Tian's barbecue team. Meanwhile, she's constantly PUAing herself. Tell yourself you're just craving barbecue. It wasn't because he was upset about seeing Xin Xinghe and Lin Tian together. After Xin Xinghe saw Luo Qingcheng arrive, the green tea attribute immediately soared. Glancing at the cool Luo Qingcheng, then she pouted at Lin Tian. Senior brotherly, during the day to sect leader Qingcheng composed a poem about a good man in the north. I don't know if I'll have the honor to lighten up brotherly. What about a poem for my little sister? Lin Tian was fighting against a skewer of roasted spirit beast's waist. Suddenly hearing such a request, he was busy glancing at Luo Qingcheng's face. Seeing Luo Qingcheng's face as usual, that was a relief. In that case, I'll make a contribution. Saying that, he pretended to stare at Xin Xinghe for a long time. In fact, eyes were thievingly eyeballing her in 3 dimensions. I'll put it together, 90-60-90, perfect modeling body. The heart sighed, but the mouth immediately said, there. The clouds want to dress up and the flowers want to look beautiful, the spring breeze brushes the threshold and the dew is thick. If I hadn't seen it at the top of Chuanyu Mountain, I would have met it under the moon at Yaodai. The poem aptly depicts the unearthly and dusty immortal aura of Xin Xinghe's body. Among them, Xin Xinghe is the only one who knows poetry. Naturally understanding that the poem is clearly a depiction of himself, the confrontation playful face born to blush, some shy said. Thank you, senior brotherly. Lin Tian smiled, and as his gaze swept over Luo Qingcheng's face, sweating like a pig. Luo Qingcheng clearly showed a displeased look on her face, looking at himself with a slight coolness. Xin Xinghe naturally noticed this scene and couldn't help but smile on her face. When the barbecue is over, after Xin Xinghe and Li Linger went back to bed, Lin Tian and Luo Qingcheng were still in the courtyard, facing a bewildered Lin Tian. Luo Qingcheng's face was written with a tangled mess. A burst of green and red. With a final clench of his teeth and a red face, he said, I promised you that I would take off the veil after you won. I'll give you a break today, lest you go out later and say I don't mean what I say. After forcing himself to make an excuse, Luo Qingcheng slowly undid the veil covering her face. Lin Tian's heart was beating wildly at the moment, although she had seen Luo Qingcheng's real face. But after all, that was when time stood still. The prettiest woman ever to be set there. It's all going to be a little less divine. Seeing Luo Qingcheng's true face at this moment, Lin Tian was completely dumbfounded, although prepared in mind. But Lin Tian was still in a trance. He couldn't help but hold out his own hand and wanting to touch this cold, unrivaled face. But Luo Qingcheng shyly avoided it, watching Luo Qingcheng leave Lin Tian's small courtyard as if she had fled. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth hooked into a smile. It seems that Xin Xinghe's arrival wasn't without its benefits. Lin Tian could clearly feel that. After Luo Qingcheng saw that Xin Xinghe had come to find herself, the unnaturalness of the demeanor. Chapter 035 The official beginning of the sect meeting. On the following day, the clan assembly officially began. This clan meeting was very lively. for opening the Eastern Wasteland mysteries. That's why the headmasters of all the clans also came to the clan meeting. Luo Qingcheng, as the head of the Green Lotus sect, naturally had to attend. That's why Lin Tian also followed to join in the fun. This time he wasn't forced to open for business. He also wanted to see what this so-called Eastern Wasteland secret realm was like. Just entering the venue, head on, he saw Gong Sun Yan, who had come to participate in this clan meeting. Yo, isn't this a waste in the chi refining stage? TSK, what a shame. The minimum standard for participating in the clan assembly is the Jindan realm. Certain losers, I'm afraid they'll only be able to watch from the stage for the rest of their lives. Hearing that, everyone in the Green Lotus sect glared angrily at Gong Sun Yan. Even Luo Qingcheng frowned for a moment. But Lin Tian was not the least bit impressed. Since he was looking for a scolding, he himself would never show any mercy. Yeah? Some loser who can practice. He's over 200 years old before entering the Jindan realm. Didn't you also never attend the clan meeting? It's only now, at over 400 years old, that we've entered the Yuaning realm. And you have the nerve to talk about it here? TSK. I just looked at it for you. If you don't have an adventure in your life, your limit is only the 5th level of Yuaning. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Gong Sun Yan immediately glared angrily at Lin Tian. It's all about telling people off and punching them in the face. But Lin Tian just shined a light on Gong Sun Yan's shortcomings. What's even more hateful is that he's still telling the truth. Gong Sun Yan also did not expect that. The innate enlightenment body could even tell when he had broken through the Jindan. He was instantly annoyed, and his body revealed a murderous aura. Just as Gong Sun Yan was about to make a move to teach Lin Tian a lesson, Luo Qingcheng said in a cold voice, "Young sect master Gongsun, this is the Green Lotus sect, please respect yourself." As she spoke, Luo Qingcheng used her spiritual power. The pressure of the transformation god realm caused Gong Sun Yan to feel uncomfortable for a while. His pupils suddenly tightened as he gritted his teeth and looked at Luo Qingcheng, who was wearing a light veil. With a hateful glance at Lin Tian. Boy, you'd be better off hiding behind a woman forever. Don't let me catch you alone. Otherwise I'll make sure you experience a life that's worse than death. After releasing this harsh sentence, Gong Sun Yan twisted his head and left. He knew that he wouldn't necessarily be able to beat Lin Tian with his mouth either. Staying here will only lead to humiliation. So after putting in a harsh word, immediately turned around and left. This clan meeting, Gong Sun Yan's father, Gong Sun Yuan, and didn't show up for it. The purpose should be to let Gong Sun Yan have some experience. If Gong Sun Yuan is here, nor would he let his son offend Lin Tian so easily. After Gong Sun Yan left, Luo Qingcheng looked at Gong Sun Yan's eyes flashed with a cold aura. In the past, he was in the Yuaning realm. Might still fear the strength of the Easy sect. But now that she has entered the realm of the transfigured god, the strength has reached the level of an ancestor. So she's not afraid of Gong Sun Yan. Let Luo Qingcheng scorn. It was the elder ancestor of the empty brightness realm behind the Easy sect. Soon the clan assembly will officially begin. On the Green Lotus sect side, there happened to be Su Qiuyu attending the sect assembly. She's 155 years old, and she's also in the Jindan realm. Under Lin Tian's guidance, her cultivation level had already reached the peak of Jindan. With just a little more guidance from Lin Tian, she would be able to break through to Jindan, entering the realm of the firstborn. The other two contestants are named Lu Xiyu and Sun Ruoshi. Two people, one at the 9th level of Jindan and one at the 8th level of Jindan. The strengths are all okay too. The Clan Congress tournament utilizes a ranking challenge system that, according to the last ranking, one by one, they challenge the previous ranking. The Green Lotus sect ranked second in the last sect competition, and the Easy sect ranked first. And the third ranked Green Mountain Academy, though he was demoralized at the cultural convention. But because of Lin Tian, the innate enlightenment body, in order to curry favor with the Green Lotus sect, the academy will definitely not challenge the Green Lotus sect. When the game started, it was just as Lin Tian had expected. The academy didn't challenge the Green Lotus sect. And the Green Lotus sect, because of Lin Tian's instructions, the strength of the inner disciples, it's a chance to compete with the Easy sect for first place. hence the challenge to the prosperity sect. Lin Tian swept a glance at the 3 easy sect participants opposite him. Told the 3 men on his side, without reservation, of the weaknesses he had seen. And at the same time secretly taking advantage of Luo Qingqing's inattention. Shoving a jade pendant to Su Qiuyu. If you can't beat it, and the opposite side lays down the gauntlet, crush it. Su Qiuyu froze, and after realizing that it was Lin Tian who was transmitting a voice message to herself, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Soon, the first bout began, and Gong Sun Yan looked at Sun Ruoshi, who was on the court, with a shadowy look. A sardonic smile appeared on his face. The 2 people on the field were both at the 8th level of Jindan. Lin Tian also told Sun Ruoshi about the shortcomings of the easy sex contestants. So as soon as they hit the stage, Sun Ruoshi had the upper hand. But next, that disciple of the prosperity sect, to have taken out an elixir, swallowed it in his mouth. At once, his strength instantly reached the peak of Jindan. The aura that erupted from his body far exceeded that of just now. A flash of panic appeared on Sun Ruoshi's face. One slip of the tongue, and he was severely injured by his opponent. Just as the other side was about to lay down their death throes. Suddenly, that disciple of the prosperity sect, the feeling like I'm being enveloped by an intense pressure that it made him tremble, his knees weakened, and he fell to the ground on the spot. He looked around, somewhat appalled, in the hope of finding the source of the intimidation. But there was nothing special around. Sun Ruoshi seized the moment and immediately admitted defeat. It was a fluke to pick up a life. Gong Sun Yan, on the other hand, was very angry and cursed at that disciple. What the hell are you doing here? Kill him for me. That easy sect disciple had already taken the blood transformation pill. Being scolded like this by Gong Sun Yan, his heart was stifled. A mouthful of reverse blood was spat out and he directly fainted. Wastes, a bunch of wastes. Gong Sun Yan cracked his mouth. And that pressure was naturally Lin Tian's doing. Sort of saved Sun Ruoshi's life. Luo Qingqing saw the opposite side of the match using the blood transformation pill. Coldly, he said, despicable. But Gong Sun Yan was full of concern. Sect Master Luo, please watch your words. When did the clan assembly stipulate that participating contestants can't take medicine? Hearing this, Luo Qingqing was speechless. There was no choice but to proceed to the next bout. Next up is Lu Xiyu. Again, he was badly injured by his opponent. But this time, Lu Xiyu's luck was a little better. The disciple who was on the field was slightly weaker, giving Lu Xiyu the chance to admit defeat. Luo Qingqing did not expect that Gong Sun Yan would be so heartless to give that. In order to kill the disciples of the Green Lotus sect. Surprisingly, he gave the disciples of the Easy sect the blood transformation pill. Lin Tian then said to Luo Qingqing, Sister Luo, the last bout. How about we just admit defeat? Luo Qingqing nodded. After all, she had already lost 2 out of 3. There was no point in competing in the last game anymore. Junior sister Su Qiuyu was also relieved. At least he didn't have to go and fight for his life with those lunatics from the Easy sect. Chapter 036. Soon, after a day of fierce fighting, the clan meeting is over. The rankings of the clans remain largely unchanged. Tomorrow is the time to open the Eastern Wasteland's secret realm. The Green Lotus sect got 4 slots to enter the secret realm. Originally, Luo Qingqing wanted to find 4 inner disciples to explore the secret realm. But Lin Tian said to Luo Qingqing, Sister Luo, think about it. Those few disciples of the Easy sect used the blood transformation pill today. Tomorrow on the secret adventure, will they use the same tactics? Hearing this question, Luo Qingqing's eyes also had a trace of gravity in them. Lin Tian was right, ever since he had broken through the realm of God transformation. Gong Sun Yan seems to have become even crazier in doing things. Luo Qingqing sighed softly and asked quietly, Well, do you have a good idea? Hearing this, Lin Tian smiled. He was waiting for Luo Qingqing to ask herself. So said with great certainty, Why don't Sister Luo let me and Linger enter this Eastern Wasteland secret realm? I have a way to deal with those drugged-up Easy sect disciples. Hearing this, Luo Qingqing said with a surprised expression, You're a chi refining stage. Isn't entering the secret realm looking for death? Do you know you're the one Gong Sun Yan wants to kill the most? And you're going to go in there? Lin Tian's eyes lit up and he said with great certainty. Don't worry, Sister Luo, as long as I go in, I'll immediately find a way to help little sister break through to Yuaning first. Besides, I'd like to bring Xinxinghe from Castle Peak Academy in with me. She's about to break through to the Yuaning realm, too. When the time comes, two of us on our side of the Yuaning realm. Isn't it easy to deal with the easy sex gang? Hearing Xinxinghe's name, Luo Qingqing's face immediately went cold. Seeing the situation, Lin Tian immediately explained. Sister Luo, I'm doing this for the good of the Green Lotus sect. Do you know how high Xinxinghe's cultivation ceiling is? With her talent, she had a chance to break through the transformation spirit and enter the Empyrean realm. He's lost to us now for 30 years. In these 30 years, if we make her one of our own, then it's not impossible for the Green Lotus sect to want to be the #1 sect in the Eastern Wasteland in the future. Hearing this, Luo Qingqing also froze for a moment. I didn't expect Xinxinghe's talent to be so high. Because of Lin Tian's identity as the innate enlightened body, Luo Qingqing easily believed Lin Tian's bull. A long loss of breath. Luo Qingqing gritted her teeth and forced herself to let go of her prejudice against Xinxinghe. Asked again, somewhat gamely. There are 4 spots, both you and Linger will go. Together with Xinxinghe and junior sister Su Qiuyue. You let that which could have gone to the secret world. But what about the disciples who didn't go on? Lin Tian, on the other hand, hemmed and hawed. Good idea, you just tell them. I'll help them break through their bottlenecks when we return. With that said, Luo Qingqing stopped dwelling on it. Finally, he agreed to Lin Tian's suggestion. A hint of excitement flashed in the depths of Lin Tian's eyes. Back in my own little yard, Xinxinghe was teaching Li Linger to read. This was what Lin Tian had asked Xinxinghe to help him with. Li Linger doesn't like to read, though. But under Lin Tian's stern gaze, still dutifully compromised. After seeing Lin Tian return, Xinxinghe closed the volume of books in her hands. Laughing softly, you're back, Mr. Li. How was the clan competition today? Lin Tian smiled and said deliberately. As usual, of course. Tomorrow, the Green Lotus sect has 4 spots that can enter the Eastern Desolate Secret Realm. Hearing this, a hint of gloom passed through Xinxinghe's eyes. She's 182 years old, and her cultivation level is at the peak of Jindan. If you don't qualify to enter the Eastern Wasteland mysteries this time around, one's own life would have nothing to do with the Eastern Wasteland Secret Realm again. It's said that inside the Eastern Wasteland Mystic Realm there are many great opportunities that can enhance one's strength. But because he lost to Lin Tian for 30 years, there was no way that the Green Mountain Academy would give themselves the only 3 places available to them. Unless one goes out of one's way to double cultivate with that old undead, Mudson. Otherwise, even if one is in the academy, places don't fall into their laps either. A soft sigh escaped his lips, and a hint of despondency and disappointment flashed across his face. And that was exactly what Lin Tian wanted to see. He said to Xinxinghe, why don't you come in with us tomorrow and take a look around? I just don't. What did you say? Xinxinghe had been a bit disinterested and didn't hear what Lin Tian said. I was just about to say I won't go, when I suddenly recalled Lin Tian's words. Unable to help it, his beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lin Tian. I say, want to come in with us and look around? I asked Sister Luo for a spot for you. Hearing this, Xinxinghe immediately opened her mouth wide, looking at Lin Tian with some disbelief. With a look of disbelief and shock, Before she could react, she heard Lin Tian continue. But you have to promise that when you go in there, you'll do everything I say. No nonsense allowed. It was only when she heard this that Xinxinghe reacted somewhat. You mean, you got me the quota? And you're going too? Her voice was filled with disbelief that. It was as if he had heard a pie in the sky. What? Don't you want to go? You know that in order to get your spot with Sister Lo, I'm paying a lot of money for this. Looking at Lin Tian with a playful smile on his face, Xinxinghe immediately said, want to go? Of course I want to go. Well, when you get in there, I'll raise your and junior sister Su Qiuyue's cultivation to the Yuaning realm. When the time comes, the 2 of you will have to protect me and Linger. After hearing these words from Lin Tian, Xinxinghe's eyes were a little moist. She lost to Lin Tian before, just to get benefits from Lin Tian. But she never thought that Lin Tian was surprisingly so good to himself. Knowing that entering the Eastern Wasteland's secret realm, there are only 20 slots every 500 years. And the Green Lotus sect only had a mere 4 spots. If we miss this one, Xinxinghe wouldn't be able to enter the secret realm in this life. There are only 3 places in the Castle Peak Academy. Unless one agrees to double cultivate with one's deadbeat master, Mulderson. It took a deadbeat master to possibly help himself to a spot. Otherwise the 3 spots would definitely not have fallen into their laps. I didn't expect Lin Tian to do it for himself. Asked for a precious spot? After entering the secret realm, it could even help you enter the Yuan-Ing realm? It's a double whammy. Xinxinghe has been an orphan since she was a child. In this man-eating cultivation world, I'm used to seeing people in the cold and in the dark. For the first time in her life, she felt that someone was treating her like one of their own, that feeling of being cared for unconditionally. It made her cold heart start to melt. Wiping away the tears on her eyes, Xinxinghe firmly said, "Don't worry, after entering the secret realm, I'll protect you and Linger." Looking at Xinxinghe's face filled with emotion, a smile also appeared on Lin Tian's face. In fact, he couldn't tell where a person's cultivation ended, because talent is only part of the equation when it comes to cultivation and enlightenment. It's more about the person's enlightenment. Chance. All of these things are very large influences on the variables. And the reason why he and Luo Qingcheng boasted about Xinxinghe's talent. It was also just to take advantage of the opportunity to raid Xinxinghe. This is the first beauty of the Eastern Wasteland and the first talented woman of the Eastern Wasteland together raider. Wouldn't it be nice to have a 2-pronged approach? But this matter must not be known to Luo Qingcheng. Otherwise Luo Qingcheng would definitely chase after him with his sword. As long as after the raid on Xinxinghe and Luo Qingcheng, Lin Tian's business in the Eastern Wasteland was almost done. Time to go to the next place. On the other side, the Easy Sect's compound. Gong Sun Yan roared in the room. "You losers! He didn't even kill those 2 disciples of the Green Lotus sect even after taking the medicine. What's the use of raising you?" Gong Sun Yan scolded at several people in a stern voice. Then a cold aura flashed through his eyes and, "Tomorrow, after entering the Eastern Wasteland mysteries, the 5 of you must take out everyone in the Green Lotus sect. If you fail to complete the mission again, there's no need for you to live." A few people trembled and hastily bowed in response to the taking the blood transformation pill given by Gong Sun Yan, he quickly left. Chapter 037 The Secret World opens. Early the next morning, the other sects had already left the Green Lotus sect one after another. Only the top 10 clans in the Eastern Wasteland remain here. Prepare to open the Eastern Wasteland mysteries. By the time the secret world opens, the sect masters of several families pulled out their sect tokens one after another. The Prosperity Clans is a prototype jade disc that. The other 4 families, on the other hand, each took out a piece of jade pendant. After embedding the jade pendant in the jade disc, as if the jade disc had a spirit, a pillar of light shot up into the sky and a white portal then emerged from the top of the jade disc. When Lin Tian saw the jade disc, a hint of surprise passed through his eyes. That white jade disc actually contained a trace of the power of the heavenly Tao. I didn't realize that the Eastern Wasteland's secret realm would need to utilize the power of the heavenly Tao to open it. It couldn't help but make him even more curious about this Eastern Wasteland secret realm. After Gong Sun Yan saw that Lin Tian was actually going to enter the secret realm as well, a sinister look of excitement appeared on his face. His gaze poured out to Su Qiuyu and muttered, "Damned Qi refining stage. I didn't think you'd seek death on your own. Too bad I didn't get a chance to kill you myself." Su Qiuyu is the insider Gong Sun Yan arranged in the Green Lotus sect. As long as after entering the secret world, Su Qiuyu told the people of the Easy sect about Lin Tian's location. With Xinxinghe as well as Su Qiuyu, there was no way to stop the 5 Jindan high-ranking cultivators of the Easy sect. And just in case, Gong Sun Yan also gave them the blood transformation pill. So after he saw that Lin Tian was also in the group, it was determined that Lin Tian would definitely be killed. And on the side of the academy, everyone couldn't believe it. The Green Lotus sect had unexpectedly given one of the slots to Xinxinghe. Lu Huijin saw that Xinxinghe was going to enter the secret realm with Lin Tian. The gaze that looked at Lin Tian was also filled with killing intent. He had managed to secure a spot to enter the Eastern Wasteland's secret realm with great difficulty. After coming out, one's strength should be able to break through the bottleneck, so that he could enter the Yuaning stage a little earlier than Xinxinghe. But now Lin Tian had brought Xinxinghe to enter the Eastern Desolate Mysterious Realm as well. It made him feel as bad as eating a smelly sock all of a sudden. With a burst of viciousness in his heart, he looked toward Gongsun Yan of the Easy Sect. The mind boggles. After entering the secret realm this time, I'm going to kill you for sure. Wash away the shame you brought upon me during the Cultural Council. Lu Huijin similarly stared at Lin Tian with a shadowy gaze. He hides it well, though. It wasn't like Gongsun Yan who nakedly revealed his killing intent. After the chosen 20 had all entered the circle of light, the aperture then closes. 3 days later, the people who entered the secret realm would be teleported out again. The jade disc and a few jade pendants returned to the hands of each of the group of sect masters. Just as Lin Tian and the others had just stepped into the Eastern Desolate Mysterious Realm. The Green Lotus sect's backyard chamber. Old prosperous ancestor stared at Lin Xingxia with a grave expression on his face. Xingxia, now, how are you considering this? As soon as you've answered these 2 questions, I will definitely help you get through the God Transformation Thunder Tribulation. Lin Xingxia's face, on the other hand, was filled with hesitation and uncertainty. You have to realize that once you enter the realm of emptiness, what little life you have left will be made up for in no time. When people die, there's nothing left. The words were like a bomb. It crumbled the last line of defense in Lin Xingxia's heart. Lin Xingxia's face was full of ruthlessness. In a cold voice, he said, "Easy, old man. As long as you help me break through the realm of transformation, everything will be as you say." A wry smile immediately spread across the face of old prosperous ancestor. Good. Fairy Xingxia is really quick and fast. Now that our 2 clans are in laws. This is a major event for the entire Eastern Wasteland, not if it's just 3 days later. Have a wedding for my Yener and Xingchang. White light flashed, and Lin Tian and Su Choyue, Xinxinghe, as well as Li Linger, the 4 of them entered the Eastern Desolate Mysterious Realm. The moment Lin Tian entered the portal, although a repulsive force was felt. Obviously Lin Tian's cultivation level did not fulfill the conditions for entry. However, that repulsive force, after Lin Tian utilized a trace of the power of the Heavenly Tao, immediately, he disappeared, and Lin Tian smoothly entered within the secret realm. There seems to be no difference between the world in front of us and the outside. The only difference is that there's no sun in the sky. Instead, it's a void. Because the secret world only opens once in 500 years. According to the elders of the sect that entered the secret realm last time, this secret world is very big. They hadn't even finished exploring the outer areas of the secret realm in 3 days. So once you're inside, make sure you grab it and explore it. Try to discover as many opportunities around as possible. But Lin Tian didn't think so. After mentally scanning the entire Eastern Wasteland mystic realm, the core area has been found. When he got here, he didn't have to hide his strength anymore. He was prepared to settle his previous grudge once and for all first. Then his gaze went to Su Choyu and he transmitted his voice. "Junior sister, do you know the location of the Easy Sect people now?" After entering the secret realm, Su Choyu was also very surprised. I didn't expect Lin Tian's methods to be so heavenly. He actually had the ability to change the rules for entering the Eastern Wasteland's secret realm. This kind of tactic, I'm afraid that Eastern Wasteland's #1 loose ancestor doesn't even have it. Taking a deep breath, Su Choyu began to contact the people of the Easy Sect. On the other side, the people from the Easy Sect received a contact from Su Choyu. Immediately, he rushed towards Lin Tian's side. Only Xinxinghe was still in the dark. The 4 were led by the youngest sister, Su Choyue, towards the direction where the Easy Sect disciples were. After walking for half a quarter of an hour, a scene that made Xinxinghe's face ugly appeared. 5 people from the Easy Sect ran over in the distance. And on their side, Lu Huijin from the Green Mountain Academy also followed along. At this time, Lu Huijin stood with the people from the Easy Sect. The purpose is clear enough. It's to completely take out all the people on their side. Xin Xinghua did not expect that the always well-mannered and the elegant Lu Huijin. I can't believe I would do such a thing. Long time no see, senior sister? Lu Hui held the folding fan in his hand open while staring at Xin Xinghua with a smile on her face. There was a look of undisguised lust in his eyes, as well as a look of deep resentment. He's been chasing Xin Xinghua for 100 years. For the sake of Xin Xinghua, during these 100 years, he hasn't touched a single woman. But Xin Xinghua, this even turned a blind eye to his own pursuit. This made Lu Huijin start to become paranoid. The more Xin Xinghua refused, the more he wanted to get Xin Xinghua to prove themselves. But at the Green Lotus Sect's literary meeting, how dare this person get in his face and losing myself to that refining stage punk. This made Lu Huijin feel deeply humiliated. Plus the fact that when would he in front of all the forces of the entire Eastern Wasteland. Losing to Lin Tian during the poetry competition made him hate Lin Tian even more. I didn't realize that this secret quest. Lin Tian not only came in by himself, he also brought Xin Xinghua in with him. Lu Huijin knew that if he wanted to get Xin Xinghua, this should be his only chance. Pa! Lu Huijin closed the folding fan in his hand and said with a smug look on his face, Sister Xin, I'll give you a chance. Now that you've obeyed me, I can get you out of here safely. Otherwise, said a cold voice with a flash of coldness in his eyes. Otherwise, don't blame me for not honoring my fellow disciples. Let all those present all taste what the world's most talented girl is really like. The few people around Lu Huijin immediately began to laugh maniacally. The gazes that looked at Xin Xinghua all had a few moments of fire in them. Especially the ones from the Easy sect. It's already a bit of a leap of faith. Chapter 038. Am I the only one who was kept in the dark? Xin Xinghua gritted her teeth and whispered to Lin Tian. Lin Tian, in a moment, don't worry about me, take Linger and run away. Senior sister Su and I will give you guys a pad. After saying this, Xin Xinghua didn't even believe herself. This is coming from his own mouth. In the past, no matter what she did, the first thing she thought about was profit. At one time she thought of her master as a relative, as a father, But it was that day, when Mudsin was going to force himself to double cultivate. By the time he resisted his own refusal. Indifferent to himself. Xinghua, remember, in this cultivation world, no one would be nice to you for no reason. The icy words. It completely shattered all of Xin Xinghua's emotions. Since then, she's gotten all selfish and self-serving and whatever they do it with the aim of maximizing the benefits. This included the bet with Lin Tian during the clan's cultural meeting. But in the past few days of contact with Lin Tian, she realized she'd changed. Even though he said that he lost to Lin Tian as a maidservant. But Lin Tian and Li Linger never looked at themselves as maidservants. Although they had only been together for 2 short days. But Xin Xinghua felt that in the 100 years she had lived, it doesn't add up to the joy of living these 2 days. Whether it was the sentence Lin Tian wrote for her. If I don't see you at the top of the Jade Mountain, I will meet you under the moon at the Yao Tai. Or did he help himself to a quota to enter the Eastern Desolate Secret Realm? Every single thing struck Xin Xinghua's cold heart heavily. So this time, when she was in danger, she chose to stand up for herself, and she wanted to do something for Lin Tian and Li Linger, too. Even if it means sacrificing yourself. But right after Xin Xinghua had just finished saying those words, a few people on the opposite side of the room looked at him with a mocking look on their faces and a disciple of the Easy sect laughed maniacally while pointing at Xin Xinghua. Yo, we're all about to die, but we're still humbling each other here. Gee, that's pretty touching. Brother Lu, isn't this senior sister of yours known as the most talented woman in the world? I don't think she's very bright, is she? We were able to find you so quickly. Don't you guys think something's wrong? Hearing these words, Xin Xinghua's body trembled for a moment. Turning back to Su Qiuyue with an incredulous gaze. It was obvious that she was an insider of the Easy sect. Seeing Xin Xinghua's incredulous gaze, the people of the Easy sect and Lu Huijin laughed even more. Xin Xinghua's face had turned pale by now. If it was the two of them, her and Su Qiuyue, fighting to the death and still being able to pester the Easy sect and Castle Peak Academy people, to give Lin Tian and Li Linger a chance to escape. But now, Su Qiuyu is the mole? This time, a look of despair had appeared on Xinxingha's face. But Lin Tian smiled faintly and whispered in her ear. Congratulations, you passed my test. After saying that, he turned to Li Linger. Want to try your hand at it? Li Linger's eyes were bright, somewhat eager to try. She's already at the second level of Jindan. Just happened to come across these ones to try out for myself. Okay, master. You'll have to keep an eye on us in a while and give us a swathe. No problem. Autumn Moon, Kyoho. You guys have now reached the bottleneck of breaking through the Yuaning realm. Fighting like this will help you break through better. In a moment, you'll go up with spirit. I'll scum the back. Hearing Lin Tian's conversation, a few more people laughed out loud from across the room. Brother Lu, did you hear that? This kid's a little out of his mind. How dare you resist? A district refiner. How dare you give two Jindans a chance? I'm afraid that's the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. Besides, doesn't he get it by now? Su Qiuyu is the mole we planted in the Green Lotus sect. Another round of laughter ensued from several people. Lu Huijin also said with a scowl on his face. Don't worry, brother son, none of them can escape. Be careful when you do it later. Catch 'em all alive. Those are some good-looking pussies. It's a shame to die. Go back and let us enjoy ourselves. As for that waste of space at the chi refining stage, just leave it to me. I will make him beg for his life and die. But the next moment, everyone's eyes revealed a look of shock. I only saw Li Linger's aura running. A long sword appeared in his hand. Buzz. The long sword vaguely emitted a clear and crisp sword chime, From the body of the sword, a hidden sword intent that, causing a chill to well up in the bodies of the 8 people across the street. Obviously it's an indispensable weapon. Linglong, take care of Linger for a while. Don't let her get hurt. One sentence came out, and on Li Linger's long sword, the aura flickered and formed a woman with a beautiful figure. Bowing to Lin Tian, he said, Yes master. Before anyone could react. Li Linger already had her long sword with her, followed by the sword spirit Linglong at her side. Rushed into the 8. Ah! Ah! With 2 screams. The 2 scribes from Castle Peak Academy, who were still frozen and watching the show, were being stabbed through the heart by Li Linger and Linglong. He directly received a box lunch. Seeing Li Linger make her move, everyone couldn't care less about being surprised. Straight up tussle. Su Qiuyu also relied on a sneak attack. A sword stabbed a disciple of the Prosperity sect. Although not fatal. But the other side is fighting a lot less. The leading Easy sect disciple shouted angrily. Su Qiuyu, do you know what you're doing? Have you forgotten that you were the one who provided us with the information in the first place? Did we just succeed in backstabbing Lei Dong? Hearing these words, Su Qiuyu's eyes surged with intense hatred. It's getting even more aggressive against the Prosperity sect. Xinxingha was very confused though. I'm still trying to figure out what's going on. But this is not the time to think about that much. One can only resolve the fight first. The battle had just begun, and there were already 2 dead and 1 injured on the Easy sect side. The situation has become 4 against 5. The other 4 stopped the trio of Sword Spirit Linglong and Li Linger respectively. The other one and the one who had been stabbed by Su Qiuyu went straight towards Lin Tian. Xinxingha was enraged at the sight of this scene and wanted to go and rescue Lin Tian. However, he was pestered by that Prosperity sect disciple who simply couldn't get away. But the next moment, the thing that made Xinxingha shocked appeared. I only saw those 2 people who rushed towards Lin Tian. When he was still 5 meters away from Li Tian. Blocked from advancing by an invisible protective barrier. The weapon in his hand was as if he had stabbed into the earth. No amount of force could split the barrier. Lin Tian stared at the 2 with a playful expression. Slowly moving towards the 2 men, with each step, the 2 felt as if they were stepping on their own hearts. Let out a thunk. Thunk sound. The heart couldn't stop beating wildly in his chest. At the moment the 2 had realized that this Lin Tian wasn't even in the chi refining stage. But it was already too late. Seeing the oppressive feeling grow stronger and stronger, the 2 of them looked at each other, and each stuffed the blood transformation pill into their mouths. A flash of blood and light. The two had briefly raised their cultivation levels by a large margin. One of them is even at the Yuaning realm of cultivation again. With a grimace, he coalesced a huge axe that it slashed down towards Lin Tian. The other used all the spiritual energy in his body to throwing the ring-headed greatsword in his hand towards Lin Tian. In the face of an incoming attack, Lin Tian just bottlenecks and raises his right hand, catching the chopping axe. Then, to the man's incredulous gaze, with a pinch of his hand, the huge aura coalesced into an axe that directly pinched and crumbled. The man's origin was injured and he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. And Lin Tian's other hand directly grabbed the blade of the ring-headed greatsword. The sharp blade, however, did not cause any damage to Lin Tian's palm. Again, with a pinch of his hand, the ring-headed greatsword was like that huge axe that it crumbled into a roiling spiritual chaos. Lin Tian walked up to the unconscious duo and said in a cold voice, "I'm a soft-hearted man, and I like killing the least. From now on you'll be ordinary people." Saying this, he raised his hand and waved out two astral winds, directly crushing the Jindan that the duo had condensed at the Jindan stage. From then on, the two were unable to practice in two ordinary people through and through. When Xinxinghe, who was fighting Lu Huijin on the side, saw this scene, taken by surprise, he was almost hit by Lu Huijin's folding fan. Then looking at Su Chouyue and Li Linger's bashful looks. Obviously the two had known that Lin Tian was very strong before. "You're the only one who's in the dark about this?" Xinxinghe gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Tian. The battle then continued against Lu Huijin. Chapter 039. I didn't say I was in the chi refining stage. The few others around them who were sparring in the seeing the situation on Lin Tian's side. Everybody's in a tizzy. Lu Huijin's face was even more difficult to see. There were 8 of them. Having just come up here and killed 2 of them by this little girl in front of me as well as that weird sword spirit. Now Lin Tian had casually killed 2 more. The remaining 4 no longer saved their strength. The 3 from the Prosperity sect all pulled out blood transformation pills from their pockets. "Stuff it in your mouth." Even Lu Huijin pulled out a blood transformation pill from his body. That was one of the rewards for promising to help the Easy sect kill people. With the great increase in the strength of several. Except for the fact that sword spirit Linglong is still swimming in it. Su Chouyue and Xinxinghe as well as Li Linger all began to fall into the wind. Lin Tian knew that it was time for this game to end. Among the few, Li Linger was the weakest, though shielded by Linglong. But it was still a close call. Lin Tian dodged and arrived in front of Li Linger. "Linger, this sword of mine, look at it with your heart," said the aura surging, and a very ordinary treasure longsword appeared in his hand. With a quick swing, countless swords flew out and sliced that Easy sect disciple who had taken the medicine into pieces. After seeing Lin Tian's move, Li Linger directly sat down on her knees. Closing his eyes, he pondered over the sword intent in Lin Tian's moves. Lin Tian once again dodged and stood behind Su Chouyue. One hand encircled her waist and the other hand took hold of her grip on the sword. Then Su Chouyue felt a tickle on the edge of her earlobe and just then I heard Lin Tian say, "Watch this." Then holding the thin sword and swinging it out, a half-moon-shaped sword blade shot towards the opposite Easy sect disciple. With just one sword, the man was split in half. Su Chouyue's face was red, but she didn't struggle. In the next moment, Lin Tian came back to Xinxinghe's side. "This man, are you going to die, or are you going to live?" Hearing Lin Tian's words, before Xinxinghe could wait to say anything, Lu Huijin was trembling as he backed away. "Master! Elder sister! Let me go! I won't dare anymore." He had just seen how powerful Lin Tian was. Even though several people have taken the blood transformation pill, there was also no one who could walk through a single move under Lin Tian. Now he's completely flustered. He's the youngest heavenly pride of the Green Mountain Academy. He doesn't want to die yet. But Xinxinghe glanced at Lu Huijin with a disgusted look on her face. Coldly, he said, "You see to it." It's not that she doesn't miss her fellow disciples. Rather, she understood that if Lin Tian hadn't hidden his strength, if you fall into Lu Huijin's hands today, I'm sure it's going to end very badly. So she doesn't produce meaningless mercy. Lin Tian nodded. To Lu Huijin. You just said you'd make me beg for my life and death, didn't you? Since this is the case, I will grant you to beg for life and death. Saying that, Lin Tian presently abolished Lu Huijin's cultivation with a palm. Then with both fingers together, he tapped at the center of his brow and then Lin Tian's voice came to Lu Huijin's ears. I nullified your cultivation and sealed it in the. Your escaped cultivation will keep you alive for as long as it takes. Then I cast an illusion on you. You'll just struggle through your most painful memories, over and over again. Lu Huijin's pupils contracted sharply. It's like seeing something unbelievable. Faces all twisted with fear. A mournful cry escaped his lips. Don't! Don't! Don't ah! Ignoring Lu Huijin's screams of misery. Looking at this last remaining prosperity sect disciple who was confronting sword spirit Linglong, Lin Tian casually snapped his fingers. Bang! As the ringing voice fell, that prosperity sect disciple was like a bomb. Instantly bursting into flames, not even a handful of ashes remained. When we're done with the pesky flies. Lin Tian once again turned his gaze towards Xin Xinghe. At this moment, Xin Xinghe was looking at Lin Tian with a gaze of very colorful, puzzled, uncomprehending, and a few moments of awe. You? Aren't you an innate enlightenment body in the chi refining stage? How? Listening to Xin Xinghe's words, a playful smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. When did I say I'm at the innate gnosis body refining stage? But the people of the Green Lotus sect. Halfway through her sentence, Xin Xinghe became speechless. Yeah, it's always been the Green Lotus sect. Declaring that Lin Tian is the innate enlightenment body. Also all of them, according to the canonical records. Only then did he say that Lin Tian's cultivation level was at the chi refining stage. It's true that Lin Tian himself has never admitted that. He himself is an innate enlightenment body. But next, a chill surged through Xin Xinghe's heart. A feeling of horror arose in her mind that this kid was able to be at the clan's literature meeting, disguising his strength in front of all the old ancestors in the entire eastern wasteland. And to be able to enter the secret realm that only the Jindan realm can enter. Then how terrifying is his strength? Her breathing was a little ragged at the thought of it, staring at Lin Tian with a burning gaze again. How the hell? How strong? I said I'm a being beyond the godless realm. Do you believe that? Xin Xinghe shook her head incredulously. Lin Tian was somewhat helpless. Why is it that every woman is curious about her strength? What about the fact that they all don't believe it when they tell the truth? Li Evening Chiu was like this, and so was Xin Xinghe. One could only shake his head helplessly. I'm going to take a trip deeper into the secret realm in a few minutes. The three of you will hunt for treasures in this secret realm. When the two of them are finished with their initiation, you head in a southeasterly direction. There's a good opportunity there for you. I'll come back for you before I leave. Don't ever tell anyone out there about my strength. After a moment of silence, Xin Xinghe nodded. So Lin Tian immediately turned into a stream of light and flying towards the depths of the secret realm. Li Linger had the talisman she had left behind for contact. Even if they encountered danger, they could quickly notify Lin Tian. So Lin Tian wasn't worried about their safety. With sword spirit Linglong here. After settling the few losers from the prosperity sect and the academy, the disciples of those clans that entered inside this secret realm. For Li Linger and the others, there was no more threat. Soon Lin Tian was deep into the core area of the secret realm. On a high mountain, Lin Tian found a cave that was under a forbidden system. Feeling the restraints on it, there's a hint of the heavenly Tao. This made Lin Tian very curious. Because the eastern wasteland is the land of the 4 seas and 8 deserts. One of the weakest territories. But in this eastern wasteland's secret realm, it's amazing that there can be such a place with a heavenly atmosphere. Putting his palm on the ban, he began to power up a ripple appeared on it at once, and but there was no sign that it was going to open. So Lin Tian directly utilized the power of the heavenly Tao. Sure enough, after that prohibition sensed the power of the heavenly Tao, it began to gradually dissipate, revealing the entrance to the cave. Feeling what seems to be in there, a call was sent out to Lin Tian. Lin Tian no longer hesitated and stepped into the cave. Chapter 040 Crazy Lin Qingxia. On the very night that Lin Tian and the others entered the eastern desolate mysterious realm, Green Lotus sect Luo Qingqing's boudoir. Li Qingxia and Luo Qingqing sat opposite each other. The two of them chatted as they played against each other. There was a very quaint incense burner sitting on the side of the. There were curls of smoke. A faint, clean scent filled the room. The two played chess and chatted at the same time. Qingcheng, you're almost 400 years old this year, aren't you? Yes, Master, disciple is 392 years old, thanks to Master's adoption. Yes, it's fast. 400 years have gone by in a flash. Wifey, I'm over 1,600 years old, alas. The years are unforgiving. When one's cultivation rises to the transformation spirit realm, one's lifespan can reach 2,000 years. Today, Bridget Lin is 1,600 years old. Only 400 years of life left. Hearing the sentiments of Bridget Lin, Luo Qingcheng immediately said, there is no need to worry, Master. When Li Tian comes back, we'll think of something together. There's bound to be a way to find out a way to help you get through the God Transformation Thunder Tribulation. Lin Qingxia, however, smiled faintly and did not comment. Pa. 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 The atmosphere in the room suddenly became a little dreary, There was only the sound of a crisp drop. After a long time, Lin Qingxia opened her mouth as if nothing had happened and asked. Qingcheng, what do you think of Gong Sun Yan of the Easy Sect? Hearing Lin Qingxia's words, a look of disgust immediately surfaced on Luo Qingqing's face. Master, why are you suddenly asking about that asshole? No matter what, he's the grandson of Elder Prosperous Ancestor. The Prosperity Sect has 3 single generations, and in the future, the position of the Prosperity Sect's patriarch. It must be his. If I don't let you be his concubine. Instead, I'll be his sidekick. Do you agree? Hearing this, Luo Qingqing's face immediately became incomparably cold. The eyes that looked at the master also carried a touch of coldly. Master, I'd rather die than marry that Gong Sun Yan. If it weren't for the Prosperity Sect, Lei Dong wouldn't have fallen all the way from the Yuaning realm to the Foundation Establishment realm. If it weren't for the Prosperity Sect, Qingxue wouldn't have been abused to the bone. Abandoned in the wilderness. Mentioning this, Luo Qingqing's emotions were a bit agitated. Her chest was heaving up and down from the intense panting. But Qingcheng, Master has only 400 years of life left. If you can't get through the God Transformation Thunder Tribulation, Master's lifespan will soon come to an end. Now that Elder Easy has promised Master. As long as you agree to marry Gong Sun Yan as a concubine. And give that Li Tian to the Prosperity Sect. He will then lend that ancient spiritual treasure of the Easy Sect to Master. And to help Master pass the Thunderbolt, can't you suffer a little bit? Help the Master? Luo Qingqing's eyes widened. Looking incredulously at his master, it was like looking at a stranger. He didn't think that his master would have the slightest regard for his feelings. Privately, such an agreement was made with the Easy Sect. Looking at Lin Qingxia with a pleading look on her face, Luo Qingqing's heart felt as if it had been stabbed by a needle. A tingle. He did not understand that his master, the one who once roamed the eastern wasteland, Fairy Qingxia, who always puts the interests of the Green Lotus Sect first. How did it come to this? This look of doing whatever it takes for profit. What's hardest for her to accept is that she had actually agreed to give Li Tian to the Easy Sect. His own master knew full well that he had a crush on Li Tian. And yet, they made such an offer. It can be seen that in order to break through to the realm of transformation, crossing the God Transformation Thunder Tribulation had been by any means necessary. Luo Qinghe put down the chess pieces in her hand and rose up with an open mind. In a cold voice, he said, Master, please forgive my disciple for not being able to follow the order of as the head of the Green Lotus Sect. I will likewise not allow you to offer Li Tian out to please the Prosperity Sect. This is disregarding my Green Lotus Sect's 1,000-year-old foundation again. Lin Qingxia looked at Luo Qingqing's indifferent expression. The heart can't help but ache with the disciple he's been raising for 400 years. Now that he has also reached the realm of the transfigured God, the strength is already comparable to his own. Now it's surprising that he's starting to disobey his own orders. It caused an unnameable rage to rise in her heart. But now the situation is stronger than ever. Helplessly, Lin Qingxia could only say softly. Qingcheng, take it easy for a moment. I'm just asking you what you want to do. If you don't want to do it, we'll leave it at that. Master will never mention it again. Only after hearing these words did Luo Qingcheng slowly sit back in her chair. Master knows that you like that Li Tian, right? Hearing this, Luo Qingcheng's face reddened a little. But it was quickly and nicely covered up. Master, the disciple and Li Tian are just. Before she could finish, Luo Qingcheng then felt the sky spinning in front of her eyes. There was a blurring of vision. Shook his head hard and only to realize that the dizziness in his head was getting stronger and stronger. Trying to bring up his aura to counteract this vertigo, but couldn't lift a single aura. Puff! Luo Qingcheng plopped down on the chessboard in front of her. Before he lost consciousness, he saw the master's kind, yet with a few hard faces, and a phrase that sent chills down her spine. Qingcheng, don't blame Master. Master has raised you so well, and made you the head of the Green Lotus sect. Now, in return, Master's life expectancy is approaching. For Master's sake, sacrifice yourself to Gong Sun Yen. And marrying him, you'll be the future wife of the future leader of the free sect. It's not an insult to you, status-wise. Master is doing this for your own good. Luo Qingcheng wanted to say something to retort, but found it impossible to move his lips for a moment. A complete loss of consciousness ensued, and a deep sleep settled in. With a big wave of Lin Qingxia's hand, the doors and windows in the room were opened, and the faint aroma inside the room quickly dissipated. She had guessed that Luo Qingcheng wouldn't agree before she came here. So she added a hypnotic ingredient to the aromatherapy that it's also from the prosperity sect. An ecstasy that can stun a strong person in the realm of transformation. Casually took out a sealed magic weapon. Seal Luo Qingcheng's strength. Lin Qingxia then immediately came to the Green Lotus sect's main hall. Will those disciples who are on good terms with Luo Qingcheng and Lin Tian, after they're all transferred out, call a meeting with the rest of the group. I now declare that in 2 days' time, Qingcheng will marry Gong Sun Yen, the young patriarch of the Easy sect. Go down and get ready, all of you. The remaining elders and disciples were surprised in their hearts, though. But the rest of these people are all Lin Qingxia's beloved ones. And without asking too many questions, they have gone down to prepare for the wedding. But that didn't stop the people below from talking about it. Patriarch Luo doesn't hate Gong Sun Yen the most. Why have you suddenly agreed to this marriage? Who knows, anyway, the old man has given his word. What do you care? Let's just execute it as it is. Lin Qingxia looked at her disciples who went out to get busy. A flash of madness welled up in the depths of his eyes. 2 days later happened to be the day Lin Tian came out of the eastern desolate mysterious realm. As long as we give that kid to the Easy sect, marry Luo Qingcheng to Gong Sun Yen, I'll be able to get through the transformation thunder tribulation myself, thus never having to worry about longevity again. She has now become insane in order to accomplish this, at the expense of everything else. Even she was prepared to lose the entire Green Lotus sect. Chapter 041. I'm trying to catch bugs, not peeping. Within the secret realm. After Lin Tian walked into the depths of the cave, once again, a prohibition containing the heavenly Tao was opened. The inside was an empty stone chamber that, the moment the ban was lifted, on the circular platform in the center of the stone chamber, a curtain of psychic light surfaced and, out of thin air, a passage composed of spiritual energy was reflected. And when Lin Tian saw this text, a sudden change of face. The universal script of this world. It's a small seal script similar to the one used during the Qin dynasty in the former life of the Dragon Kingdom. But this text, surprisingly, was recorded in simplified Chinese. That is to say, the person who left this, like himself, he was a traveler. Having reached this conclusion, Lin Tian's heart couldn't help but jump wildly. Even breathing was a little ragged. Taking a few deep breaths and calming himself down a bit, Lin Tian carefully began to read that passage. Lin Tian, hello. Isn't it amazing to see this text? That's right. I'm a traveler, too. But don't worry, if nothing happens. by the time you read this. I've been away from this world for almost 10,000 years. I'm sure you've already guessed who I am. That's right, I'm Tianji of Tianji Pavilion. I'm as strong as you are in this world beyond the godless realm. But it's a pity that the heavenly ways of this world are incomplete. So now you're only halfway into the God realm. The heavenly Tao is replenished. The divine realm is not. If one wanted to officially step into the God realm, one must first replenish the entire heavenly Tao. If one day you get tired of being in this world, wanting to get out of this world and see the outside, like I did, then you have to mend the heavenly ways of this world, reaching the true realm of the gods. To be able to do what it takes to rip apart the dimensions of this world, getting away with 3,000 worlds. And it's very easy to patch up the entire channel. Just need to take the 4 seas of the Immortal and Demon continent. All 12 origin secret realms were patronized once. You'll know what to do. But if you're happy in this world, or you can stay here all the time. As my junior, I've left you 2 gifts. Like in this stone room. It's the only weapon in this world that surpasses a top-grade divine weapon. I named the level of this weapon the Tao weapon. The other gift, the Tinker's Pavilion. When you unfurl the Tao weapon Tianji fan, it's only natural that Tianji-gu would show up and recognize you as the new head of the court. Although it's been 10,000 years. As long as you're holding the Tenji fan, the people of Tianji Pavilion will surely recognize you as the master of Tianji Pavilion and be loyal to you. If it's meant to be, after you've patched up the heavenly Tao and left this world, we'll meet sometime. Lastly, have fun on this side of the world. After Lin Tian finished reading this text, the words that made up the spiritual energy rapidly collapsed, then it disappeared. Lin Tian took a deep breath. The content of the text just written keeps coming back to mind. A little too much information. This Tianji Z was really just as he had guessed. It's not some innate enlightenment body. It was simply an ancestral realm powerhouse like himself. The God realm he was talking about should be the ancestral realm that he named himself. I didn't realize that after stepping fully into the ancestral realm. It's amazing that he's able to travel through dimensions at will. This was definitely considered a shocking secret for Lin Tian. And as for patching up the whole day's work, the current Lin Tian didn't have much interest in it. His greatest interest was to raid beautiful women all over the continent. But he's perfectly capable of traveling the continent while he's. Incidentally, I'm going to explore the secret realm of the origin of the 4 seas and the 8 deserts. To see what's going on with the so-called heavenly incompleteness. After all, the clues left by this Tianji Z in the Eastern Wasteland mysterious realm were just a passing reference. It doesn't go into detail about not being all day long. After thinking for a few moments, Lin Tian was prepared to pocket that so-called Tao weapon first. So looking around the stone platform. Sure enough, I found a stone box underneath the stone platform. Upon pulling open the stone box, a small line of text emerged from within, Odd change even change. Lin Tian blurted out, symbols look like elephant lines. Click. The sound of a crisp lock came from the stone box. Seeing this, Lin Tian was instantly filled with black lines. It's a good thing I went to school and know the formula. If it was an illiterate person. It looks like we can't take that Tao weapon Tianji fan today. After mentally spitting out some words, Lin Tian once again pulled open the second stone box. It says hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron. Carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine and neon. Click. Lin Tian was already cursing at the stone box. Mother, this ING periodic table of elements is coming up? Thankfully, you only took the first 2 sentences, and then later. Where am I supposed to know about this stuff as a liberal arts student? After opening the second level of the stone box, Lin Tian finally saw the Tianji fan, which was known as a Tao artifact. Feeling it carefully, the grade of this Tianji fan. It was just about the same as the Linglong sword that Lin Tian had given to Li Linger. They're all at the level of top-grade artifacts. And the reason why Lin Tian didn't feel that he was stronger than the top-quality artifacts. It should be because there is no artifact spirit yet. Lin Tian believed that as long as he pinched an artifact spirit for this Tianji fan, its grade would immediately surpass the Linglong sword. But with Lin Tian's strength now, It shouldn't matter much if there's this Tao weapon or not. This fan should have something to do with mending the heavenly Tao. So one has to take it away. After making the rounds of there's nothing else to find. Lin Tian would then go back to Li Linger and the few of them. At this time, Li Linger, Xin Xinghua, and Su Chouyue. The three girls followed Lin Tian's instructions. In the southeast direction of the secret realm, a spiritual spring was found. An unbroken dense mist floated above the spirit spring. It was obvious that spiritual energy was very abundant. The three women were overjoyed and immediately set up a boundary around the spirit spring. Then he took off his clothes and entered the spiritual spring to cultivate with his eyes closed. The sword spirit Linglong, on the other hand, was guarding inside the prohibition. After Lin Tian exited the cave, it took another day. The heavenly treasures inside the eastern wilderness mystic realm. Spirit veins, ores, whatever. Uprooted. Tucked into his spatial ring. At this point there was only one last day left to get out. Based on the sensing of the jade pendant given to Li Linger, Lin Tian quickly came over to the spiritual spring. After seeing that the three women were cultivating in the spiritual spring, Lin Tian immediately shook his head inside with a righteous face. Really, so careless. I'm not afraid of a bug falling out of a tree, taking a bath like this, climbing on them, in order that they might bathe in peace. I'll just have to sacrifice a bit and go to the tree. Catch bugs. While not forgetting to lie to myself about it. It wasn't to peek. A few women were still immersed in their cultivation. For entering the interior of the band they laid down. Lin Tian, who was preparing to catch bugs, was unaware of it. Under the nourishment of this spiritual spring, Xin Xinghua and Su Chouyue had already broken through to the Yuanying realm. And Li Linger's cultivation level was rising by leaps and bounds. Although not as high as Xin Xinghua and Su Chouyue's realm. But Li Linger is younger than both of them. In the future, the speed of cultivation will definitely be faster than two people as well. And compared to the comfort of the secret world, the Green Lotus sect outside the secret realm was experiencing a huge change at this moment. Chapter 042 Sleepless Night. At this time, the Green Lotus sect. The inner and outer gates are all decked out in lights and colors. A joyous scene. All the outer disciples were talking about Luo Qingcheng and Gong Sunyan's marriage. Hey, I say, before the Easy sect came to propose marriage, didn't the patriarch prefer death to marriage? What's the sudden change of heart? I heard that in the old days, the Prosperity clan proposed marriage. You want to take our patriarch as your concubine. This time it was said to be a side room. That's why the patriarch agreed. Hearing this, the disciple said with some confusion. But what's the difference between a side room and a concubine? Alas, I don't know what the old man was thinking. To have the patriarch make such a ridiculous decision. What a shame, still the second clan in the eastern wasteland. Shh, keep your voice down so no one else hears. Similar arguments were everywhere in the Green Lotus sect. Even some of the elders and sect deacons. All of them were very displeased with the patriarch because of this. They've even joined together to go to Bridget Lin to ask for a statement. But this old thing, Bridget Lin. Obviously, she was the one who did it so that she could get through the God transformation thunder tribulation. It was only then that Luo Qingcheng was forced to get married. But it was hard for her to say that it was Luo Qingcheng who insisted on marrying. Even those who insisted on seeing Luo Qingcheng. The disciples and elders who asked for a statement were all locked up. Now Lin Qingxia, in order to be able to break through to the realm of the transfigured god. It's been a bit of a seizure. For this reason she could even press the entire Green Lotus sect. One more day. One more day. As long as Luo Qingcheng that married Gong Sunyan. After giving that innate body of enlightenment to the old man at large, I'll be able to get through the transfiguration thunderbolt. It's officially a great power of the empty brightness realm. She murmured the phrase over and over again, He couldn't stop a shiver of excitement from running through his body. Luo Qingcheng was right beside her. At this moment, Luo Qingcheng's body was bundled with a layer of fine silk threads. This kind of spirit silk is a magic weapon of the Green Lotus sect, named Love Silk Winding. It's a torture device used to punish disciples of the clan who have committed great wrongs. The more the tied-up man resists, the tighter the threads were wound around the body, the more. At this moment, because Luo Qingcheng is struggling continuously. The white dress she was wearing had been dyed red with blood. But as Luo Qingcheng's master, Lin Qingxia not only didn't have a soft heart. Instead, he said to Luo Qingcheng with a scowl on his face. Qingcheng, stop resisting and listen to your master. Be a good girl and marry Gong Sun Yen. You can't get out of this love affair, no matter how hard you struggle. Don't worry, when master becomes a powerful person in the empty brightness realm, we'll definitely make it up to you. But in return, Luo Qingcheng resisted even more fiercely. Seeing Luo Qingcheng's reaction, Lin Qingxia frowned slightly. Pa! She slapped Luo Qingcheng fiercely in annoyance, and at that moment, Luo Qingcheng's absolutely beautiful face was. A clearly visible slap mark emerges, There was also a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Lin Qingxia didn't even care that Luo Qingcheng's strength was sealed. That was an extremely hard slap. Add to that the wounds that tugged at the wounds that wound the body with love. It caused Luo Qingcheng to have a spasm of pain. Sinful disciple, master has raised you for 400 years. How dare you disobey me like this? What's wrong with marrying Gong Sun Yen? I know, you have a crush on that innate enlightenment body in your heart, right? But in the end, he's just a waste in the chi refining stage. To tell you the truth, when he comes back, I'll give him as your dowry to the free sect. Elder Prosperity will cut off his arms and legs. Make him a swine. Let him just be a tool to help people break through bottlenecks. So, just die while you can. Hearing this, the original slap in the face that Luo Qingcheng, who was no longer struggling, her eyes suddenly filled with trepidation. Again she struggled violently and the old wounds on his body were once more torn open by the fine silken threads of the and a lot of new wounds. Seeing Luo Qingcheng in this state, Lin Qingxia angrily shouted, "What an obstinate person!" Saying that with a wave of his sleeve robe, Luo Qingcheng was knocked out by a strong wind. Lin Qingxia knocked her out not because she was afraid that the pain would be too much for her. I feel sorry for her. Rather, I'm afraid she'll toss herself to death, struggling so much. There would be no way for him to explain himself to the Prosperity sect. That night, Lin Qingxia sought out a few new outer disciples and, having changed Luo Qingcheng into a big red wedding robe, groomed her up and getting ready to get married tomorrow. On the other side, the Prosperity sect. Gong Sun Yen will finally get his wish and marry Luo Qingcheng. It was so exciting that he could hardly sleep. As for his original hairdresser, the woman the Burning Flame Valley joined forces with, Gong Sun Yen didn't have to consider her feelings at all when the two were first married. It's a deal. Gong Sun Yen won't care what she's up to with some other bimbo. She also doesn't care how many Gong Sun Yen marries. The two are nothing more than a political marriage. There is no need for anyone to interfere with anyone. So that woman from the Valley of the Burning Flame, no one dared to care if they openly raised face heads within the Easy sect. For the sake of the family's interests, marrying with Burning Flame Valley. Gong Sun Yen suffered a lot of humiliation for this Yen. Old man Easy, who was a grandfather. I know my grandson likes Luo Qingcheng. So to make it up to my grandson, on the condition of helping Lin Qingxia to pass through the thunder tribulation of transformation, plus marrying Luo Qingcheng. This way, in addition to satisfying your own grandchildren, it can also better control the Green Lotus sect. As long as the Easy sect annexes the Green Lotus sect. Later, in the Eastern Wasteland, there would be no more forces that could surpass the Easy sect. As for helping Bridget Lin get through the Thunderbolt? Are you kidding me? How is that possible? That ancient spirit treasure he lent to Lin Qingxia was simply a forgery. It's just a piece of crap that's not what it looks like. So by the time Lin Qingxia crosses the Thunderbolt, will definitely die under the Thunderbolt. When the time comes, the land of the Eastern Wasteland, there would no longer be anyone who could threaten Old Man at large. As for that innate enlightenment body, in the opinion of Old Man at large, since the Prosperity sect has already turned against him, there would be no need to bother pleasing a waste in the chi refining stage. No matter how powerful Lin Tian was, he was still just a chi refining stage waste. Why don't we just do it? Cut off his arms and legs and make him into a human swine. In the future, it would be used exclusively to help the people of the Easy sect break through their bottlenecks. Elder Prosperity believes that, with this innate body of enlightenment, the overall power of the Prosperity sect will all be raised by a large margin, even in the future. It was not impossible to become a great power like Burning Flame Valley. That's why he told Gong Sun Yen 1,000 times. This matter must be kept a secret from that grandson-in-law who came from the Burning Yen Valley. If Burning Flame Valley knew about the existence of the innate enlightenment body, again, we'll do whatever it takes to get him. And tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Some people lose sleep because they're trying to break through the transformation thunder tribulation. Some people have insomnia because they're married to a stepford wife. Some people are losing sleep because the clan is about to have an opportunity to become stronger. Lin Tian, on the other hand, was in a tree, wiping the nosebleed that came out of his nose while staring daggers at the three people in the spirit spring. Not the slightest idea of what was going on out there. Chapter 043 Furious Lin Tian. Early the next morning, the Green Lotus sect was filled with gongs and drums and firecrackers. Dressed in a red wedding dress, Luo Qingcheng was like a puppet on a string. He was brought out of the Green Lotus sect's main hall by two disciples. Her strength was sealed by Bridget Lin. I'm all wrapped up in love again. There's nothing intact at all, with all the blood and gore on his body. It takes two disciples to even walk with the help of two disciples. Elder Free Ancestor and Gongsun Yan were already waiting at the entrance of the Green Lotus sect. At this moment, they were just about to wait until Lin Tian and the others returned from the eastern desolate mysterious realm, bringing the two back to the Easy sect together. The deal is even done. By the beginning of the hour, once again, the portal to the secret realm appeared in the sky. All the disciples of the various sects still exploring the secret realm all came out of the portal. Lin Tian, on the other hand, had a smile on his face, and at his nostrils, there was also a light trace of blood. Through this entry into the secret realm of the Eastern Wasteland, it's been a very good haul for all of us. But those who enter the Eastern Wasteland mysteries again after 500 years probably wouldn't have been so lucky. A Jedi operation by Lin Tian. Having already gripped the chances of this little world boldly. Without 2,000 or 3,000 years, the Eastern Wasteland mystic realm will not be able to recover its vitality. Just stepped out of the space door. The other clansmen took their leave. Lin Tian, on the other hand, had noticed something wrong with the atmosphere. The Green Lotus sect is now decorated. A look of glee. Obviously a wedding is in the works. Scratching his head, he spoke to Su Qiuyu with some confusion. We've been away for 3 days. Could it be that any of the senior sisters are getting married? Just as Lin Tian was wondering. Those people below also noticed the 4 Lin Tian people. Lin Tian then heard a mournful shout. Come on, go. When he heard this voice, Lin Tian felt very familiar. Is that Luo Qingcheng's voice? But wasn't Luo Qingcheng a god of transformation powerhouse? How come your voice is so weak? This voice is obviously not strong enough in the middle of the air. Even the life of the person speaking may not last long. He immediately turned his gaze to the source of the sound, upon seeing the man in the big red gown. After the woman with the cover on her head, Instantly, Lin Tian's face changed drastically. Reality became somber, followed by anger, and finally bloodshot eyes that hands balled into fists. In the 10,000 years that time has stood still, Lin Tian seemed to have long forgotten what joy and sorrow should feel like. It's safe to say that in 10,000 years, he's never been this angry before. His divine sense could easily pass through Luo Qingcheng's big red gown and feeling the wounds, large and small, that densely cover her body, the sealed strength, and the big red gown she wore on her body, Lin Tian immediately understood what was going on. Before Xinxing's trio could react, Lin Tian was like a cannonball, shooting straight towards Luo Qingcheng. Join your fingers as swords. Instantly, the 2 disciples who were supporting Luo Qingcheng, it cuts right through to the ground. Lin Tian carefully held Luo Qingcheng in his arms. Fingers gently traced over Luo Qingcheng's body, wherever they passed, all those fine threads were cut off by the sharp sword chi. After feeling those chipping pains on his body disappear, Luo Qingcheng opened her squinted eyes and saw Lin Tian's face clearly. Tears spilled from his eyes, but a flash of fear flashed across his face and, breathless, he said, Come on, go. Lin Tian, on the other hand, quickly lifted the seal on Luo Qingqing's body. But she's been hurt so badly. It resulted in not having a single ounce of strength to mobilize spiritual energy at all. Lin Tian quickly took out an elixir from his storage ring, stuffed into Luo Qingqing's mouth. At the same time, he asked in a cold voice that sounded like it came from hell. Who did this? But Luo Qingqing's sanity has been blurred. A constant murmur of come on go. Lin Tian wanted to hand Luo Qingqing over to Xinxinghe, who was at the side. Look at it first. But Luo Qingqing's hand, gripping Lin Tian's arm in a death grip. Obviously, even if she fainted, she was still unwilling to let go of Lin Tian. Solely Lin Tian directly carried Luo Qingqing behind his back. Seeing Lin Tian and the others return from afar, Lin Xingxia and Easy ancestor Gongsun Easy were both rushing towards this direction. Gongsun Yen saw that Lin Tian was actually holding Luo Qingqing, whom he had longed for. It was also eye-opening, and it felt like he got a burst of green over his head. Kid, today is the wedding day of Luo Qingqing and me. You refining stage trash, how dare you hug me? But before the clamoring Gongsun Yen could finish his sentence, Lin Tian once again used his two fingers as a sword and chopped out a sword chi that directly cut off Gongsun Yan's arm. With a mournful cry of dismay, the Gongsun Yuan saw that his son had his arm broken. Immediately, he was about to fly forward and shout angrily, "Little thief, you seek death." However, Gongsun Yue held him in a deadly grip. He looked at Lin Tian with a somewhat appalled gaze. He's obviously an innate enlightenment body. Waste of refinement. But it just shot out of Lin Tian's hand. The sword chi that severed Gongsun Yan's arm. Surprisingly, it made Gongsun Yiqing feel a chill. The gaze that looked at Lin Tian was a bit startled and uncertain. The mind marveled. Could it be that this brat had a strange encounter in the Eastern Wasteland secret realm? But Lin Tian didn't give him too much time to think about it. Once again, he struck out with another powerful sword blade. Gongsun Yen once again let out a mournful and miserable scream that Lin Tian, on the other hand, continued to stare at Gongsun Yen with bloodshot eyes. In a cold voice, he asked, "I'll ask again, who did it?" Seeing Lin Tian strike once again, old prosperous ancestor didn't say a word. Turned around and ran away, leaving behind only a dumbfounded Gongsun Yuan, and Gongsun Yen, who had lost both arms and was howling in pain. For no other reason than that, Gongsun Easy, when he saw Lin Tian make a move, feeling a shudder of war from the soul that, although he didn't know that Lin Tian, a waste of time at the chi refining stage. Why did you suddenly become so powerful? But he understood that if he were to fight him today, certain death. He couldn't even care less about his son and grandson, After all, the son and grandson are gone, having an endless lifespan to regenerate themselves, But to lose one's life is to really lose everything. The unknown Gongsun Yuan saw the old ancestor running away and understand what's going on. His own father could run away without him. But you can't leave without your own son. Little thief, how dare you hurt my son, take your life. Saying this, he summoned his own lance and, with a blazing flame, stabbing towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't even look at him and just snapped his fingers. Pa! Crisp and clear, the sound of Gongsun Yuan immediately felt a stirring of spiritual energy in his body. It's starting to get out of my control. Then in his fearful gaze, the disorganized spiritual energy had created an explosion within his own body. The Gongsun Yuan directly turned into flying dust. It was as if it had never existed. Seeing this scene, Gongsun Yen, who had broken two of his arms, was already trembling with fear. The crotch of his pants was wet. Chapter 044, Cruel Revenge. In the next moment, Lin Tian was as if he was instantly moving. Appeared in front of Gongsun Yen. The voice was like the whisper of a demon. Not saying anything, are you? Search soul, said he, clasping one of his hands on Gongsun Yen's head. Gongsun Yen's most recent memory. They began to appear in Lin Tian's consciousness one after another. By scanning through Gongsun Yen's memories, Lin Tian knew what had happened in the past few days. It turns out that in the last few days of his absence, this old thing, Lin Qingxia, in order to break through to the god of transformation, surprisingly, he cooperated with the prosperity sect. After understanding what happened, Lin Tian was like throwing away garbage. Throwing Gong Sun Yen to the side, Then carrying Luo Qingqing on his back, he walked over to a disciple of the Easy Sect. That Easy Sect disciple saw the undisguised killing aura on Lin Tian's face. Trembling with fear, and a little incapable of speaking, you, don't kill me. Lin Tian just stared at him with scarlet eyes. Coldly, he said, go back and tell that old thing Gongsun easy. Let him wash his neck and wait for me to take his life. Said stomping his left foot. Except for that disciple from the Prosperity Sect just now. The other 20 or so that came along. All of them exploded and died, turning into wisps of flying ash. Behind her, Lin Qingxia saw this scene and was not shocked but pleased. She sensed how powerful Lin Tian was. Even this old thing, the prosperous ancestor, fled in disgrace. She's thinking the same thing as old man at large. Thinking that Lin Tian must have come from the Eastern Wasteland's secret realm. I've been given some great opportunity. That's why he was suddenly able to cultivate and become so powerful. She felt that as long as she agreed to marry Luo Qingqing to Lin Tian, with the strength Lin Tian was displaying now, she would definitely be able to help herself get through the transformation thunder tribulation. Until now, she hadn't bothered to care about it. Is the breathless Luo Qingqing dead or alive? In his heart, he was still thinking about how to utilize Luo Qingqing, letting Lin Tian help her get through the God transformation thunder tribulation. After Lin Tian disposed of those few Easy Sect disciples, turning around, he stared at Lin Qingxia with those bloodshot eyes. Thinking of Luo Qingqing's appearance just now. That's clearly because he's afraid he'll fall into the hands of the Easy Sect. Even though he's out of breath. And yet, he still shouted out for himself to run away. And all of this. It's all thanks to this damnable old hag. Lin Tian revealed a very sinister smile. In a cold voice, he said to Lin Qingxia. Old ancestor Qingxia wants to break through to the transformation god realm, doesn't he? Hearing the words breakthrough to transformation, Lin Qingxia still nodded her head without knowing what was going on. A frenzied face said. As long as you can help me block the God transformation thunder tribulation, I can betroth Luo Qingqing to you. After all, I picked her up and raised her. I should be the one to make the decision about her marriage. Looking at Bridget Lin with a straight face, Lin Tian was all pissed off and laughed. But he was able to hold back the violent anger in his heart. The blood red on his eyes still hasn't faded, Instead, he said in a cold voice, you are far from the realm of empty light. There's only a hint of sword intent missing, so I'll help you fulfill your heart's desire today. Saying that, he raised his hand and merged his fingers into a sword, and a sword intent shot out and hit Lin Qingxia on the eyebrow. Lin Qingxia, after sensing that sword intent, there was a throbbing in his heart, and the God transformation thunder tribulation followed. Breaking through Yuaning requires 3 lightning tribulations before entering the realm of transformation. Whereas breaking through the transformation spirit involves going through 6 lightning tribulations. It is only then that you can enter the realm of emptiness. Sensing the gathering of the robbing clouds in the sky, the flashes of thunder inside a look of ecstasy appeared on Lin Qingxia's face. After the lightning struck down, it was quickly caught by Lin Tian with his bare hands. It was then kneaded into a ball. The 6 thunderbolts, after 3 hours, all coalesced in Lin Tian's hand. After rubbing off all of the raging abilities contained within it, the rest of the blue light mass directly merged into Luo Qingqing's body. Help her recover from her current injuries. After surviving the thunderbolt, Bridget Lin's aged look has changed. Her body was beginning to look young and all the wrinkles have disappeared from my body. In its place is fine skin. After feeling the changes in his body, she laughed wildly up in the air and 500 years. 500 years. I've been stuck at the peak for 500 years. I finally broke through to the empty mind realm today. The heavens have treated me well. But the next moment the smile disappeared from her face and Lin Tian stretched out a hand and drew a charm out of thin air. It was typed into Lin Qingxia's body. Qing Xiao Lin, who just broke through. Haven't gotten a good feel for the power of the Empyrean realm yet. It was sealed by this talisman of Lin Tian's. I can't lift a single ounce of spiritual energy. Lin Tian then shot out a palm print. It slapped directly at Lin Qingxia's dantian. Her cultivation at the empty brightness realm was shattered by Lin Tian's slap. The collapsed spiritual energy was unexpectedly all sealed within Lin Tian's body. I'd just broken through to the spirit of transformation. The joyful smile of entering the realm of emptiness and clarity froze on his face, before she could be happy for long. His cultivation was then wasted by Lin Tian. She looked horrified, a look of disbelief on her face as she. A loud roar. No. No way. It won't. Having just experienced the joy of a breakthrough. Then his cultivation was nullified by Lin Tian. With this huge psychological fallout, she was starting to get a little unhinged mentally. After doing this, Lin Tian wasn't prepared to let her go. The 10 fingers spread out, condensing countless thin filaments made of spiritual energy, shooting out from their fingertips, they all wrapped around Lin Qingxia's body. Each thin thread of spiritual energy was wrapped with sharp sword chi on top of it. These thin threads of spiritual energy are much more brutal than the Green Lotus sect's love silk wrap. Small movements won't hurt someone who's wrapped up in a love triangle. But after being entangled in Lin Tian's spiritual power threads, as long as Bridget Lin moves a little, numerous wounds were cut out on his body by the spiritual power threads alone. Because her cultivation had been abolished and her spiritual energy was still sealed inside her body by Lin Tian. After the injury, the spiritual energy left in her body will keep healing her wounds. Keep her from being easily abused to death. The Grand Elder of the Green Lotus sect, who was following Lin Qingxia. The expression on his face at the moment was unusually. She's seen so many incredible things today. Everything was going so well. From that refining stage of the innate enlightenment body that came back. What was happening was beginning to feel very surreal to her. In the present life, he killed Gongsun Yuan and Gongsun Yen of the Free sect. The old ancestor of the Easy sect, Gongsun Easy, had actually fled without a fight. Then there was this teenager in front of me. Surprisingly, he helped old man Qingxia break through the transformation spirit. Didn't wait long for old Zhou to get excited. Her cultivation had actually been abolished by that teenager with heavenly means. Shen Qinghe and Su Chouyue were also looking at what was happening in front of them in disbelief. They all knew that Lin Tian was strong. But he didn't expect that he had still underestimated Lin Tian's power. Even Li Linger looked at her master with a shocked expression. Having known master for so long, she had never seen her master get so angry. Though it feels so scary when master kills people. But the thought that he was trying to protect someone he cared about. It was only then that he became like this, and he was a little disappointed in his heart, instead. If I had been bullied like that, I'm sure master will become so crazy, too? Li Linger looked at Lin Tian, who was filled with a murderous aura. The heart kept pounding like a deer in headlights. But master is so handsome when he gets angry. Deep inside her, unconsciously, that inexplicable affection for Lin Tian became even stronger. Chapter 045 Seeking Help from Burning Flame Valley. After Lin Tian finished dealing with Lin Qingxia, suspending her body from a stone beam in the clan square. In a cold voice, he said to the Grand Elder of the Green Lotus sect. Notify all the clansmen to rush back to their clans within 3 days. 3 days from now I'm going to publicly execute this old hag. Hearing Lin Tian's cold and gloomy words. At the sight of his murderous face, the Grand Elder responded, trembling all over. Go down and notify. After all this. Only then did the murderous aura on Lin Tian's face subside a bit. Carefully bringing Luo Qingqing back to her small courtyard. Put it on your own bed. Feeling that her weakened body was gradually recovering, that was a relief. Shen Qinghe saw the injuries on Luo Qingqing's body. And couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air and. How? Isn't sect leader Luo a powerhouse of the god transformation realm? Lin Tian put himself in Gongsun Yan's mind and. I've been told what I've learned from the soul search. The crowd was sighing. Shen Qinghe looked at Luo Qingqing's absolutely beautiful face. But a touch of sympathetic sadness came over his face, They were both picked up and raised by their master. And all equally used as tools by their masters. Perhaps this is the reality of this cruel cultivation world. After settling down Luo Qingqing, Lin Tian got up and prepared to go and settle the score with Gongsun Yuxian. Where are you going? Shen Xinghe asked with some concern. Kill. Shen Xinghe wanted to say something else, although she knew that Lin Tian was strong. But didn't realize how strong he really was. So he was worried that Lin Tian would be in danger if he went. The Prosperity sect has a mountain protection array, and you are alone. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Tian had already transformed into a stream of light and leaving the Green Lotus sect. Li Linger, who was on the side, said indifferently. Sister Shen, don't worry. Master, he's very powerful. That what's-his-name sect protector formation won't be able to stop him. Seeing that Li Linger was so confident in Lin Tian, it was only then that Shen Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief. On the other hand, after Easy ancestor Gongsun Easy returned to the Easy sect, there is still a trace of fear in my heart. That feeling of being on the edge of your seat still hasn't gone away. He knew that brat wouldn't let the Easy sect off the hook that easily, I'm afraid. After returning to the clan, the first time I found my granddaughter-in-law, Sun Qian. Divine Sense scanned finding his grandson-in-law in deep communication with the head of the noodle. Can't help but feel a pang of inner annoyance that. Immediately, he sent a message to Sun Qian, asking her to come see him. Sun Qian also heard a hint of anxiety in Gongsun Yi's tone. Although she comes from Burning Flame Valley. But to this elder war-sealing ancestor of the Prosperity sect, there is still respect to be had. The exchange was hastily concluded. After putting on his clothes, he came to the Great Hall of the Easy sect. But I didn't expect that, having just met Gongsun Easy. He threw himself down. Directly kneeled down for Sun Qian. Xiao Xing, save the Easy sect. My Yuaner and Yener have already been killed. Hearing that, Sun Qian's ears were like thunderbolts from a clear sky ringing in her ears. Wide-eyed, somewhat incredulously, he stared at Gongsun Yiwu, who was kneeling on the ground. You? What did you say? Father and Gongsun Yen dead? At this time, Gongsun Ichio was already in tears. That's right, both of them were killed by that Li Tian from the Green Lotus sect. Although she and Gongsun Yen are in a political marriage. But after all, the two have been together for centuries. Suddenly I heard that Gongsun Yen is dead. Sun Qian's eyes first flashed with disbelief. Can't even you beat that man? Gongsun Easy said with some frustration. If I had left a little later, I'm afraid I would have been killed too. Hearing Gongsun Yi's words, and then looking at the wretched look on his face, Sun Qian knows that Gongsun Yen is really dead. There was no need for Gongsun Prowler to lie to himself about something like that again. 2 lines of tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. Sun Qian gritted her teeth and asked, what does old ancestor expect me to do? Seeing Sun Qian's appearance, a trace of hideousness appeared on Gongsun Yi's face. Somewhat hoarsely, he said. You will now return to Burning Yen Valley at once, and tell your father that my free sect is willing to pay any price. I only pray that Burning Flame Valley will send someone to kill that Li Tian. Destroy the Green Lotus sect. Hearing this, a touch of ruthlessness surfaced on Sun Qian's face as well. In a cold voice, he said, it's not too late, I'll return to the Burning Flame Valley right now. Gongsun Yen is at least my Sun Qian's man. I'll never let him die in vain. After saying that, he wiped the tear stains that flowed from the corners of his eyes, turning into a stream of light imperial sword. Seeing that Sun Qian has left, a touch of viciousness surfaced on Gongsun Yi's face and, kid, wanting to destroy my Easy sect, dream on. When the Cave Void Realm powerhouse from the Burning Flame Valley side arrives, I will skin you and bone you. Oh? Then this gentleman will see today that how you old thing are going to skin me to the bone. Thwarted. Hearing that voice, old prosperous ancestor trembled. A look of fear immediately appeared on the hideous face. Activate the protector formation. With the cries of the prosperous ancestor, the 3,000 inner disciples of the Easy sect have taken their positions. The Prosperity sect's protector formation is activated. A 7-colored curtain of light enveloped the core of the Easy sect all the way in. The great formation of the Easy sect, presided over by Gongsun Easy. After casting it, it can resist the attack of a powerful person of the Cave Void stage. This was also the bottom line for Gongsun Easy to escape back to the Easy sect. As far as he was concerned, Lin Tian was just being perverted. At best, he's a caveman. As long as he used the sect formation to resist Lin Tian's attack. Wait until Sun Xian brings the experts from Burning Flame Valley. It was Lin Tian's time to die. Lin Tian glanced at the seven-colored radiantly glowing sect protector formation. A look of disdain surfaced in his eyes. This is it? It's not even as powerful as the restriction on the 9 heavenly sanctuaries treasure trove back then. It's also a protective array. Looking at Gongsun Ichio, who had a vicious face, Lin Tian's gaze suddenly became somewhat playful. He said aloud, "Gongsun easy, I'll give you a chance to. I'll let the rest of your free sect off the hook if you cut yourself now. Otherwise, I'll break your bull clan formation later. I'll make sure you leave no chickens or dogs behind in the easy sect." Upon hearing this, Gong Sunny smiled and, in his opinion, Lin Tian saying that was nothing more than being powerless against the sect formation. You can only use verbal intimidation to make yourself cut your own throat. Then the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile and, "Kid, cut the crap. If you have the guts, you can break through my clan formation. All of my Easy Sect disciples are willing to live and die with Easy Sect." Hearing the words of old prosperous ancestor, all the inner disciples chorused in unison. Swear to live and die with the old ancestor. Hearing this voice, a touch of mockery flowed from the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. "Well, since you all don't know how to die, I'll make you whole." Saying that, he flew to the barriers of the Easy Sect's protective array. Old prosperous ancestor immediately mobilized his spiritual energy and he began to manipulate the sect protector formation to attack Lin Tian. The prosperity sect majors in fire techniques, and the sect chose this prosperity mountain range as its site. It's also an active volcano. With Old Man Easy in control, in the volcano at the back of the Easy Sect, there was a constant gathering of dense fire elementals towards the sect protector formation. On the barriers of the Great Array, a fire dragon with a huge body surged out from the Great Formation. It was like a god looking down on Lin Tian. Chapter 046. Are you looking down on me by threatening me with such power? Watching Lin Tian in front of that flaming dragon, like a mole cricket, a sardonic smile appeared on Gong Sun Yi's face. "Kid, there's a price to pay for arrogance. The attack of this clan's great formation. No great power at the cave void realm would dare to stand against it. Now, repenting for your folly and impulsiveness, then go to hell." Saying that, he urged the fire dragon to attack Lin Tian. In the face of this behemoth in front of us, Lin Tian's face didn't change in the slightest. The aura surged, and a long sword appeared in his hand. Then, after dodging to avoid the fire dragon's attack, the flash, buzz, the long sword in his hand emitted a crisp sword sound that, a flash of sword light. It was as if the huge fire dragon had been fixed in the air. Pa! With a crisp ringing of the fingers, the fire dragon rapidly collapsed and it turned into a handful of flying ash, as if it had never appeared. After the fire dragon was annihilated by Lin Tian, Elder Prosperity and a group of senior members of the Prosperity sect, and 3,000 inner disciples, all of them suffered from the backlash of the Protector formation. Blood was spilling from the corners of his mouth. Everyone looked at Lin Tian in the sky in horror. A touch of fear even surfaced on Gong Sun Yi's face. This clan formation of his has gathered all the core strength of the Easy Sect, plus the power drawn from the Prosperity Sect's volcano. Such an attack in the view of Gong Sun Prowler. He was even confident that he could take out a cave void stage powerhouse. But it was broken open so lightly by Lin Tian? Before Gong Sun Easy could recover from his surprise, Lin Tian danced his longsword and his eyes glazed over, stabbing straight towards the barrier of the Easy Sect's great formation. In the horrified gaze of Gongsun Prosperity, the long sword, which appeared to be just an ordinary magic weapon. Surprisingly, it directly pierced through the clan's grand formation. Then a spiderweb-like appearance began to appear on the barriers of the clan's great formation. Fine cracks. Amidst the incredulous gazes of all the Prosperity sect people, the large formation completely collapsed and turned into dots of spiritual starlight. None of the people involved in the formation were spared. All of them are pale and spitting blood. Apparently both suffered extremely heavy internal injuries. With that look of shock tinged with a little bit of fear, Gongsun Prowler. Looking at Lin Tian, who was like a god and landed in front of him. You? Who the hell are you? Who am I? Don't you know? No, you can't be the innate Gnosis body. Even if you get a chance in the Eastern Wasteland's secret realm and can cultivate. Nor can you surpass me in just 3 days of cultivation. Who the hell are you? Gongsun Prosperity's voice trembled a little. There was even a touch of hysteria. Me? I can only tell you that my name is Lin Tian. Hearing these words, Gongsun Yi's pupils contracted for a moment. He snapped back to a few months ago and a group of great powers from the Middle Kingdom, demanding that the Free Sect investigate the whereabouts of a man named Lin Tian. I didn't realize he was Lin Tian. Gongsun Easy is feeling remorseful at the moment. Had I known he was the one those big powers were after, Gongsun would rather die. They wouldn't dare to let their grandsons mess with such a person. Being able to be hunted down by great powers that made him feel horrible. And still alive and well. That must not be something that one's own little easy sect could handle. Looking at Lin Tian, who was walking slowly towards him, Gongsun Yi immediately felt that his mouth was dry and with a look of fear on his face. Keep moving backward. You can't kill me. The Easy Sect is backed by the Burning Flame Valley of the Central State. If you kill me, Burning Flame Valley won't let you go. Hearing this, the corner of Lin Tian's mouth hooked up, with a sneer on his face. You're saying that that old ancestor is only at the district harmonization realm. It doesn't even rank as a third-rate force in the Central State. Is it even the Burning Flame Valley, which colludes with the Demon World to raise Demon World ghost flames? Are you looking down on me? You're threatening me with a weakling like that? I'm giving you one more chance to rethink this. What other forces can be identified to shelter you? Seeing that Lin Tian had so disregarded Burning Flame Valley, and the secret of Burning Flame Valley's collusion with the Demon World. Even if you don't know it yourself. But he just blurted it out. Obviously he wasn't bluffing and believing. Just when he was about to despair. Hearing Lin Tian's demonic-like whispers. Tell you what. I'll give you a chance. Didn't you just clamor that? Will the entire Free Sect live and die with you? As long as they're willing to die for you. You wouldn't have to die. Saying that, he turned to look at a group of severely injured senior and inner disciples of the Easy Sect. In a cold voice, he said, I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Those who want to break away from the Free Sect, get out of here, immediately. That's what happens to those who don't leave. Said Lin Tian, snapping his fingers. The body of a Prosperity Sect disciple beside him instantly exploded into flying dust. Seeing this scene, a trace of panic showed in the eyes of all the Easy Sect disciples. A large number of Prosperity Sect disciples left the Prosperity Sect in droves. Wait until 10 breaths have passed. Only 3 elders and 2 inner disciples of the clan remain. And stay in the Prosperity Sect. When Gongsun Yi saw this scene, he burst into old tears and today he not only lost his son, he lost his grandson. And watched with my own eyes the Prosperity clan that my ancestors left for me. Once the #1 clan in the world. It just fell apart in front of his eyes. A flash of despair had passed under his eyes and wanting to go up and fight with Lin Tian. But because of the backlash from the clan's great formation, right now, he couldn't even raise his spiritual energy. He could only watch as Lin Tian finished off the last 5 men. The heart was already full of despair. He looked at Lin Tian with hatred. Roaring, "Kid, come to hell with me." Saying that, he forcefully mobilized his own spiritual energy and wanting to blow himself up to pull Lin Tian as a back. But unfortunately, Lin Tian's 2 fingers pointed at the center of his eyebrows. Gongsun only felt the manic energy in his body. It's as if they've received some sort of call to action. It quickly calmed down and then Lin Tian's demonic-like voice came from Gongsun Yi's ears. I've got a habit of this. Don't like to waste every grain of rice in the bowl. So this body of yours in the realm of emptiness. I'll take it. Said a big hand, clasped on the head of Gongsun Yushi. Forcefully pulling out his soul, followed by directly crushing it. Afterwards, he placed Gongsun Yi's body into a spatial ring. After ransacking the entire Easy Sect. A fire torched the Easy Sect. Once the #1 clan in the Eastern Wasteland. Just like that, it took Lin Tian just less than half a day to. It's a total wipeout. Just as Lin Tian was about to check if there were any more leaks. In order to put an end to the time of. Sun Qian rushed back to the Easy sect with the two of them. Upon seeing the fire in the Prosperity sect, the Sun Qian was shocked and saw Lin Tian standing in the sea of fire. Pointing to him, he said to the two men beside him, "Uncle, it's this man who destroyed our Easy sect. Please do something to kill him." Chapter 047 Burning Flame Valley worthy of threatening me? Lin Tian also noticed the movement in the sky. Two men dressed in red flew over towards Lin Tian's side. In a cold voice, he said, "Your Excellency, did you destroy the Easy sect?" Lin Tian, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes. With a somewhat playful glance at the two men, the eyes. Coldly, he returned, "Oh? What's wrong?" The two of them looked at each other with their spiritual energy surging. Releasing the pressure of a powerful cave void realm master. The Easy sect is a force that I, Burning Flame Valley, have fostered in the Eastern Wasteland. Your Excellency didn't even say hello. I'm going to wipe out the Easy sect. You're not giving my Burning Flame Valley any face. Now, if you'll come with us, please. Or. The man who spoke paused and. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he continued in a cold voice. Or, the two of us will kill you right here on the spot. Hearing the words of the man in red, Lin Tian was as if he had heard a great joke. Forcing myself not to burst out laughing, Lin Tian said in a cold voice, "Are you guys from the Burning Flame Valley?" "That's right, our brothers are the direct guardians of the Burning Flame Valley. Kid, come back with us if you know what's good for you. Otherwise." Before he could say anything, he only saw Lin Tian raise his arm and two fingers were extended and aimed at the speaking man's eyebrows. A stern sword blade shot out from his fingers and straight through the talking man's head. "Burning Flame Valley? You're also worthy of threatening me?" Lin Tian's words were as cold as the gloomy wind blowing in the region. The other man in red had looked dumbfounded and, with only one move, straight away, he killed his companion, who was so different in strength from himself, in seconds. In other words, this kid can kill himself in seconds too. His face changed dramatically, leaving his niece, Sun Qian, behind. Trying to get away from this horrible man quickly. But the next moment, he felt as if his body had been plunged into a quagmire. The action is starting to slow down. Seeing such tactics, the man in red was so shocked that he exclaimed, "This is a spatial solidification that only a Mahayana stage powerhouse can achieve." Hearing about the Mahayana stage powerhouse, Sun Qian had already paralyzed to the ground. She never dreamed that the Gongsun family of the Easy sect. Surprisingly, he had messed with a Mahayana realm powerhouse. You should know that the oldest ancestor of the Burning Flame Valley, the harmonious realm of the forces of the for a powerhouse in the Mahayana realm. The harmonious Tao realm was like a mole cricket. She was even beginning to regret a little bit about standing up for the Prosperity sect. One doesn't have much of a relationship with this family anyway. And being frozen in space. The controlled man in red couldn't even blink his eyelids. One could only watch in horror as Lin Tian arrived in front of him. Reaching out with a battering ram, he clasped his head and then there was a whirlwind of heaven and earth. The man in red completely lost consciousness. Putting the corpses of the two red-clothed men into his spatial ring, Lin Tian idly came to Sun Qian, who had already pissed herself in fear. "Go back and give a message to that punk of a valley master from Burning Flame Valley. If he dares to send anyone to the Eastern Wasteland before, I don't mind letting Burning Flame Valley turn into something like Easy sect, get lost." Hearing Lin Tian tell himself to roll, Sun Qian's eyes brightened greatly. She herself had not thought that the Lin Tian had surprisingly spared her. Without saying a word, and rising trembling to his feet, immediately ran towards the Burning Flame Valley. After dealing with this side of things, Lin Genius returned to the Green Lotus sect with his sword. After Luo Qingcheng took the elixir given by Lin Tian, the fine wounds on his body began to scab over and heal. The health condition has improved somewhat, though. But the man was slow to wake up. The elders in charge of alchemy within the sect were also clueless. Just when everyone was at their wits' end, Lin Tian walked inside the room. Xin Xinghao looked at Lin Tian with some surprise. He knew that Lin Tian should have gone to kill the easy ancestor. But it's only been half a day. That's it? No matter how you put it, old prosperous ancestor is still the #1 strongest person in the Eastern Wasteland. The prosperity sect still has the protector formation. But look at the state of Lin Tian. Don't tell me you haven't got a speck of blood on your body. Not even a speck of dust. Shen Xinghe looked at Lin Tian with some consternation. Subconsciously asked Solve. Solved? Lin Tian nodded. From this day forward, the land of the Eastern Wastes. There will be no more easy sect as a clan. Hearing this, even though Shen Xinghe was in a very stable state of mind, also couldn't help but show a look of surprise that you, just one person, destroyed the entire easy sect? Looking at Shen Xinghe's disbelieving face. With a flash of light in his hand, a white jade disc appeared in Lin Tian's hands. That's the key to unlocking the Eastern Wasteland's secret realm, which belongs to the easy sect. It was also considered to be a token of the free sect patriarch. Only then did Shen Xinghe believe what Lin Tian had said. But she even had a flash of worry welling up on her face, and softly, I used to hear the people at the academy say that the prosperity sect and some major power in central China. There's 1,000 connections. You destroy the easy sect like this. Aren't you afraid they'll retaliate? Oh. You're talking about that trashy sect, Burning Flame Valley, right? They've come with 2 powerhouses of the cave realm. It's already been taken out by me. Don't worry, no one from Burning Flame Valley will dare to take half a step into the Eastern Wasteland in their lifetime. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Shen Xinghe suddenly had an unreal feeling. If she didn't know Lin Tian's character, she really felt that Lin Tian was bragging. Lin Tian also felt Shen Xinghe's disbelieving gaze. Casually throwing Shen Xinghe a storage ring. This is something from that cave realm protector, it's for you. Shen Xinghe subconsciously took the ring. Divine Sense probed in and checked out what was inside, after. Once again, a shocked expression appeared on his face. Now she was completely convinced that Lin Tian had really taken out 2 cave void realm powerhouses. Because in that ring, there was also a token of the protector of the Burning Flame Valley. After Lin Tian walked into the hut, seeing Luo Qingqing's appearance, she frowned and, having examined Luo Qingqing's body, instantly understanding Luo Qingqing's state at this moment. Because her cultivation was sealed by Bridget Lin before she fell unconscious. The body has gone into a near-death state, tortured by the love wire around the and psychologically very desperate for the world. So now in a state of pseudo-death. Subconsciously, I don't want to wake up. In modern medical terms, is suffering from severe post-traumatic syndrome. It has reached the point of autism. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian could imagine that if Lin Tian wasn't an ancestral realm powerhouse, how desperate Luo Qingqing's heart should be. His own benefactor treats him like cargo, sent to the prosperity sect. And his own lover was made into a human swine. For the people of the free sect to break through their bottlenecks. And to be forced to marry someone you hate so much. It's no wonder she's desperate to the point of self-absorption. But it's a disease that would be well treated in the other world. Wanting Luo Qingqing to wake up. Just by stimulating her soul. Awakening her soul is the only way to have a chance. This wasn't very difficult for the ancestral realm's Lin Tian either. All it takes is for the 2 of them to go deeper. In order to establish a soul link and try to awaken Luo Qingqing. Anyway, now Luo Qingqing had already recognized herself. But this kind of thing, he himself would definitely not tell Shen Xinghe as well as Li Linger openly. Chapter 048, Stealing People, Coming Back to Steal Hearts. Thinking of this, Lin Tian came to Luo Qingqing's bed. Picking up Luo Qingqing, he spoke to Shen Xinghe. Her injuries are a little tricky. I'm taking her to a place to heal. 3 days later, Xingqiang will wake up and organize a clan meeting. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Shen Xinghe nodded her head. She didn't doubt Lin Tian's words in the slightest. After all, even the Dan Hall elder of the Green Lotus sect, none of them were able to wake up Luo Qingqing, so it must be very tricky. Picking up Luo Qingqing, Lin Tian once again or as a stream of light. Leaving the small courtyard. After his figure circled above the Green Lotus sect, it landed directly in Luo Qingqing's boudoir. Carefully placing Luo Qingqing on her own bed, the After admiring Luo Qingqing's absolutely beautiful face for a moment, and a luscious figure, Lin Tian rubbed his hands together. When time used to stand still, he doesn't have any feelings for Luo Qingqing. So moving without the slightest sense of guilt, But now that the two are acquainted, Lin Tian instead felt a little bad about making a move. Forcing the word guilt out of his vocabulary, Lin Tian began to help Luo Qingqing remove the restraints on her body. After the two had become entwined, Lin Tian began to activate the soul link. Within the Sea of Souls, Luo Qingqing was alone with her hands on her knees. With his head buried in his knees, sat silently sobbing in the corner of the Sea of Souls. There was despair and grayness in his eyes. Leaning City. Lin Tian used his soul power and tried to call out to Luo Qingqing. But Luo Qingqing was as if she couldn't hear. There was no reaction in the slightest. Lin Tian increased his strength. Shouted again, "Dump." This time, Luo Qingqing in the corner was as if she had heard Lin Tian's call. Lifting his head, his desperate eyes looked around in some confusion, After seeing nothing. Just about to bury my head back in my lap. Lin Tian projected his soul into Luo Qingqing's soul sea. Formed a humanoid silhouette that. After seeing that the silhouette was Lin Tian's appearance, Luo Qingqing immediately dried her tears. Somewhat incredulously, he murmured, Li Tian? That's right, it's me. You. Did you too? No, we're all alive and well, and the next thing I said. You must keep in mind that I can't stay here for very long. It will hurt you over time. I'm the Lin Tian who snuck into your room earlier and took away your innocence. I'm not in the refining stage. Hearing this, Luo Qingqing felt as if her brain had exploded. I was just about to ask Lin Tian something. But he found Lin Tian's face anxious. Apparently he really doesn't have much time. So she didn't interrupt Lin Tian and continued to listen. That day when I came out of the Eastern Wasteland's secret realm, seeing you like that made me explode. You've ruined your master's training. The prosperity sect was wiped out, and now the world is. No one can force you to do anything anymore. So don't you be in despair. I'm waiting in reality for you to wake up soon. After these words, the Lin Tian's silhouette then transformed into a bit of spiritual light. It dissipated into Luo Qingqing's sea of consciousness. He could have stayed in Luo Qingqing's sea of consciousness for much longer. But Luo Qingqing was only at the harmonized God realm. If one stays in his sea of consciousness for a long time, it would cause chaos in Luo Qingqing's sea of consciousness. Out of Luo Qingqing's sea of consciousness, ending the exchange between the two, Lin Tian gently gathered Luo Qingqing's delicate body into his arms. Luo Qingqing in the sea of consciousness had heard Lin Tian's statement. First there was some confusion, then the grayness in his eyes gradually dissipated. I can't believe I didn't marry Gong Sunyan. Li Tian. It's not Lin Tian, but it's so powerful? Thinking back to the first time I saw him. That face that looks exactly like Lin Tian's. Luo Qingqing almost wanted to draw her sword and kill someone. And then to think that he could help him break through. As well as just surprisingly being able to enter his own sea of consciousness. Luo Qingqing took a deep breath and the gleam gradually returned to his eyes. He's going to ask Lin Tian, the dog thief, nicely. Why lie to your body and now you have to come and lie to your heart? A tremor ran through the delicate body cradled in the arms of the Luo Qingqing's eyelids fluttered a few times. Snapping his eyes open. Seeing that she was actually naked and curled up in Lin Tian's arms. A complicated light came out of his eyes and there's hate, there's disbelief, there's fear, there's hope. She's afraid that what's in front of her is a dream that. And then you have to face that bloody reality when you wake up. But seeing Lin Tian's embarrassed face, somewhat at a loss for words. All of Luo Qingqing's emotions completely melted away. Tears like a kite with broken strings. Burying her head in Lin Tian's chest. Losing my voice. Lin Tian gently caressed Luo Qingqing's back. Cry out if you want to. It's in the past. In the future, in this world. There's no one left to force you to do anything. These words are from me, Lin Tian. Hearing that, Luo Qingqing suddenly felt a sense of complete security. The previous Lin Tian pretended to be an innate gnosis body. Himself, though he felt differently about him. but not as much as the current Lin Tian. Give yourself a feeling of being able to rely on it and be especially grounded. Soon the two bodies were entwined and Lin Tian had finally completely opened the heart of the Eastern Wasteland's #1 beauty. After the cloud and rain, Luo Qingcheng, with a sheepish, feeble, little fist, whacked Lin Tian's chest. Little thief, stealing someone's innocence not to mention, now you've come back to steal hearts. Hearing this, Lin Tian said unkindly. The man was stolen, so of course I had to come back and steal his heart. What are your plans for the future? Do you want to stay in the Green Lotus sect with me? Luo Qingcheng looked at Lin Tian with a hopeful expression. Lin Tian, however, shook his head and said, I won't be staying in the Eastern Wastes for long. The next step is to prepare to go to the Northern Wasteland Demon region. Hearing Lin Tian's words, a hint of disappointment passed over Luo Qingcheng's face. However, she also knew that with Lin Tian's strength, definitely not staying in the barren East. A forlorn look flashed in the depths of his eyes and, however, it was quickly covered up by Luo Qingcheng. After the two men exchanged a few words again, Luo Qingcheng fell into a deep sleep. Lin Tian, on the other hand, took a deep breath. For a moment, actually, Lin Tian looked at Luo Qingcheng's delicate face. Really developed the urge to stay in the Eastern Wasteland. But then think of the thousands of pretty fairies that lie ahead, waiting for their own raiders. Lin Tian then took this impulse to stay in the Eastern Wasteland and nip it in the bud for good. Joking aside, am I Lin Tian the kind of person who, for the sake of a flower, the man who gave up the whole garden? But before you leave, make sure you take care of things in the Eastern Wasteland. Now that the situation in the Eastern Wasteland is clear, the Prosperity sect has been destroyed. The Green Lotus sect could have logically become the #1 sect. But that Lin Qingxia had her cultivation completely ruined by Lin Tian. So for the sake of myself when I'm gone, your own woman won't be bullied. Lin Tian decided to take Gongsun Yiwu and the two guardians of the Burning Flame Valley, make it a puppet and stay behind to give Luo Cheng a town scene. 2 cave realm, 1 empty brightness realm. Enough for all her troubles. Chapter 049 No one will speak first. Early the next morning, Lin Tian told Luo Qingcheng about the current situation of Lin Qingxia. Luo Qingcheng did not soften her heart because Lin Tian had tortured Lin Qingxia. After all, if it wasn't for Lin Tian, this good master of his own had already sold himself to the easy sect. Looking at the crazy Lin Qingxia, who was hung up in the sect square, Luo Qingcheng had an unnameable complex emotion in her heart. Had it not been for the adoption of Bridget Lin, probably died in the mouth of a spirit beast long ago himself. But she was also the one who adopted herself, only to sell herself to the easy sect. And the way Lin Tian punished her was indeed ruthless enough. He let Bridget Lin have her way first, successfully advancing to become an Empyrean realm powerhouse. After nullifying her cultivation, let her fall into the abyss when she is happiest. Now Lin Qingxia has become a completely crazy. Even Luo Qingcheng couldn't recognize it. With a long sigh, Luo Qingcheng accepted Lin Tian's suggestion, holding a clan meeting 2 days later. He personally executed Lin Qingxia, and at the same time notified all the forces in the Eastern Wasteland that the Easy sect has been destroyed by the Green Lotus sect. Lin Tian, on the other hand, after enjoying the special services provided by Luo Qingcheng, promising to refine Gongsun Prowler and those two guardians into puppets, give it to the Green Lotus sect to guard. Soon it was the day of the clan assembly. Luo Qingcheng was in the central square of the Green Lotus sect. Declared aloud Lin Qingxia's crime of betraying the Green Lotus sect. In the end, he even personally took the threads of spiritual energy that were being used by Lin Tian and tortured and agonized, Lin Qingxia beheads her. After those minions of Lin Qingxia of the Green Lotus sect saw that Lin Qingxia was decapitated, one by one, they are all pale and it's a good thing Luo Qingcheng didn't hold them accountable. Just a warning. When the crowd of the Green Lotus sect heard the news that the Easy sect had been destroyed, everyone's in a tizzy. They didn't realize that the Prosperity sect, which has been riding on the head of the Green Lotus sect for 2,000 years, to be destroyed like that? Everyone was skeptical. Luo Qingcheng could also see that many people didn't believe it. So he said aloud, if you all don't believe it, you can visit the former site of the Prosperity sect. I'm sure there will be some gains. Looking at the central square, Luo Qingcheng was pointing at the mountains and mountains. Lin Tian was considered completely relieved. At least the remnants of the Green Lotus sect, with her ability to. It can still be cleaned up. When the Green Lotus sect's sect assembly ended, the other sects had also received the news of the Easy sect's destruction one after another. Many clans don't believe it. Really sent someone to poke around the ruins of the Prosperity sect. After realizing that the once glorious clan had been torched, it was all very shocking. After 2 more days, all the major clans delivered letters to the Green Lotus sect. A euphemism for submission. In this world of cultivation, strength is everything. Since the Green Lotus sect could easily destroy the Easy sect, it means that the strength of the Green Lotus sect is unfathomable. Lin Tian, on the other hand, came to Su Qiuyu's room. Junior sister, now that the Easy sect has been overthrown, you don't have to worry about anyone knowing about you anymore. I'm giving you a choice. Do you want to come with me or remain in the Green Lotus sect? After saying that, Lin Tian looked at Su Qiuyu with a burning gaze. Su Qiuyu, however, her eyes dodged, somewhat not daring to meet Lin Tian's gaze. Looking at Su Qiuyu's evasive gaze, with a light sigh, Lin Tian already knew the answer. He didn't feel lost, though. Instead, he smiled. It's okay. I respect your choice. Since you chose to stay, then do a good job of assisting Qingqing in the Green Lotus sect, this is for you. Saying that, he threw Su Qiuyu a spatial ring. Naturally, there were quite a few feats and heavenly treasures placed inside. Su Qiuyu wrapped her arms around Lin Tian as tears flowed down her face indisputably. She knew that the reason this man had come to ask if she wanted to go with him just means he's leaving. But Su Qiuyu is truly unable to leave the sect she grew up in. She had thought that Lin Tian would force her to follow him. But I didn't expect that. Instead of respecting her wishes, Lin Tian and left her tons of goodies. Su Qiuyu couldn't tense up any longer and tightened her arms around Lin Tian. It was entangled in Lin Tian's body. 2 hours later, looking at Su Qiuyu's somewhat lazy sleeping face, caressing her delicate face, Lin Tian quietly left Su Qiuyu's room. After returning to her room, Xinxingha was teaching Li Linger to read. Lin Tian used a top-grade spirit stone to support Li Linger. Then he said to Xinxingha, I'm leaving tomorrow. Hearing this, Xinxingha froze for a moment. Then the look returned to its naturalness, going somewhere? Northern Wasteland. Oh? Are you leaving so soon? You've gone so far. Xinxingha pretended to be surprised and said with some astonishment. Lin Tian stared at Xinxingha's face. In fact, he still hoped in his heart that Xinxingha would go with him. But listening to Xinxingha, she didn't want to go with herself at all. Unable to help but feel some disappointment on his face, he casually returned. Well, we're leaving tomorrow. Feeling quite bored with Linger all by myself. Xinxingha is smart and icy. In fact, it had long been evident that Lin Tian wanted to take himself away. She deliberately pretended that she didn't want to go, also because she wanted to tease Lin Tian. And the meaning of Lin Tian's words was obvious. He's trying to say that I've said that Spirit and I are bored. Why don't you make yourself useful and come with me? Seeing that Lin Tian wanted to take himself away and was still dead set on not saying it outright, Xinxingha wasn't happy about it. Having to let this ing pig of a man offer to let himself go with him in the first place. Otherwise, how can I lose face as the most talented girl in the Eastern Wasteland? With a touch of mockery on his face. Yo, you, Dukelin, are so womanizing that you would still be bored? The implication is that if you want this girl to go with you of her own accord, no way. Alas, I was thinking that if I left the... What about Linger's studies? You can't give up halfway. The implication is that I'm giving you another chance. I've made it so obvious, why don't you come forward and go with me? Xinxingha, however, continued to play Tai Chi with him. Why don't you go to the academy tomorrow and... in catching a great scholar who's better educated than I am. Wouldn't that be great? Want me to go straight with you? Either talk to this girl directly or you find someone else. The two of them were just like that, you and me. Nobody wants to talk first. Li Linger, who was lying on the wall at the doorway, really couldn't listen any longer. Opening the door to the room, Master, Sister Qinghe. I can't even listen to you two. Roll. The two men laughed and cursed in unison, and then proceeded to start playing Tai Chi. Only Li Linger looked at the two, and the gazes cast at the two were like caring for mentally handicapped children. After playing Tai Chi with Xin Xinghe for a few hours, the two finally reached a settlement, and Xin Xinghe reluctantly agreed to go with Lin Tian. So during the night, under the gaze of Xin Xinghe with a look of jealousy on her face, Lin Tian went to find Luo Qingcheng to say his final goodbye. After Luo Qingcheng saw Lin Tian arrive, her face was slightly red, but she got up in a graceful manner and wrapped her arms around Lin Tian. Lin Tian backhanded Luo Qingcheng into his arms. I'm leaving tomorrow, Lin Tian said indifferently. Chapter 050 Opening the Heavenly Chance Fan. Hearing these words, Luo Qingcheng was shaken. The back was heaving a little, and forcing herself not to cry out, the tears are like kites with broken strings. Undisputedly, he stayed. For a moment, she wanted to drop everything and go with Lin Tian. But she's been living in the Green Lotus sect for nearly 400 years. The head of the Green Lotus sect, again. She can't afford to leave her home. Neither can he who is leaving. After a clan meeting, Luo Qingcheng had a premonition that Lin Tian was going to leave. So she's pulling out all the stops, every day, to please Lin Tian. But the day of parting came. Lin Tian gently patted Luo Qingcheng's back. But I don't know what to do to comfort her. The two of them just cuddled up and a fierce embrace ensued, and then to the bedspread. After a wild night. Early the next morning, Lin Tian gently kissed Luo Qingcheng's face, which was still streaked with tears. Then he quietly left Luo Qingcheng's room. When Lin Tian had left, Luo Qingcheng's tears slid down like a kite with broken strings. She ultimately didn't even muster up the courage to see Lin Tian off. After Lin Tian, Li Linger, and Xin Xinghe had packed up, quietly leaving the Green Lotus sect, Xin Xinghe could see the sadness on Lin Tian's face. A heartbeat later, he wanted to tease him. I say, a certain love struck Mr. Lin. We're almost out of the eastern wilderness. You're acting like this. I'm going to believe what a dedicated man you are. Li Linger, who was on the side, agreed. That's right, master, the way you are. I don't even believe it. You're still the same womanizer you used to be. Hearing the flirting of the two, a few black lines surfaced on Lin Tian's brain. You two are begging for a fight, that Miss Shin. You've lost me as a servant girl. After entering the northern wasteland, you must call yourself young master. Hearing this, Xin Xinghe was not willing to show her weakness. Somewhat conspiratorially. Yes, I don't know that someone who is clearly a mighty man of great skill, but always pretending to be a weakling in the refining stage. Young Master Lin, who specializes in abducting beautiful women. Which beautiful woman are you going to abduct next? This issue was something Lin Tian had really considered carefully before. The area of the northern wasteland that he was going to visit this time was the largest of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. The east side was the demon race's territory, while the west side was the human race's territory. Say it's a racial difference. It's the human race that actually modifies the Taoist teachings. Those who practiced demonic techniques were demons. The two clans don't see eye to eye with each other. A constant and protracted war in the northern wilderness. So now the state of the northern wasteland is that half of it is occupied by the righteous. The other half is occupied by the devils. When time stands still, Lin Tian came to the northern wasteland and discovered a secret story of the northern wasteland. The holy daughter of the devil clan of the northern wilderness, Oh. And she was even the illegitimate daughter of the head of the righteous path, the Sword Pavilion Sword Master. But seriously, the devil's holy maiden's figure is truly the best in the world. Lin Tian has seen so many beautiful women. It was the devil's sex holy maiden who had the most perfect, powerful body. So this time, Lin Tian's goal was also clear. Xin Xinghe, who was on the side, finished speaking. Seeing that Lin Tian was in deep thought, as if actually thinking about which pretty fairy to target next. With a puckered little face of anger, the eyes looked as if they were about to spit out fire. Feeling the gaze cast by Xin Xinghe, Lin Tian immediately changed the topic. Say, Kyoho, you haven't been anywhere else outside of the eastern wasteland, have you? Do you want me to tell you about the 4 Cs? When Xinxingha heard this, she immediately became interested, knowing full well that Lin Tian was changing the subject. Still, he gestured for Lin Tian to speak on. The continent of immortals and demons, the 4 Cs and the 8 wastelands. Not every part of the so-called 8 wastes is barren. Strictly speaking, there's only the eastern wasteland, the western wasteland. The southern and northern wastelands are relatively barren. And the center of the continent is made up of the 4 domains of immortals, devils, demons, and humans. Unity calls it Zhengzhou, the top power in this world. Those mighty men of the godless realm. All of them were gathered in the major powers of the central state. So the eastern wasteland is still very small. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Xinxingha also became interested. Since she was a child, Xinxingha had grown up in the academy. Even when they went out for training, they were all within the eastern wasteland. Never been out of the eastern wastelands. After following Lin Tian, it's finally time to go out and have a look. This was also considered to fulfill a wish of Xinxingha's. With aura surging through his body, Lin Tian summoned the Dao weapon, the Heavenly Chi Fan. He remembered that Tian Gz said that. Just unfold the fan yourself. You'll automatically become the master of Tianji Pavilion. He was very curious about the fan, The more he went to the northern wasteland this time, the more he needed a proper identity for himself. He doesn't want to worship and mix with the clan again. Pretending to be some bull innate enlightenment body now. If you could have your own side of the force. It's also a very nice touch. With that in mind, after repeatedly confirming that there was nothing wrong with the fan, Lin Tian unfolded the Jade Tianji fan. On the rustic fan, the word heaven was written in a majestic manner. Just echoes his own name. Lin Tian fell in love with the fan at a glance. And the very moment the fan opened, a stream of light did not enter Lin Tian's body. In an instant, Lin Tian had an additional gong method in his mind. The gongfu was called the Tianji Secrets. Lin Tian took a general look at it, and the founder was naturally Tian Gz. And after looking at the Tinker's Tale, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel admiration for Tian Gz within his heart. I didn't realize that this gongfu. Surprisingly, it was similar to the life and death talisman in the martial arts novels of his previous life. But anyone who has practiced the skill of heaven's chants, all of them will be manipulated in life and death by the holder of the Tianji fan. Even after the harmonious realm round of death and rebirth, it will still be under the control of the Tenji trick. No wonder Tianji Z told himself that Tianji Pavilion would never betray itself, so it was like that. It's a really good way to control people, though. After all, this cultivation world isn't like civilized society. Strength is everything here. And the instant Lin Tian unfolded the Tenji fan, the mainland of Zhengzhou, a piece of barren land. A huge floating island descended from the void in the central state. Countless people in the 4 Cs and 8 wastelands were as if they had awakened their memories, kneeling reverently in Lin Tian's direction. And on that day, all the forces in the central state, all received a message that shocked them to the core. Tianji Pavilion reappears, a new pavilion master is born. Now all the forces in the central state are getting excited. A delicate situation has developed in which the mountain is reigning. Because with the emergence of the Tenji Pavilion, let's just say that the Tinker Mystery Realm will also return to the 4 Cs and 8 wastes. The secret realm of heavenly chance is the secret realm of godless realm powerhouses. It's rumored that there's something in there that can help Imperial realm powerhouses break through. That's why all the forces in the central state started sending people out to poke around. An extremely beautiful woman in a sword pavilion in the northern wasteland. A bright light flashed in his eyes and it seems that the pavilion lord is coming to the northern wasteland. We will quickly go and greet him. At this moment, Lin Tian didn't know that after he had opened the Tianji fan. What a shock to this continent. It was still moving forward in the direction of the northern wasteland. Chapter 051 Northern Wasteland Heavenly Organizer. Soon, Lin Tian's trio entered the territory of the northern wasteland. Just arrived at the border of the northern wilderness. Just a few people stopped them in their tracks. My subordinate, Northern Wasteland Heavens Mechanism Envoy codename Sting, meet Pavilion Master. An extremely beautiful looking. A woman in a light blue sari. Respectfully, he saluted the Lin Tian trio. When he saw this woman, Lin Tian's eyes lit up brightly. 83, 60, 87. Tut, 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 the face of an angel. The devil's figure. Coughing lightly, Lin Tian withdrew his scrutinizing gaze. The most important thing now is that through this so-called heavenly messenger, find out more about the specifics of the Tinker's Pavilion. So Lin Tian asked with a serious face. Well, how many people are there in the Northern Wasteland Tianji Pavilion? That woman still didn't get up, but knelt right in front of Lin Tian. Opening his mouth, he said, inspired by the celestial fan, the Northern Wasteland has successfully awakened 2 Tianji ambassadors and 3,000 Tianji guards. All of them are among the major powers in the Northern Wasteland. How's all the strength? All 12 of us Tianji ambassadors are reincarnated in the harmonious realm. The Tianji guards are all reincarnated in the cave void realm. Strength is still being restored. Hearing this strength, even Lin Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. If they all regained their peak strength, such a formation, even in the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon Central State, they can all be considered second-rate powers. Nodding, Lin Tian suddenly realized that there's something about the face of the woman kneeling in front of me that doesn't look right. So once again, he looked her over carefully. The woman felt Lin Tian's measuring gaze. The heart screamed and kept praying. Can't you see me? Can't you see me? Suddenly Lin Tian realized that this extremely beautiful woman in front of him. It's the clan saint of the Northern Wasteland 10,000 Swords sect. It was also patronized by Lin Tian when time stood still. After all, Lin Tian, the LSP. It's impossible to pass up a beauty like that. This is embarrassing. I didn't realize I was patronizing my own subordinates. What is this? Workplace rules? Coughing lightly to hide his embarrassment, I'm going to take a trip to the Devil's Domain in the Northern Wastes. Get me a guide to the magic realm afterward. Yes, at your command, Pavilion Master. I'll notify them right away. Someone will meet you when you enter the Demon Clan's territory. Lin Tian nodded with satisfaction. Now, one is considered a powerful person in the Northern Wasteland. It was even said that this force could sweep through all the sects in the entire Northern Wasteland. Because it was too awkward, Lin Tian spoke to them for a couple of minutes. Then he hurriedly left with Xin Qinghe and Li Linger. Looking at Lin Tian's back as he left, a blush spread across the face of the Heavens Machine envoy, codenamed Sting. Obviously recalling something shameful. A few people returned to the flying sword. Li Linger's eyes were already full of little stars. I've never heard my master mention before which big power he is from. I didn't realize that master had such a powerful background. That woman just now should already be a powerful person in the cave void realm. All this respect for the master. Apparently master's background is quite unusual. Xin Qinghe was also very surprised. She had a lot more on her mind than Li Linger, though. With her knowledgeable insights, plus the content of Lin Tian's chat with those women, she quickly analyzed Lin Tian's identity. Somewhat surprised, he asked, "You are really the pavilion master of the Tianji Pavilion?" Looking at Xin Qinghe's incredulous expression, Lin Tian's heart burst with satisfaction. Scholar Lu Huijin the deadbeat look. Wow. Unfolding the Tianji fan and slowly shaking it a few times, Of course my lord is the master of Tianji Pavilion. What, don't believe me? Looking at Lin Tian, who had a smelly face. I don't know why. She just couldn't bring the Lin Tian in front of her. Associated with the powerful and mysterious Tianji Pavilion. Bah, denizen, you look more like a flower picker to me. Hearing this, Lin Tian's face looked a little embarrassed. Immediately whispered. That don't know. When does Miss Shen plan to submit to me as a flower picker? Feeling Lin Tian's naked molestation, Xin Qinghe's pretty face blushed, her heartbeat accelerated a little, and she softly said, Nice try, denizen. Though he said so, what he was thinking was, Damned denizen, this girl is following you. And you're asking, can't you take the initiative and just do it? Do you have to have this girl fall all over you to understand? 1 hour later, the three of them, Lin Tian, entered a small town in the Northern Wasteland Demon region. At the gates of the town, two very beautifully dressed women, with cocked hats on their heads, was looking around. The men passing by, all of them giving the two of them sideways glances, A lascivious grin spread across the. But on seeing the tokens hanging from the waist of the two men, the. Immediately withdrawing his unbridled gaze, the. Pretend to walk away as if nothing had happened. The two were disciples of the second largest force in the northern desolate demon region, the Heavenly Evil Valley. Although Heavenly Evil Valley's prestige in the northern wasteland was not as great as the 10,000 Devil sect. But it's a force to be reckoned with. It was something that their group of loose cultivators would never dare to mess with. Soon, upon seeing the three men who had come face to face, the two pretty girls immediately stepped forward and bowed. Belonging to Tianji Pavilion codenamed Qingfeng, Manhwa. Greetings to the Pavilion Master. The Magic Realm's Heaven's secret envoy is in a state of seclusion. There was no time to come, and the two of us were sent to greet the Pavilion Master. Lin Tian looked at the kneeling duo in front of him. The silhouette of the body was very slender, with snow-white skin and a mauve-colored sarong. Though his face was covered by a cocked hat. But Lin Tian had peeked through his divine mind and the two turned out to be twins. The face was expressionless, though. In his heart, however, he was happy, not realizing that he had just arrived in the northern wasteland. There's just such a pair of sisters leading the way. The reluctance towards Luo Qingqing dissipated quite a bit in his heart. Come on, let's go and land at your place first. Lin Tian didn't say anything. When you arrive at the northern wasteland, at least find a place to land first. Please, Pavilion Master, follow us to the Heavenly Evil Valley. The Tianji envoy is the oldest ancestor of the Heavenly Evil Valley. It has been ordered with the following, and accommodations have been arranged for several of you. Lin Tian nodded and followed the two to the Heavenly Evil Valley. On the way, Lin Tian once again talked to Qingfeng and Manhwa, prying up news of the Celestial Pavilion. You all have your old memories back now, don't you? Yes, Master of the Court. So what did the Celestial Court do before? There are 8 star rulers, 4 deacons, and 20 protectors in the Tianji Pavilion. And 100,000 Tianji guards, responsible for gathering intelligence in the 4 seas and 8 deserts. Summarize it to the TMG. Hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes flashed. In his heart, he had probably guessed the purpose of Tianji Z's establishment of Tianji Pavilion. He's tired of being in this world. Want to see the outside world. That's why this so-called Tianji Pavilion was established. Having developed a pool of talent. Gather yourself intel that can jump out of this world. That is to say that Tianji Pavilion is the largest intelligence center in the entire 4 seas and 8 deserts. Sighing at Tianji Z's grand gesture, Soon, it didn't take long for the few people to arrive at the 10,000 Evil Valley. The overall strength of the northern wasteland is a little stronger than the eastern wasteland. That's why the sects over here were also built more grandiose than the eastern wasteland. Lin Tian had instructed that there was no need to raise an army to go to the 10,000 Evil Valley this time. It was important to keep a low profile, so the valley didn't know what Lin Tian's identity was. Just as he entered the Valley of 10,000 Evils, he heard an infuriating sound. Yo, my 2 sisters. You're rushing out early in the morning. They say they're picking up a valued guest, could it be this little white boy? Chapter 052, You Seek Death. Just inside the Heavenly Evil Valley, a man shaking a folding fan and a dude-like male was standing at the entrance of the Heavenly Evil Valley. His cultivation level was the same as Qingfeng Mingyue's, both at the Yuaning realm. Looking at the 2 sisters, Qingfeng and Mingyue, in the eyes of the unabashedly lewd and evil, while falling on Lin Tian's gaze, a trace of coldness was revealed. Obviously salivating over the 2 sisters. Hearing this voice, Qingfeng and Mingyue both looked appalled. Looking angrily at the man who spoke, Qingfeng shouted angrily. Sun Hao, watch your mouth. This lord is a guest invited by our ancestor. The status is honorable, is it not something you can insult? The mocking look on the man's face intensified, Laughing coldly, she said, Fang Yuehua, are you lying to ghosts here? Old ancestor is now in a state of seclusion. How could he have crossed paths with this loser who didn't even have any cultivation? What, are you heartbroken when I say this little white boy of yours? Sun Hao, get your ass home, you've offended your honored guest. Just wait until the old ancestor comes out of the gate to smite your son family. Hearing his sister, Fang Yueying, also helping Lin Tian. Sun Hao's eyes were slightly microscopic. A murderous aura was already coming out of the eyes that looked at Lin Tian, and he said in a cold voice. You who? I didn't see it coming, this little white boy is quite powerful. I can't believe I tricked you all into coming. Let's see. What's the magic of this little white boy, anyway? Can tame you both at the same time? Said the astonished gaze of the spiritual energy exploded, and an extra dagger appeared in his hand, stabbing towards Lin Tian's heart. Because Sun Hao was suddenly storming up, so fast that it caught everyone off guard. Fang Yueying and Fang Yuehua wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The dagger stabbed straight towards Lin Tian's heart, with an inch to go. But it was blocked by an invisible body shield. Inability to advance half a point. On the side, Fang Yueying and Fang Yuehua were very surprised, although the two had awakened the memories of the Tianji Pavilion. But in my last life, I never met the master of the court. I don't know what realm of cultivation the pavilion master is in. He was afraid that Sun Hao, this flinty seed, would hurt Lin Tian. But after seeing Lin Tian easily pick up Sun Hao's attack, he all relieved. Have you gotten enough? Lin Tian said coldly. Sun Hao saw how the dagger couldn't pierce Lin Tian's protective astral aura. The eyes couldn't help but start to turn red, and his hands increased in intensity. Looking at the ruthless Sun Hao, Lin Tian was a bit disinterested. Sideswiped his left shoulder. A tremendous force came from Lin Tian's left shoulder. It directly sent Sun Hao flying a long way away. Seeing that Lin Tian had no intention of pursuing Sun Hao, the two sisters were also relieved that. Kneeling on the ground, he said, "Pavilion Master, my subordinate deserves to die, and when the Tianji envoy comes out of the gate, we'll definitely give the Pavilion Master an explanation." Lin Tian, however, said with a disinterested expression, "There's no harm in it. Starting today, don't kneel down without moving, and don't call me master of the court. Just call me young master." The two looked at each other. Subordinate wouldn't dare. "I command you to call it that." "Yes, court. Young master." Nodding in satisfaction, Lin Tian casually asked, "Has anything major happened in the northern wasteland recently?" After the two pondered for a while, Fang Yuehua spoke. "Young master, recently the holy maiden of the 10,000 demon sect has come down with a strange disease. Trying to find a cure, but never being able to find the root cause of the disease. There have been a lot of jungle crooks who have been killed by the holy maiden." After thinking for a moment, Lin Tian's heart went crazy with joy. The virgin said she had a strange disease. Lin Tian already knew what the reason was. Because of the problem with the warp image. It's the endocrine imbalance that comes from not having sex for so long. This produces the condition of dysmenorrhea. It's reasonable to say that as soon as she breaks through the foundation stage, that goes away. But there's a special rule for the holy maiden of the 10,000 devils sect. The holy maiden needs to continuously inject her cultivation into the altar of 10,000 demons. That's why the highest cultivation level of successive generations of holy maidens was the foundation establishment stage. But when time stands still, is he supposed to have helped him become a woman? It's not still an endocrine disorder, is it? Thinking about it, Lin Tian was a little curious. Has there been any rumors of what she's got? Or what are the symptoms? Fang Yuehua shook her head. No. But where those who have shown the holy maiden? The ones who didn't tell the symptoms were killed by her. Hearing this, Lin Tian also muttered in a small voice. This little ninny, her methods are quite ruthless. Tomorrow, we'll go to the 10,000 devils sect together to take a look around. What kind of disease does this so-called saintly woman have? The two men hesitated a bit after hearing Lin Tian's words. But, young master, our heavenly evil valley and the 10,000 devils sect are mortal enemies. Hearing this, Lin Tian, however, said without any concern. It's okay. Tomorrow we'll go to the 10,000 devils sect together. Looking at Lin Tian's attention having been set, the two sisters are having a hard time. The 10,000 demons sect had a cave void realm ancestor whose strength was as high as that of the heavenly Chi envoy. And although the old ancestor of the heavenly evil valley was in the process of breaking through to the harmonization realm, but she's on death row right now. In case a few people cause any trouble in the 10,000 devils sect. But no one came out to wipe their asses. Just as a few people were chatting about the situation of the 10,000 devils sect, a discordant voice came in and, I'd like to see which son of a It's some kind of VIP guest invited by the old man. I can't believe I knocked my son out a couple dozen miles away. Do you really think my heavenly evil valley is easy to bully? Hearing this, the two sisters' faces changed drastically. The one who spoke was the Grand Elder of the heavenly evil valley. This man is narrow-minded and extremely protective of his shortcomings. With a murderous air, he walked into the room and the eyes looked at the crowd grimly. At this time, the patriarch of the Valley of 10,000 Evils, the father of the two Feng sisters, is out taking care of business. That's why the old ancestor gave the two sisters a direct order. And without informing their father. This Grand Elder, naturally, had not received any orders from the old ancestor. After sizing up Lin Tian, the Grand Elder's gaze was gloomy as he said to the Feng sisters. Two nieces, I'm going to say a few words about you, as an uncle. No one will say anything if you fool around on weekdays. But you shouldn't have falsely passed on the orders of the old man. You guys leave this kid to me. Uncle will take care of this for you. If not. Hearing this, both sisters didn't look too good. The Grand Elder is clearly using his status and strength to oppress people. It's obvious that he's here to stand up for his son. The strength of this Grand Elder, having reached the peak of emptiness, it was simply not something that their two Yuaning realm cultivators could block. Lin Tian sniffed his face with a somewhat chilly expression and asked in a cold voice. If not, what shall you do? The Grand Elder's eyes swept over the three with a shadowy look as he continued in a cold voice. I'll take you all in together. You'll be punished when the old ancestor comes out. The one behind the Grand Elder, Sun Hao, also shouted. Yes, father, arrest them all. Leave it to the old man when he's out of prison. I remember the man had 2 other women with him. In a minute it might as well be sent into my room. Let's give them a good trial. Let's see if it's the 10,000 Devils sect. Or maybe it's a spy sent by those people. Hearing this, Lin Tian's face instantly turned grim. A murderous aura welled up on his ancient face. He'll tolerate a few words about him. But absolutely no one is allowed to covet Li Linger. That's his backbone. Lin Tian said grimly, you seek death. Chapter 053, you lose face with me. Seeing Lin Tian's face of killing intent, the two sisters, Fang Yuehua and Fang Yueying, didn't care about the disparity in strength. While mobilizing his spiritual energy, he drank. Young master, hurry up. When the old ancestor comes out. In cleaning up the old man. Saying that, he stepped forward and fought with the Grand Elder. Although they have awakened their memories as Tianji guards. But the strength has not yet returned to its peak. So they felt that Lin Tian's cultivation was still recovering as well. Afraid of what might happen to him. But 2 cultivators of the Yuaning realm. How could he possibly be able to defeat a Grand Elder at the peak of the empty brightness realm? Simply waving his sleeve robe and lifting up 2 winds, it directly threw the 2 people out a long way. Humph, a mere Yuaning, how dare you show off? When did the 2 holy daughters of my valley of 10,000 evils become someone else's maid? How dare you call it young master when it's really nonsense? I'll catch you later, kid. I'll send you to the pit of all evil. Let you experience all the evils devouring your heart. Pa! Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Tian raised his hand and swung out a slap that slapped the Grand Elder hard across the face of the Grand Elder instantly felt a huge force coming from his face. Even if one's own peak empty brightness body shielding astral energy, none of them were able to carry the slap. Slapped his head right into the floor. Noisy. There's so much nonsense. Those who don't know would think you're in the Emperor realm. Bah, nothing. Seeing his father being slapped into the floor by Lin Tian, Sun Hao's eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Lin Tian. The body began to tremble. Lin Tian looked at him trembling. There was a smattering of disdain on his face. Originally, I was too dirty to kill a thing like you. But you shouldn't. The last thing I should do is hit on the idea of my apprentice in women. In your next life, remember to speak before you speak. Shake your brains out first. Feeling the murderous aura coming from this Lin Tian's body, Sun Hao shivered and pulled out a token from his waist with a trembling hand. The secret method operated, and a brilliant light shone from the token, It then exploded outside the door. Immediately afterward, a scowl spread across Sun Hao's face. Kid, you're done. Let you taste the power of our 10,000 evil sects protector formation. Right after the flare like light shot out, the shouts of the elders and deacons came from within the 10,000 evil sect. Great elders' orders, open the clan formation. All the inner disciples. When the elders and deacons heard the call, they all took their positions. After only a few moments, the great formation of the clan of the Valley of 10,000 Evils was activated. A 7-colored barrier emerged. Afterwards, Sun Hao held the token in his hand and, pulling the chi of the sect formation towards Lin Tian, he attacked. After the two Fong sisters, who had been sent flying in the distance, saw this, her face changed greatly, and she was instantly frightened. You should know that if the owner of the Tianji Pavilion dies, everyone in the Tianji Pavilion will be martyred immediately. This is the brutal mechanism of the Tianji Pavilion. The clan formation of the 10,000 Evil Valley was designed by the 10,000 Evil Ancestor. That was an Emperor Realm powerhouse with immense power. The attack of the Great Formation, even the strongest of the peak harmonization. None of them dared to touch it hard. And another desperate man. It's the Grand Elder who just pulled his head out of the floorboards. He didn't think his son would be such a straw man. Surprisingly, he opened the sect's grand formation at such a time. If it were any other time, it would be fine. But what time is it? The old ancestor of the Valley of 10,000 Evils is secretly breaking through the cave void realm. Once the old man breaks through, then the entire northern wasteland. There would be no power that could rival the 10,000 Evil Valley. The reason why it was hidden was that they didn't want the other clans to know about it. If the other clans knew about the breakthrough of the 10,000 Evil Valley ancestor, must be looking for an excuse to intervene. Or even united against the Valley of 10,000 Evils. It's not out of the question. At such a sensitive juncture, you opened the clan's big formation. Are you afraid that people won't know that there's something going on in the Valley of the 10,000 Evils? The moment he saw the sect's great formation attacking Lin Tian, the Grand Elder's heart was ashen. In his opinion, Lin Tian was definitely going to die under the sect's great formation. But I'm afraid I can't keep my own son. Soon the 7-colored clan formation that. A huge green skeleton silhouette was formed that. Opening his huge mouth, he attacked towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian was still pondering just how much force to use, so that the people out there can get hurt a little less. After all, it's that Sun Hao who rushed to see the stupid thing. It has nothing to do with the rest of the Valley of 10,000 Evils. Although both the oldest ancestor of the Valley of 10,000 Evils and the patriarch of the no face at all in his own place. But the face of the sovereign's two beautiful twin daughters. Still a couple points to be given. After being swallowed into the mouth of the skeleton, the Lin Tian didn't think that much anymore. Stretching out his fingers, he swung out a couple of half-moon blades that break the skeleton straight through. The Grand Elder, who looked a little dumbfounded on the sidelines, seeing that Lin Tian had actually received a strike from the sect's grand formation, instantly cold all over. Looking at that stupid son of his who still had to control the clan's grand formation, went up and slapped him across the face. Snatching the Grand Elder's token into his hands, disarmed the clan's grand formation. After the grand formation was lifted, Fong Yuehua and Fong Yueying immediately spoke in a stern and angry voice. Grand Elder, your father and son were rude to old ancestors' honored guest. And to open the clan formation without authorization at this time. You'll wait for my father's return. Explain it to my father yourself. At this point, the Grand Elder was already ashen. He's starting to regret it a little, now. Listening to the goading of his own ungrateful son. While the patriarch is away and the old man is in seclusion. Conflict with two nieces. In fact, he also hoped that his son would marry the sovereign's daughter. So having heard that the Fong sisters have brought back a young man, I'm afraid I'm the lover of two sisters. That's why he helped his son with his nonsense. Now calm down and think. That young man just now managed to seriously injure himself with a single strike. Still able to take the attack of the clan's great formation. The strength should be unfathomable. It might not even be on par with the old ancestor. At this moment he also understands that the Fong sisters aren't lying. This person should be the one invited by the old ancestor, and he couldn't help but sweat like a pig. Lin Tian, on the other hand, walked slowly towards Sun Hao. Every step forward, Sun Hao felt as if he had stepped on his own heart. Frightened, he immediately crawled backward and it was obvious that Lin Tian did not intend to let him go. Seeing this, the Grand Elder hurriedly knelt down and begged. Your honored guest, it is my son and I who have the eyes to see. If I've offended you, please be merciful. Do me a favor and spare my son. It's the only one in our family. Hearing the words of the Grand Elder, the corner of Lin Tian's mouth hooked up with a touch of mockery. In a cold voice, he said, What are you? How can you talk to me about face? Not to mention your son. Even your old man. And don't dare to try to get your hands on my woman and disciple in front of me. Having said that, under the despairing gaze of the Grand Elder, a palm slapped the already incontinent Sun Hao to death. Looking at the puddle of in front of me, Lin Tian pulled out a silk handkerchief from his space, wiped his hands and threw them next to his body. He's too dirty to kill such things. Chapter 054 Xinxing's Extreme Temptation. Seeing his son die a horrible death, the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Evil Valley instantly had scarlet eyes, looking at Lin Tian with a gaze filled with hatred and hideousness. I'll fight you. Saying that, he mobilized his spiritual energy all over his body. His body glowed red, and he activated the secret technique of the Valley of 10,000 Evils. Burning his own blood. His current strength is at the peak of the empty brightness realm. After using the secret method of burning essence blood, the strength quickly climbed to the cave void realm. There's a horrible aura emanating from the charging towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped again, slapping the head of the Grand Elder into the floor once again. Lin Tian then didn't bother to continue pestering him. A foot on his body wasted his entire cultivation. After all, this old boy wants his life. It's too cheap to just kill him. Lin Tian still left him alive. Didn't he say just now that he wanted to get himself into some evil pit? Lin Tian felt that he should let this old boy experience it. After dealing with these two, the Feng sisters looked at Lin Tian with a shocked expression, eyes filled with adoration. Devils and humans are different by nature. The main thing they do is just to go with the flow, and extremely worshipful of the strong. Unlike those human beings, who clearly do things more evil and disgusting than even them. There is also a need to establish a reputation for righteousness. Originally, Sun Hao had used the Great Elder to open the clan's great formation. It sent a wave of despair through both of them that now is the critical period for the old ancestors' breakthrough. But seeing Lin Tian so powerful, both of them are also quite relieved that at least, the old man of the Valley of 10,000 Evils couldn't do it. It was so easy to waste the Grand Elder who was bent on fighting for his life. Right now, the clan has just opened the clan formation. It's a time when people are on edge. Fang Yuhua went out to run the show. Fang Yueying, on the other hand, was arranging accommodation for Lin Tian and the others. But after arranging the rooms, something very embarrassing happened. Fang Yueying thought that Xinxinghe was Lin Tian's woman. 2 rooms were arranged directly for the 3. Because the clan has a mess to clean up. After arranging the room, Fang Yueying left. Now Xinxinghe and Lin Tian were wide-eyed, dumbfounded. Xinxinghe's face was so shy that she was somewhat afraid to look at Lin Tian. In my mind, I thought, this nerd won't do anything to me later, right? If she does something to me, do I submit? Or do I refuse? Just as her mind was sinking into a constant self-strike, only to see Lin Tian pick up a quilt from the couch, spread it out on the floor with a decent face. This scene made Xinxinghe's eyes widen as she watched. In his heart, he had already greeted Lin Tian's ancestors of 8 generations. The mind cursed angrily. Who the hell are you pretending to be a gentleman with? In the Eastern Wasteland, in the Green Lotus sect. Aren't you quite a flirt when you hooked up with Luo Qingchen? Not only that, Su Qiuyue is having an affair with you too, right? Why the hell are you acting like a gentleman when it comes to my mom? Taking a deep breath, after releasing the tens of thousands of draft horses that were galloping in his mind, said in a somewhat sarcastic tone. Yo, when did our pavilion master Lin become so decent? I always thought that without a woman with you, you can't even sleep. It's obvious what the words mean. What are you pretending with me here? I'm ready for bed. They're all 1,000-year-old foxes, what are you playing chatty with me for? And it's not as if Lin Tian has turned a corner. The reason why he wasn't in a hurry to take Xinxingha's one blood. It's because from the last time in the East Wasteland in Xinxingha limit pulling, he was somewhat in love with the feeling. Hearing Xinxingha's words, Lin Tian immediately returned. What are you talking about, Miss Shun? I've always been a gentleman witness. We do things the way we want to do them. When have you ever done anything to take advantage of someone? The implication is that you want me to sleep with you. You're gonna have to talk to me directly. I wouldn't have slept with you otherwise. Xinxingha naturally heard the meaning of the words. A look of shame and anger rose on his face and a pair of hands rubbed the corners of the pale yellow sari bodice viciously. Since Mr. Lin is so knowledgeable, then I'm relieved. I also believe that Mr. Lin is not the kind of man who would climb into the bed of an unmarried girl in the middle of the night. Right, Mr. Lin? The implication is that I'm not going to invite you to sleep with me. If you don't come up now, you won't regret it later. When these words came out, Lin Tian thought that Xinxingha had lost in this tug of war. The heart can't help but feel a sense of relief and, looking at Xinxingha's shy and angry appearance, there was an unexplained burst of happiness. But the next moment, Lin Tian began to regret pulling with Xinxingha. I only saw Xinxingha, who was sitting on the bed, started to untie a yellow sari she was wearing on the outside. Though she was moving very slowly, but every movement, full of ultimate seduction. After slowly undoing the outer sarong, revealing the pale yellow and white jumper and flounced skirt inside, it added a touch of elegance to her demeanor. Then, Xinxingha began to slowly undo her upper body's jacket. Just unbuttoned a button. The white bustier underwear inside was already visible. The Lin Tian who looked at it inwardly exclaimed. Is that what you're testing the cadres with? Which cadre can withstand such a test? Because of Xinxingha's slow movements, it was a long time before I undid the top of my jacket and when the buttons are all undone, Xinxingha's face was already as red as a ripe apple. Seemingly unintentionally, he saw Lin Tian looking at himself. The gaze of a wolf. Xinxingha pretended to cover her mouth in surprise. Yo, Mr. Lin, you're staring at people like that. People will be embarrassed. Aren't you a decent man, Mr. Lin? It won't pounce later, will it? Said Xinxingha with a scared look on her face. Cower your body in the corner. That little look of refusal. And that with a 3 times timid, 7 times seductive demeanor, Straight away, Lin Tian's brother instantly stood at attention. At the same time a warmth welled up in his nose and a nosebleed ran uncontrollably. At this moment, Lin Tian had already developed a feeling of remorse. What's the point of pretending to be a decent person when you have nothing to do? Why don't we get right to the point? Nan is here to play Tai Chi with Xinxingha. He knew Xinxingha was doing it on purpose. Last time, the pulling of myself and Xinxingha. It's a win for yourself. He thought he had the edge on me this time, too. But he never expected to be set up by Xinxingha. But what's done is done. Lin Tian also didn't want to go against his principle of never forcing himself on others. Could only turn away, full of dismay. Lying on the ground with his back to Xinxingha, with the Heart Sutra of my past life constantly meditating in my head. Color is emptiness, emptiness is color. Color is emptiness and emptiness is color. But nay, his own divine sense, which had reached the ancestral realm. Still, he couldn't help but scan Xinxingha on the bed. And what a ing ninny. It seemed as if he knew that Lin Tian was peeping with his divine sense. The movements are still so flirty and provocative. It took a good little half hour to undress and get under the covers. And what made Lin Tian even more desperate came. Take off the jerkin. It was thrown directly at Lin Tian's head by Xinxingha. There was a faint scent of a young girl's body that into Lin Tian's nostrils. Then he heard Xinxingha's somewhat dismayed and seductive voice. Egu, Mr. Lin. The little lady accidentally dropped her clothes. Will you help the little lady pick up her clothes? Chapter 055 Two Birds with One Stone. Hearing Xinxingha's extremely seductive voice, Lin Tian felt his body get a little crispy. But seeing Xinxingha's smug look on her face, Lin Tian had another bout of gnashing his teeth. He's desperate to rush up there right now, have an in-depth conversation with Xinxingha. But every time he saw Xinxingha's smug smile, the hearts were all a bit upset. Right now, his brother is on the verge of exploding. It's simply intolerable. Divine Sense perceived the following. Finding just the right time for Fang Yuehua to be meditating in her room. Nor shall the tents be erected. Instantly moving to Fang Yuehua's room. The last second Xinxingha was scratching her head. In the next second, Lin Tian disappeared. She instantly felt like a BGM should be blaring at this point. Children, do you also have many question marks? Then huffed and puffed and lay down on the bed. Although it felt like on the limit pull with Lin Tian, winning on their own. But why do you feel like you won the game? What about losing your life? In Fang Yuehua's room. She's practicing on her knees at the moment. Lin Tian appeared in the room very suddenly. It made Fang Yuehua startled. Before she could react, he was pounced on the bed by the beast like Lin Tian. As a member of the Tenchikaku, it's an honor for them to be the court master's woman. So instead of resisting, she was actively catering. Just as the two were exchanging fierce fire, Fang Yueying had just finished busy with some things in the sect. I'm going to come and talk to Fang Yuehua. How should I explain tomorrow that the clan had opened the clan's great formation? But just as he pushed open the door, he saw Lin Tian and Fang Yuehua entangled together. The delicate face instantly reddened into an apple, before she could react. It was sucked in by a huge force. Early the next morning, after Xinxingha came out of her room, the gazes that looked at Lin Tian and the two holy maidens of the 10,000 Evil Valley's intimate appearance were already capable of killing. And Li Linger took out a little book, silently written on the Valley of 10,000 Evils in the northern wilderness. There was a sigh and a small mutter. Master is really something, too. That's a lot of mentors for me. In the morning, after packing up some, Lin Tian left the 10,000 Evil Valley, preparing to go to the Heavenly Demon sect to see that Heavenly Demon sect's holy maiden. On the other hand, Xinxingha and Li Linger were left behind in the 10,000 Evil Valley by Lin Tian. After simply packing up, Lin Tian arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly Demon sect. Would you two be so kind as to help inform? Little Shang is here to treat your sect's holy maiden. Saying that, he also handed the two gatekeepers a medium-grade spirit stone each. After the two saw the spirit stone, a smile broke out on his impatient face. That boy, for the sake of the spirit stones, to advise you that the one who treated our saintly daughter so far, no one's made it out alive yet. No special skills. You'd better go back, after all, it's pretty hard to live. Hearing the words of the two, a confident smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. Thank you, two big brothers, for your kind words. But I really do have a way to cure your clan's holy maiden. Please also trouble the two big brothers to help inform us. The other guard saw that Lin Tian didn't know any better, glancing at Lin Tian with a gaze that was like looking at a dead man. Since you're looking for death, there's nothing you can do about it. Wait here. With that, he turned around and went into the Sky Demon sect to report. Soon, Lin Tian was invited into the Heavenly Demon sect. Came into a room. The holy maiden of the Heavenly Devil sect is currently lying on her bed. The veil was let down over the side of the bed. Outside the veil, only the figure of the holy maiden could be seen in shadow. After sending Lin Tian into the holy maiden's bedroom, the following people retreated. You're the doctor who came to see me? Yes, I am. Hearing Lin Tian's voice, the holy maiden of the Heavenly Demon sect couldn't help but frown. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Then he frowned and asked, haven't we met somewhere before? Why does your voice sound so familiar? Lin Tian secretly said in his heart. Of course I've seen it. Not only have I seen it, and in-depth conversations, but the mouth said, I've probably seen it before when I was in the Sword Pavilion. Hearing these words, the holy maiden of the Heavenly Demon sect's pupils contracted violently. The eyes that looked at Lin Tian were filled with killing intent. The matter of her being the illegitimate daughter of the head of the righteous, the sword master of the Sword Pavilion. Only a few people know that. The man in front of me is obviously not one of them. But how did he know such secrets? The mind, though alarmed by the waves of. But the face doesn't show it. Instead, he pretended to ramble. What do you care to say? I'm the holy maiden of the celestial demon sect. How is it possible to have been to the sword pavilion? Not only that. You also have an illicit relationship with your handmaiden. Hearing this, a fierce light grew in the eyes of the holy maiden. From the compartment of the bed, a long sword was drawn and, utilizing all his spiritual energy, he stabbed towards Lin Tian. Because Lin Tian pretended to be at the chi refining stage. That's why the Foundation Establishment Saintess thought she could easily take Lin Tian down. But Lin Tian dodged it. Not only that, but he also wrapped his arms around the heavenly demon sect's holy maiden from behind. Tisk, TSK, you don't have big boobs, but you do have a big temper. It's good to be treated for your illness. Either you raise your cultivation to Yuaning. Either. Said looking at the saintly maiden's florid face. Whispering in her ear, find a man. So that every time you get your period, there would be no abdominal cramps. Hearing this, and looking at himself in his present humiliating position, the holy maiden of the heavenly devil sect shouted out to someone outside, but not a single person has come in. Apparently the house had been forbidden by Lin Tian. You're just gonna have to stop screaming. It's no use screaming your head off. What do you want? I'd like to, so that the holy maiden of the celestial demon sect. Serve me well. You dream. Unless there's no more war in this northern wilderness, I'll promise to serve you. The war between the human race and the demon race in the northern wilderness, which has been protracted for millennia. The pent-up resentment between the two sides has become so deep that it is difficult to reconcile. But when Lin Tian heard this, he was staggered for a moment. Is that so low? It's a deal, then. If you don't keep your promise, then I'll spill your secret. But the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect had a look of mockery on her face. Well, you're gonna have to get there soon, then. Just now, the sky demon sect's large force has joined forces with several other sects. We're going to attack the heavenly evil valley. If you're a little late, I guess there's going to be a fight over there. Hearing that, Lin Tian's pupils contracted for a moment. Not caring about anything else, he just disappeared into thin air, rushing towards the Valley of 10,000 Evils. Chapter 056, You Four Old Things, Deserve to Die. At this time, above the Valley of 10,000 Evils, countless demonic cultivators surrounded the outside of the valley. There are even 5 great powers of the cave void realm, gazing at the Valley of 10,000 Evils from the spirit boat in the sky. They're gathered here today for one simple purpose. It's to make sure that the Valley of 10,000 Evils opened the clan formation yesterday. What the hell happened? These old guys know that. The old ancestor of the Valley of 10,000 Evils is now at the peak of Cave Void. Once he's allowed to break through to the harmonious realm, then no one in the entire northern wasteland will be able to check him. The reason why the Heavenly Devil Sect is known as the #1 devil sect in the northern wasteland. It's because the Heavenly Demon Sect has 2 powerful individuals of the Cave Void realm. That's what's capable of overpowering the Valley of 10,000 Evils. But once the old ancestor of the Valley of 10,000 Evils breaks through the Cave Void realm, if you enter the harmonization stage, the status of the Heavenly Devil Sect would definitely be seriously affected. At this moment, the old ancestor of the Valley of 10,000 Evils was at a critical point in his breakthrough. And the patriarch is not in the clan. Out on business. In the morning, Lin Tian had also just left the Valley of 10,000 Evils, not knowing where he was going. Only 2 sisters, Fang Yueying and Fang Yuehua, were left in the valley. The Valley of 10,000 Evils was surrounded by such a large group of cultivators. It also made both of their hearts sink to the bottom. If they knew that Lin Tian had secretly gone out to pick up the Heavenly Demon Chief's holy maiden, probably would have just spit out blood in anger. Listen up, 10,000 evil valleys. The Heavenly Demon Sect, the Acacia Sect, the Blood Alchemy Hall. The old ancestors of the 3 great clans and the old ancestor of the Light Evil Valley come out to have a chat. A few Yuaning stage cultivators have already started calling the door. The 2 Fang family sisters were so anxious that they didn't know what to do. In fact, a few of the oldest ancestors came. There was no deliberate attempt to hide his breath at all. Now that old man evil doesn't show up. Already that says a lot. The two old ancestors of the Sky Demon sect on the ship stared at the 10,000 Evil Valley. The killing intent in his eyes was like substance. Let's do it, that look old thing should be breaking through right now. If he succeeds, in the future, above the northern wasteland, there is no more place for us to stand. The other two old ancestors nodded. After a few of the elders had ordered nearly 10,000 cultivators from the three great sects began to attack towards the Valley of 10,000 Evils. The clan formation of the Valley of 10,000 Evils had been opened. But because Lin Tian had wasted that great elder at the peak of the empty brightness realm, without his involvement, the power of the clan's great formation was not as great as it used to be. And yet, it still managed to maintain its ability to not be overrun by the three great sects. The two sisters in the family below this are even more anxious, rushing to find Xin Xinghe and Li Linger. Hopefully, he could find Lin Tian and come back to save the day. Just then, the Heavenly Demon sect's old ancestor was already a bit impatient. The clan is at the point of survival. Old Man Evil hasn't come out yet. Apparently it was shutting down to prepare for a breakthrough. A few of you, let's combine our efforts to break this clan protection formation. The old ancestor of the Acacia sect said with a smiling face. Heavenly Demon, are you in such a hurry to finish off that old man Wanxie? As it is done, it must be cut down to the roots. This time, we're going to take down the Valley of Evil as well. How about we split the resources of the 10,000 evil valleys equally between the three of us? Hearing this, the eyes of the other two old ancestors lit up. Over the years, although the Valley of 10,000 Evils was inferior to the Heavenly Devil sect, however, they have always pressed the Acacia sect and the Blood Refining Hall. Now that there's a chance to divide up the Valley of 10,000 Evils, naturally, the two men will not give up and a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes, go! So the four of them began to drum up their spiritual energy together to attack towards the sect's grand formation. Boom! With a loud, stormy sound, shaking the eardrums of everyone in the room, that seven-colored clan formation was under the combined strike of four cavernous void realm powerhouses. Fine cracks appeared. The four attacked unabated, once again drumming up their spiritual energy, Another blow was struck towards the clan's grand formation. Boom! The entire ground of the Valley of 10,000 Evils trembled violently for a moment. The seven-colored clan protection formation was shattered alive. The disciples of the Valley of 10,000 Evils, because of the shattering of the great formation, everyone received the backlash. Received injuries of varying severity. The combined disciples of the three great sects began to rush into the Valley of 10,000 Evils. Carry out a massacre. The two Feng family sisters were already ashen at this point. And just then, something even more shocking happened. In the sky above the back of the Valley of 10,000 Evils, dark clouds are beginning to gather. The last moment the whole Valley of 10,000 Evils was still daytime. But the next moment, the sky above the 10,000 evil valleys was already covered by a large dark cloud. The flashes of light that came faintly from within the dark clouds, the pressure that emanated from within it caused the four cavernous void realm ancestors of the three great sects to tremble. All of the disciples who were killing each other stopped their movements. Looking at the robotic clouds looming in the sky, everyone had fear in their eyes. That old thing 10,000 evils actually broke through? At this moment, the Heavenly Demon sect's Heavenly Demon ancestor's face was astonished as he looked at the sky's calamity cloud. Immediately, he roared at the people below. What the hell are you waiting for? Kill all the people of the 10,000 evil valley for me. Saying that, he looked at the other three with a cold gaze again. The old ancestor of the Acacia sect and the old ancestor of the Blood Alchemy Hall already had retreat in their eyes. They're just here to pick up the slack. They're not here to get killed. Although Old Man Evil had not yet passed through the Thunder Tribulation. But at this time, he had already entered the harmonious Tao realm with half of his feet counted. If by any chance he does break through, these four people here today, no one can run away. The Heavenly Demon ancestor could see the concerns of the two men. Immediately, he said in a cold voice. Gentlemen, now we have but to fight with our backs to the wall. Take advantage of that old thing Wanxia's thunderbolt to finish him off. Once he's allowed to break through the hole in the wall and enter the harmonious way, What's going to happen to us? I'm sure you two are well aware of that. I advise the two of you not to take any chances and just fight for your lives. Hearing this, a chill ran through the hearts of the two men. Now they're leading the men to follow the heavenly demon chief in attacking the Valley of 10,000 Evils. Has completely offended the 10,000 Evil Valley. If we can't completely exterminate the 10,000 Evil Valley, let Old Man Evil break through. Then the two of them would definitely end up extremely miserable. Both of them gritted their teeth even as they thought of this. A look of madness appeared in his eyes. In that case, let's go together. Fong Yueying and Fong Yuehua, upon discovering the thunderbolt, already went to the back of the old man's mountain to keep watch long ago. After all, in addition to being the oldest ancestor, or the Tenji envoy of the Tenji Pavilion, guarding her was also considered the mission of the two of them, the Tianji guards. Those four cavernous void realm ancestors flew towards the back of the mountain, seeing the two sisters blocking the way. Not at all. Casually shooting out two spiritual energy, attacking towards the two sisters. The blow that was filled with the pressure of a powerful man of the cave void realm, rushing towards the two sisters with a destructive aura. As the two sisters were about to perish, it was as if this part of heaven and earth had been inspired by some kind of call. All tops in the moment. An angry growl came from the distance. Damn you four old things. Chapter 057, Giving Death. After hearing that voice, the four old ancestors' faces changed drastically. They're desperately trying to make the best of it. Trying to get out of this confinement. The golden glow emanating from the circumference of it was like an iron hoop, completely fixing them in this space. Can't move at all. In the next moment, Lin Tian violently appeared in front of the four people. He first came behind the two Fong sisters and, breaking those two spiritual attacks that were about to take their lives straight away. Then his gaze coldly looked at the four old ancestors of those three sects. Tell me, how do you want to die? An icy voice, like ice that doesn't melt for 10,000 years. Ringing in the hearts of the four. That invisible pressure. It left the four men a little breathless. The four men tried to speak, but the body was imprisoned by Lin Tian. Can't talk at all. One could only gaze anxiously at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, however, didn't pay any attention to them sticking out their fingers, pointing at the heavenly demon ancestor. I grant you, death by ashes, said, snapping his fingers casually. Pa! Boom! After the ringing finger sounded, the energy within the heavenly demon old man's body, it instantly exploded, blowing his entire body into flying dust. The other three watched the scene in horror as the man is strong, it's just that he's so strong, if not physically restrained. I'm afraid that old Acacia ancestor would have already fallen to his knees and begged for mercy. But now all three of them are physically confined. One can only look on with horror on one's face. Lin Tian's finger pointed towards the blood-refining ancestor. I grant you, death by 10,000 arrows through the heart, said, snapping his fingers. Pa! In an instant, countless feathered arrows formed by spiritual energy that, shooting towards the blood-refining ancestor. The living blood-refining old ancestor was shot into a hedgehog. That spiritual power feather arrow was as if it was indestructible. No matter how much the blood-refining old ancestor mobilized his spiritual power to resist, his defenses are all as thin as a sheet of paper, run through by a feathered arrow. Before he died, there was still a look of disbelief on his face. The remaining two looked at Lin Tian with even more fear. Old Acacia ancestor even trembled all over. What kind of power is this? It's so perverted that it could directly kill a cave void realm cultivator like them in seconds? But before they could figure that one out, Lin Tian's finger was already pointing at the Acacia ancestor. An icy voice, as if from the nine hells. It made the heart of old Acacia ancestor tremble. I grant you, death by extreme pleasure. Saying that, he shot out a ray of light at the brow of old Acacia ancestor. It didn't go into her brow. Old Acacia ancestor immediately felt a blur before his eyes. The scene around him changed, and he came into a room by himself. The room, naked by himself, tied up on all fours. A dozen big men around her surrounded her and There was a lecherous smile in the gaze that looked at her. Don't you come any closer. Don't. She was subconsciously, repeatedly tortured and ravaged by the. And in reality, her body began to contort ever so slightly, twisted, and with a surprising hint of enjoyment on his face. In only half a quarter of an hour, blood began to seep out of her body and finally lived to die of subconscious torture. Finally, the second oldest ancestor of the Sky Demon sect was left. By this time his eyes were a shade darker, as opposed to him going up in smoke in an instant. The brother who died in pain. He's kind of the unluckiest one. He'd watched with his own eyes how those other three had been made to die by Lin Tian. And there's nothing you can do about it but act like a lamb to the slaughter. Struggling. Lin Tian pointed his finger at the second old ancestor of the Sky Demon sect. I grant you, bleed to death. Said another ringing finger pop. The blood in the body of the last old ancestor was as if uncontrollable. It's pouring out of the body. Bleeding alone wasn't enough to make this heavenly demon sect's old ancestor fearful. The blood brought out his cultivation as it flowed out of his body, while at the same time a piece of his soul was withdrawn on one side. At the moment his body felt as if it was being torn by blood all over it. Painful. If the body had not been confined, he would have wailed out loud. With the flow of blood, his body also dried up at a rate visible to the naked eye, and finally, a dried up corpse. It fell to the ground. In less than an incense stick. The ancestors of the three great clans were all buried in the heavenly evil valley. The disciples of the warring clans below were stunned. What kind of cultivation is this that can be so powerful? He can't be the legendary Emperor Realm, can he? Just as they were murmuring, all hearts. All appeared Lin Tian, killing intent austere. A voice that was incredibly cold and morose. The heavenly demon sect, the Acacia sect, the blood refining hall. Tomorrow, let the heads of your three clans come here and kneel for 10 days. Hand over the tokens of your three great clans. Submit to the Valley of 10,000 Evils, or else, exterminate the clan. The last two words brought out an invisible pressure that, making all the disciples of the three great sects instantly spit out a mouthful of blood. Immediately they were as hasty as the dogs that had lost their homes, running towards the outside of the Valley of 10,000 Evils. Shortly after they left, Old Man Evil's thunderbolt descended from the sky. Fang Yuehua and Fang Yueying, two sisters. After seeing the power of this thunderbolt, the face became a little pale. But the thought that, with the master of the court here, the mind was relieved a few more times. After all, with the courtiers through and through tactics, wouldn't let the Tianji ambassador die from the thunderbolt. Lin Tian's gaze was also fixed on the thunderbolt in the sky. Sensing the strength of the man who had crossed the threshold of it's roughly the same estimation of his limits. Cave void realm into the harmonious realm. Need to undergo a full 81 thunderbolts. To the extent that this realm is strictly a matter of, it can already be considered immortal. And this old man of the Valley of 10,000 Evils, the Northern Wasteland's Tianji envoy, his limit should be at 80 heavenly thunderbolts. The last heavenly thunder if Lin Tian didn't help him. He will surely die. And the first 36 of these 81 thunderbolts are minor ones. The 36 courses in the middle are the devils of the heart. The last 9 are the annihilation kulpas. The process will last 3 days. Those who have practiced to this level, in breaking through the great realms, it has to be baptized by a thunderbolt. The foundation will be more secure. If Lin Tian helped him get through the thunder tribulation this term, it's gonna put him on shaky ground. In severe cases, it also tends to breed demons in the mind. Seeing such a state of affairs, Lin Tian left the Fong sisters to deal with the mess. Himself, he pulled a rocking chair out of his storage space. Laying back and relaxing on it, silently, he waited for the last thunderbolt. Chapter 058, the third ultimate pull with Xinxinghe. Soon to the third day. At this time, the breath of the heavenly evil old ancestor was already very disorganized. After carrying down 80 heavenly thunderbolts in a hard manner, old evil sky ancestor has obviously suffered a very serious injury. Seeing the last of the world-destroying tribulation thunderbolts descending from the sky, like a scaly dragon, it swept in and out. A look of despair appeared on the face of the heavenly evil old ancestor. He could have gotten through the thunderbolt. But because the Valley of 10,000 Evils was under siege by the three great sects, he got distracted during the breakthrough, and that's why the realm isn't particularly solid at the moment. Under the baptism of the 80 heavenly thunders that preceded he's used all his strength. Just when he had despaired. The last moment that thunder was like a thunder dragon, sweeping in. The next moment it was as if it had been imprisoned by some kind of power. Stopped hard in front of him. A young man appeared idly in front of him. Casually, the extremely thick, extinguishing thunderbolt that clutched in his hand, he balled it up. After seeing this heavenly means of Lin Tian, the heavenly evil old ancestor seemed to feel something in his heart. Immediately bowed and saluted. Northern Wasteland Demon Clan's Tianji envoy, meet the Pavilion Master. I was unable to meet you due to my breakthrough in cultivation. Please forgive me, Pavilion Master. Lin Tian, however, said with an indifferent face. There is no harm in it, and you will cultivate yourself and the Northern Wastelands. It's out of your hands for now, said after rubbing away the raging energy inside of that world-destroying tribulation thunder, throwing it to Old Man Sky Evil. Old Ancestor Sky Evil hurriedly bowed and saluted. Thank you, Pavilion Master. After all, Lin Tian slept with two of his offspring. For this heavenly messenger of the Northern Wasteland, it's more or less about helping out. In the few days that Lin Tian had been helping Old Man Tianji to cross the lightning tribulation, the heads of the three major clans, the Heavenly Devil Sect, the Acacia Sect, and the Blood Alchemy Hall, they all carry the clan's tokens, kneeling at the mouth of the Valley of 10,000 Evils, shivering, waiting for Lin Tian to dispose of them. They've thought about escaping with the resources of the clan, too. But compared to being chased by someone who might have an Emperor Realm cultivation, they still chose to behave themselves. After all, no one wants to die if they can live. Although for 3 days, they hadn't seen Lin Tian's face. Yet they know that the teenager with the horrible cultivation, it must be within the Valley of 10,000 Evils. The other disciples of 10,000 Evil Valley saw the three of them trembling and kneeling at the door. One by one, they're going crazy with joy. Walking around with my head held high, feeling superior. They felt that being a disciple of the 10,000 Evil Valleys was especially dignified. Hey, see? 2 days ago, the people from the three great clans were talking loudly about wanting to destroy the 10,000 Evil Valleys. Why are they all kneeling here in unison today? It is rumored that our clan has an honored guest of a bit of an old man. In the time of crisis in the Valley of 10,000 Evils. Out to finish off these three great clan elders. What? The old ancestors of the three great sects have actually been taken out? Doesn't that mean that our 10,000 Evil Valley will be invincible in the Northern Wasteland from now on? So, in the future, when we go out on our adventures, is it possible to walk sideways? You just walk diagonally and no one dares to touch you. Ha 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 ha, it hurts. Listening to the discussion of the disciples of the 10,000 Evil Valleys, the heads of the three great sects did not show the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. Instead, a wave of decadence welled up on his face. The patriarchs of the other two clans even looked at the patriarch of the 10,000 Demons sect angrily. If it weren't for the 10,000 Devils sect's 10,000 Devils elder, I'd been coerced and I'd been tempted. Let their two great clans follow along. Their old man wouldn't have been killed off. But it's done. There's no use regretting it. One can only take one step at a time. At night, Lin Tian returned to his room. Xin Xinghe was also in the room. Yo, are Duke Lin back from stealing a mistress? The words carried a strong odor of vinegar. Lin Tian, on the other hand, blankly glanced at Xin Xinghe. In his heart, he said darkly, I'll let you pretend with my old man. Let's see how long you can hold back. The mind thought this, but the mouth said, Miss Xin is joking, does my son need to steal when he goes out to meet his lover? Saying this, he propped up the Tianji fan and, slowly shaking, a look of a debauched and freedom-loving cockney. Hearing such a shameless answer, Xin Xinghe was at a loss for words. Looking at Lin Tian with an exasperated face. The mind does think that. You don't pick such a pretty family flower. Instead, go out and pick wildflowers. But with his mouth, he once again tugged at Lin Tian. Mr. Lin, in that case, why don't you go to your little lover today? The implication is that since there are many lovers. Why did you come back for me? And the folding fan in his hand. Lin Tian said with a smile on his face. It's not that I'm afraid of Miss Shin being alone. Will you be lonely? So come back to see Miss Shin. The implication is that I'll give you another chance to introduce yourself. If you don't know what's good for you, I could just move on to someone else. But Qin Xinghe came to Lin Tian's side this time with a smile on her face. And then an accident. Ouch. A cry. He fell into Lin Tian's arms. Feeling his softly scented, delicate body, wrapped in a fragrant breeze, surging into their arms. Lin Tian was caught off guard and reacted directly. At the same time, he looked at Qin Xinghe with a horrified look on his face. She's still in her muted yellow sari, and a pale yellow jersey. Available at. This time inside the jersey. I can't believe I'm not wearing underwear. Lin Tian's heart was roaring madly at this moment. You're ing foul, you hit someone with the ball. Lin Tian just wanted to come over and try his hand at it. But Qin Xinghe was like a dragonfly pointing at water. In an instant, he left Lin Tian's embrace. Mr. Lin, it's getting late. Get an early night, don't you want to hit the ground running? The meaning of Qin Xinghe's words was also obvious. If you want it, be proactive, or you'll go back to sleeping on the floor. In fact, the reason why Qin Xinghe had to keep pulling and pulling with Lin Tian constantly. It's because she knows that a man like Lin Tian will have countless women in the future. Before that, Luo Qingcheng, Su Qiuyue. The twin saints of the Valley of 10,000 Evils now. All of them are his old favorites. Once a man gets it too easy, it wouldn't be cherished. So even if Lin Tian has more women in the future, she's also going to be the woman that Lin Tian can't let go of the most. That's why she happily played this pulling game with Lin Tian. She had just left Lin Tian's arms. Lin Tian instantly felt a sense of disappointment. Froze. In his heart, he was still constantly missing the soft and warm feeling he had just experienced. On the side of the bed, Qin Xinghe had already helped Lin Tian make a good floor. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. In his heart, he said, never give in to this green tea. So hatefully, he got into his bunk on the floor and, while continuing to meditate on the Heart Sutra, while getting ready for bed. But just then, Qin Xinghe repeats her old trick. A jumper was once more thrown from the bed, a young girl's body scent instantly drilled into Lin Tian's nostrils. It poured another spoonful of hot oil on his already fiery heart. Mr. Lin, people's clothes have fallen off again. Can you help someone pick it up? Chapter 059 Heavy rain presses down on clear lotus. Smell that faint scent of a woman's body. At the thought of being naked at the moment, Qin Xinghe, who was lying on the bed. Lin Tian's breathing was a bit ragged. But he said a line that he won't force himself on anyone. If you pounce on me now. Definitely a bad name. But if we don't jump on it. This ing girl has gone too far. Counting this one, it's already played extreme pull with itself 3 times. She's testing the cadres with this. Which cadre can withstand such a test? Just as Lin Tian was constantly engaged in a heavenly battle in his inner mind. A slender leg, stretching out from under the covers of the bed, Lin Tian's damn perception. Immediately perceptible. Qin Xinghe's movements. So he made a decision against his ancestors. The one can't break through one's own bottom line. But the moment of truth. It's not unacceptable to put your bottom line a little lower. Lin Tian decided to hold back. There is no need to hold back. Without saying a word, he, like a wild beast, in Qin Xinghe's horrified gaze, pounced right on it. Raise your guns and charge. After a wild night of stormy weather. Early the next morning, Qin Xinghe was already sore and weak. Wouldn't even move a finger. Lin Tian, on the other hand, left the bedroom with a flushed face. Doorway and saw Qin Xinghe's appearance. Li Linger shook her head. Tut, 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 master sinful hands. It still reaches out to Chong Han Hassan, ugh. Shaking his head helplessly. With a face full of worry, he left the room. Just a few days ago, they exterminated the ancestors of the 3 great clans. Now that the northern wasteland demon region has been completely controlled by the Heavenly Hall of Fortune. Next it was time to deal with the human forces in the northern wasteland. Old Man Sky Evil hasn't come out of the gate yet. Lin Tian then took Xin Xinghe and Li Linger and left the 10,000 Evils Valley. Heading to the head of the human race's righteous path, the Sword Pavilion, he flew off. Well, he just wanted to go over there and gather forces that. It's not to pick up that heavenly demon Sek's holy daughter. After arriving at the boundaries of the human race, the Skyrider of the northern wilderness, the holy maiden of the 10,000 sword sect was already waiting for Lin Tian at the border. Though she was also an envoy of the northern wastelands Tian Ji. But his cultivation level is much lower than the old ancestor of the Valley of 10,000 Evils. Not yet fully restored to strength. Now only at the peak of the empty brightness realm. It would take at least 100 years until the harmonization realm was restored. Lin Tian once talked to the Feng sisters. All those who have practiced the Tianji decree. After being inspired by the Tenji fan, the speed of cultivation will all increase dramatically. And quickly retrieve the means of cultivation that they had before they were reincarnated. That's what's so perverted about Tenji duel, in the past, on the Immortal and Demon continent. The reason why so many people are thinking of joining the Celestial Pavilion. And for that reason, too. Even though the cultivation of the Tenji decree requires the payment of loyalty and freedom. They're in for it, too. After all, this kind of cultivation allows them to, after transmigration, to being able to inherit more of everything from the living. So that there can be more opportunities for break out of the shackles of your last life. Cultivation for monks is supposed to go against the grain. If you don't move forward, you'll go backward. So many people don't care about losing their freedom. After all, in this world. Unless one is like Lin Tian, who can reach the point of crushing everyone. How else could there be absolute freedom? But the Skyrider of the Northern Wastelanders. Nor would she be worried that Old Man Evil Ancestor would bully her because he was stronger than her in terms of strength. After all, she had some wonderful relationship with the Pavilion Master. Just arrived on the first day of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. A sect deacon of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion saw the Holy Maiden treating an outsider with such respect. He couldn't sense the cultivation of that outsider, yet. The heart is not free from resentment. In fact, he had been salivating over this holy daughter of the 10,000 Swords sect for a long time in his heart. But it's just not possible to love. A loyal lickspittle for the virgin, so to speak. If I may, at the risk of sounding presumptuous. These are. The name of the Northern Desolate People's Tianji envoy is Lin Ruowei. After seeing this deacon, the face of the man could not help but look a little hard and. Deacon Li, while in the sect. Please address me by my title. We don't know each other that well, after all. These are my honored guests, what's your problem? Seeing Lin Ruowei defending Lin Tian in such a way. Looking again at the gorgeous Xin Xinghe beside Lin Tian. And the budding Li Ling heir. That Deacon Li couldn't help but feel a surge of nameless anger in his heart. Your Holiness, since these are guests from the outside. Have you explained this to the Patriarch? When these words came out, Lin Ruowei immediately understood. This Deacon Li is clearly trying to stir up trouble. Coldly. Deaconess Li, when did the Holy Maiden of the 10,000 Swords sect, my hallowed? Inviting a few friends to the 10,000 Swords sect requires a report with the Patriarch? As he said this, Lin Ruowei had already activated his aura. Obviously ready to fight him hard. But Lin Tian was a bit impatient. Xin Xinghe had just experienced a violent storm last night. There is still a state of exhaustion on his face at the moment that Lin Tian stopped Lin Ruowei from continuing. Instead, he looked at that Deacon Li with a cold gaze. Disrespect this seat and be punished by kneeling for 3 days. When these words came out, Deacon Li just wanted to taunt. But suddenly, he felt that from Lin Tian's body, a strong pressure erupted and. After feeling the pressure of the Deacon Li immediately felt a chill all over his body. Trembling. Even the soul trembled with it. Puff. Under the pressure of this awesome. Deacon Li is defenseless. Straight to his knees. The bricks of the floor were cracked by this kneeling, looking at the distant backs of Lin Tian and Lin Ruowei's several people. A flash of hatred flashed through Deacon Li's eyes. He and the patriarch and ancestor of the 10,000 Sword sect. A little bit of blood. It's a distant relative. But because of this relationship, he's never been able to walk sideways in the clan. For the first time, someone had the audacity to humiliate himself like that. It's not about getting on your knees. This was clearly a slap in the face of the 10,000 Swords sect. He decided that when he got up, we must tell the patriarch. Finish off that little white boy Lin Tian. Even he coveted Xinxing his beauty. With a grudging thought in his mind. After finishing off Lin Tian, he must make a cauldron out of those two little pussies himself. Every day for your own enjoyment. The others were used to seeing Deacon Li's arrogant and domineering ways. After seeing him being cleaned up by Lin Tian, have been pointing fingers behind his back. Talking points. No, the outsiders that the Holy Maiden just brought back did this? How dare you make Deacon Li suffer? When it really hurts. Look at Deacon Li on his knees. He looks like a dog. That's it, that's it. Usually, you act like a bully in front of us. This time, someone has finally cleaned him up, when it really hurts. Chapter 060. Little interlude during the day. It didn't affect Lin Tian's mood. After putting Xinxinghe to bed at night, Lin Tian quietly arrived at Lin Ruowei's room. If we hadn't had the chance to meet last time, Lin Tian has been wanting to make a mistake for a long time. This time the opportunity has finally come. Tiptoeing to Lin Ruowei's room, Instead, they heard the sound of arguing coming from the room. Sovereign, there's no way I'm going to follow you. Please behave yourself. You're a family man, too. And your dowager is the daughter of the old man. If the old man finds out about this, we're both going to die without a trace. Clovis, I really miss you. I miss you so much I can't sleep. I can't live without you. Said with a flash of madness in his eyes. Use your psychic energy. Trying to control Lin Ruowei. Force something to happen. This 10,000 Sword Sect's patriarch had just broken through the empty brightness realm not long ago. It's now the first level of Cave Void. Although Lin Ruowei is at the peak of empty brightness, there's probably not much difference between the two in terms of cultivation. However, a large realm was still an insurmountable gap for Lin Ruowei. Soon Lin Ruowei was restrained by this sovereign. Vivi, just don't fight it. I've been thinking about you for a long time. I'm going to hurt you so much today. Jie. Said he was ready to go up and down. His hand was just about to touch Lin Ruowei's body. Lin Ruowei was already in a state of despair when... Bang! The sound of... The door to the room opened. A wind whipped through the stars. This 10,000 Sword sect leader's hands were directly sliced off by this astral wind. There was a rush of blood. He looked with horror at the youth with an angry face at the door, just about to say something. Lin Tian once again swung out an astral wind. Pa! This patriarch received a hard slap in the face. A very visible slap mark appeared on his face. You! Pa! I! Pa! U-I-N-G! Pa! I-I-N-G! Pa! A! Pa! A series of 5 slaps directly blindsided this sect master, There's not a good part of my face left. It's all swollen up to a pig's head. At this moment he already knew that. This person in front of me is much stronger than myself. He could have shaken people. Letting old Zhu Lao help himself. But once the old man arrives, his coveting of the Holy Maiden will be known to the old ancestor. Then let's not talk about whether this young man in front of us can spare himself or not. The old ancestor would probably finish himself off. I'm sure it's the same in any age. Soft food isn't that tasty. Lin Tian didn't care that much. Looking directly at Lin Ruowei. Should we just take it out? A deep disgust and nausea flowed from Lin Ruowei's eyes as he looked at the patriarch. Trouble the pavilion master to make a move. Hearing that, this 10,000 Sword sect's patriarch couldn't care less anymore. The other guy's about to finish himself off. What do you care what happens after that? Immediately pulling out a jade pendant and crushing it. At the same time yelled out, "Old ancestor, save me." But just after this sentence was finished, his head was then shattered by Lin Tian's slap. Not long after, a middle-aged man appeared in the room and, looking at the corpse of the 10,000 Sword Sect's headmaster, as well as Ruowei Lin and Tian Lin, a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. "Your Excellency, why did you come to my Sword Sect at night? And kill my 10,000 Sword Sect master?" Lin Tian said in a cold voice. "You, the old ancestor of the 10,000 Sword Sect. You want to get your hands on my woman. Kill and be killed, what do you think?" Seeing Lin Tian's look of non-violence and non-cooperation, the 10,000 Sword Sect ancestor was infuriated and laughed coldly. "I'm the oldest ancestor of the 10,000 Sword Sect. I'd like to advise you that it's best if you just stop right there. Come to the law enforcement hall of my 10,000 Sword Sect to be punished. Or else," said, looking at the two men with a look in his eyes that revealing undisguised killing intent. Lin Tian, on the other hand, smiled sarcastically. "It's called the famous sect of the human race. Doing everything under the banner of legitimacy. The backstabbing is even dirtier than the devil's. But he's messing with the wrong guy this time. Lin Tian isn't a soft touch. It's not a good pinch either. This old man of 10,000 swords. He's just a cultivator at the 6th level of the Cave of the Void. A little better than that patriarch. But it's also limited. Just you? Still want me to tie my hands? You're afraid you don't know how to spell death, do you? Yellowmouth, you seek death." Said he was ready to do it. Pa! Another slap in the face. Directly slapping this 10,000 swords old ancestor, he stumbled. Almost fell. He looked at Lin Tian with a surprised expression on his face. "You! Pa!" Not waiting to finish his sentence, he was once again slapped by Lin Tian. "Pa! Do you have any idea who I am? Pa! Still dare to let me go to the law enforcement hall? Pa! Are you usually this brave? Pa! You don't even look at the calendar when you're looking for death?" Lin Ro. The bizarre scene before us. It made Lin Ruowei a little dumbfounded. Dumbfounded, he looked at the bizarre scene in front of him. Half a quarter of an hour later, this 10,000 swords old man didn't even have time to open the sect's grand formation. He was just slapped to death by Lin Tian alive. With a look of humiliation on his face, he should be considered in the entire Immortal and Demon continent the only cave void realm powerhouse left who had been slapped to death, casually disposing of the bodies of the two men. It was only then that Lin Ruowei reacted. A blush on his face. "Greetings, Pavilion Master." Lin Tian nodded. "Tomorrow you'll be the sovereign of the 10,000 Sword Sect. Is there any resistance to taking over the 10,000 Sword Sect?" Lin Ruowei thought about it. The 10,000 Sword Sect, except for a few elders of the Empty Brightness realm. There would be no one left to threaten. Immediately returning, if my subordinate can break through the Empty Brightness realm, entering the realm of the cave, then it must be okay. Hearing this, Lin Tian smoothly stopped Lin Ruowei's slender waist. At the startled cry of Lin Ruowei, mouth whispered against her earlobe. "Serve my lord well at night. This pavilion master will naturally help you break through emptiness." For a moment Lin Wei was as if he had been electrocuted. Her earlobes were reddened by Lin Tian's exhaled breath. A quick blush rose on her cheeks as well. Before, when time stood still, the two have already had one in-depth conversation. This time it's kind of the second time. From her previous life, when she joined the Celestial Pavilion. Everything she has is now the master of the courts. So she didn't resist Lin Tian. Instead, they're deliberately pandering to curry favor with Lin Tian. The room was soon filled with the tantalizing colors of spring. After a little flirting, Lin Tian fed Lin Ruowei a spirit elixir. After taking it, in just an instant, Lin Ruowei then broke through to the Empty Brightness realm, entering the cave realm. In the sky, black clouds rolled in and the thunderbolt of the cave realm had come. But Lin Ruowei was still naked at this time, paralyzed in Lin Tian's arms, having just tried to get dressed for the crossing. However, he was caught by Lin Tian. After the lightning fell, it was all kneaded into pure energy by Lin Tian to help Lam Ruowei change her physical condition. So Rowena Lam became the first man to please a manhwa. The man who crossed the thunderbolt on one side. Chapter 061, Unrepentant. Early the next morning. Because of the relationship of taking the elixir given by Lin Tian, Lin Ruowei didn't feel tired. Instead, it was refreshing. He began to stabilize his realm, let your cultivation be better integrated. After a day of intensive interaction between the two. After Lin Ruowei had completely adapted to the power of the cave void realm. Early the next morning, the internal affairs of the sect began to be dealt with. Lin Tian had just finished off the 10,000 Sword Sect's patriarch and old ancestor. The 10,000 Sword Sect has lost all of its high and top-notch fighting force. Lin Ruowei just broke through the empty brightness realm again. Having entered the realm of the Cave of the Void. Want to subdue the 10,000 Sword Sect? It's not that hard. All that was needed was the approval of a group of senior members of the clan. So, early in the morning, Lin Ruowei then organized the clan meeting. Lin Tian had nothing to do. Just go along for the ride. That Deacon Li who had been crushed to his knees by Lin Tian's might 3 days ago. After 3 days of kneeling at the gate of the clan. Finally able to move around freely. After being subjected to Lin Tian's pressure. No matter how hard he tries. Can't even stand up. Can't talk either. People ask him questions. He can't answer that either. It's all you can do is kneel there. Fear was written all over his face. And the rest of the clan, who were unaware of seeing him like this. They're all pointing fingers at him. It made him lose face. I just got up and heard that there's going to be a clan meeting. Immediately, he was ready to find the patriarch to sue the Holy Maiden. After entering the sect's main hall, the elders and deacons of the sect had gathered together and there was talk and laughter first. Yo, isn't this Deacon Li? What's going on these last 3 days? You won't tell me anything when I ask you. Could it be that the patriarch has punished you? Deacon Li's face was filled with hatred. And ignored the elder who spoke. Eyes searching quickly through the crowd, upon seeing Lin Ruowei sitting in the main seat. After sitting next to Lin Tian. A strong killing intent appeared on his face. That's the boy. He's the one who used the weirdest trick in the book. Made me kneel in front of the clan for 3 days. I suspect that this kid is a member of the demon clan. Knows some of the devil's tricks. Everyone join forces with me. Take this kid down. Bring back to the sect's law enforcement hall for interrogation. Hearing that, everyone's gazes were directed towards Lin Tian. I only saw Lin Tian with a gentle look on his face. With a warm smile on his face. The jade folding fan in his hand slowly fanned live and let live the look of a rich kid. After all, this little episode. It's an internal matter within the 10,000 Swords sect. Lin Tian didn't want to interfere too much. It was up to Lin Ruowei's tactics next. When Lin Ruowei saw Deacon Li reaching out and pointing at Lin Tian, a look of anger immediately appeared on his face and, in a cold voice, he drank, Deacon Li, you are reckless. Is this honored guest something you can finger? Saying that his body's spiritual energy surged up and a long sword was coalesced. A sword sliced off Deacon Li's finger. And after feeling the pressure of that spiritual energy, everyone's face changed drastically. Cave realm. The one who broke through the empty brightness realm yesterday was surprisingly the Holy Maiden. Everyone's insides are screaming in horror that. Because a few days ago the Holy Maiden was still at the 8th level of the empty brightness realm. For having been inspired by the fan of the sky. Strength has increased to the peak of the empty brightness realm. Then with Lin Tian's help. It's even a direct breakthrough into the realm of empty mind. Entered the cave realm. You know, the patriarch of the 10,000 Sword sect. He also just broke through the cave void realm a few days ago. I didn't expect that the Holy Maiden would catch up so quickly. That Deacon Li, on the other hand, was ashen. He's just like the patriarch who's already dead. All coveted Lin Ruowei's beauty. I thought I could get through to the patriarch. To come after the virgin. Putting pressure on the virgin. But Lin Ruowei had already broken through the empty brightness realm, having become a powerhouse in the cave void realm. Not to mention cutting off one of your own fingers. That's what's killing you. The patriarch won't say anything either. After all, in this world, strength is everything. Thinking of this, the Deaconly looked at Lin Ruowei with a gaze that, with an extra touch of resentment, but forcibly held back and didn't say much about it. After Lin Ruowei saw that the crowd had quieted down, with a satisfied nod, then he said aloud, "I have called you all to a meeting today. It's an important announcement," said she, after a pause. A stern gaze in her beautiful eyes swept over everyone and, after being swept by this gaze, everyone present was in a state of shock. From this day forward, I'm the head of the 10,000 Swords sect. Who's for it and who's against it? A word to the wise. Lit. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Everyone looked at the holy maiden with horror on their faces. None of the people present at the all felt as if the holy maiden had gone mad. That Deacon Lee immediately stood up and, pointing at Lin Ruowei, hilarious. "I say, holy maiden, you're not confused, are you? As far as you're concerned, you've just entered the cave realm. How dare you try to get your hands on the patriarch's throne? Where are you putting the 10,000 Swords sect? Where did you put the master? Where does it put the old ancestor again?" Hearing this, the following group of executives chimed in. "That's right, holy maiden. I see you've just broken through. Getting a little tongue-tied with excitement, are we?" The sect grand elder's gaze toward Lin Ruowei carried a few hints of gloom. The tone of voice was also very cloudy and, apparently to what the virgin said, very disgruntled. The other executives chimed in, too. "That is, Holy Virgin. Although the sovereign's strength had only just entered the cave void realm. About the same strength as you. Yet old ancestor's strength has long since reached the 8th level of cave void. The saintly maiden usually looks quite shrewd. Why are you talking today, without a brain? That's right, when the patriarch comes, she must be sued." "Right. That's it." Hearing the murmurings from below, Lin Ruowei said in a cold voice, "You can't wait till that old thing gets here. Yesterday he and the old man had gone down there and, if you guys want to go, too, I can give you a ride." Although Lin Ruowei's tone was cold, there was also a faintly intimidating tone in the voice that. But after hearing her words, everyone looked at Lin Ruowei with the eyes of an idiot. The Grand Elder was even more furious already. In a cold voice, he said, "Gentlemen, follow me and take action together. I've captured this crazy. When the patriarch arrives, leave it to the patriarch." The others immediately followed suit. "We'll listen to the Grand Elder, together. Yeah, tie her up." But they were just about ready to make their move when Lin Ruowei casually waved out a powerful sword chi that, shooting towards the Grand Elder. With just one strike, he made the Grand Elder's body and head separate. Until the time his head fell off, there was still an incredulous gleam in his eyes. There's a wave of horror on everyone's face, and some people have even started going to the patriarch and the old ancestor already. Lin Ruowei is not organized. Sweeping through the top echelons of those clans here. I'll ask again. From this day on, I'm the head of the 10,000 Swords sect. Who's for it and who's against it? And this time, after the words were uttered, everyone's been silenced for a while now. There was silence in the Great Hall. Chapter 062 The Northern Wasteland Mystery Realm now exists. Soon there were disciples down below reporting back. The sovereign's and the ancestors' life tags are shattered. This caused all the other people in the Great Hall to stare in disbelief. Somewhat incredulously, he looked at the Holy Maiden as well as Lin Tian. It all happened so suddenly. It made everyone feel a little unreal for a moment. Ever since the Holy Maiden returned to the 10,000 Swords sect with this young man, the old ancestor and the patriarch were both killed off somehow. The Holy Maiden has also broken through to the realm of empty mind. People aren't cuties either. That's right. Immediately all guessed that. These things were definitely related to Lin Tian. But the situation is stronger than the people. This present scene The Holy Maiden's cultivation level is currently the highest in the 10,000 Sword sect. So even if people are reluctant in and only obediently obey, we agree that the Holy Maiden should become the new 10,000 Sword sect patriarch. After figuring out the pros and cons of things, these executives of the 10,000 Sword sect immediately made a compromise. What happens next is simple. Lin Ruowei began to cleanse the direct line of patriarchs and ancestors. Promote your own forces. Everything was in order. 2 days later, Lin Tian had thought of making a trip to the Sword Pavilion to meet the head of the righteous, a sword master whose cultivation was at the peak of the Cave Void realm. After all, he still has an agreement with the Holy Maiden of the 10,000 Devils sect. As long as there's no more war between the Northern Wasteland people and the demon race. The Holy Maiden of the 10,000 Devils sect then agreed to serve herself. You know, she's a lesbian. If I could just straighten her out myself. It's kind of a very fulfilling thing to do. Even if you can't break it straight. It's also very nice to experience two birds with one stone again. But this time, a mutation has occurred. On the human-devil battlefield in the northern wilderness, a stream of light flashed by. A large, dense, violet aura surfaced and coalescing in the center of the battlefield. It's been a long time coming. The 10,000 Sword sect has received a notice from the Sword Pavilion. Asked all human clans to travel to the battlefield of human and demonic. The Northern Wasteland Mystery Realm is about to open. At the same time, Lin Tian also sensed that the Tenji fan was interested in that Northern Wasteland secret realm. There's a hint, if any, of a sense that this should be related to what Tian Gz said about replenishing the heavenly Tao. Lin Tian immediately decided to go to the Northern Desolate Mysterious Realm with Lin Ruowei. The Northern Wasteland Mystery Realm is different from the Eastern Wasteland Mystery Realm. The Eastern Wasteland Secret Realm opens once every 500 years. It can be opened with an item. And the Northern Wilderness Mysteries. Then it's randomly refreshed on the human-demon battlefield. The last time the Northern Wasteland Mysteries appeared, it's been over 2,000 years. So after hearing that the Northern Wasteland Secret Realm was about to appear, there will definitely be a fierce encounter between the human and demon sides. Now on the demon race's side, it's practically the 10,000 Evil Valley that's dominating. Old Man Evil has entered the realm of harmonization. And on the human side, instead, the Sword Master of the Sword Pavilion is in charge. As long as we go to the battlefield of man and devil, Lin Tian can both stop the human-demon war. Another way to see how the Northern Wasteland Mystery Realm and Mending Heaven's Way are related. This 1-2 punch. Lin Tian was definitely not going to miss it. Notified Rowena Lam. With Li Linger and Xin Qinghe. Several people went to the human-demon battlefield together. The entrance to the secret realm had already appeared at this time. The entrance is different than usual, though. There are very powerful prohibitions on it. In the past, this prohibition would have allowed cultivators at the Yuaning stage to enter. But this time, it seems to have received a call from the Heavens Chance fan. Surprisingly, no one was able to get close to the prohibition. Seeing the entrance to the secret world, Lin Tian was prepared to break through the forbidden system by himself, alone. Go ahead and enter the secret world to find out what's going on. Having instructed Lin Ruowei, tell her to take care of Li Linger and Xin Qinghe. Himself and flew in. Entered the secret world. That prohibition was as if it hadn't seen Lin Tian. Didn't play any role. Soon enough the fact that someone had entered the secret realm was kicked in the ass. The human and demon battlefield instantly became a pot of porridge. Lin Tian in the secret realm didn't know yet that because of this move of his own, it's already causing a big fight outside. And the sword master of the 10,000 Sword Pavilion, who came afterward. At the sight of Li Linger, pupils constricted suddenly and it was like seeing a supreme treasure. The Ministry of the Interior. Lin Tian felt an incomparably powerful sharp aura. Unlike the Eastern Wasteland Mysteries, the interior of the Northern Wilderness Mystery is very desolate. Yet there are tons of rare veins and crystals. That sharp power should be emanating from these ores. These ores were obviously all good materials for sword casting. The further we go into the interior of the secret world, the stronger this sharpness becomes, the stronger the Again, the higher the quality of the ore here. And where the Tenji fan senses. It's in the deepest part of the secret world. Lin Tian had once read the records of the Sword Pavilion. It is said that 10,000 years ago, it was in the secret realm of the northern wasteland that the oldest ancestor of the Sword Pavilion got a piece of superb ore to forge swords. Since then, I have realized the way of the sword. I'm getting better by the day. Created the Northern Wasteland People's Quartermaster Sword Pavilion. Now 10,000 years have passed. That sword is still in the Sword Pavilion, in the Sword Mound. The Sword Pavilion is still the strongest clan in the Northern Wasteland human race. One could imagine how powerful that sword was. Lin Tian ignored this. Instead, he was frantically rushing towards the interior of the secret. Just over 20 miles. The sharpness of the front. It's already enough to kill an Incarnation Realm powerhouse in seconds. But the faint sensation was still in the depths of the secret realm. Lin Tian continued to rush towards the inside. Finally, at the center of the eruption of sharpness, found what you were looking for. In the very center of the secret world. A stone platform identical to that of the Eastern Wasteland Mystery Realm, But there was no stone box on the stone platform. Over the stone platform floated a cloud of golden liquid that. A powerful sharp aura continuously emanated from the liquid. Lin Tian could feel that although this thing was liquid, inside, however, it's full of extremely terrifying energy. This thing is supposed to be the power of gold that was birthed by the heavenly Tao. Pulling out a special bottle from his storage space, after carving a few charms on it, Lin Tian put the massive liquid inside the bottle. The sharp aura around his body that could kill an Empyrean powerhouse in seconds instantly disappeared. Then Lin Tian was in no hurry to leave. Prepare to scavenge in this northern wasteland secret realm. And shortly after Lin Tian had just entered the secret realm, the sword master of the Sword Pavilion, Li Yi, then came to Lin Ruowei's tent. On seeing that Li Linger was also there, the eyes erupted with a fiery light. Patriarch Lin, how about we make a deal? Li Yi said to Lin Ruowei in a cold voice. Hearing that voice, Lin Ruowei froze for a moment. Then he asked, I wonder what Lord Sword Master wants. Give me the girl. I'll recognize your identity as the 10,000 Sword sect leader. When he saw that Li Yiwu pointed his finger at Li Linger, Lin Ruowei froze for a moment first. A hint of anger then passed over his face and... Are you kidding me? Does this old guy feel like he's lived a lone life? Even the Pavilion Masters people dared to covet it. Lin Ruowei said in a cold voice. Sword Master Li, this little friend is the person of our 10,000 Sword sect's honored guest. If you want it, when that honored guest arrives, you can ask him yourself if he agrees. In terms of strength alone, Lin Ruowei knew that he must not be a match for this Sword Pavilion Sword Master. So all she could do was stall. Hearing that, a chilling look appeared on Li's face. Coldly. Patriarch Lin, do you think this pavilion is discussing with you? Said an extremely strong pressure coming in. After feeling this pressure, Lin Ruowei's face was horrified. That was clearly the pressure of the harmonious realm. Chapter 063 Backstabbing. Feeling that icy pressure, a look of despair appeared on Lin Ruowei's face. But his face was still very determined. As long as I live, you wouldn't be able to take this girl from me. While she desperately resisted the pressure brought about by Sword Master Li, while desperately contacting the old ancestor of the 10,000 evil valleys through a secret method, she heard Lin Tian say that the old ancestor of the Valley of 10,000 Evils has broken through to the harmonious realm. He was the only one who could fight against this Sword Pavilion's sword master in front of him. There are interconnected secret techniques in the Tianji decree. So all she could do now was to desperately activate the secret technique that ask the old man of 10,000 Evils for help. Xin Xingha even protected Li Linger behind her. She's known Lin Tian for a long time. Knowing that Li Linger was in Lin Tian's heart. Just like his sister. His relatives in general. So before you go down yourself, mustn't let anything happen to Li Linger. Li Linger, on the other hand, was desperately using the jade pendant Lin Tian had given her. Contact Lin Tian. But because Lin Tian was in the secret realm, a different space than the one Li Linger and the others were in, So all the interconnected spells are out of order. All you can do is watch with an anxious face. Seeing Lin Ruowei trying to resist. A mocking smile spread across Li Yi's face. Patriarch Lin, I advise you to think about it. If you dare to stand in the way, you're not going to die with me, Sword Court. Can you afford the consequences of this? That's a very serious thing to say. He was clearly threatening Lin Ruowei with the entire 10,000 sword sect. But she remains unmoved. In a cold voice, he said, even if you destroy the 10,000 sword sect today, I still say the same thing. People that must not be given to you. And may I advise you? The man behind these two women. You can't afford to mess with that. It's not easy for you to cultivate the harmony realm. Don't get yourself killed then. Hearing Lin Ruowei's words, Li Yi released a wild laugh with a mocking face. I can't afford to mess with it? The entire northern wasteland. There's no one I can't mess with. If you say so. I'd like to mess with that. What kind of character is that? It's something I can't afford to mess with. Having said that, Li stopped talking nonsense. Spiritual energy exploded and conjured up a long sword that. Towards Lin Ruowei, he attacked. Just 3 moves. Easy Li then left 3 sword wounds on Lin Ruowei's body. The sword's intent pierced her skin, the blood stained the sari she was wearing. And after seeing the fresh blood on Lin Ruowei's body, Li Yi, there was a flash of frantic excitement in his eyes, as if he had seen the fattest of prey. Activating his primal desire to hunt, he deliberately controlled the strength of his hand. A sword wound was continuously slashed on Lin Ruowei's body. Soon, Lin Ruowei's elegant long skirt was already dripping with blood. Even so, still with a grave face, he blocked in front of Li Linger and Xin Xinghe. And that easy Li, seeing this poignant scene. Breathing is starting to get ragged, and a flash of scarlet under his eyes. And the smile on his face began to twist. If Lin Tian had been present, seeing that twisted smile, it must have exclaimed, this looks like a couple 100 years old M. It was not long before the curtain of the tent was lifted and Old Man Evil finally arrived here. Upon seeing the visitor, the taut string in Lin Ruowei's head finally loosened up. Quickly. These two are the court masters. Before I could finish my sentence, I received a hard slap on the back of my head. Before fainting, Lin Ruowei looked at the late old ancestor's hideous face with some disbelief. He betrayed Tianji Pavilion. Betrayed the master of the court. Xin Xinghe and Li Linger were also stunned by this scene in front of them. They've seen Old Man Evil before, knowing that the late old ancestor was Lin Tian's henchman. But they didn't expect to be backstabbed by the 10,000 evil old man. Waiting until after Lin Ruowei fainted, Old Ancestor 10,000 Evil said indifferently to Li Yiwu. Do the terms we talked about earlier still stand? There were a few moments of maniacal fire in Li Yi's gaze as he looked at Li Linger. Of course, when he's out, and I've accomplished my purpose. These two women will give themselves to you. The two of them just chatted about one thing or another. It didn't put Li Linger and Xin Xinghe in its eyes at all. But think about it. The elephant was stomping on the ants. Definitely don't ask the ants how they feel first. At this moment, Lin Ruowei had already had her entire body's meridians wasted by Li Yi, lying on the ground dying. But because she wasn't someone important to Lin Tian, so the two of them didn't bother to bring Lin Ruowei with them. Directly knocked Li Linger and Xin Xinghe unconscious. Coming to sit on his knees in front of the secret place, waiting for Lin Tian to emerge from the secret realm. The reason why Heavenly Evil Ancestor wanted to hold Li Linger and Xin Xinghe hostage. It's because he's fed up with being controlled by the Tinker's Court. He wanted the Tianji fan in Lin Tian's hand, in order to break away from the control of Tianji Gu. As for Sword Lord Li Easy, he wanted Li Linger of the innate Sword Dao body. No one would have guessed. As the Sword Pavilion Sword Master, who was the leader of the Northern Wasteland's human righteousness, Li Easy is not only a veteran of the old M, also a pedophile. Li Linger, who had just turned 18 and was an innate Sword Dao body. For Easy Li, that's absolutely fatal temptation. So the two quickly came to an agreement that. But Old Man Evil left a heart and soul. He didn't tell Easy Li about Lin Tian's strength. He only wants the Tianji fan. And then to be free. Go talk to Lin Tian yourself first. The hostages were handed over to the swordmaster. As soon as he gets his hands on the Tianji fan, having relieved himself of the side effects of practicing the skill of heavenly mechanics, it would be forever incognito, leaving the northern wastes. And that sword master, easily. It was naturally reserved for Lin Tian to take out his anger. As for that Tianji fan controlling Tianji Pavilion? This stupid idea that he's even half-assed. After all, he's awakened memories from 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago, he had once met the Tianji Z, who had heavenly means. That kind of person is no longer considered a normal cultivator at all. He, who is the god of this world. Even this time, he wasn't sure he'd make it out in one piece. But for the sake of his freedom, he was willing to bet on it. At this time Lin Tian in the secret realm was still thinking that gathering some good ores from the secret world. Give Xinxingha a headdress. Although one's own women are very much in demand, the ones that may have been following them are few and far between. So since Xinxingha chose to follow him, then he himself would definitely not let Xinxingha suffer. After practicing some Jedi operations on the northern wasteland secret realm as well, Lin Tian was ready to leave this northern desolate mysterious realm. The figure flickers appeared at the entrance of the secret realm. And just the moment Lin Tian appeared, old ancestor 10,000 evils and easily opened their eyes at the same time. And after Lin Tian came out, after seeing the scene outside, his face immediately went cold and the face was full of murderous rage. Chapter 064. Be smart in your next life. Just see the entrance to the secret world. The two of them, old ancestor 10,000 evils and easily, looked at themselves in unison. Around them, Xinxingha and Li Linger were entangled in a layer of prohibitions on their bodies. There was a sharpness hidden on the restraints that the private swords are ringing in general. After the old ancestor of 10,000 evils saw Lin Tian, immediately bowed. My subordinate has met the pavilion master. Lin Tian asked in a cold voice. What do you mean by that? My subordinate wishes to borrow the pavilion master's Tianji fan for a while. Unbind your body. You're in charge of Tianji Gu. I'm not the only dog in the world. As long as you promise these two women, it will be returned to you unharmed. Hearing that, Lin Tian was almost laughed out of breath. In a cold voice, he said, what if I don't agree? Old ancestor 10,000 evils was already sweating profusely at this moment. Lin Tian's aura was pushing straight towards him. It left him a little breathless. But he's on the edge of his seat now. Had to post it. On the sidelines, Easy Lee looked at him like a quail and groveling to Lin Tian. The first thing that came to mind was that it was very unsatisfactory. He said in a cold voice. Kid, be a good boy and hand over what you've acquired in the secret realm. The tall woman gave it back to you. As for the little one, hey. If you don't do it, all I have to do is flick a thought. They'll both go up in smoke. He looked into Li Linger's eyes and, exuding a fiery gaze, showing an obscene smile. On the side, when Old Man Evil saw the impatient look of Li Yi, having mentally greeted his entire female family once more. It's a ing pigsty. Can't you wait for me to lift the side effects of the Tianji decree before threatening? At this point, are you so threatening that you're afraid you've lived too long and are in a hurry to throw in the towel? And things were just as Old Man Evil had expected. Lin Tian took a deep breath. The eyes had turned scarlet. Since the lifting of the stasis of time in this world, Lin Tian has only been angry once. It was in the eastern wasteland. Lin Qingxia forced Luo Qingqing to get married. In a fit of rage, the entire prosperity sect has been exterminated. Plus taking out two of Burning Flame Valley's guardians. And this time, Lin Tian was even more angry. If you were to rank all the women, Li Linger and Xinxingha must be the most important women to him. His last life on the blue planet. An orphan. An orphan in this life, too. That's why he treasures both of them so much. But now these two dogs who don't know how to die. How dare you threaten yourself with your most important person? And still there, with a scowl on his face, threatening Lin Tian, Li. You're trying to make a big deal out of it. Only to find that the entire space in the vicinity. It's like it's frozen in time. They can't even move a finger. Not only that. They've also lost the ability to think. Because time is also freezing up with space. Next moment. Lin Tian arrived in front of Xinxinghe and Li Linger. Then unlocking the two men's restraints, checking out the two men's bodies. After seeing nothing out of the ordinary. That's what relaxed me. As soon as Li Linger jumped into Lin Tian's arms. Master, you scared me to death. If you had come a little later. I'll just. Said, having sobbed uncontrollably. She's still young, but extremely smart. The way that Li was looking at himself. It's obvious that there's bad intentions. If you fall into his hands. The end will definitely be extremely miserable. After all the crying. It was only then that Li Linger choked back a sob. Master, Sister Lin, in order to protect me and Sister Qinghe. Being beaten to death by that old thing. You go and see. Hearing that. Once again, a wave of anger welled up in Lin Tian's heart. At the same time, he caressed Li Linger's head with his hand and. Softly, it's okay. With Master here, your Sister Lin will be fine. After saying that, he handed Li Linger over to Xinxinghe. Then the time lag was lifted. After the recovering 10,000 evil old ancestors saw that Lin Tian had already saved the two of them. Pale with fear. He had thought he could threaten Lin Tian into submission by relying on a woman. But how could he not have imagined that? Lin Tian actually had such a means. Even if it's a powerhouse in the Emperor realm. It can't do anything to stagnate time and space. But Lin Tian had actually done it. He immediately dropped to his knees and. Kneeling constantly and begging for mercy. Forgive me, Master. Forgive me, Master. I also had a moment of ghosting. On the other side of the fence, Li was unbelieving and. He practiced the way of the sword. The mind is already extremely tough. When you meet the strong, you are strong. Gathering his own long sword. Charged up towards Lin Tian. Looking at this sword pavilion's sword master in front of him. Lin Tian was disgusted with him to the extreme. When time stands still. From the notes of the holy maiden of the 10,000 devils sect, he. Knowing that this man is a pervert. Liked to play it heavy. This was also after Lin Tian arrived at the sword pavilion. Didn't touch any women for a reason. Because all the women in sword court who have a little bit of talent. All have played endgames with this sword master. Lin Tian disliked them for being dirty. Seeing that seemingly unrelenting sword stabbing towards Lin Tian. Buzz. An ear-piercing sound of a sword came from. Lin Tian, however, did not dodge. With 2 fingers, he caught the blade of that sword and. Followed by a hard push. That top-grade treasure weapon was then easily broken by Lin Tian. Throwing the blade out casually, the. Shoo. The sound of. The blade of the sword was wrapped in an overpowering sword intent that. It went straight through Li's calf. After the brief encounter just now. Easy Li has been able to determine that. The strength of the man in front of me. Unfathomable. It's simply not something you can resist. He glared at old ancestor 10,000 evils. Obviously the old guy wasn't being honest with himself. In the end, I was put on the spot by this old thing. At this point, he's got the will to quit. But before he could try to leave. Lin Tian had already arrived in front of him. A big hand clasped directly on his heavenly aegis and. Directly this leader of the righteous human race. The first sword master of the sword pavilion slapped to death. Upon entering the realm of harmonization. After the death of a monk. Souls can be reincarnated. But the soul of Easy Li. But it was stripped away in its entirety by Lin Tian. Sealed in a bottle. He must let this Li loner have a taste, too. What it's like to be tortured. Then his eyes went to the late old ancestor who had been kowtowing his head. Slowly, he walked over. His steps were slow, though. But every step was like stepping on the heart of the 10,000 evil ancestor. He can only kowtow more vigorously and beg for mercy, After all, he'd just seen Lin Tian take out that easily. With just one move. Even the soul is sealed. Pavilion Master, my subordinate knows that he is wrong, please Pavilion Master Kane. Coming in front of Old Man Evil, Lin Tian said with some boredom. If you don't want to be my dog, just tell me. As long as you scrap your own copy of the Tianji decree, I can give you back your freedom. After all, I have no shortage of dogs like you. But you shouldn't be hitting on people close to me. All my life, I've hated nothing more than being threatened and betrayed. You happen to have both. Tell me, how do you expect me to spare you? In your next life, be smart. Saying the same, he slapped him to death. Sealed his soul with that Li Easy. Instead, both of their physical bodies and cultivation levels were preserved by Lin Tian. It will be used to heal Lin Ruowei's wounds. Chapter 065 Threatening all sects in the Northern Wasteland. After finishing off the heavenly evil ancestor. After Lin Tian swept through the entire battlefield with his divine sense, he, sensing the state of Lin Ruowei, unable to help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even though she looks covered in blood, it hurts like hell. But in reality, that Li Loner, in order to fulfill his perverted desires, control the weight of your hand. All of the injuries were almost entirely superficial. There was only one attack that singed her meridians. And because of this relationship on the sword, causing Lin Ruowei's spiritual energy to go out of control, the meridians of his body were broken inch by inch. That's for the level of healing in the Northern Wastelands. Even if it can be cured, I'm afraid all my cultivation will be accounted for here. But this point of injury was for Lin Tian. Not really a big deal. A brief moment of reflection. Lin Tian hung the corpses of the 10,000 evil ancestor and the 10,000 sword pavilions Li Prowler above the secret realm. At the same time, we're running our spiritual energy, coldly speaking to the surrounding forces of the human and demon races. The Sword Pavilion Sword Master and the old ancestor of the 10,000 evil valleys have already been killed by me. 3 days later, all the forces of the human race and the demonic race that you must come to me at the tent of the 10,000 Swords sect. Otherwise, exterminate the clan. The human and demonic cultivators fighting on both sides of the battlefield. After hearing that voice, everyone looked towards the top of the secret realm. Only on the ban above the Northern Wasteland mysteries, the 2 corpses hanging from a thick wooden stake, swaying in the wind. People on both sides of the fence started talking. Isn't that our Lord Sword Master? He's just broken through the cave realm and entered the harmonization realm. How can you just get killed? Look, isn't that our old ancestor? He was even taken out? The cultivators on both sides all stared at the 2 corpses with horrified gazes. Those clan executives got the message. Even more so, his face was white. No one dared to question the mysterious man's claim that, because he took out 2 harmonious masters in one breath. In the northern wilderness, with such strength, it does have the capital to be arrogant. After Lin Tian had finished intimidating all the sects, and ignoring the crowd's reaction, taking Li Linger and Xin Xinghe back to the 10,000 Sword sect's tent. At that moment, Lin Ruowei fainted and died on the ground. After finding Xin Xinghe and Li Linger a separate tent, Lin Tian began to heal Lin Ruowei's injuries, trying to heal her wounds. The first thing to do would be to remodel her meridians. And this process cannot be blocked by external objects. After placing a ban on the interior of the tent, after Lin Tian removed all the barriers from Lin Ruowei's body, he said, started healing her constantly. Because the important meridians had just been cut off by Li Yi, causing almost all of the meridians in the body to break down. In order to fix those meridians, Lin Tian needed to remodel all the meridians in her entire body. It has to do with the process. Need to roam around her body for a while. It is only then that this restoration process can be completed. So Lin Tian began a very happy healing. The whole thing went on for a full 2 hours. Of course, some of the injuries are serious. So Lin Tian focused on taking care of it. When it's all done, the software on Lin Tian's body had completed the hardening project. But having just renewed Lin Ruowei's meridians, she's not ready for too much intense exercise yet. So it could only go to Xin Xinghe. having previously emptied out the cultivation of Li and Old Man Evil, casually coalescing the two men's cultivation into a bead. Using his own strength, he stuffed the beads into Lin Ruoshue's dantian. The cultivation of the two of them at the harmonious Tao realm would be continuously absorbed by Lin Ruoshue. For those who betrayed them, Lin Tian will finish it off with cruelty. For those who are loyal to them, Lin Tian wouldn't begrudge the reward either. That Dan bead would constantly escape energy into Lin Ruohue's dantian, until she reaches her limit. He's just entered the cave realm now. As soon as this Dan bead has been absorbed, Lin Tian believed that she would definitely be able to enter the harmonious Tao realm. By that time, only one Tianji envoy in the northern wasteland would be enough. Leaving the tent of Lin Ruohue, Lin Tian found Xinxinghe. After briefly chatting about what happened after Lin Tian left, Lin Tian did a magic trick and a golden hairpin appeared in his hand. This time in the secret world. Came across some good ore. I made a hairpin for you, by the way. Want to bring it on and try it out? After Xinxinghe glanced at the hairpin, she, eyes wide open. That hairpin was made by Lin Tian according to the shape he saw in the jewelry store in his previous life. The design is very compact and, plus the materials used for that were all top quality ores from the northern wasteland secret realm. Lin Tian processed some of it. Having reached the threshold of a quasi-artifact, the one artifact spirit away from being an artifact, Xinxinghe merely glanced at. Just loved the hairpin. But she didn't show it on her face. Instead, he said coldly, "Thanks to you, if you'd come back a little later. I'm afraid Linger and I are about to be poisoned by that sword pavilion sword master." A hairpin to get rid of me? Dream on. It's like, this girl is freaking out. Why don't you coax this girl? Xinxinghe is worthy of being the #1 talented woman in the Eastern Wasteland. Even the spooning is so subtle. Seeing Xinxinghe's expression, Lin Tian's eyes turned. Badly smiling, he said, "Forget it if you don't want it, I'll send Linger later." You. Xinxinghe lightly bit her lower lip and pointed at Lin Tian with a furious expression. Weren't you the one who said no? Seeing that Lin Tian was making a gesture to put it away, Xinxinghe snatched the hairpin with a hand. After fiddling around a few times, straight into the bun. Not to mention, after wearing the hairpin, in Xinxinghe's previous light and elegant appearance, there was an added air of nobility. It fits perfectly. You're at the Yuaning realm now, right? After the gifts, Lin Tian began to think of ways to be here in Xinxinghe. Give yourself a body hardware softening project, he asked with a bad smile. Seeing Lin Tian's smile, Xinxinghe shivered with excitement. What are you doing? Do you want to raise the Tao harmonization realm? Hearing this, Xinxinghe immediately opened her mouth wide. The smile froze on his face and, in its place was a face full of disbelief. You have a way to give me a direct boost? Hearing Xinxinghe ask that, the smile on Lin Tian's face grew even wider. But in Xinxinghe's eyes, it was indeed a bit sinister. Of course there's a way. As long as Miss Xin is willing to have an in-depth conversation with me, I will be able to raise Miss Xin's cultivation to the harmonious realm. Lin Tian had stopped acting at this point. Straight to the bottom of the barrel. Spoke out his purpose. Hearing that, Xinxinghe's face was already so red that it could drip water. His eyes somewhat dodged as he looked at Lin Tian. With 3 parts questioning, 3 parts wondering and 3 parts longing. She longs to be strong. This was also the reason why she was willing to follow Lin Tian. You're not lying to me, are you? Whispered something like this. Xinxinghe had already turned red with shame. What's the point of lying to you? If you don't believe me, let's try it. If I lie to you, you'll kick me out. Chapter 066 Helping Xinxinghe improve her strength. So in Xinxinghe's tent, after Lin Tian had set up the prohibition, in a half-hearted attempt to, Lin Tian began the process of helping Xinxinghe to improve her strength. Half an hour later, Xinxinghe has broken through to Yuanying, entered the god of transformation. After sensing the increase in his strength, Xinxinghe also threw away all her shame, frantically catering to Lin Tian. After another hour, the Xinxingha has broken through to the spirit of transformation. Entered the realm of emptiness. The strength she has now. It was already much higher than Luo Qingqing of the Eastern Wasteland. At this point, only the breakthrough Thunderbolt has anything to say about it. Thunderjack, do you too treat me like a human being by treating me like this? Don't I want a face for my hallowed Thunderjack? After another hour. Xinxingha has broken through to emptiness. Having entered the realm of the Cave of the Void. Or an hour. Entered the harmonization realm. If Old Man Evil and Easily knew about this matter. Xinxingha had actually broken through to the harmonious realm so easily. I'm afraid the two will be so angry that they will spit out blood and die. Both of them have been practicing for thousands of years. It's only just broken through. But Xinxingha had only exchanged words with Lin Tian for a few hours. Just from the Yuaning realm, all the way up to the harmonization realm. That's a lot of people. Goods are better than goods and you have to throw them away. It's an hour for each breakthrough. Xinxingha had already realized that Lin Tian was simply lying. Even if it doesn't take two people to communicate. He must have a way to make a breakthrough as well. She's a smart woman, though. It didn't point the matter out. It's late at night by now. After the madness of the two men, Xinxingha fell into a deep, deep sleep. Lin Tian gently kissed her on her snow-white neck. Leaving the tent. He had more important things to do. Letting Easily and the late ancestor die so easily. It's too cheap for them. It just so happened that Lin Tian had just been exchanging words with Xinxingha. Thought of an excellent way to punish the two. Casually in the surrounding villages. Bought two freshly dead female corpses. Sealed the souls of both men in the female corpse. Easily looked at his new body and, with a face of fear, he looked at Lin Tian. What do you want? Lin Tian said in a cold voice, our sword pavilion's sword masterly. Since you like playing with women so much, I'll let you feel it, then. The pain of those you played with. Said, ignoring the violent struggles of the two men. The two were taken directly to a brothel in a nearby city. When the pimp saw Lin Tian looking like a fluttering gentleman, he cried out with a joyful smile. Girls, come out and welcome the guests. Lin Tian, however, said with some impatience. Pimp, I'm here to sell someone. Saying that, he threw the unconscious sword pavilion sword master and Old Man Evil ancestor onto the ground. It's like throwing a piece of trash. The bod heard that someone was trying to sell someone. Immediately assuming the face of a treacherous businessman, this gentleman, with all due respect. These two girls? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Tian threw a medium-grade spirit stone at the pimp. I'll give you these two for free. You can abuse both of them as much as you want. My only request is that, if they die, you can send someone to deliver the body to the 10,000 Swords sect. The 10,000 Swords sect will be sending you two more in a few days. Looking at the medium-grade spirit stones in his hand. And look at those two women. The pimp had been delighted. It's the first time someone's been in a greenhouse, selling girls. I don't need any money. I'm not even paying for it. I'm afraid this is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. I can't believe I caught myself today. Don't worry, this gentleman. What you've explained, we promise to accomplish. However, in the next moment, Lin Tian's face suddenly turned cold. The tone of his voice also carried a faintly intimidating. But pimp, if you screw up this errand. Lost their bodies. I'll make you bury them with me. Hearing Lin Tian's words. On feeling the faint pressure of the pimp understands. This gentleman in front of me must be the kind that he can't afford to mess with. Wiping the sweat from his forehead. The pimp said hastily. Don't worry, Your Excellency, what you have explained. We'll make sure you get it done right. In the next moment, Lin Tian had already disappeared into thin air. It was as if it had never appeared. If it weren't for the two girls lying on the floor. There's another medium-grade spirit stone in his hand. The pimp wondered if he was dreaming. After waking up those two girls. Shay, so it's two mutes. It's not bad, though. It's good to have guests. Said the pimp as he cupped the sword pavilion sword master's chin with his hand. But the sword pavilion sword master broke free. At the same time, he raised his hand and was about to give the pimp a slap in the face. But the bod stopped him. This was followed by a resounding backhanded slap that pa! Until that fiery pain hits the soul. It took the sword master a while to figure out the situation. Now that he has no cultivation left in him at all. The soul is sealed in this physical body. Being one with the flesh. It's simply hard to tell the difference. He wanted to speak, but his voice had already been ruined by Lin Tian. There's no way to talk. Even if it's spoken. And who would believe that the Sword Pavilion sword master had turned into a woman? Even if it's believed. And who will spend the cost of saving a loser with no cultivation? At the moment, he's not sure what he's in for. Only the old woman across the street, with her heavy makeup on, staring at themselves in a sinister way. Lee is all too familiar with that look in his eyes. Every time you bring back a woman by yourself. But anyone who doesn't listen himself would have scrutinized, with such eyes, Then the torture of the woman began. Then he heard the pimp's grim words that TSK, good looking, but with a fiery temperament. But don't worry, when you enter my Phoenix house. Even if you're a chaste woman. I can make you a manhwa too. Chunmei, take these two down to the house. Give the old lady a good tweaking. Then two fat women came out of the back end. Taking both men by the scruff of their necks, carrying the two men to the back of the. After being tortured for an hour, the Sword Pavilion sword master no longer dared to resist. But the pimp didn't care about her. Send her straight into the guest's room. An extremely fat-looking, middle-aged man with a very greasy body. Upon seeing the woman that the sword master had turned into, immediately interested. An obscene grin appeared on his face. Not bad, little beauty. Come on, let my lord give you a good pain. With that said huge body, he lunged towards her. The room was immediately filled with the desperate screams of the swordmaster. He's like this now. You can't even kill yourself. One could only endure being continually abused and ravaged by that dead fat man. He's starting to regret it. I listened to that old thing from the 10,000 Evils sect. To offend Lin Tian, a great man with his hands in the air. But now, regret won't help. All she could do was keep struggling in despair and pain. Chapter 067 The Played-Out Thunder Tribulation. After disposing of Easy Lee and Old Man Evil. It was already the morning of the second day. Lin Tian arrived at Lin Ruowei's tent. Lin Ruowei's injuries had almost recovered. At this time was rapidly absorbing that with the cultivation of two harmonious Dao realm cultivators. Coalesce into an inner elixir. Because she herself is a transmogrifier of the Tenji Pavilion. So cultivation was half the battle. Lin Tian stayed on guard right next to him the whole time. In the afternoon, Lin Ruowei had finally broken through to the harmonization realm. Just about to open my eyes to survive the thunderbolt. Instead, Lin Tian's voice came from his mind. Don't stop. Keep absorbing. Never mind the thunderbolt. And looking at the thunderbolts in the sky that kept gathering towards the direction of the 10,000 sword sect's camp. The group of disciples around them once again murmured. I didn't realize that the northern wasteland was still so fast. Another harmonization realm powerhouse is about to appear. That's right, looking at the direction, it should be the direction of the 10,000 sword sect, right? That's right, no wonder that mysterious man from before dared to clamor like that. To the extent of threatening all the sects in the entire northern wasteland. I didn't realize there were such means. I don't know which one of the 10,000 sword sect is so lucky. Entered the harmonization realm. Everyone was discussing the thunderbolt in the direction of the 10,000 sword sect. And after seeing the method of crossing the thunderbolt, everyone is staring in disbelief. Other people have to fight for their lives to survive the thunderbolt. But this guy, Lin Tian, was off the beaten path. Still as before. Will that lightning, with its destructive aura, as a whip, directly yanking the thunderbolt down from the looming cloud, clustered into a pure mass of energy. Then it was injected into Lin Ruowei's body. This would be equivalent to helping Lin Ruowei pass through the lightning tribulation without danger. It also doesn't lead to realm destabilization. In this way, Lin Tian was still helping Lin Ruowei to cross the lightning tribulation while he did so. The hand was not honestly reaching into Lin Ruowei's arms as he did so. Thunderjack, are you polite? You guys are using me as a love prop? Answer me. Look in my eyes. Tell me, why? Why baby, why? Soon, while Lin Tian was using his hands to continuously roam the meridians throughout Lin Ruowei's body, took care of it with a special focus. The heart chakra and the curved bone points, while helping her absorb that cultivation inner elixir. After Lin Ruowei broke through the harmonization realm, strength continues to rise, until after elevating to the third level of the harmonious way, that inner elixir was only consumed. And after Lin Ruowei recovered from her state of immersion, flushed, paralyzed in Lin Tian's arms, she winks and there was an extreme seduction in the eyes of the. Yet there was still a shyness that refused to be welcomed, letting Lin Tian, who already had a very low resistance to beauty, instantly transformed into a hungry beast as soon as she pounced on Lin Ruowei, and then faded out of the body. The two are entangled in a. Soon a moving melody came from the tent. The entrance to the tent. Seeing the two entangled together, Li Linger's heart beat wildly, bloody red in the face. Is this really something I can watch? I just turned 18. Obviously feeling very ashamed. And yet, you can't help but look inward. This very tangled emotion made Li Linger both excited and a little confused. After feeling Li Linger's gaze, Lin Tian immediately put a mosaic on the doorway's prohibition. Feeling the scene change inside, the Li Linger's small feet stomped in anger. Humph, stinking master, said the puckered little face that. With an angry face, she went to find Xin Xinghe. She was going to tell Xin Xinghe about Master, the super big horny wolf. It was soon the morning of the third day that, whether it's the human race or the demon race, all the patriarchs of all the clans, all in person, arrived at the camp of the 10,000 Sword sect. Because of the previous experience of Li Yi and 10,000 evil ancestors. Everybody's right about this. At the same time, he took out two of the Northern Wasteland's strongest harmonious Taoists. It's easy to help people improve their strength. The mysterious man who had survived the thunderbolt was very much in awe and wonder. The mighty men of the devil's race for besieging the valley of 10,000 evil. 4 cave void powerhouses were slaughtered by Lin Tian. So fewer people came. And on the side of the human powerhouses, but there weren't many that didn't come. Obviously they were not clear about Lin Tian's strength. Disdaining Lin Tian's threats, Lin Tian wasn't annoyed either. After arranging for the ancestors of the great sects that came, Lin Tian was a full half an hour late before appearing in the tent. When the crowd saw how young Lin Tian was, there was a twinkle in his eye. No matter how much they probe, they all felt that Lin Tian was a 20-year-old teenager. It wasn't at all like a cultivator who had cultivated for thousands or tens of thousands of years. It was a novelty within them. But no one dared to underestimate Lin Tian's power because of that. Because there were two women standing beside Lin Tian. It brought a faint pressure on everyone present. It was obvious that they were both strong at the harmonious realm. Let's not talk about how strong Lin Tian is. These two harmonious realm powerhouses alone, all of them were able to completely bloodwash all the clans in the Northern Wasteland. All the old ancestors celebrated that. You've come to the right place this time. At the same time, the mind is more curious that how would this young man in front of him deal with the clans that weren't coming? The next moment, Lin Tian naturally sat down on the main seat. And those two women in the harmonious realm. Surprisingly, one of them squeezed his shoulder. Want to make him tea? Taking a light sip of tea, the teenager finally spoke. Calling everyone here today. It's to inform everyone of a little something, said gaze sweeping the room. Although no one could see Lin Tian's cultivation. But after being swept by Lin Tian's gaze, that pressure that was even more terrifying than the two harmonious realm women. But it made them blush. Soon enough, an ancestor of the clan stepped forward and, "We are at your service, Your Excellency. If you have any orders." "We do nothing." Lin Tian glanced at the person who stood out. A glint of appreciation in his eyes, He likes it when he knows how to take stock of the situation. People who can see the situation at hand. The others chimed in as they saw it. Whenever the prince has something to do, we will certainly do as we are told. Lin Tian nodded with satisfaction. Scanning the crowd once more, he understands that a lot of people, because they're wrapped up in everyone's. That's what I said. Inside, I'm still not convinced of myself. But that's okay. Lin Tian will soon let them know that. What it means to be afraid. Eyebrows raised. Seemingly somewhat surprised, he asked Lin Ruowei. I remember the old ancestor of the human Xian heaven, as well as the old ancestor of the soaring dragon sect are all powerful at the cave void realm, aren't they? It seems that these two don't seem to be selling this Gongzi's face. Saying this, Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. The aura of his body also changed steeply, Instantly, everyone present was struck by the aura on Lin Tian's body, pressured to breathe. Those with weak cultivation kneeled on the spot. It directly kneed out a crack in the ground. Cultivation is strong after a few simple struggles, flopping, too. Kneel down. The crowd understood that this was Lin Tian's way of giving them the slip. The next step is to make an example of them. Chapter 068 One Finger Destroys Two Sects. The camp of the 10,000 Swords sect. The old ancestors of all the sects in the northern wasteland knelt on the ground, waiting to see how Lin Tian dealt with the two clans that didn't come. Lin Tian didn't let them down either. Raise your arm and hold out one finger. Pointing out of the tent. Spiritual energy is running. A force that strikes fear into the heart. Condensing rapidly at the tips of Lin Tian's fingers. A few moments later, transformed into a stream of light, It rushed out of the tent and straight into the sky. Then, it's gone? The pressure inside the tent disappeared, and everyone looked at Lin Tian with odd gazes. That's it? If it weren't for the fact that the pressure was indeed real just now, a bunch of bigots down there are skeptical that. Was he himself deceived by Lin Tian? Just as all the people were looking at each other in disbelief, at a loss for words. Rumble. Rumble. There were two violent noises from outside, and the ground shook with this loud noise, It was like an earthquake. Not long after, the vibrations subsided and everyone looked at Lin Tian with horrified gazes. I don't know how well it works, though. But by virtue of this being 100 miles away, judging by the vibrations that can be felt by all of them, I'm afraid that there will be no more Xian Heaven and Longxiang sect in the northern wasteland. Destroying the two major clans of the northern wasteland human race with just a single finger? What a terrifying power is this? The gazes of everyone looking at Lin Tian became a few more points of awe. Lin Tian, on the other hand, said in a very bashful manner. My lord now informs you all that starting today, the war between man and devil in the northern wasteland is declared over. Whoever dares to start another war front, it's just a problem with my lord. I don't mind. Let them go down and keep the old ancestors of the chosen heaven and dragon soaring sect company. Saying that, his gaze swept over the crowd once again. In a cold voice, he said, from today onwards, all matters of all sizes in the northern wasteland. All led by Master Lin of the 10,000 Swords sect. Who's for it and who's against it? Speaking. Lin Tian placed one hand on the handle of the chair. Rhythmic tapping of the middle finger on the handle over and over again, coldly scanning the people below. Having just seen Lin Tian's methods. At this time, all of them were in an obsequious manner, and naturally, no one dared to jump in and refute it. Moreover, Lin Ruowei was originally the only harmonious Dao powerhouse in the northern wasteland. Listen to the 10,000 Swords sect. It's not something that's unacceptable. But Lin Tian announced this. And Lindsay came out to announce it. The effect is not the same. These words came from Lin Tian. Even if someone else breaks through the harmonization realm in the northern wasteland in the future. Even stronger than Lin Ruowei. To replace Audrey Lam. It was also necessary to consider Lin Tian's means. After seeing that his deterrent had worked, Lin Tian's attitude was obviously much better. After ruthlessly slapping all the clans in the northern wasteland, Lin Tian also didn't forget to give the northern wasteland sect a sweet date. Of course, my lord will not treat you all badly. For all of you who come here today, my lord grants you a set of techniques. After practicing, it can help you break through the bottleneck. Massive power boost," said the man, snapping his fingers with light and they were imprinted on the eyebrows of all the people. "Will be the cultivation method of the Tianji secrets. Passed on to the crowd." But the version that was passed on was the lowest Tenjui's version of the. As long as the crowd has practiced after, their lives and deaths would be completely in Lin Tian's hands. At the same time, Lin Ruowei could control them better. Lin Ruowei cultivated the Tianji envoy's version of the Tianji secrets. She is the one who has the means to control the death of Tianji sanitation. The greatest temptation for a cultivator. It's the one that helps a cultivator break through a bottleneck once. Although there's only one chance. But many cultivators who have been stuck in one realm for hundreds or thousands of years, still willing to use freedom, go for this chance to break through the bottleneck. After all, in this cruel world of cultivation, strength can make all the difference. The meeting on this side of the table ended with the guests and hosts enjoying themselves. There is no one who has gained more this time than Lin Wei. Originally, there were 2 Tianji ambassadors in the northern wilderness. But that guy, Old Man Evil. How dare you try to break away from Tianji Pavilion without knowing what's going on? This is great. She became the leader of all the Tianji guards in the northern wasteland. The one and only Tenji ambassador. It can be said that while Lin Tian was away, she is the queen of the northern wastes. Lin Ruowei is a strong woman by nature. There's an almost pathological obsession with power. A woman like her. Only men who are stronger than her. It took a little wild horse like her to conquer. And she's happy to pull out all the stops to please Lin Tian. When the crowd had dispersed, the master of the Valley of 10,000 Evils has stayed behind. A terrified face looked at Lin Tian. "That, Mr. Lin." Lin Tian glanced at the valley master of the Valley of 10,000 Evils. It's a middle-aged man at the peak of empty brightness. If there's no chance, it's probably only going to stop there for the rest of my life. However, if one cultivated the heavenly chance technique, one would have a chance to enter the cave void realm. Something? Hearing this 10,000 Evil Valley's Valley Master's face was very complicated. He knew his father, the oldest ancestor of the Valley of 10,000 Evils, backstabbed Lin Tian and was finished off by Lin Tian. He didn't hate Lin Tian. This cultivation world is like that. Strength is king. Strength is honored. Instead, he resented his father very much, and that, for the sake of his own freedom. Ignoring the lives of everyone in the Valley of 10,000 Evils. So this time he came over. It was also wanting to flatter Lin Tian. But Lin Tian was so powerful. He's missing something. I guess the Valley of 10,000 Evils can't get it out. And the one that can hold it. Namely, his own twin daughters. So he gritted his teeth and decides that after the conclusion of this meeting of the Northern Wilderness, giving his 2 daughters to Lin Tian. Hearing Lin Tian's question, the Valley Master of the Valley of 10,000 Evils clenched his teeth and, as long as Lin Tian is willing to take in his 2 daughters, even if it's just as a maid of honor, then the status of the Valley of 10,000 Evils will definitely rise. With that in mind, he immediately humbled himself. "Mr. Lin, after the last time we parted in the Valley of 10,000 Evils, my 2 daughters, Fang Yuehua and Fang Yueying, I can't stop thinking about Mr. Lin's elegance. Before this visit, the 2 of them want to stay by Mr. Lin's side. I'm at your disposal, Mr. Lin. Please also ask Mr. Lin to take in my 2 daughters." Hearing that, Lin just remembered himself in the Valley of 10,000 Evils. Because there was nowhere to give vent to Xinxing his desire. So the night broke into the twins' room. And a double whammy. Think about what it was like that night. Feeling on the road with a pair of twins is pretty nice. Seeing Lin Tian's face as if he wanted to agree, but didn't open his mouth. The Lord of the Valley of 10,000 Evils glanced at Xinxingha, who was behind him, and immediately realized what was going on. So said a very knowledgeable man. "Then I shall take my leave. In a moment, my daughter will be in the tent, waiting for Mr. Lin." saying that and ignoring Xinxinghe's gaze that could kill. Walked out of the tent. At this point in Xinxinghe's gaze, it can already spit fire. With a soft sigh. It can't be helped. Powerful men, after all. There is never a shortage of great women around. Lin Tian, on the other hand, looked at Xinxinghe with a sinister smile on his face. The heart is already happy. Bastard, make you before every errand. They all have to pull some strings with me first. Let's see if you're still pulling this time. Chapter 069 Appeasing Xinxinghe. When the meeting here is over. All the old ancestors were unanimous and the group flew in the direction of Xian Heaven and the Dragon Soaring Sect. They wanted to see Lin Tian's methods. Just how strong is it? To getting the Xian Paradise. Air. After the ruins of. Everyone sucked in their breath. There's no such thing as Xian Heaven. I saw the ground, as if it had been blown up by a nuclear bomb. It left a huge crater. All traces of existence in the entire Xian Heavenly Kingdom were completely erased. It was as if this clan had never existed. The crowd came back to the boundaries of the Dragon Soaring cult. Seeing all the same images that. It was as if these two forces had never appeared. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock that. As well as a deep fear of Lin Tian. What kind of tactic is this? Just a simple finger. Just let the two plans go up in smoke. There's not even a scrap left? Is this something people can still do? A few old ancestors had a look at each other and both ended up making a decision that went against their ancestors. That is to measure the material resources of the clan. Pleasing Lin Tianji. On the other side, at the camp. Lin Tian met the two sisters, Fang Yuehua and Fang Yueying. I haven't seen you in days. Because of the old man. The two of them were afraid of being implicated by old ancestor. Due to worry. The two of them have cleared up a lot. Looking at Lin Tian, his heart ached for a moment. After seeing Lin Tian, the two immediately fell to their knees. Forgive me, court master. Our grandfather's betrayal of Tianji Gu. The two of us didn't know that. Seeing the two men in a fit of trepidation. Lin Tian's eyes rolled. Coldly, he said, no? What a joke. After making such a big mistake. This pavilion master must punish you. Hearing this, the two sisters looked at each other and heart sinking. As expected, Lin Tian was still holding a grudge in his heart about the old ancestor. But the next sentence made both of them blush with shame and it has been decided by the lord of this court that I'll punish you all by stripping naked tonight. Wait in your room for this courtier. Hearing Lin Tian say such immodest words in a serious manner. The heavy burden in the hearts of the two men was finally put down. The mind is still vaguely expectant. This Tianji Z isn't a decent person either. At the time of the creation of the TMG, came up with a very obscene rule. It's every time that the head of Tianji Pavilion. In-depth conversation with a woman who practiced the skyline technique of. All of them would slowly raise the strength of the Tianji skill practitioner. That's why the two sisters were interested in having an in-depth exchange with Lin Tian. And not resisting. And even very much looking forward to it. That way both of them would be able to gain strength faster. After all, they were just ordinary Tianji bits in their previous lives. Griffin. Wanting to make myself more important. Then you must work hard to improve yourself. Needed by the lord of the court. In the afternoon, the crowd returned to the 10,000 Swords sect. The clan's inner circle had also heard about what happened on the human-demon battlefield. All celebrated for the 10,000 Swords sect becoming the #1 sect in the northern wasteland. Lin Tian is not involved in this type of activity. Instead, they found Xinxinghe first. After all, there's a nasty 1-on-2 fight in the evening. That's why Lin Tian has to prepare in advance. Soothe Xinxinghe. In the room, Xinxinghe, as usual, was. The lightness, the airiness, Every time, it gave Lin Tian a feeling of lust. Every time I communicate with Xinxinghe. All of which would give Lin Tian a sense that. Conquering the unearthly fairies in the sky in general. Seeing Lin Tian walk in. A smile appeared on Xinxinghe's face. With her icy intelligence. Naturally, he knew that Lin Tian was definitely going to look for that pair of sisters at night. Now come here to appease yourself. Since he can come, it just means he still cares about his feelings. Although in her heart, she was a little bit resentful of Lin Tian's philandering. But it was soon relieved. The heart is a little excited, though. But the mouth doesn't show it. Yo, Grand Duke Lin isn't going to look for those twin little ladies. Why are you free to come to my place? Hearing these sour words from Xin Qinghe, Lin Tian knew that Xin Qinghe was jealous. Ha 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 ha. He was about to reach out and stop Xin Qinghe's waist. But Xin Qinghe dodged it. I say, Mr. Lin. You're going 1-on-2 at night. Not save your energy. Could it be that you still want me to join in? Hearing this, Lin Tian pretended to be mesmerized for a while. If Miss Xin is willing, I have no objection. Ugh. You little pervert, think of that. Looking at Xin Qinghe's appearance of refusal, Lin Tian's eyes rolled back in his head and he coughed lightly. Ahem. That, Miss Xin. I've been inspired to do this lately. Wrote a poem for Miss Xin. Please ask Miss Xin to taste it. When she heard the poem, Xin Qinghe's eyes lit up for a moment. When he used to be in the academy, a favorite is poetry. But the entire Green Mountain Academy, the most literate of them all, Lu Huijin, did the poems. It wouldn't fit in her eyes either. But Lin Tian's poems at the clan conference. But it left a deep impression on Xin Qinghe. Excitement flashed in his eyes and... Then please ask Mr. Lin to speak. Lin Tian wasn't polite either. Splat. The sound of... Holding the Tenji fan open, he recited to... After all, in the middle of June at the West Lake, the scenery is not the same as the four seasons. Figure endless blueness of the lotus leaves idiom figure abundant and varied nature of human existence. Reflecting the lotus flower. Hearing this poem, Xin Qinghe slowly repeated. The first two lines are a description of the scenery and the time of day that. There's nothing special about that. The last two lines should be used by Lin Tian to praise himself. Compare yourself to the endless leaves of the lotus, a different kind of red lotus. Come to think of it. Xin Qinghe couldn't help but have two blushes fly up on her face. There was also a little snicker in the back of his mind, secretly. Will still compose poems in my honor and praise me? And Lin Tian saw Xin Qinghe red-faced and dumbfounded. Immediately taking advantage of this opportunity, he took hold of Xin Qinghe's slender waist. Then it was like picking up dumplings. Having removed all impediments today, there was a loud, woozy sound in the room, and maybe it's because of that poem. This time Xin Qinghe was very bold. Extremely catering to Lin Tian. It made Lin Tian feel doubly comfortable. 2 hours later. It's already dark. Lin Tian wrapped his arms around Xin Qinghe, who was paralyzed in his arms. The heart laughed bitterly and lamented. If this time, it would be nice to have a cigarette afterward. But think about it. There really is no such thing as tobacco in this world. After soothing Xin Qinghe to sleep, Lin Tian was on Xin Qinghe's long, snow-white neck. A light kiss. Tiptoeing out of the room. Right after Lin Tian left, Xin Qinghe opened her eyes and a small, happy smile spread across her eyes and muttered under his breath. The lotus leaf from the sky is infinitely blue, reflecting the lotus flowers. What a great poem! After leaving Xin Qinghe's room, Lin Tian rested in the courtyard for a while. It's a good thing this life is traveling through a world of cultivation. Or else after 4 hours of tossing and turning at once, and a 1-on-2. If this had been in a previous life, being so serialized, one would surely be exhausted alive. Chapter 070, once again killing two birds with one stone. After airing out in the courtyard, Lin Tian tiptoed to the room of the two Fong family sisters. I've just arranged the flowers, and now Lin Tian is coming to get the moon. Although Fong Yueying and Fong Yuehua are twins, but the two men are very different. Yueying Fong has a relatively cheerful and lively personality. It's kind of Lolita-ish. Fong Yuehua, on the other hand, is a bit high-strung and like a royal lady. This was what Lin Tian found most exciting. They look exactly alike. But a passionate one. A cold as ice. They're quite similar to that Gu Yufei from the Qingxinggu family. The difference is that the Fang sisters are two people. Gu Yufei is purely schizophrenic. Speaking of Gu Yufei, Lin Tian hadn't seen her for quite some time. It's assumed that she's back in the middle of the state by now. Is practicing desperately in the everlasting Gu family? Prepare to finish yourself off. The last time the two chased, it should have given Gu Yufei quite a boost. Collecting his emotions, Lin Tian pushed open the door to his room and entered the Fang sisters' room. The two had long since packed up and waited for Lin Tian's arrival. They still have a faint scent on them, too. Obviously not long after the shower. Seeing the two of them looking as if they were at the mercy of Lin Tian immediately transformed into a vicious wolf. Pounced on it. The room was suddenly filled with music that rose and fell. With the sound of the shaker. It was like a nice concerto. Early the next morning, Lin Tian woke up from the soft fragrance of the yesterday's back-to-back flower arranging and mooning. It made Lin Tian feel refreshed. The whole person is a few years younger. Things are almost over in the northern wasteland. The only thing left to do is the last thing left to do. That's to visit the most beautiful woman in the northern wasteland again. The holy maiden of the heavenly devil sect. Taste some sage. Early in the morning, Lin Tian was alone and came to the heavenly demon sect's altar. The holy maiden Li Xinyue was still the same as the last time they met. Lying on the bed with a languid look of. Seeing Lin Tian appear, Li Xinyue was not surprised at all and said softly, "There you are." Nodding, Lin Tian returned. Last time the holy maiden said she wanted no more war in the northern wasteland. From now on, there will be no more wars in the northern wasteland. My lord has fulfilled the holy virgin's request. Now will the holy maiden still honor her promise? He said, staring at Li Xinyue with a bad smile on his face. Li Xinyue from the mouths of the sect disciples. Having heard about what's been happening in the northern wastes these past few days, it also guessed Lin Tian's identity. Taking a deep breath, he asked with some frustration on his face, "What did you do with that damned old thing, Easy Li?" After thinking for a moment, Lin Tian returned. "He should be as good as dead by now. Why don't I show you?" Hearing this, Li Xinyue nodded. Lin Tian sniffed, and without any nonsense, as soon as he wrapped his arms around Li Xinyue's slender waist, rushed towards that brothel. The Royal Phoenix Tower, once the leader of the human race's righteous path. Sword Master Li, the Sword Pavilion Sword Master. The soul is sealed inside a woman's body. Over the course of a few days, she suffered inhuman torture. Formerly, as the Sword Master of the Sword Pavilion, he has a heavy fetish as well as an extremely sick pedophile. But the ones he did in the 2 days, the inhuman abuse that happened to her, it's not even worth mentioning. In this low-class brothel, the guests received are the lowest of the low in this world. They are generally incapable of practicing, not engaged in farming. It's just running a store or something. Many of them like the likes of Easy Li, desperately resisting prostitutes. So within the last few days, Li Easy also picks up the most customers. She can't accept what she's become. And to be so insulted by some inferior untouchables. He's a man who cares deeply about his reputation. When Li Xinyue's mother, it's one of his closest disciples. After a deeper conversation between Easy Li and her, I didn't realize she was pregnant with Li Xinyue. To protect his honor. After Li Xinyue was born, so Li sent her to the devil's land. Let her fend for herself. So in Li Xinyue's mind, having no affection for this father of his, one could even say it was very spiteful. It's a good thing she was chosen by the patriarch of the 10,000 Devils sect. Became the holy daughter of the 10,000 Devils sect. However, every holy maiden of the 10,000 Devils sect ended up in an extremely miserable state. Ostensibly a saintly woman, it was actually sacrificing people to that altar of the 10,000 Devils sect. After the two had reached the door of the brothel, Li Xinyue looked on incredulously, and the woman who was tortured beyond recognition. He didn't think that Lin Tian would have this kind of tactic. Surprisingly, he was able to torment easily so much. With a complicated expression, he glanced at Li Yi. Seeing how miserable he's been, Li Xinyue was relieved. A single crystalline tear escaped from the corner of his eye and it seems to be saying goodbye to the past. After returning to the 10,000 Devils sect, Li Xinyue understood what was going to happen next. The teeth of a woman. A flicker of shyness flashed across her face. After a wild storm, Lin Tian softly asked, "Willing to come with me?" Li Xinyue shook her head. "Then I'll help you get rid of the 10,000 Demons sect. And it gives you some ability to defend yourself, how about that?" Hearing Lin Tian's words, Li Xinyue, however, shook her head with some sighs. "I'm on the verge of being sucked dry by the altar. With a few months left to live at the end of the day. There's no need to waste any more energy on my behalf. But thank you." I don't know if she's thanking Rin Tin for breaking her straight. Still thanking Lin Tian for trying to help her. Though she looked as if she was rambling. But Lin Tian still saw the desire for life in her eyes. So he whispered in her ear. "As long as you serve me well, I can get you off that altar, once and for all. And it won't die." Hearing Lin Tian's words, Li Xinyue's eyes first lit up for a moment and it then quickly dimmed again. In her opinion, Lin Tian merely wanted to take more advantage from himself. It's just a matter of being poor with yourself here. But one is already dying. Lin Tian helped himself to punishing easily again. So Li Xinyue didn't mind. Serve Lin Tian well. Another round of witch hazards. After another half hour of tossing and turning, the Li Xinyue fainted due to her physical strength. After all, she only has a foundation establishment cultivation level. It couldn't stand up to Lin Tian tossing it around like that. Carefully placing Li Xinyue on the bed, Lin Tian got dressed. Gazing in the direction of the heavenly demon sect's altar, a chilling coldness passed through his eyes. There's a former genius patriarch of the 10,000 Devils sect sealed down here. He's an evil practitioner with great talent in cultivation. Created a lot of very vicious practices. By these evil practices, he quickly advanced to the harmonization realm. But it led to the destruction of the entire northern wasteland. Finally, by the then ancestor of the 10,000 Devils sect, joining forces with a couple of old men from other clans, sealed it underneath this altar. The reason why women with extreme bodies are used constantly. Sacrifice to the altar. It was also to reinforce the seal on that madman. Chapter 071 The Sky Demon Sect's Plot. Casually feeding Li Xinyue an elixir. Feeling the vitality within Li Xinyue's body continue to recover. Only then did Lin Tian leave Li Xinyue's bedroom. Standing on top of the altar of the Heavenly Devil sect, Lin Tian's divine sense could clearly sense the gloomy aura emanating from the altar below. Spiritual energy surging. Lin Tian conjured up a long sword. Slashed a sword blade against the altar. A stream of light, wrapped in this fierce sword chi. It instantly split on the altar. The entire Heavenly Demon sect was shaken by the aftermath of this sword. Everyone looked in the direction of the altar in horror. After seeing Lin, the patriarch of the Sky Devil sect, his pupils constricted for a moment, and his face turned as white as paper. He had already guessed Lin Tian's purpose for coming here. He'd heard that before. Lin Tian is an extremely horny person. The two daughters of the Master of the Valley of 10,000 Evils have been taken in by him. Now it's probably looking at the holy daughter of the Heavenly Devil sect and attacking this altar. It should be for the Virgin as well. The very moment the altar was broken open, a pillar of miserable green light that soared into the sky. There were all kinds of twisted faces floating around in there. That's cohesive resentment that won't go away. Even though Lin Tian had experienced a time lag of 10,000 years. Nor have I seen where there is so much resentment. Gather around. A few moments later, a middle-aged man emerged from that miserable green pillar of light filled with resentment and he had an ugly face, a distorted appearance, The resentment around his body was already as thick as substance. After he came out, in a stern voice, he drank to the inside of the 10,000 Devil sect. Didn't we agree that after 10,000 years? Am I coming out? Could it be that the Heavenly Demon sect is now in danger of extinction? Hearing that, Lin Tian instantly understood. What bull about sealing off evil cultivators? It's basically a plot by the 10,000 Demon sect to coax the entire northern wasteland. The middle-aged man in front of me, though full of evil. However, the aura emanating from his body was extremely astonishing. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke with interest. Tisk, Mahayana realm? Someone who can have this kind of cultivation in the barren four wastelands. It's really out of my expectation. That middle-aged man saw Lin Tian as well. Although he hadn't felt Lin Tian's strength. But because of his powerful cultivation, it always felt like Lin Tian was vaguely giving himself an inexplicable sense of oppression. The patriarch of the 10,000 Devils sect, who ran out of the Great Hall of the 10,000 Devils sect. After seeing that evil cultivator, there was a look of excitement on his face. The other day, 2 of the 10,000 Demon sect's old ancestors had just been killed by Lin Tian. Now is the time when the 10,000 Demon sect is at its weakest. At this time, the old granddaddy is out of the gate. It's a godsend for him. And the aura of the old ancestor in front of me, obviously more powerful than the 2 old ancestors of the heavenly demon sect before. This gave him a surge of bewildering confidence in his heart. He immediately kneeled respectfully towards the old ancestor. The sect leader of the heavenly demon sect has met the old ancestor. Old grandpa, it's this kid. I've taken out 2 of the ancestors of my clan, the 10,000 devils. Please, old ancestor, make a decision for the 10,000 devils sect. Hearing this, the evil cultivator glanced at Lin Tian. With cold eyes, he said in an extremely hoarse voice. Who is your excellency? Why are you trying to kill my 10,000 devils sect's people? What is the reason for coming to my sky demon sect? Lin Tian said in a cold voice, you don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that I'm the one who came to kill you. Hearing that middle-aged man immediately laughed maniacally and, kill me? Are you kidding me? I'll show you what I'm talking about today. What does it mean to be a Mahayana? Before the words were out of his mouth, before he could make a move, the evil cultivator's ears snapped to the sound of a break in the air. He hasn't reacted yet. Pa! With a crisp sound, the evil cultivator only felt a fiery pain on his face. He didn't even see how Lin Tian moved. Just a slap in the face. How do you? Pa! U-I-N-G. Pa! 3 mouths in a row, though without much substantial damage. The stigmatizability is excellent. The evil cultivator was completely enraged. Activating his spiritual energy, he prepared to counterattack. Pa! Another mouthful. The evil cultivator was horrified to find that the psychic energy that you just brought up yourself. Surprisingly, it was just dispersed by this slap. Lin Tian said with a teasing face. You should have shaken your brains well before talking to this gentleman. And after that, another slap in the face. Pa! You've got a pretty random ing face. Pa! I've seen small feet wrapped, I've never seen a small brain wrapped like you. Pa! The eyes of the 10,000 devil sect's patriarch who saw the scene glazed over. He can't believe it. The bottom card that the 10,000 demon sect has been hiding for thousands of years. The evil cultivator ancestor was actually completely suppressed by Lin Tian. And the scene before us. It was obvious that Lin Tian was just teasing this evil cultivator ancestor. Fine beads of sweat began to appear on his head all of a sudden. If this old ancestor couldn't defeat Lin Tian, I'm sure I'll end up miserable then. And at this moment, this ancestor of the 10,000 devils sect for an unknown number of generations. Inside, it's extremely broken. He's a powerful man in the Mahayana realm. Surprisingly, he was slapped by Lin Tian's slaps without the ability to fight back. Every time he tried to utilize his spiritual energy, all of them would be interrupted by Lin Tian's slaps. Inside, he was frantically spitting at Lin Tian for being a little trash. Can't afford to play. Don't have the strength. Not daring to confront him head-on. But not a word could come out of his mouth. Even trying to send a voice message to Lin Tian was impossible. Because Lin Tian rejected his chat request. Also gave him a slap in the face. But the good news is, Lin Tian's slap didn't bring him too much damage. So he mistakenly felt that Lin Tian couldn't break his defense at all. Solely just think of something to do while you're getting beat up. I can't raise my spirit power. He wouldn't even be able to escape. Lin Tian was a little late. Feeling a little disillusioned. Just you are still a Mahayana realm powerhouse. I'll be damned. You don't mind disgracing the Mahayana realm. Being left defenseless by a couple of slaps. Seeing that Lin Tian had stopped flapping his mouth. The evil cultivator's face was full of grimace, and his eyes flashed with red light. Spiritual energy exploded, and a withered hand was stretched out that. With very long, sharp nails. It came towards Lin Tian to kill him. Little scumbag, I will definitely tear you alive. Lin Tian saw his appearance. Almost didn't throw up. Old man, you're so chic and ugly. I don't want to see you. Better send you on your way early. Said, raising his hand and slapping again. This time Lin Tian used his strength. Directly to that evil cultivator of the Mahayana realm. Heads are busted. These Xiao Laozu are also quite wronged. Before he could live past 2 chapters, he was slapped to death by Lin Tian. After you've done that. Lin Tian killed people and didn't forget to put them to death. From his storage space, he take out a handkerchief. Wiped his hands vigorously. The force, as if polishing his own hand, was. A disgusted face said. It's bad luck. I can't believe I went out and killed such an ugly thing. It just affects my mood. Chapter 072, How are you going to soothe my broken heart? After you've done that. Lin Tian directly threw the handkerchief away. Looking at the pile of rotting flesh with a face full of disgust. Bah, nothing. Saying that, he withdrew his gaze. Turning to that sweaty-faced 10,000 Devils sect patriarch. A playful smile appeared. The patriarch of the 10,000 evil sect instantly felt his legs go weak. Trembling and pale, the talking is a bit of a problem. The one. You. Me. Before he could utter a complete sentence, the Lin Tian had already disappeared into thin air. The patriarch of the 10,000 Devils sect immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Paralyzed. Already drenched in cold sweat. Lin Tian had just been disgusted by that evil cultivator. I'm going to have to find 10 or 8 beautiful women to talk to in depth. It's the only way to fill the area of his psyche. Back in the Virgin's room. At this time, Li Xinyue had already begun to absorb the medicinal effects of the elixir that Lin Tian had fed her. She's extremely weak. That was why Lin Tian had given her the extreme spirit pill with the mildest medicinal effects. Her overdrawn life force and cultivation. They are all nourished by the excellent elixir. Constant recovery. At this time, her cultivation had already entered the Yuaning realm. Pull out the cultivation of that evil cultivator. It was made into an inner elixir and sent into Li Xinyue's dantian. And mooching in the process. Soon, Lin Xinyue felt the inner Dan coalescing at her dantian. Continuously radiating huge amounts of energy into his dantian. It began to absorb it desperately. His strength also soared. After breaking through to the realm of the transfiguration. Thunderbolts are starting to appear. Lin Tian pressed his face to Lin Xinyue's ear. Whispered, no need to pay any attention. Just try to absorb and refine the energy. Hot air hit Li Xinyue's earlobe and Lin Xinyue's face flew up in 2 flushes of red. It looks exceptionally good. Regathering his mind, he continued to cultivate. In order to help Li Xinyue better absorb the energy of the inner elixir. Lin Tian, the good old man, was of course obliged to do so. Using his hands, he continuously roamed around the meridians of Lin Xinyue's entire body. Help her absorb the inner elixir better. And the thunderbolts were all accepted by Lin Tian as they were. Into pure energy. Transmitted into Li Xinyue's body. Thunderjack. The inner elixir condensed from the cultivation of a Mahayana realm cultivator is just powerful. It didn't take long for Li Xinyue's cultivation to break through the cave void realm. Having entered the realm of harmonization. The strength is still climbing. Finally stopping at the 7th level of harmonious Tao. The strength was a few points stronger than Lin Ruowei. After waiting for Li Xinyue to open her eyes. Feeling the immense power in his body, the A flash of unreality appeared in his eyes. Just now, he was a weakling in the Foundation establishment realm. Vitality is still severely overdrawn. In just a few hours' time, his cultivation had become a top powerhouse in the northern wasteland. And the loss of one's own life force. It seemed to have all been replenished by Lin Tian's elixir. Feeling the changes in his body, a happy smile appeared on Li Xinyue's face. There was a time when she thought her life was as fleeting as it's about to fade. But now, having entered the realm of harmonization, she possessing a near-endless lifespan. For the first time, she sincerely recognized Lin Tian. Voluntarily into the arms of the man who had given her a second life. After 2 hours of intense fighting between the two, Lin Tian embraced Li Xinyue, who was limp in his arms. Softly, he asked, "What are your plans for the future?" Li Xinyue thought for a moment. Replied, "I want to open an orphanage. Take in the abandoned orphans." Hearing that, Lin Tian's heart tightened. The hand around Li Xinyue tightened. In his heart, he felt some heartache for this woman who had been abandoned by her father since she was a child. Early the next morning, after Li Xinyue got up, realizing that the person on the pillow is no longer there was a space ring on the bed. Open it. Inside is a large amount of lower-grade spirit stones and middle-grade spirit stones. She wants to open an orphanage. There's bound to be a lot of use of these for supplies. Lin Tian gave her the reserves. Enough to buy 10 cities for ordinary people. In addition to the spirit stones, there are 3 talismans that 2 of them can kill the Mahayana realm in seconds. The last one was a talisman that could contact Lin Tian. The slender jade hand continuously rubbed the ring that still carried Lin Tian's body temperature. A happy smile spread across his face. For the first time, someone who cares so much about themselves gave himself so much for nothing. Back at the 10,000 Swords sect, Shen Xinghe was reading a book in her room. On the table in front of him, a fine breakfast was laid out. Obviously Shen Xinghe had cooked it herself. After seeing Lin Tian come in, Shen Xinghe looked at Lin Tian with a sultry gaze. Being watched by such eyes, Lin Tian's heart had no reason to raise a wave of her husband cheating on her outside. The feeling of being caught by your wife. Scratching his head a bit at a loss for words, the one. You. Me. Puff. Seeing Lin Tian scratching his ears, Shen Xinghe couldn't help but laugh out loud. Instead, there was a warmth in his heart. She understood that she was gradually becoming in Lin Tian's mind, one of the irreplaceable women. As long as he has himself in his heart. Let's just be a little bit more fancy. Powerful men, after all. There will certainly be no shortage of beautiful women around. Things have basically come to an end in the northern wasteland. The northern wilderness mysteries have been explored. The women who have crossed paths with him or her have also been set up by himself or herself. Lin Tian wasn't worried that after Li Xinyue became stronger, would challenge Lin Ruowei's authority and choke her. Although Lin Ruowei is obsessed with power. But Li Xinyue belonged to the kind of character that did not compete with the world. So the two won't collide. Before leaving, Lin Tian came to Fang Yueying in Fang Yue's room. A serious face asked. "Tomorrow, I'm leaving the northern wasteland. You two can choose to come with me. Or you can choose to stay in the northern wilderness. I'd like to know what you guys really think. And not because of your father's compulsion." The two men looked at each other. The enthusiastic and fiery Fang Yueying said, "My lord, we really want to go with you. No one is forcing us." Although Fang Yuehua didn't say anything, Kagome also bit her lower lip lightly and nodded her head. Agreed. Seeing this state of affairs, Lin Tian was also very happy. With 2 sisters on board, I'm sure my own life will be more colorful in the future. You can arrange flowers and moonlight from time to time in the future. If there's an opportunity. Words can do 2 things together. Thinking about it made Lin Tian feel naked chicken. Next target. Lin Tian has made sure of that. It's to the Western Wasteland. The Western Wasteland is the realm of the demon race. While time stands still, Lin Tian was experiencing the joy of communicating deeply with the beast ear nymph. Going to relive that pleasure again, this time soon. Lin Tian was even a bit impatient. And just as Lin Tian was preparing to head to the Western Wasteland, a great thing has happened in the Eastern Wasteland. The oldest ancestor of the Green Cloud sect, having discovered that the ancestor of the Dakian royal family has been killed off, trying to annex the territory of the Dakian royal family, led a group of disciples prepare to attack the Dakian royal family. Chapter 073, Attacking the Great Qian Imperial Family. The Green Lotus sect of the Eastern Wilderness. Luo Qingcheng was dealing with the affairs of the sect. Suddenly a disciple came to report. Patriarch, I've recently gotten word that the Green Cloud sect is organizing a large number of disciples, prepared to attack the Great Qian Imperial Family. Luo Qingcheng didn't even lift her head and returned, got it. But suddenly, as if remembering something, called out to the disciple. Where did you just say that the Green Cloud sect is preparing to attack? Patriarch, it's the Great Qian Imperial Family. Hearing this, Luo Qingcheng's face was solemn, remembering that Lin Tian had explained before he left. Let the Green Lotus sect take care of Li Evening Qiu, the empress of the Dakian royal family. Frowning slightly, Luo Qingcheng immediately sent someone to call Su Qiuyue. Autumn Moon, you bring a cave puppet with you. Take a trip to the Dakian dynasty. That old bastard Mu Qingyun is preparing to attack the Dakian royal family. I'm sure Qing Yunzi is involved. If the people of the Qingyun sect don't know what's good for them, you can just take out Chang Yunzi and Mu Qingyun. Su Qiuyu asked with some confusion. Sect leader, why are you taking such good care of that Great Qian Imperial family? Luo Qingcheng's eyes showed a ghostly grudge, mixed with longing and some other complex emotions. It wasn't even that ingrate who asked me to. Seeing Luo Qingcheng in such a state, Su Qiuyu immediately understood that this ingrate was Lin Tian. Immediately take the golem, rushing towards the Daqian Imperial family. At this time, in the sky above the Dakian royal family, a large group of cultivators from the Qingyun sect had already surrounded the royal family. In the old days, when the royal ancestors were alive, the Dakian imperial family was like a nail in the Qingyun sect's sphere of influence. Qing Yunzi hadn't been able to contact the great Qian ancestor for quite some time now, so thinks something should have happened to him. That's why he sent his men to attack the Dakian royal family. Prepare to settle this tumor within the Green Cloud sect's sphere of influence in one go. The Empress Li Evening Qiu, on the other hand, was dressed in golden military attire, holding a long sword of an ancient spiritual treasure. He proudly confronted Mu Qingyun, the head of the Qingyun sect. I advise you not to struggle, little niece. Be a good boy and submit to my Green Cloud sect. The Green Cloud sect will definitely protect your Li family. If it's negative, definitely let your Li family bleed to death. Mu Qingyun, the patriarch of the Qingyun sect, was also at the Yuanin realm. It was only an even split with Li Evening Qiu. But Qingyun Zi, the old ancestor of the Qingyun sect, was watching intently from behind, pressing on the battlefield. He was a solid harmonized God realm cultivator. Li Evening Qiu also knew where the Qingyun sect was coming from. How can we allow others to sleep soundly on our couch? It's a good thing that when that big pervert was on his way out, left himself a puppet of the empty brightness realm. She wasn't stupid enough to expose the golem outright, though. Instead, they want to surprise and sneak in. Seeing Li Wanqiu's stubbornness, Mu Qingyun attacked towards Li Evening Qiu. Although Li Evening Qiu's strength was a bit worse than Mu Qingyun's, but in the hands of Li Evening Qiu, there was the ancient spiritual treasure that Lin Tian had given her. With the power of an ancient spiritual treasure, while fighting against Mu Qingyun, instead, she had the upper hand. After the two had fought for a dozen rounds, Mu Qingyun held his tongue for a while. If it weren't for Li Wanqiu's strong weapons, he'd have taken the stinking a long time ago. With a vicious thought in his mind. After we destroy the Dakian royal family, we must insult Li Wanqiu properly. Let her know that she knows what she's capable of. But the more anxious, the easier it is to make mistakes. After a couple dozen more rounds, instead, Mu Qingyun was hit with a number of wounds. Qing Yunzi also saw the ancient spiritual treasure in Li Evening Qiu's hand. There was a touch of greed in his eyes. Seeing that the great Qian ancestor had no intention of coming out, He couldn't hold back any longer. Toward Li Wanxiu. Prepare to end this conquest outright. But just then. The back room of the palace. A figure like a cannonball. Towards Cheng Yunzi, he charged. Cheng Yunzi's face changed drastically. He could feel the oppression that the man who rushed out brought to him. Immediately give up sneaking up on Li Wanxiu. Concentrate on the figure that rushed out. Fixed his eyes and realized that it was actually the great Qian ancestor. But the breath and the state of his body that. It made Cheng Yunzi a little startled. The aura that emanates from him. Clearly the realm of emptiness and clarity. Moves that can be used with a raised hand. And yet it's very rigid. The two exchanged a few rounds down. Cheng Yunzi finally realized that. It turned out that the great Qian ancestor had been made into a puppet. It's a good thing he's just a puppet, too. If this is really the realm of emptiness. I'm afraid that all of Green Cloud Sec's family money will have to be folded in today. He was beaten by that golem and was powerless to fight back. It could only be shouted. Attack, kill everyone in the palace. High-end battle power, the Qingyun sect side had clearly fallen behind. But there are many more cultivators under Yuaning in the Qingyun clan than in the Daqian royal family. The crowd swarmed and began to carry out a one-sided massacre. This caused Li Evening Chio's pupils to suddenly tighten. The stance was messed up for a few moments, too. Seized by Mu Qingyun. A sword stab to the shoulder. Seeing that the situation is getting worse for him. A pang of sadness ran through Li Evening Chio's heart. Could it be that the great Qian imperial family, just like this, will end in my hands? She took a deep breath and. The last thing that came to mind was the man he loved and hated, the face of the wannabe who braided his hair into a pitcher. The corners of his mouth curled up in a smirk and. Instead, there was determination in his eyes. She's ready to die even if she has to. He also had to pull the Green Cloud Sects back. Just as she was about to activate her secret method and prepare to fight for her life. A clear and cold voice spread throughout the battlefield. Patriarch Luo of the Green Lotus Sect demands that the Green Cloud Sect retreat immediately. Never interfere with the great Qian imperial family in the future. Hearing that voice, everyone stopped what they were doing and looking towards Su Qiuyu's direction. Only Su Qiuyu, the peak Yuaning, standing proudly above the flying sword, his face was clear and cold as he stared at Mu Qingyun and Qinjianzi. Qin Yunzi's face was very surprised. He didn't realize that it was clearly a matter between the Qingyun sect and the Dechen imperial family. Why did the Green Lotus sect intervene? Immediately, he said angrily. Little girl. This is a matter between our Green Cloud sect and the Daqian royal family. What does it have to do with your Green Lotus sect? I'm going to eat the royal family of Deqian today. You are advised to stay out of trouble or. Saying that, Cheng Yunzi stared at Su Qiuyu with a sinister look on his face. The threat was overflowing. Su Qiuyu then said in a cold voice. Old thing, this palace maiden came here with the sovereign's orders. The patriarch gave another order. If the Green Cloud sect doesn't comply, destroy the Qingyun sect on the spot. Hearing this, a mocking smile immediately appeared on old ancestor Qingyun's face. I'm afraid your patriarch, Fairy Qinglian, has gone mad. Sending a Yuaning and you dare to say you'll destroy my Qingyun sect? You're not afraid of the wind blowing your tongues. Seeing that old ancestor Qin Yunzi did not take himself seriously at all. Su Qiuyu was not polite either. Since you're looking for death yourself, there's no one else to blame. Said from the storage space. Pulled out that cave void realm puppet. When old man Qing Yun saw the puppet, the mocking look on his face immediately disappeared. From the aura emanating from that golem, Qin Yunzi felt the threat of death. Chapter 074 Becoming a Wanted Man by Surprise. After seeing that puppet. At this moment, Qin Yunzi's heart was broken. Just a vacuous golem. I can barely hold my own. But this ING puppet. Obviously the realm had been able to crush itself. Which bastard left so many puppets? The puppet flew towards Qin Yunzi at great speed. Qin Yunzi's face changed drastically, and he just wanted to beg for mercy. Promising to retreat. But the golem had already arrived in front of him, with an extra long sword in his hand. With a single sword strike, he cut the transformation god realm's Qing Yunzi at the waist. The god of transformation of the Eastern Wasteland Green Cloud sect. Before he could leave his last words, it was just instantly killed in seconds. Mu Qingyun saw his old ancestor killed, frozen in place, before he could react and prepare to escape. It was then cut down by that horrible puppet with a sword. He couldn't believe it till the day he died. It was surprising that he himself had been decimated so easily. After seeing both the patriarch and the elder ancestor killed, the remaining group of rabble from the Green Cloud sect surrendered one after another. The crisis of the Dacian dynasty was considered completely lifted. Li Evening Chiu came to Su Qiuyu's front and bowed. "Thank you for your help, fellow Daoist. There will be heavy thanks sent to the Green Lotus sect in the coming day." Su Qiuyu, on the other hand, looked Li Evening Chiu up and down. "I'm sure it's a great beauty. No wonder that pervert had his eye on her," softly said to Li Evening Chiu. "There's no need to be polite, Miss Li. It was Mr. Lin who entrusted our patriarch to take care of the Dacian royal family. If you get into any trouble in the future, you can come to the Green Lotus sect. The Green Lotus sect will definitely help out." Hearing the three words, Mr. Lin, Li Evening Chiu froze for a moment at first. Some redness of the eyes ensued, and a wave of longing washed over me. "He has been gone for over 2 months? I didn't realize that before I left, I didn't forget to protect me." Northern Wasteland, 10,000 Sword Sect. After Lin Tian said goodbye to Lin Ruowei and Li Xinyue, preparing to leave for the Western Wastes, start a new journey. When we left from the Eastern Wasteland, it's a team of 3. Now there's Fang Yueying and Fang Yuehua. The team is starting to grow. A few people were talking and laughing along the way. It is indeed much more lively than before. The Western Wasteland is the territory of the demon race. The so-called demon race. It's the group created by the union of humans and the ancient demon race. Each of the demon people has 2 more forms. One is in the form of a human being. The other is the form of a demonic beast. Some of the demon clans with very pure bloodlines. It's also possible to demi-animalize. It was also the beast ear lady that Lin Tian had been pining for. Just entered the Western Wasteland. The Tianji envoy of the Western Wasteland was there to greet him at the intersection. Western Wasteland Tianji envoy Niwang, meet Pavilion Master. Lin Tian sized up this Western Wasteland Heavens mechanism envoy in front of him. I didn't expect it to be someone from the 3 upper clans of the demon race, the Phoenix clan. And extremely attractive, too. With long, fiery red hair. It hangs naturally behind you. The body is very shapely. And most of all, that round, peachy ass. It directly gave Lin Tian the urge to slap one to try his hand at it. Coughing lightly, covering up his thoughts, Lin Tian asked, "We're going to the land of the foxes. In your name, in a moment. Visit the lower foxes." "Your obedience," said Neon, looking up, with a glance at Lin Tian. This look doesn't matter. The eyes widened at the mouths wide open, staring at Lin Tian's face with an incredulous expression. After going back and forth a few times, the eyes were all in disbelief. Lin Tian noticed the way Nihuang looked. Apparently Nico was so surprised that it's definitely not about having a crush. Is something wrong? Lin Tian directly frowned and asked. That Pavilion Master, it's not impossible for you to go to the Fox Clan, the available. Would you like to consider a new face? Seeing Nihuang's desire to speak, Lin Tian asked as he pointed at his face in surprise. Is there anything wrong with this face of this court master? That you? This face of yours? Seeing Nihuang stammering, Lin Tian couldn't help but get a little angry. Nihuang Tianji envoy, this pavilion master commands you to say what you have to say. Hearing Lin Tian's tone become somewhat stern, Neon gulped and, glancing at Lin Tian's face, and then lowered his head, with a look of resignation, and, Master of the court, this face of yours. Now it has become the #1 most wanted man in the Western Wasteland. Nani? The #1 most wanted? Caught off guard like that? Lin Tian roared madly in his heart. But think of what you did in the northern wastes. The mind was more or less relieved. When time first stood still, Lin Tian arrived at the place of the Western Desert Fox clan. Prepare to catch a glimpse of the most beautiful woman in the Western Wasteland. The elegance of Baiji, the nine-tailed skyfox of the Fox clan. Just in time for her fiancé. The ancient scaly dragon Prince Blackflame was also there. Thus, Lin Tian, in order to help Blackflame taste the flavor of his fiancé, brought him to the chambers of the White Lady. In front of him, had an in-depth conversation with Baiji. Because of being touched by Lin Tian, Blackflame is just miserable. Eyes wide open, Lin Tian. Go deeper with your own fiancé. After the end of the time standstill. For coveting Baiji's beauty. He pretended he didn't care, in order to marry Baiji. However, in his inner heart, he had long since regarded Lin Tian as someone who must be killed. 10,000 years ago, a demon race broke away from the Central State Demon region to go on a killing spree in the land of the people. Later, the human race, led by a group of powerful men, drive this entire demon race to the Western Wasteland. And by the best of the human race, a great formation has been set up in the Western Wasteland. This group of demons, imprisoned in the Western Wasteland, unable to take half a step out of the Western Wasteland. And for that reason, too, it was only because Blackflame hadn't gone out to chase after Lin Tian. Lin Tian was wanted in the demon race alone. And although this demon race is in the Western Wasteland, however, the three great upper clans were, and each of them had Emperor Realm powerhouses. So after Ni Huang saw Lin Tian's face, that's why there was such a big reaction. Scratching the back of his head. If you don't change your appearance, one is easily hunted down by the demon race. Although Lin Tian is not afraid. But it's a pain in the ass. But if you change your appearance, don't I want to lose face? Seeing that Lin Tian's face had been struggling, Neon said weakly. Master of the court, my subordinates thought that you're better off in disguise. Tomorrow is the wedding of Prince Blackyen of the Dragon Clan and Princess Baiji of the Fox Clan. At that time, the Emperor Realm powerhouses of the three great upper clans will all attend the wedding. Hearing that, Lin Tian's face was instantly gloomy. Coldly, he said, what the hell? Someone wants to marry my woman? It's a ing uncle. Auntie can't stand it. Seeing Lin Tian's face of righteous indignation, Ni Huang kept sputtering in her mind. This ing pavilion master isn't afraid of being stupid, is he? How can Princess Baiji be his wife? Could it be that you're still awake? At once she felt that following such a lord of the court, the future is gray. But Lin Tian's next words, it almost made Neon almost stumble. I've decided. We're going to the Fox clan tomorrow to steal the bride. At this point, Neon's mouth had turned into an O shape. He thought at first that Lin Tian was just getting high off of his mouth. It's just big talk. I didn't expect Lin Tian to come for real. He's not crazy, is he? The three great Emperor Realm powerhouses of the demon race were present. He's going to steal the bride? Demons aren't like humans. When there are no external enemies, the human race is constantly fighting within itself. But the demon race is very united with each other. If Lin Tian dares to steal the marriage in public, it's bound to be hunted down by the entire demon race. Chapter 075. He's not crazy, is he? Taking a deep breath, Ni Huang felt that serving such a pavilion lord, his own future was gray. That is to say, one cannot escape from the control of the Tianji fan. Otherwise she must have followed the example of Old Man Evil. Jump right in. This man is definitely not in his right mind. Not having half a pound of jelly beans in your head. Couldn't even think of trying to rob the upper third of their kin. But the few women who followed Lin Tian here. But they all look excited. Li Linger said with a smile. Master, stealing a bride in front of a demon race Emperor Realm powerhouse. This is so exciting, it's going to be so much fun. Xinxinghe, on the other hand, threw Lin Tian a big blank stare. And compared to the casualness of Xinxinghe and Li Linger, Fang Yueying and Fang Yuehua then looked very formal. It didn't show too much emotion. So Ni Huang muddled through, taking Lin Tian and a few others with her. fly towards the site of the wedding. She has no hope for life within her anymore. Destroy it. Tired. The holy city of the demon race, a man dressed in white and with a light veil over his face. The air is very seductive. And a woman who seems a little high-strung walked into a brothel. Inside the whorehouse, Blackitis is hugging people left and right, surrounded by a group of demon maidens. Saw the scene. A trace of anger suddenly spread across Bai Ji's face. Black Yen, we're getting married tomorrow. I can't believe you're out drinking flowery wine today? Blackitis, however, didn't pay any attention to Shiraheim. Two large hands roamed recklessly over the two beauties in his arms, said with a mocking face. What? Can't watch anymore? How did I read on in the first place? I promise to keep your secret. Again, you're in no position to control me. You have to realize that if it weren't for the fact that our two clans need to be joined in marriage, I am definitely not going to marry you. Hearing this, Bai Ji's eyes darkened. There was a touch of unnameable humiliation and anger on his face. On that day, that mysterious person actually sneaked into the demon race's holy city without a sound. And then also in front of Black Yen. Go deeper with Bai Ji. Afterwards, although Blackitis promised Shiraheim that help her keep her secret. But since then, Black Yen just spends a lot of time out there. And Paige knows that. Having your first time taken away from you. No business disciplining Black Flame. But tomorrow is the day of their wedding. I can't believe Black Flame is still out drinking flowery wine today. It was a hard moment for her heart. She knew that this secret of her own, Black Flame can eat himself to death. No matter how much Blackitis has done. As long as you're good at what you do, you can't even discipline yourself. At this point she realized that after marrying Black Yen, there will be no more good days for myself. There was a dullness in the eyes of the with red eyes. Lost in thought, he left the brothel. Seeing Bai Ji's back as she left, Blackitis spat lightly. Ugh. Bitch. Used goods still pretend to be innocent. Said he continued to indulge in his philandering. The next day, the holy city was abuzz with activity. Drums and gongs. All the demonic people living in the holy city. All gathered at the door of the temple. Getting ready for the wedding of the Fox Clan's holy maiden, Bai Ji, and the Dragon Clan's prince, Hei Yen. The scene was extremely lively and spectacular. Bai Ji, who usually wears white, wearing a big red wedding robe today. Compared to weekdays. A little more flirtatious. A little less cool. The two of them walked slowly towards the altar and above the altar, the three great Emperor Realm powerhouses of the Dragon, Wind, and Fox clans. Sitting in the master's chair, he officiated at the couple's wedding. Soon, the couple walked up to the top of the altar and the Phoenix clan's imperial scene powerhouse rose. Acting as master of ceremonies, he shouted in a neutral voice. Today, Black Flame of the Dragon Clan and Bai Ji of the Fox Clan will be witnessed by the ancestors of the demon race buried in the holy land of the demon race. Married. May you two be united in love forever and have a son soon. Create another glory for my demon race. A bow to the ancestors. After the two men had knelt in the direction of the altar of the ancestors, the Fengdi continued to shout, second worship to the patriarch. The two of them knelt down again to the Dragon Clan Emperor and the Fox Clan Emperor. Husband and wife worship each other. Just as the two were about to kneel down, a cold streak of light crossed in the distance. A long sword rushed viciously into the wedding scene. The three Emperor Realm powerhouses immediately exploded with spiritual energy, trying to block that sword. But it didn't do any good. That long sword cut straight through Bai Ji and Hei Yan's hands holding the red satin with a big red flower. Plunge into the ground between the two men. A crack opened up in the middle of Bai Ji and Black Flame. Then a deafening voice came from the distance. It rang in the hearts of all. Lin Tian, master of the Tianji Pavilion, disagree with this marriage. The next moment, Lin Tian appeared in the center of the altar with a few people. And hearing the three words Tian Ji Gu, the other demon clans were baffled and only the three Empire Realm powerhouses on the high platform. His face changed drastically and a hint of horror flowed out. After Black Flame saw Lin Tian's face, the original smile on his face was instantly replaced by a scowl that. He looked at this Lin Tian angrily, and his spirit energy exploded within his body. A black lance appeared. Wrapped in this overpowering aura, it pointed straight at Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't even look at him. A slap set him right into the ground. Shiraheim is just a lot calmer than Blackitis. She looked towards Lin Tian. Complex emotions ran through his eyes. Foxes are born with charming bones, but they're very infatuated with each other. They'll give all the love they can to their first man. Black Flame because of this, too. That's why I'm trying to drink myself into a stupor. Not to think about the things that drive him crazy. But neither of them expected that. Lin Tian was actually bold enough to show up here. After the crowd of demons below saw Lin Tian's few humans, even more so, he glared at them. Damn human, who do you think you are? How dare you steal a bride in the demon clan? I think they're sick of living. That's it, what a Tianji pavilion. Never heard of it. Even the top forces in the central state. If you want to come to the demon clan, and be prepared to not be able to go back. And in the heart of Nihuang behind Lin Tian at this time, more than that, it's already desperate. Yesterday, he thought Lin Tian was just talking for fun. And today, Lin Tian actually dared to do this. At once, his heart slurred. The pavilion master is afraid that he is not crazy, right? On the high platform, in the face of the roars as well as the angry stares of all the demon races, Lin Tian loomed large. The barking of these weaklings. Lin Tian didn't take it seriously at all. His eyes just looked in front of him and the three Emperor Realm powerhouses of the demon race. The other demon races may not know about the Celestial Pavilion. But the three of them old things knew. Seeing the jade folding fan in Lin Tian's hand. It's got the word sky written all over it. All three of them had their pupils exploding, as if they were facing a great enemy. Over the course of 10,000 long years, many of the demon clans had deliberately forgotten about the Celestial Chi Pavilion. The name that gives the demon race the chills. But they, as the demon race's Emperor Realm powerhouses, but can never forget. Legends left by elders. 10,000 years ago, driving the demon race into the northern wasteland. Sealed in the northern wastes. It's Tianji Z of Tianji Court. That was why several people looked at Lin Tian with such scorn. Because of the three words, Tianji Gu. It was the culprit who crucified the entire demon race in the northern wasteland. Chapter 076 Exchanging Demon Freedom for the First Beauty. The demon race below was uncertain. Each and every one of them were filled with righteous indignation and wanted to finish off Lin Tian. At this time on the altar, if it wasn't for the presence of the three great Emperor Realm powerhouses, I'm afraid they're going to swarm all over us, tearing Lin Tian apart. There was a moment of silence. The Dragon Clan's Emperor Realm powerhouse was the first to speak. Kid, do you realize that? What are you talking about yourself? Because the one to be snatched is the fiancé of the Dragon Crown Prince. This matter concerns the face of the Dragon Clan. Even if the master of Tianji Pavilion himself arrives. Nor can you insult the proud dragons like that. Pa! Lin Tian closed the folding fan in his hand. The tone was indifferent. Of course I know what I'm talking about. I'll say it again. Bai Ji is my woman. Whoever dares to touch her, I'll exterminate his entire clan. Speaking of which, Lin Tian's face revealed an icy cold killing intent. That faint pressure that, even if it's three Emperor Realm powerhouses, both felt a chill. It was obvious that Lin Tian's cultivation level was far higher than the three. But how could the surrounding demon race know this? Hearing Lin Tian clamor like that, the shouting intensified. Lin Tian frowned and looked around. Noisy, said, snapping his fingers. Pa! Boom! As the sound of ringing fingers fell, a few of the surrounding demon clans who were shouting the most joyfully instantly exploded. That one ringer took out nearly 30 demons. The highest of them have the realm of harmonization. The lowest is the realm of the transfigured god. Everyone was shocked by Lin Tian's hand. The masses of the demon race, who are of low strength, immediately receding like a tidal wave. The scene was completely silent. Even Niwon was shocked by Lin Tian's hand. She's a reincarnation of the harmonious realm. The strength had just recovered to the cave void realm. So she's like Lin Ruowei. Thought that Lin Tian's strength was also in a recovery period. But I didn't realize. Lin Tian's strength was surprisingly so strong. Feeling Lin Tian's gaze full of killing intent, a cold chill ran through the body of the Dragon Clan's Emperor Realm powerhouse. There was some regret in his heart for taking the lead. But there's no turning back. Now that we've spoken, then there's absolutely no holding back. So he continued. Kid, I'll admit you've got some strength. But with your mouth alone, you want to take away my daughter-in-law. The foxes have been blessed with a saintly daughter. Isn't that a bit of a bully? That may seem like a demonstration of. In effect, it's been softened. The implication of the words is that if you want to take Baiji, you can. But you'll have to compensate the dragons and foxes enough. The reason why he brought the foxes with him wasn't because he was kind. Rather, he deliberately pulled the Fox clan down with him. Hearing that, Lin Tian didn't deny it either. Since there's talk, that's good to know. Lin Tian has never adhered to the talk. The door is open. The principle of fighting to the end. I, Tianji Pavilion, am willing, within 10 years, to unseal the demon race. How's that for a deal? Hearing this, the pupils of the three great demon emperors exploded. A look of surprise flashed across his face. They never dreamed that Lin Tian had actually proposed such a condition. You know, since 10,000 years ago. After the demons were sealed in the northern wasteland. Every generation of demonic emperors, they all aimed to break through the seal of the human race. Even so, after several generations have passed, the demon race still hadn't been able to break through the Tianji Pavilion seal. But now Lin Tian was even taking this as a condition. Just to change a woman? Even by Ji behind Lin Tian. He also looked at Lin Tian with an incredulous expression. In the demon race, the status of women is extremely low. In addition to the upper three tribes. Among the other races, the powerful male demons. It's possible to mate with weak female demon races at will. And Lin Tian was willing to do it for himself. Paying such a huge price. He made the offer. For the entire demon race. It's nothing less than a rejuvenation. And the reason why Lin Tian thought of this condition. It's been well thought out, too. Because of the strength of the demon race now. Put it in the middle of the state. It's a quasi-first-class power. So it doesn't make any waves at all. Even out there. If they were to do what they did 10,000 years ago. The massacre of the human race. It will definitely be strangled by the top forces of the central state once again. With their current strength. Any of the top powers in the Middle Kingdom. All of them are capable of exterminating the demon race. That's why he dared to remove the shackles from the demon race. After some exchanges between the three demon emperors, the Dragon Emperor said in a cold voice. Pavilion Master Lin, are you sure that is Shiraji the only thing you want? There won't be any other conditions attached, will there? Lin Tian, however, mocked. My lord of the court has said that all that's needed is Baiji. You can rest assured. If the master of this court is plotting anything against you, you won't be able to hold it. The reason I'm talking to you guys. And also for the sake of Baiji. Otherwise, your entire demon race. In my case, it's all faceless. Lin Tian's words were very domineering. But it's true. The three exchanged consciousnesses again and the Dragon Emperor continued. We agree to your terms. But Baiji wants you to do it after you unseal the demon race. Before I can go with you. And you stole our dragon's daughter-in-law. To compensate us dragons. Hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes went cold. He knew that the demon race was trying to test his bottom line. If one agrees to it. And they'll continue to get their way. At this time, the best way to. It's to make them realize in their hearts that they are in no position to dictate terms to themselves. It seems that none of you have quite figured out what's going on here. Just as well, this pavilion master will help you sober up. Said Lin Tian, snapping his fingers. At once, the three great demon emperors realized with horror that the emperor-level cultivation within himself began to become manic and uncontrollably flailing back and forth. They, by hook or by crook, none of which can soothe the restlessness of cultivation, could only watch as the maddening energies exploded, and even the souls of the gods have been blown away by this horrible explosion. Blow up 1,000 holes. Just as the trio's consciousness was about to dissipate, it's like rewinding everything back before Lin Tian snapped his fingers. The three great demon emperors were blown to pieces, reassembled back to its original form. They were groping all over with horrified faces and against now living on their own. That's a relief. His body was already drenched in cold sweat. Lin Tian's ice-cold voice was then heard. Make another deal with me. That's what you'll get. The three great demon emperors immediately nodded their heads in response. Only then did Lin Tian nod in satisfaction. Casually, from the space ring, pulling out a longbow and tossing it to the dragon emperor. This is what I got by accident. I'm sure there's some history with you guys. It's for you. After seeing that longbow, the dragon emperor immediately said in surprise. This is the Tsan Longbao? Feeling that familiar scent on the bowstring, it was 10,000 years ago. The ancestor of the Gu family. Made from the dragon tendons of the then dragon emperor. While time stands still. It was shunned by Lin Tian as a good thing. It's not like he's gonna have much use for it, anyway. Why don't we just give it to the black dragons as compensation? The dragon emperor was overjoyed. Immediately, he invited Lin Tian to be his guest in the demon clan. But when Lin Tian turned around, the three great demon emperors stared at Lin Tian's back with shadowy faces. Obviously not ready to stop. Chapter 077, Wow! So many beast-eared women. It was such a nice wedding. It was destroyed by Lin Tian. Until the time when all the people have left being set in the ground with black flames. Only then, with the help of the other demon people, gouged the body out of the ground. He looked angrily at the direction Lin Tian had left in. But there's nothing that can be done about it. After all, the moment they met, they were killed by Lin Tian in seconds. Obviously the difference in strength between the two is just too great. In one particular building, Lin Tian was sitting on the main seat. The three great demon emperors were accompanying. There were also a few demon dancers dancing below. Bai Ji also sat beside Lin Tian. Until this moment. And she's still looking confused as hell. Still haven't reacted from the shock. She didn't realize that Lin Tian was actually the pavilion master of the Tianji Pavilion. Though she wasn't sure what kind of organization the Tianji Pavilion was. But judging from the three great demon emperors' humble attitude towards Lin Tian, it's supposed to be a great character. But this young man in front of me, no matter how you look at it, just a human teenager in his 20s, too. How is it possible to have such a powerful cultivation at such a young age? For the first time, Shiraheim was curious about the man who had taken her first time. The table was set with all sorts of delicacies from the demon race. There's the paw of a demonic beast, the wing of a lightning bird. It's very easy to cook, too. It's just pure barbecue. But Lin Tian could clearly feel it. These foods are highly poisoned. Glancing deeply at the three great demon emperors, who were all smiles, Lin Tian nonchalantly feasted on the food, while perfunctorily addressing the three great demon emperors with one sentence or another. All the while, he watched the hot dance of the demonic young ladies below with his eyes. There were a dozen or so demon women in front of They were dressed in very cool clothes and you could even say that you are wearing only a few pieces of cloth on your body. What made Lin Tian's blood run cold the most was that these demon girls are all beast-eared women. There are rabbit ears, wolf ears, cat ears. It was a visual treat. If I hadn't been trying so hard to control my blood spurt, I'm afraid Lin Tian has already nourished 2 nosebleeds by now. And the three great demon emperors looked at Lin Tian as he feasted on his food, while just admiring the demon maiden. There's no defense against poison in the food at all. Now a few people were completely relieved. But the next moment, Lin Tian said, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. By the way, you guys know about the secret realm of the Western Wasteland. When will it show up? Hearing these words from Lin Tian, the three great demon emperors' faces changed drastically. Lifting the table on the spot. Spiritual energy bursting forth. The three of them made a quick seal. Throughout the building, hidden formations were activated. The countless complicated symbols coalesced into a complex seal that it directly trapped Lin Tian inside. At that moment, Bai Ji's face also became very ugly. Because he's trapped in the middle of this formation, too. But looking at the demon emperor of the Fox clan, his own great-grandfather, there's no point in saving yourself at all. Staring into his own eyes. All with a cold morose chill. Apparently having been abandoned by the clan itself. Became a castaway to entrap Lin Tian. But Lin Tian's face still didn't show any panic. Without panicking or getting up. Came to Bai Ji's side. With a look of horror on her face, close to Bai Ji's earlobe. Whispered. I know that in the wine you poured me. It's highly toxic, but since you poured it, then I can't stop drinking my wine. Hearing that, a look of shock instantly appeared on Bai Ji's face. And with a touch of shyness at the same time. Her face had reddened to her earlobes. Taking the jug of wine from Bai Ji's hand. Before Paige could stop it. It was then consumed by Lin Tian in one drink. Ka-ching! After draining the wine from the jug in one gulp, Lin Tian dashingly threw the wine pot onto the ground. At the same time, with a very playful gaze, looking at those three demon emperors. At this moment, Bai Ji had been completely shocked by Lin Tian's behavior. Just now when the several demon emperors opened the formation, Paige's mind could already think that. By what means will he himself be taken by Lin Tian? Brutally murdered. But she never dreamed that. Not only did Lin Tian know that the wine was poisoned. At the same time, there was no blaming myself. Just as she was rambling on, Lin Tian's voice came again. Stand behind me for a moment. So as not to get hurt. At this time, the three great demon emperors were still continuously condensing complex talismans. Inject the sigil into the seal. Beneath the seal's azure glow, another splash of emerald green. Lin Tian could clearly feel that. Wood power that was so dense that it was extreme. And himself in the northern wastes. The gold power found in the northern wasteland's secret realm was very similar. Apparently the secret realm of the western wasteland. It's been completely taken over by the demon race. They found wood power in there. Otherwise, they wouldn't have mentioned the Western Wasteland's secret realm after Lin Tian had. Immediately, the wine is in the air. Just lift the table. Instead of waiting to poison yourself before you do it. And the power of these 5 elements. It should be what Tian Jizi said. The materials needed to repair the world's origin. Lin Tian was in no hurry to launch an attack. Instead, he coldly observed the moves of the three great demon emperors. Pa! Flinging away the Tenji fan. Lin Tian idly watched the movements of the three great demon emperors. A face watching with interest. Hey, that old loach. That charm you just drew. If we could change it, put a check mark on the last one. It strengthens the offensive nature of the formation. Old pheasant, that stroke you just made was crooked. The power of the formation will be at least 1/10 smaller in a moment. Old fox, would you hurry up and draw that? You're the slowest drawer of the three of you. The three great demon emperors. It was the first time the troopers had seen Lin Tian being such a. He's obviously the one who's trapped in the formation. But he also instructed the three to draw formations? The three demon emperors have lived for 1,000 years. First time I've ever seen anyone trapped in a formation. People who still want the array to be more powerful now. You're not taking us seriously, are you? The Dragon Emperor said angrily. Yellowmouth, let you be arrogant and cocky first. We've poisoned your food and your wine. That's the poison of our demon clan's original name. Even if it's a peak Emperor realm powerhouse. And definitely can't carry the toxicity. Wait a while for the formation to fully coalesce and complete. Let's see how you can get out of this. That's right, do you really think that we, the demon clan, believe you're human bull? And help us get out of the Western Wasteland in 10 years. Why don't you say 10,000 years from now? Kid, you'll see in a minute. What a surprise! Lin Tian slowly shook the Tianji fan while yawning as he did so. You must hurry, then. Any slower and I'll fall asleep. Lin Tian was in no hurry to break the formation at all at this point. Because this formation comes with the ability to attack at a wide range. The demons sacrificed Bai Ji to get themselves into the game. He himself took this opportunity to steal Bai Ji's heart. Heroic rescues and all that. The best in the business for yourself. As for Xinqinghe's safety? Lin Tian was even less worried. Xinqinghe was now at the harmonious realm. Li Linger didn't want to be plucked up by Lin Tian. Want to practice on your own? But in her storage space, there were 10 talismans that Lin Tian had given her. That talisman can be used to summon one's divine mind. Let's not even talk about the primary cultivation level of the Emperor realm. It's the peak of the Emperor's realm. With a strong divine mind himself, he can also just take it out. Chapter 078 Euphemisms Raid on the Western Wasteland's First Beauty. After half a quarter of an hour, the formation is thoroughly formed. The Dragon Emperor swept away his previous flattery and the god roared with a grimace. Damn humans, go to hell. Saying that, he maneuvered the big formation. Inside the seal, 3 fire dragons immediately appeared, because of the bonus from the wood power, those 3 fire dragons are extremely powerful. It even already contained a trace of the power of the heavenly Tao in its body. The fire dragon was wrapped in an extremely hot wave of attacking towards Lin Tian and Bai Ji. The viciousness of the strike. There was no regard for Bai Ji's life or death. Lin Tian protected Bai Ji behind him. A yellow barrier was generated around his body. Such an attack. Even when it fell on the 3 great demon emperors, none of them could resist, either. It will be burned to ashes in an instant. They looked at the rudimentary barrier that Lin Tian had propped up. A cruel smile curled the corners of his mouth and it seems to have appeared before the eyes that there was a picture of Lin Tian being completely engulfed by that fire dragon. But the next moment, their smiles all froze on their faces and after the fire dragon slammed headlong into that seemingly simple defense barrier, it was as if a pot of cold water had been poured on a burning flame, and instantly absorbed by that barrier. 3 incoming booms. It didn't make a bit of a splash at all. It was directly handled by Lin Tian. The 3 Emperor Realm powerhouses were shocked. But fortunately, Lin Tian was still in the seal. So the 3 of them immediately joined forces, starting to catalyze the power of wood. Through the power of the heavenly Tao contained within the power of wood. Once again, he launched an attack on Lin Tian. An emerald green ripple swept through the interior of the large formation. All the life inside the big formation began to gray and wither away. A few of the beast-eared nymphs, also trapped in the formation, They were all affected by the attack. The body began to rapidly age, dry up and it finally turned into a set of dead bones. Lin Tian didn't want to waste every grain of rice in the bowl though. But they're really average. Only the beast-ear nymphs were more appealing to Lin Tian. Now Lin Tian was followed by several women. So he's starting to become a picky eater. I'd rather go back to the flowers and the moon. Nor do they want to be in deep conversations with low-quality babes. Affected by the withering away of the life of this wood power, Lin Tian's yellow barrier also began to react. The outermost layer began to soften and it seems to be coming off at any moment. Seeing this scene, behind her came the voice of Hakuji, I really can't. You just leave me alone. Lin Tian looked back at Bai Ji. Gave her a genial smile, What? Can't bear to part with me? Bai Ji's face flushed. Nope. No. But the next moment, Lin Tian's mouth was already on Bai Ji's lips. The two just kissed madly and passionately. Bai Ji thought that Lin Tian must not be able to carry the means of the 3 great demon emperors. Ready to give up resistance and die with himself. So there wasn't much resistance, either. There was even a fierce response. But after a long kiss. But still not feeling the threat of death. Couldn't help but open my eyes and between Lin Tian's face enjoying himself while kissing my G. One arm wrapped around Shiraheim's slender waist. In the other hand, a ball of light coalesced from the injured. That dark green energy. It was constantly being absorbed by the light mass in Lin Tian's hand. The three great demon emperors saw Lin Tian picking up girls while fighting against three people. Eyes about to glaze over. The eyes were on the verge of spitting flames. Obviously, Lin Tian didn't take the three people seriously at all. It's just teasing the three. And what surprised them even more was that they were driving the wood power in. Horrified to discover that they have labored so hard from the secret realm of the western wastelands, finding and refining the power of wood. Surprisingly, it was being continuously absorbed and plundered by Lin Tian. After those wood powers sensed the black mass of energy in Lin Tian's hand, it's like a long drought meets sweet rain. Frantically gathering towards Lin Tian's side. It was constantly being refined and absorbed by Lin Tian. Now a few people were completely flustered. Immediately stopping to catalyze the wood power, if I had pushed a little longer. Lin Tian had established a connection with the origin of wood. This pure essence of wood. It would definitely be completely snatched away by Lin Tian. The Fox Emperor asked in a cold voice. Old Loach, wasn't he poisoned by your dragon race's intense poison? Why hasn't it responded by now? Did you cut corners? I'll be damned, Tai Fox. That's the real-life poison that I've refined. If you don't believe me, try it later. Let's see if you're dead or not. I say you two old things. Stop around and do what now? What to do? What can we do? There's nothing we can do about him now. But it's a good thing he's sealed in. Why don't we just keep him prisoner here? Let him experience it. The pain of our demon race being imprisoned in the western wasteland for 10,000 years. Hearing the Dragon Emperor's words. The other three had looks of abhorrence on their faces as well. Good idea. That's it. So the three great demon emperors had the cheek to. There's nothing Lin Tian can do about it. It was hardwired to make him experience the pain of the demon race's imprisonment. But just then, Lin Tian, who was inside the formation, said in a cold voice. You really wouldn't think that. This bull formation of yours. Able to trap me, right? Hearing Lin Tian's words, the three great demon emperors all revealed mocking expressions at Lin Tian. Kid, I'm afraid you don't know what this place is. This is called the Altar of All Demons. It's where our demon tribe buries the bodies of their clansmen. After the death of each of the clansmen. Before the cultivation has escaped. They'll all be sent here for burial. The formation's here. It's by my demon race for 10,000 years to this day. The corpses of all the strongest members of the demon race, including the demon race's oldest ancestor. And this formation, too, was condensed from the energy they had accumulated. You have the audacity to say that you can't be trapped? That's right, who do you think you are? I don't believe that you, alone, can fight against? Before I could finish my sentence. In the next moment, Lin Tian's hand had an additional longsword in it. That longsword wasn't a divine weapon or an ancient spiritual treasure. It's just an even more ordinary spirit weapon. And it was such an ordinary spirit weapon longsword that, after holding it in Lin Tian's hands, the three great demon emperors distinctly felt that, on that long sword, there was a sharpness that made their souls tremble. Lin Tian mobilized the origin of gold into the long sword, casually waving a dazzling sword blade. With an air of unrelenting determination, it slashed directly on top of the barriers of the formation. The strongest barrier of the demon race that the three demon emperors are so proud of. Having blocked that swordsmanship for less than 3 more seconds, immediately cracks were all over the place. Then to the horrified gazes of 3 more people, it shattered with a loud bang and turned into a bit of spiritual light. Seeing this scene, the 3 great demon emperors were immediately ashen. A terrible thought rose in their minds at the same time that demon race, completely finished. Chapter 079 The Second Negotiation with the Demon Race. After watching Lin Tian come out of the seal, the 3 great demon emperors were all dumbfounded. until Lin Tian was already standing in front of them. They haven't figured it out yet. What method did Lin Tian use? Will this even a peak Emperor realm powerhouse? The seal that couldn't even be broken was broken so easily. At the same time, several people were horrified to think of a very serious problem, the strength that Lin Tian displayed. I don't think we've done all we can. So how strong is he? Every time I think about this question, a few people couldn't help but feel a chill down their backs, staring into Lin Tian's eyes. Finally, there was more than a hint of fear. Looking at a few people in fear, Lin Tian was very satisfied. I say, what other useless means have you got to all make out? Or you won't have a chance in a while, said the Dragon Emperor with a sinister look on his face, looking him up and down. By Lin Tian's gaze, the Dragon Emperor immediately felt an icy chill run through his body. Because the way Lin Tian looked at himself, surprisingly with a few air. See the food glow. Tisk, tsk, such a big loach. Bring it back fried, or braised. Hearing that, the Dragon Emperor's face was green with fear. Then his eyes fell on Feng Di again. It's been a long time since I've had cold chicken. Pickled phoenix claws are good too. Too bad the world doesn't have peppers. Windy Emperor doesn't know what a pickle is, though. But Lin Tian's gaze made her feel uncomfortable all over. Then he looked at the Fox Emperor of the Fox clan. A disgusted face said, "The flesh of the fox is too tawdry. It's not good." Hearing this, the Fox Emperor let out a long sigh of relief. But before he could catch his breath, the Lin Tian came back with another sentence. "I'd better just finish it off later." The three demon emperors. Just like that, under Lin Tian's gaze that scrutinized the ingredients, trembling with fear and trembling with a straight face, like a schoolboy who's made a mistake, waiting for the teacher's punishment like. Without a word, he waited for Lin Tian's next move. None of the three had any intention of running away. After all, even the demon race's 10,000 demons formation couldn't trap Lin Tian. They wanted to escape from Lin Tian. It's a fool's errand. The three of you, weren't you pretty wild just now? I still like it when you're untamed. Can you guys recover? The three great demon emperors immediately blushed. I don't know what to do. The Dragon Emperor gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, "Kid, at your hands. It's my bad luck. The three of us lost to you. We recognize it. But if you want to take this opportunity, enslaving our demon race, I advise you not to dream. There are only free demon races in this world. Demons who didn't become slaves." Hearing the Dragon Emperor's words, Lin Tian looked at the Dragon Emperor with a look of an idiot. No. Are you guys delusional? When did I ever say I wanted to enslave you? Feng Di said in a cold voice. Ugh. Vile human beings. Don't tell me you're only here for Baiji. Such bull. A 3-year-old wouldn't believe it. Lin Tian. His eyes revealed a helpless look as he looked at the three demon emperors. He's obviously only here for Shiraheim. But in their mouths. How did you become here to enslave the demon race? Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian also understood the reason why they were wary of themselves. After all, this demon race was driven to the western wasteland by the humans. It's been sealed for tens of thousands of years. It's not unusual to be hostile to humans so coldly. In this way, you hand over the origin of wood in your hands. I'm a man of my word. 10 years from now, help your demon race to unlock the seal. But think about it. The demons in central China don't recognize you now. And the humans of the Middle Kingdom won't recognize you for what you are. I advise you. Or stay honestly in the western wastelands. And go out and kill people again. It wouldn't be as simple as being sealed in the western wasteland. The three great demon emperors stared at Lin Tian in disbelief. Are you sure, really, you won't kill us? Looking at the three great demon emperors cautiously, Lin Tian lamented. The preconceptions in a demon's heart are still a really big mountain. In a cold voice, he said, if I wanted to kill you all. What are you talking about? Just kill it. As for your talk of enslaving the demon race, it's even more nonsense. If I wanted to enslave you, with you three clowns, can't really stop me yet. Although Lin Tian's words were hard to hear. But it is indeed the truth. The three can be sure that Lin Tian should be just like Tian Gz 10,000 years ago. The strength has surpassed the peak of the Emperor realm. It reached a height never seen before in the entire 4 seas and 8 wastes. On the other side, just as the 3 great demon emperors were surrounding Lin Tian, Ni Wang and Black Flame led a group of cultivators from the demon clan. Go ahead and arrest Xin Xinghe and her group. Fang Yueying and Fang Yuehua and Xin Xinghe protectedly linger in the middle, bitterly supporting the siege of a group of demonic cultivators. Li Linger's hand was also cupping the talisman Lin Tian had given her. Be prepared for when the going gets tough. Use it directly to save your life. Xin Xinghe didn't expect that. There are strict rules in Tianji-gu. That Ni Wang dared to betray the Tianji pavilion. Since she dared to do so, it must have been certain that the 3 great demon emperors could clean up Lin Tian. But she had faith in Lin Tian. For no other reason. On this journey, she had seen too many miracles created by Lin Tian. A lot of things that seem unbelievable. It happened to Lin Tian. It all becomes sensible looking. Xin Xinghe of the harmonious realm. There's still room for self-preservation against the demon race's siege. But Fang Yueying and Fang Yuehua were not so lucky. They've both been a little propped up for a while now. Signs of danger. Black Flame watched as the 3 of them gradually fell into the wind. A scowl erupted in his eyes. Damn, when I've captured these little ES alive, be sure to keep them well. Before the last few words are out of my mouth, a wind is coming from far away. Blackitis just sensed there was danger. But it's too late. Once again, the slap was set into the ground. Lin Tian rushed back from the distance. After all the people of the demon race saw Lin Tian appear, both subconsciously gulped and there was a flurry of backing up. Apparently that ringing finger of Lin Tian's earlier. The scene that took out more than 30 strong demon clan members. It made this group of demon clans all a bit daunted. And after Ni Wang saw Lin Tian, a flash of despair had filled his eyes. She had thought that, with the supreme power of the 10,000 demons formation, being able to kill Lin Tian, even if it doesn't kill him, or at least imprison him. But he didn't expect that Lin Tian would come out unharmed. That he could show up here. It means that the 3 great demon emperors have failed. Then naturally, himself, like Baiji, it will also fall victim to the demon race. She was helpless, though. But it was more open-minded than Baiji. From the moment she awakened the memories of the Tenji Pavilion, decided to tell this secret to the elders of the clan when his own destiny was already set in stone. Not long after, the 3 great demon emperors also arrived. It dispersed the demon race that had surrounded Lin Tian's group. Chapter 80. A poison that took 1,000 years of cultivation. It wasn't that Lin Tian hadn't thought of taking out all of the people surrounding him. But then, he and the demon race would be faced with an immortal situation. In order to have a good time with the beast earthers. It'll pass. After all, he himself was not a demon who liked to kill. After a day of competition, the demon race was considered to have completely recognized Lin Tian. Well, passive-aggressive endorsement, though. But there's no way around it. After all, this world is a world where the strongest are honored. It's late in the evening by now. Several people were arranged by the demon emperor to go to the demon race's holy city. The 3 great demon emperors have put in the holy city that the best courtyard was arranged for Lin Tian. And Lin Tian began to think about a question. That's what to do with Neon and the Tenchi Pavilion. Through this demon race thing, Lin Tian figured out one thing. That's the creator of the Tenji Pavilion. After all, it's Tenjizi. Instead of yourself. This group of subordinates on the side of His Excellency Tianji. He's also one of Tianji's men. There's not even an ounce of loyalty to yourself. Old man of 10,000 evils of the northern wilderness. Niwon, the Phoenix clan of the western wasteland. All can, for their own good, sell yourself. After thinking about it, Lin Tian took a deep breath and an idea arose within the mind that he decided that he wanted to form his own Tenji Pavilion. He liked the name Sky Chance Pavilion a lot, because his name is Lin Tian. The Tianji Pavilion and Lin Tian, both of them were of the Tianzi generation. Lin Tian didn't know if this Tianji Z was really capable of counting the style of this Tenji fan in his hand. It also made Lin Tian like it very much. At this time, Ni Huang had already knelt at Lin Tian's doorway. But Lin Tian didn't pay any attention to her. He had absolutely no tolerance for betrayal. Taking out the Tianji fan, the spiritual energy surged and through the medium of the Tenji fan, Lin Tian sent out a message to all the members of the Tianji Pavilion. Attention all members of the Tenji court. Tianji go to calendar 10,000 years. Now that our court is the new head of the court, I'm giving you a chance to choose. Who among you wants to break away from Tianji court? I can help you to abolish the Tianji technique in your body. Of course, after the Tianji skill is abolished, and the lift it gave you will be gone. From now on you will have nothing to do with Tianji Gu. For those who don't want to leave the Tinker's Pavilion, my lord will revise the Tianji secret. After you have practiced, it can raise the upper limit of your original strength. I want to remind you, it's up to you to decide. But if you dare to show any more traitors, I will make you pay. The price of certain death is still sad. Lin Tian didn't just suppress it. He's from the blue planet. He's read history. Want to be better as a leader? Be sure to be gracious. Only then will it be completely convincing. The repression of a single power. It will only sprout the seeds of hatred. Neon, kneeling in the doorway. After receiving this message from Lin Tian, there was a great deal of alarm on his face. She never dreamed that Lin Tian actually because of his betrayal and made such a move. Since the beginning of time, the Tenji Pavilion has adhered to the idea that one day it's the Tianji court. For life. It's like a yoke. From the moment you joined, just locks you in securely. But now, the new pavilion master is going to help unshackle those who want to leave? Taking a deep breath, Nico didn't get away with it. She understands that, having betrayed the Tenji Pavilion, he's going to die. So it wasn't struggling with anything. And just then, inside the small courtyard, in came countless women of the demon race. There's the wolf clan, and the leopard clan, and the beaver clan, and the rabbit clan, and so on and so forth. Even Baiji was in there. They were dressed very coolly and, one might even say, exposed. More than 20 people in all. All of them entered Lin Tian's room. Upon entering the house, more than 20 people immediately knelt in unison and, Lord Pavilion Master, we were ordered by the Demon Emperor to come and serve Lord Pavilion Master. Demons aren't like humans. Compared to humans, they're as unenlightened as they come. Humans play more flowery than the demons though. But on the surface they are. And yet it's still all moralizing. But the demons are different. In their eyes, obeying the strong. I can have a relationship with a strong man. It's an honor. The powerful have a limited right to choose their own mates. The offspring thus born to be more powerful. A couple of demon emperors can do it. Selected races. The best qualified, best looking woman in the world. Sent to Lin Tian's room. The aim is also to give birth to a stronger next generation. The demon race is originally the offspring of ancient ferocious beasts and humans. So whatever makes the race stronger. They can also sacrifice everything. Looking at a warbling mass in front of me, Lin Tian instantly felt that it was like entering heaven itself. Before the Hongmen banquet, the three old things had discovered Lin Tian's hobby. That's why these demon women were specially made. All half demonized. So a room full of beast-eared women, dressed in thin clothes. That exciting visual impact. Before Lin Tian had time to take control, just spiked 2 nosebleeds. Looking at the demon race maidens kneeling on the ground. At first Lin Tian was still resistant. A look of 100 poisons. But soon, he felt hot and dry and Obviously those three old things from the demon race didn't have good intentions. Thus, all night long, the sound of shaking the bed in Lin Tian's room. It just doesn't stop. The wonderful music that was woven through the room. It didn't stop until dawn. And the hardest part. It was Neon, who was kneeling in the doorway. Before Lin Tian could dispose of her. They'd been taken down by those beast-eared women. Began the night's labor. And Neon, enough to listen at the door for the rest of the night. Early morning. Neon felt that the whole thing was deflated. Obviously, he's a powerful person of the cave realm. But it's like being poisoned. She was so soft, her eyes were a little misty. Neon wanted to ask Lin Tian out loud. Are you polite? That's what you're testing the cadres with? Which cadre can withstand such a test? Now that it's light out. After a night of fighting. The sound of artillery fire shows no sign of stopping at all. The war inside isn't over yet. By mid-afternoon, Neon's entire body had been somewhat deflated by the light has long since gone out of his eyes and it was as if he had lost his soul. Such a life or death punishment. Neon felt that it was worse than killing herself. An unmarried, yellow-blooded girl herself. I can't believe I've been watching from the doorway for a full day and night. And at this time, the three great demon emperors was sipping tea in his palace. Old Loach, you said that Lin Tian? Can you leave a fire for our demon race? The dragon emperor smiled sinisterly. Don't worry, old me has spent 1,000 years of cultivation without the coalescing dragon kinky poison. Colorless and odorless. Wouldn't that thing be so easy to unravel? Hear this. Both Wind Emperor and Fox Emperor shivered with excitement. The dragon's nature is inherently strange and lustful. Or is it a lecherous poison condensed by the dragon emperor after spending 1,000 years of cultivation? This must have taken half of Lin Tian's life. Dare I say that the demon race couldn't kill Lin Tian? You want to use this method to exhaust Lin Tian alive? Chapter 81 Pale Face, Deep Eye Sockets. The three great demon emperors looked in the direction of Lin Tian's house at that moment. A look of sympathy had come over his face, and this shouldn't have caused Lin Tian a serious heart trauma, right? But what they don't realize is that with a physique like Lin Tian's, every time there is an intensive communication campaign in, both can control whether or not they leave a spark for the other. The three great demon emperors were counting on Lin Tian like this. It can be a loss. 3 days later, when Lin Tian walked out of the room, already his legs are trembling. The face is blue, the eye sockets are deep set, and the gleam had gone out of his eyes. Niwan, who had been kneeling in the doorway, had even gone limp on the floor. It was like a puddle of mud. No one knows what joy Lin Tian has experienced these past 3 days. The ancient king of Shangzhou is true to his word. This would be the joy of being an emperor. Spiritual energy is running. Lin Tian's deep-set eye sockets. The parched cheeks regained their former luster. The battlefield in the room. It's a miserable mess at the moment. Good thing Lin Tian didn't drop the ball. In this 1v20 war. Be the winner of the last vertical walkout. Pa! Propping up the Tianji fan in his hand, glancing back at the room, with disdain in their eyes. Man, you can't say no. Saying that while walking towards Xinxing's room as if nothing had happened. While putting his hands behind his back. Rub your old back. Just as Lin Tian was engaged in a protracted battle. The Dragon Clan's crown prince, Hyan, was wrapped in bandages all over his body. Wrapped up in dumplings. On one side, a very beautiful looking. The woman with the angry look on her face. The medicine was being fed to Black Flame one bite at a time. It was supposed to be your own wedding. Now not only has he been robbed by his fiancée's adulterer, and twice set into the ground. This made Black Flame, who had always regarded himself highly, to self-esteem, received a big blow. He knew that with his own strength. I'm sure I can't beat that pervert Lin Tian. I can only crumple up the humiliation. Swallow hard. The one who fed him the medicine. It was his sister, the Dragon Lady Chilian of the Dragon Clan. Although she was very good looking. but with a temper as violent as her name. It's the famous tantrum of the dragon race. Seeing his brother in this state, he couldn't help but gnash his teeth at Lin Tian for a while. Mentally, I swear. Must find a chance to avenge my brother's death. Soon, that opportunity presented itself. 3 days later, the 3 great demon emperors were feasting on Lin Tian in the demon race's sacred city. Xinxinghe and the others don't like such occasions. So stay in your room. Didn't go along for the ride. Only Lin Tian himself went solo. After all, Lin Tian had even visited the Dragon Clan's Dragon Pool and the Tiger Clan's Tiger's Den. So single-handedly, I'm not afraid of them pulling any schemes. And the reason why the 3 great demon emperors feasted on Lin Tian. There is also selfishness. The girls they chose last time. Going back. Surprisingly, none of them won. The 3 great demon emperors didn't suspect anything either. Just think of it as the more powerful the human being, the less likely you are to have offspring. So this time, 20 more teenage girls with their clans intact were chosen, as well as some beautiful women from the upper 3 tribes. During the banquet, the 3 great demon emperors frequently toasted Lin Tian. For no other reason. It's also a lost soul wine, brewed by the Dragon Clan, in conjunction with what's left of the Dragon Emperor. The dragon succubus poison, condensed with cultivation. While making a toast, he praised Lin Tian for his unparalleled bravery. Any man likes to hear someone kiss his ass. Especially the recognition of competence in that area. Lin Tian was no exception. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Lin Tian was again brought to a palace by the demon race's underlings. This time Lin Tian was truly stunned. A pool-like reservoir of water. The faint scent of wine wafted out from inside, in a pool of water. By Ji, Ni Wang. And a few other demonic maidens from the upper 3 clans that I didn't recognize. Laughing and joking around in one piece. Around the watering hole. Surrounded by a circle of demon maids. Each one is a beast-eared lady of great poise. Looking at the scene in front of me, Lin Tian instantly felt dumbfounded. Blood spurts and stands at attention on the spot. The mind could not help but exclaim, again? Now, Lin Tian had truly and completely experienced the joy of King Shangzhou. Made him want to be emperor himself. He suddenly had an immature idea that it's after traveling around the continent for a while. Do you want to be good to all your women? All housed in one palace. Have a ho-hum 100-person battle. Just as Lin Tian was fantasizing about a happy future. All males within this palace. All retreated consciously. Bai Ji was the first to make a move. As soon as he pulled Lin Tian down into the pond. And so the protracted strife began. After 3 more ridiculous and satisfying days, Lin Tian had completely lost his ability to fight. He has sworn to God that, for the last 3 months, no more in-depth conversations with anyone on their own. But after the oath, it hasn't been 2 days yet. Xinxinghe, the flower, and the 2 jades of the Feng family all come to Lin Tian again. So after some more flower arranging, at this time, Lin Tian had completely sunk his eyes deep into his sockets. Pale. It's like being sucked dry. He's obviously only in his 20s. Instead, the face began to write the vicissitudes that shouldn't be there at this age. 3 days later, the Demon Emperor once again invited Lin Tian to a banquet. Lin Tian was like a conditioned reflex. I'm not going. I'm not available. I'm not well. Outright rejection of the trifecta. Seeing Lin Tian's righteous refusal, that person who came to report immediately said cautiously, "That, 3 Demon Emperor Lords. I want to talk to Pavilion Master about the Western Wasteland's secret realm." Hearing this, Lin Tian let out a sigh of relief. There was a look of relief on his face. Immediately, he coughed softly and, to hide their embarrassment, tidying up the state of affairs. Only then did he follow the demon race that delivered the message to the sanctuary. It was a good thing that Lin Tian's cultivation was strong enough. Even after participating in 2 no-show meetings, with a little bit of spiritual energy, it'll be back to normal. If this were back on Earth, probably turned into a dry corpse long ago. Soon, the demon race member in front of him brought Lin Tian to the palaces of the three great demon emperors. At this moment, the three great demon emperors were discussing something. After seeing Lin Tian arrive, all of a sudden, their gazes all turned to Lin Tian. The Dragon Emperor was the first to bow and speak. That, Pavilion Master Lin. I said it looked good before. You want something from the Western Wasteland, right? Actually, strictly speaking, we three old guys didn't get that. The true origin is still in the Western Wasteland's secret realm. Hearing the Dragon Emperor's words, Lin Tian's face became a few degrees more gloomy. In his opinion, thus saith the Dragon Emperor, just don't want to give things to yourself. The origin of wood, Lin Tian was sure to get it. Because it's about the question of whether or not Lin Tian can leave this world. In case you get tired of being in this world with the women later on, there are other worlds to visit. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, Dragon Emperor, what do you mean by that? Could it be that you're going back on your word? Chapter 82 Red Flame, the Dragon Nation's Delinquent Girl. Seeing Lin Tian's murderous look on his face, Dragon Emperor hurriedly explained. Pavilion Master, calm your anger. The truth is, we really only got a portion of the origin of wood. The three of us spent a lot of money on it in the first place. It was only then that I obtained this half of the wood origin in the Western Wasteland's secret realm. When we got out, we talked. By me, who was the strongest at the time. For absorption and refinement. But I don't have enough power to refine this half of the origin. Causing this half portion of the original wood, it has become almost one with me. It's also constantly devouring my cultivation and life force. It's causing my strength to decline as well. Hearing this, Lin Tian collected his killing intent. Divine sense swept through the Dragon Emperor. Found on him. Indeed, he was tortured by the origin of wood. No wonder he's willing to go to the expense of using his cultivation as an aphrodisiac. Even if he doesn't use it. He's about to go down in the realm now, too. Instead of allowing cultivation to iterate the realm of. Might as well let the cultivation shine one last time. After sensing the condition of the Dragon Emperor, Lin Tian narrowed his icy gaze. Seeing that the Dragon Emperor was looking at himself with bated breath. Obviously hoping he'd help him out. Lin Tian was as if he had seen a fat sheep that had stayed in. Isn't this a chance to knock thee out of me? Coughing lightly. With a smile on his face. Lin Tian looked like a mercenary businessman. Said with a smile on his face. This Pavilion Master can help you take out this origin. It will also help you regain your previous cultivation. Hearing that, Dragon Emperor was very excited about this. The other two major demon emperors also revealed happy smiles. Now that the Dragon Emperor's cultivation level was on the verge of falling out of the Emperor realm. Seeing that the demon race's separation from the Western Wasteland is imminent. If the Dragon Emperor really fell out of the Imperial realm, it would definitely affect the strength of the entire demon race. Just when a few people were all excited, Lin Tian, however, suddenly said, but. Hearing that, the three of them were startled and quickly turned their gazes towards Lin Tian. This Pavilion Master has only a cooperative relationship with you. Why should I help you? Hearing that, the three great demon emperors had their mouths wide open. Only the Fox Emperor understood Lin Tian's meaning. He's asking for favors. After thinking about it, the Fox Emperor said with a smile. In the past 2 days, I'm sure Pavilion Master Lin has had quite a lot of fun, right? We, the Demon Clan, can build a palace for you. How about providing you with demonic maidens for free? Hearing that, Lin Tian immediately felt a jolt all over his body. The soul wants to refuse. But the flesh was frantically whispering in his own ear. Promise him, promise him. The Fox Emperor saw that Lin Tian was caught in the middle of a celestial battle. There was a smile on his face, and once again, the chips are up. Also, I can have Bai Ji and Ai Huang follow you, how about that? Hearing that, Lin Tian's physical body immediately gained the upper hand, It's a deal, a deal. The three great demon emperors looked at each other and the Dragon Emperor and the Wind Emperor both quietly gave the Fox Emperor a thumbs up. The Fox clan deserves to be the smartest race of the demon race. In the world of demons, the status of women is very low. Lowly demon women are even the same as goods. And the ability of the lower demon races to reproduce to be much faster than the human race. Only the higher demon races have a more difficult time procreating. This time, the Fox Emperor took the initiative to ask Nihuang and Bai Ji to follow Lin Tian out. It's also in the hope that they'll get pregnant with Lin Tian's child. Give the demon race a genetically superior offspring. Moreover, the demon race has established such a deep friendship with Lin Tian. In case the demon race is in trouble in the future, would Lin Tian sit back and do nothing? On the surface it looked like Lin Tian had taken a huge advantage. In fact, the demon race's calculations were so loud and clear. The Fox Emperor had already figured out Lin Tian's lustful character very thoroughly. Lin Tian also knew that he had actually suffered a loss. But the damn demon race's conditions were too tempting. What man could withstand such temptation? Coughing lightly, Lin Tian arrived in front of the Dragon Emperor. Putting one hand on the Dragon Emperor's body, the Dragon Emperor could clearly feel that. Just the moment Lin Tian's hand was placed on him, that original power of wood within him. It's like a horny wolf bumping into a beautiful woman. Instantly detached from the Dragon Emperor's body. Speeding through the Dragon Emperor's body, it flew directly into Lin Tian's hands. Feeling this pure essence of wood, Lin Tian nodded. Put it in a bottle. Send it into the space ring. The Dragon Emperor saw the scene end. It's like seeing the scummy girl who abandoned you. With a look of indignation on his face. This essence of wood, when within itself, it's a no-win situation with yourself. But as soon as it reached Lin Tian's hands, just be good as a baby. It's a ing death sentence. Goods are better than goods and you have to throw them away. Subsequently, Lin Tian utilized the power of the heavenly Tao, slowly repairing the Dragon Emperor's body corroded by the origin of wood. The Dragon Emperor was pleasantly surprised to feel that the injuries that have tormented you for nearly 1,000 years, under the nourishment of this power from Lin Tian, surprisingly, it began to gradually repair itself. When the dark wounds in the body have been repaired, the Dragon Emperor snapped his eyes open and, although his strength has not yet returned to its peak, but he could feel it. With a little practice on your own, definitely back to peak strength. He couldn't help but look at Lin Tian with a complicated expression. Having taken care of the Dragon Emperor's injuries, Lin Tian didn't say anything. Now you can tell me how to enter the Western Wasteland's secret realm, right? The three men looked at each other and the Dragon Emperor was the first to speak. The secret realm of the Western Wasteland is on the eye of the formation that seals the demon race in the Western Wasteland. You can go ahead and check it out for yourself. This formation is harmful to the demon race. We won't take you there. The location is probably just over the 10,000 Demon Valley. Hearing this, Lin Tian didn't say anything. Immediately, he flew in the direction of the 10,000 Demon Valley. After Lin Tian had left, the Dragon Emperor snapped at the Fox Emperor. Stinky Fox, you're hiding your heart from me, aren't you? You let your Fox clans Bai Ji and Phoenix clans Nihuang both follow that Lin Tian. Why don't you recommend a woman from my Dragon clan? Are you looking down on my Dragon clan? When the Fox Emperor heard the Dragon Emperor's words, he almost didn't laugh out loud. Old Loach, you don't let that girl of yours, Red Flame, look in the mirror either. She's obviously a woman, and she's as brash as a man. What guy would like a woman like that? Yuck. Slutty fox. I think you're clearly afraid that my dragons are accidentally pregnant with his seed. The Wind Emperor on the side saw the two arguing just like that. Immediately went up to pull the fight. I say, Old Loach, if you want your granddaughter to come along, you could have just said so. He's so horny. Maybe not choose your food? Hearing that, the Dragon Emperor's eyes instantly lit up. I can't be bothered with the meaning of not choosing your food with Emperor Foam. Immediately returned to the clan. At this point, Red Flame had been back for several days. After seeing his grandfather, immediately, he said in a cold voice, Old man, I'm asking you, that what's his name Lin Tian? Where are you now? How dare you beat up my brother like this? I'm going to kill him. Chapter 83, Show your head if you can. Looking at his granddaughter. Dressed as a delinquent girl. In thinking about the kind of gentle and considerate character of Bai Ji, the Dragon Emperor immediately felt his head was as big as a bucket. As much as one doesn't want to admit it. But it has to be said. What Fox Emperor said was true. On the character of his granddaughter. Aside from being good looking. It's simply like a woman's man. But when he thought about it, the Wind Emperor said that Lin Tian didn't choose his food. A glimmer of hope rose in his eyes again. With a twinkle in his eye, he had an idea. You go to the Valley of 10,000 Demons and look around. He's going to the Western Wasteland secret realm. Coming out. It should appear in the 10,000 Demon Valley. Not paying any attention to his grandfather. Red Flame immediately flew in the direction of the 10,000 Demon Valley. On the other hand, Lin Tian had long since arrived at the eye of the demon race's sealed formation. Did see the portal. After some careful probing, the formation would indeed constantly cause damage to the demon race. No wonder a couple of the oldies said, "Get that wood source." Several people almost lost their lives. It should be the problem with this formation. After realizing there were no traps, Lin Tian entered the Western Wasteland's secret realm. Unlike the Northern Wilderness Mysteries, in the secret realm of the Western Wasteland, a patch of vitality. A vast expanse of spiritual flowers, grasses, trees. The lush growth of the Lin Tian's mouth watered as he watched. Originally, he wanted to do a Jedi operation on the Western Wasteland Mysteries. But after seeing that this place is simply a natural spiritual medicine garden, Lin Tian changed his mind. He decided to completely refine this secret realm. Straight away, the secret world is packed away. It's tougher than a Jedi operation. After sensing the location of the origin of wood, Lin Tian flew towards the location of the origin of wood. On the way, some of the plant demonic beasts encountered that had already gained spiritual intelligence. Lin Tian killed them all in a thunderous manner. Turned them into fertilizer for the elixir garden. After finding the location of the origin of wood, Lin Tian will be on the Dragon Emperor. The origin of wood that was taken out was also put back. In the moment when the origin is complete, the entire Western Wasteland mysterious realm was like ushering in spring. Heavenly treasures. Spiritual medicines in trees. It's like a second wind. It's getting even more lush. The entire Western Wasteland mystery realm was even more lush. The vitality. Divine sense instantly swept across the entire Western Wasteland mystic realm. Lin Tian sat down on his knees. Beginning with a strong sense of God. Constantly refining the Western Wasteland secret realm. Well, it's a good thing that for Lin Tian, it's not that hard. In just 1 hour's work, the entire Western Wasteland mysterious realm was then completely refined by Lin Tian. So that when he arrives in the middle of the state, after establishing the Tianji Pavilion's clan by himself, this Western Wasteland secret realm just happens to be a spiritual medicine garden. Lin Tian believes that even the top powers in the central state, there wouldn't be as many spiritual herbs and medicines and trees and fruits as there were in here. Having done that, Lin Tian left the Western Wasteland's secret realm. Appeared in the 10,000 Demon Valley. Look at the entrance to this secret realm of the Western Wasteland. Lin Tian's mind moved. The power of space is unleashed. Turning the entire Western Wasteland mystic realm into a small orb that. The orb was then loaded into the storage ring. After you've done that, Lin Tian's eyes glanced towards the slanting back. After a full half-quarter of an hour, a sharp, cold aura that stabbing towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian had realized it a long time ago. That's a dragon girl. Carrying a lance in his hand. The tip of the gun exuded an astonishingly cold aura. With an air of unrelenting determination. Toward Lin Tian's. The waist stabbed directly over. Lin Tian didn't even return his head. A yellowish barricade rose from that cold aura pierced the barriers and there's no way to move forward. With a stubborn face, Red Flame desperately exploded his spiritual energy, attempting to pierce Lin Tian. But even with all her strength, none of that barrier showed any sign of cracking at all. Pa! Lin Tian held the Tianji fan open, sizing up red flame. After seeing the woman in front of him, Lin Tian instantly thought that, in a previous life on Earth, those delinquent girls in the nightclubs, a big sister who often deals with the triads. That's the dress. Couldn't help but see the light. After sensing that the girl was a dragon, it was instantly clear what was going on. In his opinion, the demon race is now in a three-legged race. Now the Phoenix clan's Nihuang and the Fox clan's Bai Ji will both follow them afterward. Only the dragons don't have anyone to follow. This relationship is naturally worse than the other two clans. This girl should be the girl that the dragons were going to give to themselves. Apparently the Dragon Emperor doesn't know if he's any good at this. Just let yourself be examined first. If he liked it, the Dragon Emperor would have let her follow him, too. If he didn't like it, the Dragon Emperor would definitely send other women over. After figuring out what's going on here, the smile on Lin Tian's face became even more intense. Probably used to seeing all those gentle women. Now when I see this kind of delinquent girl who looks like a gangster's big sister, Lin Tian then felt a great desire to conquer. Eyeing her with a frown, with a look of using all his strength, Lin Tian said with a smile, "Tisk, TSK, you can't even do it here." Hearing Lin Tian's mockery, Red Flame became even angrier. In a cold voice, he said, "Is the old lady okay?" "You'll see in a minute." Saying that, he began to use all of his spiritual energy to catalyze his, stabbing frantically towards the barrier. But the barrier remained as immovable as a mountain. Not even a ripple. Lin Tian, on the other hand, looked at Red Flame playfully. With a flash of his body, he came behind Red Flame and against her round ass. Pa! The sound of a crisp ass slap came out of those round hips even wiggled a few times in the process. After the spanking, Lin Tian instantly flashed back to the front. Red Flame didn't even see what was going on with his naked eye. His own rear mound was then slapped hard by Lin Tian. By the time Red Flame turned back to look, Lin Tian had long since returned to the position he was in just now, while shaking his right hand at Red Flame, while saying, "Nice touch, little girl." Hearing Lin Tian's naked molestation, Red Flame clenched his teeth. Coldly, he said, "Nice of you, M. I'm gonna break your ass. I will castrate you." This woman in front of me is so feisty that it's making Lin Tian like it more and more. It's the first time anyone has. Reminds Lin Tian of Blue Star. Otherwise, they are not happy with themselves. It's almost like I forgot I was a traveler. Against this very domineering woman. Just to show even more dominance than she did. It's the only way to tame them. Pa! Another slap to Q's ass. But this time the intensity was completely different than the first time. The first time the intensity of what can only be described as molestation, instead of hitting, it's more like touching. But this time the slap. But the knot hit Red Flame's ass. Red Flame felt a fiery pain coming from his ass. There was an increased anger at the. Coldly, he cursed angrily. "You don't hide in an asshole shell if you can. Show your face if you can. Let's see if I'll finish you off or not." Chapter 64, this ride can be ridden both day and night. Seeing Red Flame's chest heaving up and down with his own anger, a wave. Lin Tian said with a face full of mockery. "Remove the barriers? Do you take me for a fool? What's in it for me to withdraw?" Hearing Lin Tian say that, the not-so-smart Red Flame's eyes immediately lit up. "As soon as you remove the barriers, let me take a shot. Whatever you want." Hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes widened at once. With an incredulous look at Red Flame. "This girl, is she an idiot? Are you out of your mind? In the situation at hand, it's obvious she can't beat herself. How dare you agree to this condition for yourself?" So Lin Tian decided that, let's get pampered from a young age. Living in a greenhouse, Red Flame. No, what is the danger of the jungle? Are you sure you want to be allowed to take a stab? Promise me anything? A trace of impatience immediately appeared on Red Flame's face. You could have ed me if you wanted to. Hearing such a pugnacious reply, Lin Tian was surprised, too. It's damn well worth it to look like a gangster's big sister's woman. I'm sure she's not like other women. This nature is just spirited. But Lin Tian has a good stomach. Fine eating habit. Love the splash of spice right now. A thought. The defense barriers were removed. The tip of Red Flame's spear stabbing at the ledge lost its impediment, immediately stabbing towards Lin Tian's waist. Red Flame's eyes were even filled with mockery as he looked at Lin Tian. That's looking at a retard. The corners of his mouth hooked into a cruel smile that, seeing that the tip of the gun was pointing at Lin Tian's waist. But the next moment, the tip of the gun, wrapped in almost all of his own strength, the inability to advance half a point. Red Flame's expression immediately became dull and she could obviously feel that the lance had indeed stuck in Lin Tian's flesh. Lin Tian didn't utilize his spiritual energy either. But it's this ordinary flesh. Surprisingly, he blocked his full force strike from the cave void realm. In disbelief, she stabbed again and the result is still the same. It was while he was in a state of alarm that, hearing Lin Tian's voice that was like a demon whispering, I mean, you've stabbed me twice. That was the deal. Remove the barriers and let you take a shot. Just do whatever you want. Now, are you making good on your promise? Gritting his teeth, he glared fiercely at Lin Tian. Red Flame was instantly annoyed. Sternly, he droned. You're beautiful. I don't believe I can't kill you. Said with another backhanded shot. This time stabbing towards Lin Tian's crotch. Obviously. Red Flame found out, too. He might not be able to beat Lin Tian himself. You can only play a little dirty. Preparing to stab towards Lin Tian's soft underbelly. Seeing the shot of the severed son and grandson stab, a chill ran down Lin Tian's back. Although unable to do substantial damage to himself. But Lin Tian didn't want to create a shadow in his heart yet. He gave a vicious look at Red Flame and, after dodging the shot, once again, he dodged behind Red Flame and one arm wrapped around Red Flame's waist. The other hand brought up a strong wind that, Pa! Damn you, I'll castrate you. Pa! And you fight. My mother is a dragon. Pa! I'm going to make my grandfather. Pa! A dozen strikes in a row towards Red Flame's ass. Red Flame's mouth remained unrelenting in its. Lin Tian was really angry. The spankings began to gradually increase in intensity. Finally, after 15 hits, Red Flame began to cry for mercy. Stop fighting. Oh. Grandpa. I want to go home. Though Red Flame is over 500 years old this year. But for the dragons, 500 years old is only just coming of age. The equivalent of an 18-year-old girl. The mind should be similar to Li Linger's. Coupled with a long life in the northern wilderness. It's the dragons of the upper three clans again. Usually spoiled by the elders. So it's normal to not know the social evils. Seeing that this gangster big sister-like girl has finally gone soft, Lin Tian asked in a cold voice. Still castrate me or not? Red Flame was whimpering while shaking his head, no castration. Did you just say you were going to sleep with me? You dream. Old me is deaf. And it won't satisfy that little match of yours. Hearing myself referred to as a little match, Lin Tian froze for a moment. This sentence instantly made Lin Tian red warm. Lin Tian didn't care what happened. Directly on the ground and began tearing at Red Flame's clothes. SRA. With the sound of brocade tearing, Lin Tian said angrily. How dare you call me a little match? SRA. I'll show you today. SRA. Let's get to know each other today. SRA. In a minute we'll know what's going on. With a final Zilla sound, there were no more restraints on Red Flame's body. She tried desperately to cover it up with her hands, but it's obvious. It's just a matter of looking out for your head and not your ass. It doesn't cover it completely at all. And so it was at the Valley of 10,000 Demons. The sky as a quilt and the ground as a bed. Lin Tian roughly let Red Flame see the light of day. Is he or she a little match or not? After some cordial and in-depth exchanges between the two. Already know each other and know the ropes. On the way out, Lin Tian also shined a light on her arse. A hard slap in the face. I can't help it. It just feels so good in my hands. Lin Tian simply couldn't resist the urge to slap his hands. On this continent, Lin Tian was also considered to have read countless women. So much so that Lin Tian lingered in his hands. It's the first time I've come across it. After taking care of Red Flame, Lin Tian ignored and curled up on the ground and, with a chaste face, Red Flame. It came directly to the Dragon Emperor's palace. Seeing Lin Tian coming, the Dragon Emperor naturally knew what he was looking for from him. In looking at the embarrassed look on his face, it was instantly clear what was going on. That it was estimated that Lin Tian and Red Flame had already met the two of them. The heart sighed. Windy Emperor, that old mountain chicken, honestly doesn't deceive me. This Lin Tian is really tired of playing with gentleness. A cranky one like Red Flame is also very much to her liking. Though it's clear as day in my mind. But there was a look of surprise on his face. Pavilion Master Lin is here, but is there something wrong? There's a dragon girl. Is it okay if I want to take it with me? While knowing that the old thing was pretending. But Lin Tian can't afford to let go of that hand. And without too much reserve. Straightforward conditions were imposed. Hearing this, the old Dragon Emperor said with a generous face. You're too kind, Master Pavilion. You're looking at my cranky granddaughter, Red Flame, right? Since I'm in your good graces, you can take her and use her as your ride. It can be ridden day and night. If you have an heir, this emperor can just make her the crown prince. If Red Flame heard that her grandfather had sold herself to this horny wolf Lin Tian so quickly, be sure to ask the Dragon Emperor a question. Grandpa, are you polite?